Some ideas have resurfaced, as one by one, they look at them with unusual gazes. Talking about shutting down poultry farms. What a fuss. This is currently their only significant source of meat supply. They can forget about beef and lamb. Ridiculous. Yes. After only a few good days, they start causing trouble. They must be overindulging. A lucky person who managed to buy a chicken leg walks by the protest, savoring it slowly and enjoying every bite. It makes a group of protesters envious. How infuriating. I really want to eat. If it weren't for the long lines and inability to buy chicken legs, who would join this ridiculous protest? It should have been silenced by now. I want chicken legs. I want chicken wings. I want chicken necks. Hey, after marching all morning, why hasn't anyone come to provide food yet? As they continue forward, a group of people approaches from the opposite direction, holding signs. We want the truth. Aliens have arrived. Seeing this, the hungry crowd scoffs, wondering what era it is to still entertain such boring rumors. There is no novelty to it. They probably can't even get a chicken leg. Lacking substance. It's true, there really are aliens. I'm not kidding. Aliens have already visited Earth. War is coming. The leader shouts, trying to convince more people to believe. But all they receive are looks of disbelief. This infuriates her even more. Why hasn't anyone come to arrest her yet? If the authorities suppress it, it could raise suspicions, and someone might actually believe it. How frustrating. This coalition is so difficult to manage. They aren't playing by the rules. There really are aliens. Ridiculous. Not a joke. If there were an interstellar war, would you still be allowed to create panic here, making a mockery of the coalition's intelligence? I saw them last time in City 1, and now they're back. I've seen them in City 3 too. There were even more people then. It seems like the hype has worn off, and no one is joining in the shouting. Listening to the discussions, the leader is on the verge of tears. A month. An entire month shouting that aliens have come, and no one believed it until they understood the official strategy. Let it be. Shout freely. They can't be bothered to care. With the global internet nearly reduced to private networks, and media being all official, even if the noise reaches a fever pitch, only those nearby can hear it. I'm serious. Wanting a ticket is real. In fact, many people have started to doubt the purpose of the Steel Curtain plan, as the standards far exceed civilian levels. However, without a general use internet, incitement, rumors, and panic cannot spread. Everyone continues their lives as usual. Card text, Chapter 304. Passing through the second wormhole, Chu is confused. Watching the show. At work. Time quietly arrived at July 1st. Early morning. Star cotton candy to the fullest. Congratulations. 1,000 tons of krill. Live. Additional reward. Level 6 plant improvement solution. Not bad. 1,000 tons of krill can help replenish the local marine ecosystem, and all the organisms signed in are mature. They can immediately start breeding. In an instant. They were sent to the aquaculture facility. As for the 6th level plant growth solution, it was sent to the research base, and its effects were tested by Chu Xian last time he signed in. All I can say is it's impressive. Even with the 3rd level growth solution, plants can undergo evolution. Each level, 4th, 5th, 6th, had effects that amazed him, especially the 6th level, where the cultivated plants visibly grew. A single seed planted with sufficient nutrients could cover a mountain with climbing vines in just 3 days, almost like a monster. Chu Xian could even feel the neural fluctuations. He thought that with another improvement, these plants might become extraordinary. Moreover, they could stabilize their genetics, which was quite outrageous. Just think about it, supergrowth. An abundance of seeds. If such things were thrown onto Proxima Centauri b, they might transform the environment suitable for human survival in just a year. It's not entirely unreasonable. It was mentioned before that improvements beyond the 3rd level could be considered evolution. To improve Proxima Centauri b, the 3rd level would take 40 years, the 4th level 15 years, and the 5th level is expected to take less than 5 years. That's impressive. But it cannot be used indiscriminately. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. This is because it would inherently transform the atmosphere. If the time exceeds, the oxygen concentration on Earth might become too high, necessitating a global extinction of plants. It's a bit like a disposable operation. Currently, they are researching how to adjust the solution to lower the transformation rate in an atmosphere suitable for human growth, maintaining stability and precise control. It appears that this will take a long time. After the 3rd level gene improvement solution, the difficulty of cracking the subsequent levels has increased several times. Last month, they finally cracked the 3rd level plant growth solution, and they are just beginning to tackle the 4th level. The road ahead is long. After signing in, Chu Xian returned to his room. After planning the new area for a while, he suddenly felt a jolt of energy. Wormhole location reached. Chi sent a message. Clearly, this wormhole is not the one between this solar system and Proxima Centauri. Previously, to have more escape routes, they continuously sent out probes from the wormhole thread, which led to the discovery of the star system where the mother body is located. Exploration work has been ongoing, but there have been few discoveries over such a long time. Most of the time, The universe is empty. Sometimes they get closer to a star, but it's always at least 1 light-year away. Wormholes are even rarer. So far, only the second wormhole has been discovered, and that was 4 months ago. During this time, the spacecraft has been traveling, and they finally arrived. 3 minutes later, at the bow of the ship, Chu Xian looked at the huge black sphere in the distance. Slightly smaller than the one discovered in the solar system, with a diameter of about 30 meters. Send out the probe. Yes. With a command, the probe flew out, carrying a bioengineered human who shared the visual field. The cabin slowly approached until contact was made. Whoosh. It was drawn in and disappeared without a trace. In the shared vision, as darkness enveloped, Chu Xian remained calm. The soul strength of the bioengineered beings was inherently unable to withstand the traversal of the wormhole. Only by binding to spatial nodes for personal use could some protection be gained. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Suddenly, Chu Xian smiled, as expected. The shared vision revealed that the cabin had arrived at a completely new star system. In the distance was a blue star, radiating a different luminosity than that of the familiar sun. However, in the next moment, the bioengineered being turned to glance at the wormhole, and Chu Xian nearly jumped up. There were technological creations on the wormhole. A giant technological disc with the wormhole at its core. It resembled a metallic disc with a diameter of 1 kilometer, with a 10-centimeter black pearl at its center. The wormhole was that pearl. At that moment, Chu Xian was stunned. Chapter 305. 0.3 seconds looking at the technological creation that suddenly came into view. What to do? Run? Escape? Withdraw? Or make a grand appearance? He had some reservations about a civilization capable of intervening with the wormhole. Despite their strength, they were not invincible. 10 minutes passed. Just as Chu Xian was about to draft a paper on survival, he finally discovered that the technological creation was abandoned, damaged, old, and decayed. It was evident that it had not been maintained for a long time. It scared him to death. After venting his frustrations, he commanded his subordinates to approach and assess the situation. Although the electronic systems were damaged, there was still a backup simple propulsion system. With a hiss, it used compressed gas for propulsion, safe and environmentally friendly. Previously, it had been equipped with fuel propulsion, which was later eliminated. Such exploration did not require overly powerful propulsion systems. As they got closer, the structure of the disk became clear, a mesh structure, hexagonal connections like a truss, with spherical nodes. The regular arrangement formed a large disk. Some areas were corroded, while others had large holes. The main structure was still relatively intact, but it should be unusable except for research recovery. Chu Xian teleported to the wormhole. Merge. He used 1 spatial node. Fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred. Half an hour later, after deploying over a dozen manned capsules, Chu Xian blended in and reached the other side. 0.1 seconds, spatial arrival. 0.2 seconds, node fusion. 0.3 seconds, teleportation completed. In just 3 seconds, he achieved it in 0.3 seconds. Cautious navigation is always wise. Being cautious in the face of the unknown is undoubtedly correct. Thus, the wormhole was brought under control. If there were enemies, they could be directly exiled. He did not continue merging because he had no extra spatial nodes left in hand. These days had been quite tense. Soul strengthening, daily sign-ins, spatial construction, and various needs had exhausted his sign-in opportunities. After merging 2, he was left with only 1 backup. Let us get to work. At that moment, on the other side, over 10 spacecraft appeared. 77. It's yours. Understood. All frequency radio monitoring activated. Deep space telescope deployed. Gravitational wave detector activated. Stellar exploration ship mission loading. Multifunctional near-space robot launched. 3,000 units. In the face of such events, there has long been a well-established plan. So there is no need for Chu Xian to worry. Chi-Chi's capabilities are very powerful. A day has passed. Quiet. Extremely quiet. Telescopes. Electromagnetic waves. Gravitational waves. No discoveries at all, which is not too surprising. The higher the technical level, the stronger the communication means. It's like traveling back to ancient times. If you chat on the phone, can primitive people detect the content? Obviously, it's impossible. The universe is vast and silent. Perhaps humans just don't know, and it's even possible that the universe is as lively as the internet. Countless voices are speaking, bustling like a marketplace. But only specific devices can access this channel. Of course, this is just speculation, one possibility to explain the current situation, but it could also be truly silent and ethereal. The dark forest theory is also one of the possibilities. Let us just hold on for a month. Chu Xian decided. He would wait until the exploration ship reached that blue star and explored the star system before taking action. After all, there was no rush. This cotton candy is also nice. The temperature of the blue star is slightly higher than that of the sun, and its mass is greater. There's no help for it. The appetite of the dimensional space is growing larger, and the grain storage is decreasing. Now, when seeing a star, the first thought is, devour it. The second thought is not letting a single planet in the star system go. The third thought is, where's the next grain storage? Chapter 306, Space Limit Dimensional Space. Spherical Prison. Snap. The main body was forcibly restarted again, eating and sleeping, sometimes even eating while asleep. And it was getting fatter. Who disturbed my sleep? Ugh. A miserable memory surged in, instantly waking it up. As there is only one person in this place who would treat it this way. Looking at Chu Xian, the main body quickly said, "Boss, what is your command?" Chi-Chi projected an image. "Chu Xian, do you recognize this?" The main body took a glance and nodded eagerly. Yes, this is the equipment I mentioned for wormhole expansion. The same type as that obtained by the Mother Clan. However, it seems to be broken, with all the material taken away. There should still be energy conversion and transmission devices at the star's location. Boss is really amazing, discovering another wormhole. Congratulations, boss, you are impressive. Flattery flows like water. This is called the way of survival. After receiving confirmation, Chu Xian nodded. He had asked about this matter when interrogating the main body, such as how the fleet of parasitic civilizations crossed the wormhole. The ship is so large. Upon inquiry, he learned that there are special devices to provide energy, but it was not made by the insect tribe. As for who made it, that is unclear, or rather, the main body is unsure. The gossip was discovered accidentally somewhere. It is unverifiable. The described device is disc-shaped. However, it is solid, unlike the recently discovered hollow design. This was just to confirm. It turned out not to be a hollow design, but rather dismantled. Some non-essential components remain. Chi-Chi, keep an eye on the star. Yes. The wormhole's charging equipment has been dismantled, and the star's energy extraction devices are likely the same. Hopefully, we can find something useful. Having our own spatial nodes means we don't really need those things, but it's good to study them as well. Soon, half a month has passed. At this point, the abandoned disks around the wormhole have been completely dismantled, leaving just an empty shell, which is of no use. The materials are quite impressive. They are all new substances. Although they initially appeared dilapidated, the quality is not bad, much like an abandoned aircraft carrier from ancient times. If all of it were turned into weaponry, it would represent the cutting-edge power of that era. Similarly, the materials before us are also of excellent performance. Of course, for the Earth and for Chu Xian, they are equivalent to the cutting-edge technological materials currently at hand. Just like a primary energy core, the reactants are new materials that can achieve nuclear fusion at room temperature. Akin to Tony's arc reactor, we are already able to manufacture such materials. Their properties are nothing short of miraculous. Some possess strong energy absorption or reflection capabilities, capable of breaking through the performance limits of materials composed of the existing periodic table. Their melting points can even soar to millions of degrees, easily withstanding energy weapons. Unfortunately, the core of the device has been taken away, leaving no remnants behind, so Chu Xian has no materials to study. While waiting for news, Chu Xian keeps himself busy. On July 18th, the radius of the dimensional space has exceeded 8,000 kilometers, and there is still quite a distance to go to accommodate the Earth. It also has its limits. Seed stage, radius of 100 kilometers. Growth stage, maximum of 6,000 kilometers. Rule enhancement, radius doubles. Indeed, it does not grow infinitely. Just like a tree, the growth rate is highest from seedling to maturity, but it becomes difficult afterward. Using a plant gene modification once might allow it to double in height, but it cannot grow indefinitely. Suddenly having the ability to break through the atmosphere is clearly impossible. The dimensional space operates similarly. The strength of the rules determines the spatial limits. Fortunately, Chu Xian does not have to wait for the next system upgrade to anticipate any initial sign-in rewards. He can operate independently. This is not about redeeming or entering an additional sign-in pool through rule enhancement. Instead, once the radius reaches the maximum of 12,000 kilometers, he can advance the devouring authority. At that time, he can rely on this advanced authority to achieve rule enhancement. In short, to open wide and devour everything. Everything remains the same. Chapter 307 Countdown. On August 1st, as the spaceship approached the star, information continued to be transmitted back. "It's really clean," Chu Xian exclaimed. Within the entire star system, only one planet remains, roughly the size of the moon. Well, the plunder of high-tech civilizations from star systems is indeed this cruel. Just like the insect race, just like ourselves. Wherever they pass, not even a blade of grass remains, not a single atom is left behind. And the resource utilization rate is astonishingly high. Even a lump of something has value under fusion technology. After a month of waiting, it's time to get to work. Transport to the wormhole location and deploy the spatial wave detection device, which is already operational and doesn't need to be activated again. No anomalies detected. No anomalies detected. After an hour of observation, Chu Xian let out a slight sigh of relief, fearing being outsmarted by extraterrestrial civilizations. The old six is not exclusive to humanity. Just then, the giant structure's core, The spaceship landed on a moon-sized planet, and the geological survey data was transmitted back, making Chu Xian tense. After thinking for a moment, he issued the command, dig. Yes. Withdraw the long-distance shared vision with Earth. Forget about finding an entrance or anything. If there was one, his subordinates would have found it. The key is to test the reaction level, just like determining if a person is a coward. You can ask them, but they might not answer honestly. However, a slap can reveal their true response. Even twisted logic is still logic. An hour later, after drilling through the metal protective layer, they discovered a vast space inside, supported by a metal framework holding up the entire planet. It was pitch black, quiet, with a chilling atmosphere. Unmanned aircraft traversed inside, revealing a large number of metal buildings densely packed together, forming a city. But there wasn't a single living creature. This giant city was close to the outer shell, and judging by some facilities, the life forms residing here were not large. Unfortunately, there was no relevant information. Visiting several rooms yielded no photos or even a scrap of paper. The aircraft continued its exploration. Soon, they arrived at the planet's core, which was a honeycomb-like metal structure, each opening with a diameter of 100 meters. The aircraft drilled in and flew over a kilometer. Empty. A spherical space with a diameter of 30 kilometers. 10 minutes later, moved away, Chu Xian arrived at the empty core and, with a godlike perspective, quickly concluded that the core equipment had been completely removed, leaving only a shell. This should be the reaction device providing energy for the planet, and a multitude of questions arose. Where did this civilization come from? Why did they leave? How advanced was their technology? Headache. The most troubling part was 3 minutes later, in a control room-like place, where Chu Xian saw a metal screen displaying strange symbols flashing continuously. Below were some bar charts, flashing intermittently. There were 7 in total, each divided into 30 segments. The 7th one decreased by 1 segment every 1.5 seconds, and once it was fully depleted, the 6th one would decrease by 1 segment. Chu Xian quickly realized it was a countdown. What the hell? Is this some kind of scare game? What happens when the countdown reaches 0? He had no idea, which was quite frustrating. How long until it reaches 0? Chu Xian asked Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi replied, November 23rd, 8:11, 27 a.m. There are still over 3 months left. Chapter 308. This is called a surprise. After confirming there was no threat, let us get started. There was no direct consumption of this planet the size of the moon. It was just a candy bean, and it was hollow. It wasn't even enough to fill a gap between teeth. Chu Xian planned to keep it as a substitute for the moon. The dimensional space only had a light source, and the night sky was pitch black. Even though some sparkling artificial stars had been created, however, it always felt like something was missing. Perfect. This planet beneath his feet could be modified for use. It couldn't be collected yet. With a radius of 1,500 kilometers and a landing radius of just over 80, there was still a long way to go. First, he needed to check and reinforce it. The following days went on as usual, signing in, working, and trimming the stars of the unknown galaxy. As for what the countdown was, it had always made Chu Xian quite curious. Indeed, he was only a bit curious. He wasn't worried at all. As that galaxy was so far from Earth, as long as he stayed away when it hit 0, everything would be fine. Chi-Chi was busy deciphering those symbols, but there hadn't been any results yet. On August 17th, early morning. Congratulations. You have received 1,000 tons of grass carp. Additional reward. Level 1 curvature spacecraft, X1. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. After the appearance of the spatial wave detection device, Chu Xian had a guess that the level 6 sign-in pool might have a curvature engine. He waited and waited. Finally, he saw this thing today. He quickly retrieved the spacecraft and checked the manual. Haha, impressive. Although it couldn't exceed the speed of light, traveling at light speed was good enough. Chu Xian was very satisfied. At least it was better than what he had now. Moreover, this was just a level 1 curvature. There should be stronger ones in the future. Let us give it a try. 10 minutes later. Unknown galaxy. Chu Xian personally took the wheel. There was no concern for safety since it was a system product and had autonomous driving capabilities. Start. Self-check. Set the course. Depart. Virum. In the cockpit. The starlit sky before him began to distort as it broke through to light speed in just 1 second. However, there was no sensation of being pushed back. The speed achieved by the distorted space was, strictly speaking, stationary relative to the space around the spacecraft. Otherwise, such acceleration would turn a piece of iron into a pancake. Which is why some sci-fi movies show spaceships stopping instantly. It's not due to deceleration, but rather because there was no acceleration at all. It remained still. Only the space around the spaceship was truly in motion. An hour later, after experiencing the flight, Chu Xian felt it was quite good. Though the process was a bit dull, after all, even at light speed, it felt like a tortoise crawling through the stars. An hour didn't cover much distance. It would take 4 years to travel from Earth to the nearest star. However, this was a good start. At least he had reached a milestone. And next was the work of deciphering. 10 minutes later, at the first Research Center for Stellar Space Dynamics, Liao Xiaofan, exceptionally gifted, had already obtained 3 A1 level degrees from Stellar University, biology, energy, and physics. A month ago, he was transferred to a new department to begin deciphering a spatial wave detection device, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was beautiful. It was powerful. An object moving at 1/10 of a light year can provide feedback to this device within a maximum of 10 minutes. It can also ignore the 3 major stealth technologies. Happiness. For a researcher, such a thing is tenfold, even 100-fold more attractive than beautiful women. As the testing data was being processed, a voice rang out. Director Liao Xiaofan. The new decryption device is ready for you. It has been delivered to the 08 Research Institute. Please complete the personnel plan within a day. Priority Level 1. Liao Xiaofan was suddenly jolted. What kind of device? Decryption also has levels, with one representing the highest tier, just like the space wave detection equipment currently under study. A light-speed curvature engine. Upon hearing this, Liao Xiaofan jumped up, nearly losing his balance. My goodness, how many alien graves did the organization dig up? Chapter 309. The Great Summer Takes Notice. How many graves were dug? Liao Xiaofan didn't he know, but he knew the organization was impressive, acquiring valuable items as if they were free. Small secret realms, black technology, enhancement liquids. Time and again, his understanding was refreshed. Back when he came here with his grandfather, Liao Yu, they were just a small group. Liao Yu, Chu Xian, himself. As for the other research assistants, they had only learned a bit, and later, thanks to recommendations, more and more talented individuals joined. Now, the organization was truly a gathering of strong talents. It already had hundreds of research centers, each with dozens of research institutes. Each institute had hundreds of people. It seemed that before long, scientists from around the world would be absorbed into the organization, joining in the great cause of digesting alien burial goods. Indeed, in Liao Xiaofan's view, this was the only explanation. Otherwise, help wouldn't it just be given in the form of finished products? Wouldn't it be faster to provide the technology? One day, the personnel plan uploaded. 3 days. Everyone in place. The 08 Research Institute was activated. At this point, the curvature engine had already been disassembled, saving a lot of effort. The decryption work mainly involved 4 aspects: structure, materials, component functions, and theory. The first step was completed by Chu Xian to avoid omissions and accidents during disassembly, while the rest would be handled by the research team. The only sample must be handled with care. On August 27th, at the Special Materials Institute of Star University, in Zone B3, a gigantic lecture hall filled with thousands of people quietly listened to the presentation on stage, their eyes shining with excitement. They came from various underground experimental bases on Earth, focusing on the field of materials. Students, lecturers, professors. There were not only junior researchers, but also senior scientists. Now, they all sat together at the same starting line, because the new material was equivalent to a new discipline. Even those who were once experts in the field of materials had to be humble. No one was asleep. Everyone was extremely alert, diligently absorbing knowledge. It should be noted that the field of materials on Earth had stagnated for a long time. The limits of performance had not seen breakthroughs for 10 years. For example, melting points. Existing materials are held together by the forces between atoms and molecules, which have their limits. Once these limits are exceeded, the forces will be compromised. The previous direction was to develop towards micro-fundamental forces, but there had been no results. However, new materials have opened up another path. Theories and technologies are all part of a new field, directly breaking various limits of the original materials. Can you believe a melting point of 1,000,000 degrees? 100-fold improvement is simply unreasonable. Learn. Study hard. This is a ray of light emerging from the darkness of the materials field. It leads to a bright new future. Moreover, due to the increasing adoption of many new materials in advanced technology products, a Special Materials Academy was directly established. It occupies one of the main campuses of the 12 Zodiac schools, focusing on teaching, research, and industry. In the future, millions of researchers are expected to enter this field as the influence of the organization deepens. Throughout August, it is anticipated that over 1,000,000 researchers will be transferred from underground cities worldwide. Is that a lot? It's acceptable. Each underground city has a university, so on average, if 100 people are transferred from each city, it won't attract attention. This is merely equivalent to the withdrawal of a 4th-level laboratory from each underground city. Under the management of the Internet's dedicated network, people only notice that there are fewer individuals around, but they are unaware that this situation is happening in all underground cities globally. Even if they notice something unusual, a simple confidentiality statement prevents anyone from daring to inquire further. However, some do dare to ask. For example, in the local region, even if the organization operates discreetly, there are still some signs of awareness, leading to confusion. Where did the people go? Could it be that they secretly boarded a ship to a neighboring star? But why wouldn't the organization directly inform the local authorities? There seems to be no need for secrecy. The speaker approached Xiao Wei and asked, "Where are they? Don't use confidentiality to brush me off." This was very direct. After all, in the position of the central speaker, there should not be any secrets from his perspective. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei smiled lightly and said, "What if I tell you they have been arranged to go to a neighboring star system? Would you accept that?" The speaker replied, "Let's see. What kind of statement is this? If I don't accept it, you might just come up with another excuse." Without waiting for a response, Xiao Wei solemnly said, "All right, this personnel transfer is a strategic deployment made by the organization to address future crises. However, it involves core secrets of the organization and is only accessible to its members without conditions." At this moment, seeing Xiao Wei's firm tone, the local speaker fell silent. Core secrets with no room for negotiation mean that there is nothing to discuss. He hoped for a turning point from the other party, but after waiting for a while, it did not come. It seems there is truly nothing to be uncovered. He understood. He is not a young person and is not so impulsive. But with so many locals being transferred without knowledge of their destinations, he has both the necessity and responsibility to continue exploring. However, it would not be in a confrontational manner with the organization. He asked, "Does Chu Xian know?" Xiao Wei replied, "Of course he knows. In this regard, we haven't kept secrets from our own people." This has also puzzled him. How is the organization's confidentiality system designed that not a single individual is left out? They are willingly loyal to the organization. Moreover, under rapid expansion, it is surprising how all the members of the organization can remain so united and impeccable. What gives this group of people such firm belief? That evening, in the 23rd city. "Hello, it's good to see you again. How are you, Brother Han?" Han Xiang replied. "Haha, thanks for your concern. I'm doing well." Compared to the last time he met the speaker from the Great Xia, he was a bit calmer, though still somewhat excited and nervous. Last time he was a vice speaker, and now he had become the speaker, the highest position in the theoretical United Central Authority, and also the full representative of Great Xia in that authority. A few years ago, he could only see such a prominent figure in the news. "Please, have a seat. The dishes will be ready soon. Xuanzi is cooking today. This stir-fried crown daisy is great. The pork rib soup is also very good." While enjoying the meal and complimenting the dishes, Chu Xian did not disclose any significant matters to him, and the speaker from Great Xia did not show any anger. If you let them join, the consequences of betrayal could be dire. So far, no one has betrayed the organization, perhaps because they genuinely agree with its ideology. Or maybe those who wanted to betray have already perished. Therefore, with this logical foundation, he also agreed with Chu Xian's actions in allowing them to join the organization. It wasn't a death sentence. After the meal, they returned to the study where they had their last secret discussion. After briefly recounting the conversation with Xiao Wei in the morning, he asked, "Are you aware of this matter?" "Of course." Chu Xian nodded. How could he not know? It was all his doing. "Can Great Xia fully trust you?" "Yes." "Then what should Great Xia do next?" "Cooperate." "What?" "All actions of the organization will absolutely not harm the interests of the people of Great Xia, and there are great benefits as well." Sigh. "If it weren't for this identity, I would want to see what the core secrets of the organization are." "That's not difficult." "What do you mean?" "Joining the organization would be fine. It's bound to happen sooner or later," Chu Xian said. The speaker from Great Xia was taken aback. This was perhaps something Xiao Wei never dared to say. Actually trying to recruit him? Or let Chu Xian put it into words? Upon reflection, he began to understand. Trust. Xiao Wei was from a different region, while Chu Xian was a genuine person from Great Xia, with a natural foundation of trust, but limited to that. Behind him was the future of Great Xia. Without understanding the specific situation of the organization, who would dare to gamble? Chu Xian smiled slightly and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the biggest secret of the organization. You will find the answer, the direction for humanity. We need to migrate 1 billion people next year." This was clearly something that couldn't be hidden. The year was almost over, and some matters should be made known to certain people. As for the current speaker, his recognition of the organization was still insufficient, but that wasn't a big deal. The situation on Earth had already formed. No one could overturn the organization. Even if it leaked out, the only result would be to make the organization stronger, with many wanting to relocate. It was just a card to play. As for the biggest secret mentioned, it's actually nonsense. In Chu Xian's view, if we categorize the secrets by levels, the first is the existence of the system. The second is the various powers within the dimensional space. The third is his identity as the leader of the star realm. Only then comes the existence of the dimensional space itself. Why separate the second and fourth? Because they are vastly different. A secret realm is merely a refuge. But the powers far exceed the meaning of a refuge. Land rights, factions, devouring, and descending. These powers are too strong and are a trump card. Knowing the whole picture is enough for him. Chapter 3:11. The speaker almost malfunctions at this moment. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, the speaker looked somewhat bewildered. What? The greatest secret of the star realm? This? Could it be that after seeing the secret, he would have to join? He was completely unprepared. Although he was the full representative of a certain nation, he couldn't just make decisions casually. Noticing his dilemma, Chu Xian spoke up. Don't worry. You won't be forced to join, it's just for a look. But I must clarify up front, you can look, but it's fine if you don't join. The only thing to keep in mind is to restrain your curiosity. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, the speaker sighed in relief, as long as it wasn't mandatory. That was good. As for restraining curiosity, it was just a matter of being cautious with words. Half an hour later, in a heavily guarded area of City 23, the speaker's convoy slowly came to a stop, and the special agents disembarked to stand guard. You wait outside, the speaker ordered. Yes, the special agent captain nodded. Subsequently, Chu Xian and the speaker walked into a passage. After 100 meters, they turned right and saw an empty room with 3 pillars in the center. What is this? The speaker looked puzzled. Why was there only one entrance? Were they supposed to take an elevator? Come. Chu Xian waved and walked to the center of the 3 pillars. And the speaker followed slowly. Are you ready? Okay. The speaker felt inexplicably nervous for a moment. All right, let's begin. Begin what? The next second, the 3 pillars lit up, creating a full ceremonial atmosphere for the entire teleportation process. In the dimensional space, on a vast plain, there were grasslands stretching for miles. And in the center of the grassland was a circular metal disc with a diameter of 300 meters and complex patterns on it. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared. It was Chu Xian and the speaker. The abrupt change of scene completely caught the speaker off guard. He heard Chu Xian's voice. We have arrived. Upon hearing this, the speaker rubbed his eyes. Arrived? Is this it? Holographic projection? Environmental simulation? Numerous guesses popped into his mind. Where's this? The star realm. Upon hearing this, the speaker felt even more that it was illusory. Could it be that digital beings were reviving? Were they projecting images with the naked eye? So real. The gentle breeze, the sunlight, the scent of grass. He had to admit it was incredibly vivid. But after all, the illusory remained illusory. The speaker's expression darkened as he shouted. You are reversing history. Humanity should not become electronic pets, mere life on a chip. It's utterly meaningless. This is betrayal. Right from the start. He unleashed a barrage of criticism. Chu Xian, however, did not refute. He simply smiled and walked away into the distance. Seeing this, the speaker followed the educational model, seemingly finally understanding the secret of the stars, feeling a mix of anger and frustration inside. They finally realized where those people had gone. There are 2 ways for digital life. First, virtual reality. Second, consciousness uploading. Both options take up little space. The disappearance of so many people could very likely be due to the second method, which occupies even less space. The physical body is destroyed, and a hard drive or a massive data center would suffice. The thought that countless physical bodies might have been destroyed by the stars filled them with immense rage. As they approached the edge of the disk, words almost failed them. Who told you this is a projection? Chu Xian handed a blade of grass to the speaker, who paused for a moment before accepting the dried grass. It had weight, it had texture. The scent of grass filled the air. Smack. They slapped themselves as a direct confirmation. It really hurt. They checked their own physical characteristics that only they knew. Indeed, it wasn't a projection, nor was it virtual reality. The speaker murmured and suddenly turned to the endless grassland and asked, how big is this grassland? 10 million square kilometers. Chu Xian replied. Buzz. Upon hearing this figure, the speaker almost had a mental breakdown. Their head was buzzing. 10 million square kilometers. My goodness. That's larger than the area of the Great Xia. And this is only a grassland. How astonishing would the other places be? It's breathable, the temperature is suitable, and the area is immense. The advantages are countless. It's simply miraculous. No, I need to try again. Then, the speaker rushed into the grassland, pulling out grass everywhere, even digging into the soil to take a closer sniff. At this moment, they could no longer maintain their usual demeanor. They needed to ascertain the reality of this place quickly. They ran and jumped like a child. After about 10 minutes, they finally returned, staring intently at Chu Xian. Where is this? The land of stars. I meant where is this? They were not playing a guessing game. Their words were the same, but the meaning was slightly different. The land of stars. It's a spatial secret realm discovered by the Star Organization. What is its total area? I can only say it far exceeds that of Earth. In fact, it hasn't surpassed it yet, but it's only a matter of time. However, if only the land area is considered, it has already surpassed it, as Earth's total area is over 500 million square kilometers, with land area close to 150 million. However, at this moment, the radius of the dimensional space is only about 10,000 kilometers, and a quick calculation of the circular area gives 300 million square kilometers. Upon hearing this, the speaker was completely stunned. Surpassing Earth. Surpassing Earth. My goodness. How vast is that? Dozens of Great Xia's area? Even hundreds? The term spatial secret realm was new and hard to grasp. Chu Xian's voice continued. A spatial secret realm can be understood as a space independent of the normal universe, existing in a stable and safe manner. It follows the general rules of the universe. I don't know exactly where it is, but definitely not on Earth, nor in the solar system. Only through special means can one be transported to this continent. All right, the speaker continued to ponder. Not on Earth, not even in the solar system. And as long as there is a key, one can be transported here regardless of the distance. There are too many keywords, and the impact is too great. Fortunately, when the organization discovered the hidden realm, there were no enemies inside, and they subsequently inherited everything here completely. Then they began to develop this place. Planting, building roads, constructing houses, industry. Everything formed a self-sustaining system with ample room for development. Upon hearing this, the speaker seemed to understand why the organization had been established for so long without being discovered. First, their headquarters is not on Earth, but here, who could find it? Second, their interests do not lie on Earth. The value of a spatial hidden realm may far exceed that of the solar system. Holding a golden rice bowl, why would they care about things on Earth? Third, due to the abundance of resources here, the organization does not need to compete for interests on Earth, which naturally allows for concealment. Fourth, in places larger than Earth, development and construction are so busy that there is no time to wander on Earth. In an instant, many questions found their explanations. Though this may not necessarily be the truth, at least it seems to have no flaws. Returning to the core of the disk. Whoosh. In the next moment, the speaker's view shifted to a military base, and then they boarded a flying vehicle into the sky. Below was a vast mountain range, boundless. How large is this mountain range? It is 1,000 kilometers wide and over 9,000 kilometers long, designated for the organization's guard department, a military control zone. The speaker felt somewhat speechless. It was roughly the size of a large nation. Crossing the vast mountains, they arrived at a plain area. In the distance was a city, where countless people were busy constructing. The representative explained, regarding the insect race, the organization is currently not very interested. Therefore, they have adopted conservative measures. To counter human extinction and reduce casualties, more than 200 million people have been relocated so far. Half from shelters, half from underground cities. Those who arrived earlier are responsible for constructing cities and planting farmland. But this is still not enough. At least 1 billion more people need to be relocated by next year, before the insect race arrives in the solar system. Could such an organization answer some of your doubts? The speaker looked at the busy scenes of the cities in the distance. Fresh air, blue skies, white clouds, and sunlight. The conditions of the underground cities are simply incomparable. Once accustomed to this place, who would want to live on the cold Earth? Even the nearest star cannot compare. The key factor is the sense of security. Independent from the normal universe, accessible only through special means, it is like a paradise far removed from conflicts. Finally, it became clear why the people of the organization are so loyal. With such a hidden realm, if the organization is not the future, then who is? Betraying the organization is betraying the future, with no benefits at all. And having inherited this place, how many mysterious methods does the organization possess after long-term research and development? It's hard to imagine. For instance, transportation. As it stands now, not only can teleportation occur between the Earth and the secret realm, but it can also be realized internally. An utterly unreasonable method. If willing, forces can be deployed anywhere in the world. Suddenly, he thought of something. Are wormholes related to celestial bodies? Those are natural wormholes. And initially, the celestial bodies were quite unexpected. If they can teleport to Earth, can they go directly to the nearest star? Of course. Really? Shortly after discovering the wormhole, personnel from the celestial organization established contact and commenced actions on the nearest star, Z. When asked this, some of the speaker's doubts were resolved. The financial magnates met their fate, playing against such opponents. The outcome was already predetermined, as they were not on the same level. Why must the celestial organization control the discourse power of the United Center? This land does not require war and conflict, and you should know the situation on Earth. Opening up without the necessary conditions will only provoke covetousness. Human nature cannot withstand the test in the face of immense interests. Therefore, in this land, whether in the past, present, or future, there will only be one voice. The Celestial Organization. Chapter 313. The Celestial Organization's influence. The tone was firm and unquestionable. The speaker could sense the uncompromising attitude, and in such a short time, Chu Xian had become a staunch supporter of the Celestial Organization. Upon reflection, it was not difficult to understand. Everything before him was a tremendous shock, an incredibly safe and beautiful new world. Who wouldn't he like it? In comparison, Earth was a place filled with despair and helplessness, especially in today's context of extraterrestrial civilizations. Only here was a pure land. As Chu Xian mentioned, if such a place were to be publicly exposed before the Celestial Organization had absolute strength, it would first attract covetous eyes from all sides. There would be moral coercion, claiming it to be the commonwealth of all humanity. There would be threats of conflict, with global military forces mobilized if not given. Some financial magnates were quite adept at conspiratorial tactics. It could very well ignite war here, setting ablaze this pure land, which would bring no benefit to the celestial organization. Only a fool would do something so foolish. Isn't it better to quietly hide within? What does the destruction of Earth have to do with the celestial organization? Rich in resources and self-sufficient, secretly developing is the rational choice. Chu Xian's voice continued. In fact, initially, the celestial organization did not intend to allow too many people to enter. The goal was to avoid human extinction. Clearly, the original members of the celestial organization alone could achieve that. With just over 1 million people, even if Earth's civilization were to perish, the celestial organization could still thrive, and the spark of humanity would not be extinguished. However, they ultimately could not bear to abandon the lives of billions. The celestial organization has this benevolence, but will not allow chaos. Therefore, I hope you are prepared to adhere to the rules of the celestial organization. After listening, the speaker nodded for a long time, understanding. It's just about not having unrealistic fantasies. Even now, such fantasies would be of no use. Then, he walked into the construction site, observing the working conditions of the people. It could only be said to be rarely seen even on Earth. Satisfaction, happiness, joy. Everyone looks energetic, with hope shining on their faces. Since the time here is similar to that on Earth, the locals have just finished work, putting in 2 extra hours compared to their Earth counterparts. They have a 10-hour workday. The food here is considerably better than on Earth. The speaker observed the meals in the cafeteria, which looked quite good. Currently, vegetable supply on Earth has increased, but much of the grain is still synthetic. Not to mention the abundance of fruits here. For dinner, everyone gets a piece of fruit, chosen from options like apples, bananas, and oranges. Can the arable land here sustain 7 billion people? The speaker asked. Originally, it was 5 billion, but with the addition of 1 billion from the shelters, and considering the population growth of 1 billion over the past 2 years due to the recent crisis, the central authorities' encouragement of childbirth has had some effect, though not as significant as expected. However, with the repeated successes of fast-growing gene theories and the discovery of wormholes, many have begun to see hope for a better life, leading to such results. The agricultural area planned by the Stellar Organization is 30 million square kilometers, all of which consists of improved fertile soil, which is sufficient. Improvement is not feasible. Initially, the land in the dimensional space naturally had fertile properties. 30 million? The speaker was at a loss for words regarding the scale of the Stellar Initiative, which spans millions of square kilometers, exceeding that of several major territories combined. If all of it were used for agriculture, even with just a third of it being arable and with fertile soil, sustaining over 3 billion people would pose no problem at all. Let's not forget the backing of fast-growing gene theories. There would be so much food that it would be impossible to consume it all. 10 minutes later, a loud rumble echoed. Rain began to pour down from the sky. The speaker and Chu Xian sat in a pavilion, sipping hot tea, a sensation they hadn't experienced in many years. Thunder rolled as heavy rain fell, filling the air with the damp scent of the forest. With such a place, who would want to suffer on Earth? The speaker thought, further understanding why the people of Stellar were so resolute. Stellar could share this place with the world, which surely required great ambition. If they didn't secure something in return, such as leadership or influence, the people of Stellar themselves would likely feel dissatisfied. After all, they are the very seed of civilization, completely unconcerned with Earth. He didn't even realize that after continuously rationalizing, he was increasingly recognizing Stellar. Chapter 314. Management structure. Of course, recognition is merely that. It is different from agreement. The former simply views Stellar's actions as reasonable and correct, while agreement implies shared values and goals, which is a distinction. As they enjoyed their tea, the speaker asked, "What is the criterion for the order of immigration?" Chu Xian replied, "Demand." Just like now, a large number of construction and research personnel are being transferred simultaneously, along with some strict standards. Creditworthiness, personality, and capability all need to meet the criteria. Those who are dishonest, unambitious, or idle will remain on Earth to undergo transformation under the Steel Curtain program. The speaker supported this approach, believing that if one has the ability, they should contribute. What is Stellar's management model? Finally, we have reached the core issue, as it also concerns one's future. Chu Xian, as you may have understood before, the highest institution is the Decision-Making Committee, which currently has 18 members. Below it are the executive departments, consisting of 3 major institutions: the General Military Office, the General Political Office, and the General Asset Management Office. There are 36 subordinate departments, with each general office overseeing 12 departments, named as such. The General Military Office includes the Military Equipment Department, the Military Research Department, and the Military Logistics Department. The General Political Office includes the Finance Department, the Education Department, and the Health Department. The General Asset Management Office oversees the Mining Department, the Energy Department, and the Strategic Reserves Department. Just like on Earth now, all resources above and below ground are owned by the state, and properties only have usage rights. Upon hearing this, the chairman could only marvel at the thorough preparation of the STAR organization, which has already established a system capable of replacing the Central Joint Authority. The administrative system of the STAR organization is 12 levels deep. Level 1 is the Decision-Making Committee. Level 2 is the Chief of the General Offices. Level 3 includes the Deputy Chief of the General Offices and the heads of various departments. I won't elaborate on the others, as the vast majority of management tasks in the STAR organization are handled by the management system. The chairman asked in confusion, "Management system?" Chu Xian nodded, "Yes. It is an advanced and efficient auxiliary system that saves time, reduces processes, and avoids power abuse. All approvals and operations are conducted online. The public service departments mainly serve a supportive role, and the number of personnel in some departments will be significantly reduced. For instance, in the courts, disputes are primarily adjudicated by the auxiliary system. As long as the case is clear, no human intervention is needed. In hospitals, free medical care is prioritized with the primary goal being to cure patients, resulting in a 99% decrease in patient volume. Only a few medical staff are needed on duty. At the same time, education is emphasized, and the ratio of teachers will increase by 2 to 3 times. The management auxiliary system will supervise all operations of every department throughout the process and will only be accountable to the decision-making committee. Power is something that Chu Xian tightly controls. In fact, it is difficult to delegate power to others. Approvals, personnel, funding, these areas can easily harbor darkness. Even if Chu Xian delegates power, those individuals will have little room to maneuver. There is no paper currency, only points. Everything can be traced back. And the STAR organization has comprehensive monitoring. Everyone has a personal information file that is updated in real time. What they eat, what they buy, where they go, everything is recorded. Forget about privacy. The society before the disaster was already moving in this direction, if not achieving it. In the territory of the STAR organization, not even a single piece of land or a building can be privately owned. Even if power could be monetized, what could it buy? More critically, all positions that hold power must be filled by members of the STAR organization, which has strict discipline. Everyone will work together, and there will be no abuse of power. The more the chairman listened, the more shocked he became. Medical care, housing, education, all free? Under such conditions, even he felt a moment of temptation. If implemented, the STAR organization would be unstoppable, gaining countless supporters. Moreover, the management system is also very well developed. At least in the short term, he couldn't think of a reason for a collapse, just like the public ownership of resources, which was expected to face issues before the disaster. Why should my house be confiscated? However, the system rebuilt by the Central Union after the disaster was public ownership, which laid a solid foundation for the stars. It has adapted for over a decade or two. Everyone has already gotten used to it. Well, there is always a sense that the stars are inheriting the legacy of the Central Union. After finishing tea and enjoying the rain, the speaker arrived at the neighboring star Z, standing by the sea, gazing at the distant turbulent waves, lingering to feel the magic. Since the transformation wasn't complete yet, he brought a gas cylinder, truly experiencing the environment here. Chapter 315, Agreement to Cooperate at 11 o'clock at night, in City 23. Take care. The speaker got into the vehicle to return. Are you all right? The assistant asked, noticing he had been gone for 3 hours and appeared somewhat unusual upon returning. He also brought back a bag of fruits. No. The speaker shook his head, but the shock in his heart continued even now. The secrets of the stars truly exceeded comprehension. Even if he were to share it, few would likely believe it. It was too incredible. A whole world, bigger than Earth. He had not only seen endless grasslands, but also vast mountains, thousands of miles of farmland, and cities rising from the ground. It could accommodate not just 3.7 billion people, but perhaps hundreds of billions would be a small number. Enough for humanity to develop rapidly for hundreds of years. By the way, there were also means of transportation. Oh my, that thing could reach the neighboring star system at any time. If this idea were pursued, it would only require people to explore. Then, it would be easy to plunder the resources of numerous star systems, eliminating the biggest hassle, transportation. For a moment, the speaker felt nothing but envy, envious of the star's good fortune in stumbling upon a world. Alas, unfortunately, this does not belong to the great Xia. Crunch. Taking a bite of a large apple picked from the orchard, the sweet taste made the speaker no longer doubt its authenticity. After finishing the apple, the speaker fell into deep thought. Chu Xian had shown him so much, clearly aiming for Great Xia to cooperate with the upcoming immigration plan. Currently, 200 million had been relocated. Next year, 1 billion would be immigrated, with 150 million being citizens of Great Xia. With so many people disappearing, it's no wonder the stars directly laid their cards on the table and let him witness it. The current issue was how to persuade the Shadow Central to agree. He was the full representative but couldn't decide everything. Discussions and approvals were needed from the rear. Chu Xian mentioned that if there was a need to bring people for verification later, an application could be made. Thus, the next day, the speaker returned to the underground city where the Shadow Central was located. Such matters were not easy to discuss over the phone, nor could they be clearly articulated. What? A new world? Enormous? Capable of accommodating hundreds of billions? Upon hearing this news, everyone thought it was nonsense and completely impossible. But who was sitting in front of them? The speaker, the full representative of Great Xia, the person they had elected. Clearly, there could be no mistakes on this issue, so it must be true. But this is too crazy. It feels like the world's changes have far exceeded their capacity to accept. At the beginning, the sun went on strike, and the earth wandered. Later, extraterrestrial civilizations appeared, startling everyone. Nowadays, a faction from Earth has discovered a cosmic secret realm, possessing mysterious means beyond human imagination. Let them be quiet for a moment. Inhale, taking a deep breath. Can this faction buy a piece of land? No. The speaker shook his head, stating that all lands and resources belong to the celestial entities. And even if they could buy, what price could they offer? This question left them stumped. A place that is incredibly safe, with fertile soil and a pleasant climate. Wanting to purchase an area of over 1 million square kilometers. What would be an appropriate price? Moreover, do they even need money? What good are credit points from Earth? Gold? Technology? Minerals? It seems that none of these are of any interest to the celestial entities, which is quite disheartening. Everything you can offer is simply not needed by them. It's as if there's no basis for negotiation. The speaker advised, it's better to give up this idea. The resources controlled by the celestial entities are immensely vast. Even the population has now reached nearly 200 million. With a wave of the arm, it seems the whole world would be willing to live in the secret realm. Therefore, our discussions can only take place above the bottom line they provide. Initially, he also wanted to make a purchase, but he lacked the courage even to propose it to Chu Xian. The celestial entities truly lack nothing. This discussion lasted for a full week. Finally, in mid-September, the speaker brought back a response. The faction agreed to cooperate, but with conditions. That is, a transitional management phase. Agreeing to hand over only after confirming that the celestial entities can treat everyone equally. Chu Xian responded that it was no problem. After all, once inside, experiencing the environment and treatment, recognition of the celestial entities will be set in stone. It's just a matter of time. After confirming the cooperation, the speaker felt he had tasks to carry out again. There was no need for this faction to bring food in. The celestial entities have sufficient food reserves, as well as living materials. They just need to enter. Management allows for a transition, but construction must follow orders. The celestial entities will provide design plans, and they are only responsible for construction. At the same time, credit points can be exchanged for points proportionally. But the personal exchange limit is the average annual salary of the celestial entities. Even for you, it's the same. Understood. The speaker nodded, knowing certain things in advance. Everyone executes the same standards without exception. There is not much property loss involved. Life events are managed for you, and the lost portion can be considered as pre-purchased healthcare and social welfare. A one-time payment, benefiting for life. The celestial entities have ample job opportunities, so there is no need to worry about unemployment. An annual salary is enough for a family to transition. Chapter 316, Limits. Soon after the faction agreed to cooperate, the remaining 3 major factions noticed something unusual. The Earth side has increased its support for the celestial entities' decisions during the meetings of the Central Alliance. No, this isn't just an increase. It's practically backing them. What is going on? It feels like the assembly has become an internal meeting for the celestial entities. Huh. Could it be? Could it be that the Great Xia has completely aligned with the stars? Some people are puzzled, while many harbor a wild guess in their hearts, feeling powerless in the face of this conclusion. That's it. If the Great Xia stands entirely on the side of the stars, what else can they do? Will they completely become mere tools? That would be so humiliating. I really want to resign on the spot. The Great Xia is an exception. Before becoming one with the stars, they should be made aware of some information. As for the other major powers, Chu Xian didn't pay much attention. The Northern Bear, the land of the setting sun, the romantic nation. To be honest, their populations are too small. Combined, they barely exceed 100 million, roughly equivalent to the total of the refuge. The global hub for high-end talent mainly lies in the Great Xia and another major nation. Labor force concentrations are found in countries like India, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Therefore, Chu Xian has no interest in providing them with early insights, and he rarely recruits talents from these 3 major powers. Because of this, the 3 powers have yet to detect any unusual personnel movements on their side. By the time they discover it, the Earth's population may have already immigrated over 90%, and only then will it be their turn. At this moment, the date has reached October 15th. It has reached the limit. Chu Xian thought. After this soul enhancement, The dimensional space has reached its limit, with a radius of 12,000 kilometers, and cannot grow any further. At the same time, something resembling a rules enhancement energy slot has appeared. Once filled, it can conduct an enhancement. Buzz. The space descended, opening a mouth with a radius of 120 kilometers, and Chu Xian lunged towards the star. Although he has been consuming for a long time, the star's size has hardly changed. It is essentially a cotton candy ball, continuously undergoing nuclear fusion. After consuming some of the outer layers, the energy released by nuclear fusion will continually push gaseous matter towards the star's outer layer. This star is slightly smaller than the Sun, equivalent to 300,000 Earths in mass. So far, he has only devoured the mass of 1,800 Earths, a relatively small portion, indicating a rich supply. The star is still quite palatable, albeit exhausting. Thus, that night, Chu Xian was busy. Since it was about accumulating rules enhancement energy rather than digestion, there were no limits. What does that mean? As long as he could consume it, he could digest it. Damn. Transitioning from an 8-hour work schedule to half an hour, then increasing to 2 hours, and now working through the night again. Chu Xian felt somewhat helpless. The 8-hour work schedule has turned into an unlimited work schedule. After reducing the loneliness, he has returned to the original state. Forget it. Let us just do it. Can't exactly go on strike, can I? Why does it feel like nothing is moving? Looking at the progress bar, Chu Xian asked the system. As soon as he spoke, he saw the progress bar stretch, with changes occurring at the far left. Oh, so that's it. Such a delicate bit of progress. Chu Xian observed that there was indeed some advancement, but what more could he say? After a moment of thought, he said, System, could you possibly segment the progress bar, like that countdown timer, to make the changes clearer? Seeing a 100-meter progress bar advance by a few centimeters at a time really tests one's patience. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene before him changed. Very good. Seeing the progress bar on the far right reach halfway makes me very happy, even though it's essentially the same. But looking at it this way boosts confidence. Chapter 317, Permanent Settlement Zone. In the days that followed, Chu Xian continued to be extremely busy. I really hope the assimilation can work on its own, but I know that it's impossible. The area of influence is based on his own entity. Looking forward to automation and assimilation, just like wishing computers could write novels automatically. What a beautiful thought. Who will help the poor Chu Xian? He is working like a dog. Corresponding immigration work is also proceeding steadily. Dimensional space. Permanent settlement zone. It's magnificent. A great project. This is a miracle. Newcomers gaze at the scene before them, unable to look away for a long time. It is a super gigantic vertical wall, with no end in sight to the left or right. Looking up, there is no ceiling. Looking down, one can see the bottom. But the depth reaches over 10,000 meters, with distant, endless mountains and peaks, lush and green, layered and beautiful. As for what lies further out, it's obscured by clouds and mist, resembling a fairyland. The sunlight is so warm. Yes, the food is delicious, and the fruits are abundant. Especially the unlimited buffet on the first day. It's simply like paradise. Watching the sunrise in the distance, everyone begins to envision the future. Mom, what is that? It's the sunrise. Is that the sun? The adults know it's not the actual sun, but there is hardly any difference. Explaining too much to the children wouldn't help them understand. The morning light shines on millions of faces on the wall. Tomorrow, I'll start working at the new unit, so I'll rest well tonight. Looking forward to it. Thanks to the organization, my child's health has been restored. Before starting work, everyone generally has a week of adaptation, during which they undergo health checks and learn about the system. Those who are ill receive treatment. At the latest, within a week, various incurable diseases on Earth can be treated here, and many people can be said to have been reborn. Reattaching severed limbs is also not a problem. At this moment, at the upper part of the giant wall, an opening appears. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of transport aircraft are taking those who have completed their adaptation to their assigned places to begin a new life. Previously, the settlement zones were made up of stacked containers. Clearly, it was too dispersed, conditions were not very good, and management was troublesome. Hence the proposal for the permanent settlement zone. Located at a radius of 6,000 kilometers from above, there is a gigantic ring-shaped object at that distance, with a very regular surface. Metallic elementary layer. Initially, non-metallic mineral veins could be planned. After upgrades, metallic mineral veins could be planned. Now, after 2 more upgrades, it is possible to directly plan metallic elements, even skipping the refining process. Therefore, starting at a radius of 6,000 kilometers, Chu Xian carried out planning for metallic elements, with the innermost ring being metallic chromium, the hardest metal in its elemental state. Rooms, corridors, pipelines. In the elemental layer, a good living environment can be created through direct self-generation followed by some modifications. The sun-facing side is entirely an activity area, allowing for sunrise views. The inner section consists of accommodations and other functional areas. The permanent area is primarily not for construction personnel, as any construction would require surrounding residential zones. There's no need for unnecessary actions. Next year, the proportion of personnel engaged in scientific research and industry will significantly increase, and at that time, the monthly flow of personnel here will reach over 100 million. November 12th, strange. Chu Xian arrived at the star system of the Blue Star. After a month of absence, he suddenly noticed some differences here, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. Moreover, he only felt it upon arrival. After conducting numerous experiments, Chu Xian finally identified the source of the oddity. The dark energy here was too active, mysterious. And what exactly is that countdown? Chapter 318. The 19th decision-maker of the stars within the dimensional space. Chu Xian's perception abilities extended beyond just people's thoughts or macroscopic matter, encompassing gravity, temperature, light, electromagnetic waves, and space. As his authority increased, the range of detectable items grew stronger and more diverse, akin to observations at a microscopic scale. Initially, he could only perceive to the millimeter level, with the radius of the dimensional space around 10 meters, then 100, 1,000, and eventually 10,000 meters. With each tenfold increase in radius, there was a corresponding enhancement. Now, he had reached the atomic level. If he were to undergo another upgrade in authority, he could easily observe the internal structures of atoms, which is quite impressive. Once the radius broke through 10,000 kilometers, the perception level expanded beyond visible matter to include dark matter and dark energy. He could also preliminarily sense them, although there were issues with precision, nevertheless. Significant fluctuations could be distinguished. Strange. Looking at the countdown, there were only about 10 days left. What does this mean? Is dark energy going to rebel? This level of activity is not limited to the star system. Through the wormhole's tangled threads, he found many places exhibiting similar phenomena. No other anomalies were detected. The solar system remained unchanged as usual. Uncertain. Forget it. He would observe later. Having just encountered this energy, his understanding of the relevant theories is still limited. In any case, he would know the outcome in about 10 days. A week later, Chu Xian checked the time. It was time for his promotion. Originally, it was planned for the end of the year, and now it was mid-November, with December approaching quickly, so he issued the order. November 19th, morning. There was no grand ceremony or significant scene. Jovel found the speaker. The 19th decision-maker of the star organization was born. Who? The speaker paused for a moment. Surprised at the number 19, wondering who it could be, with his first reaction not being Chu Xian. The great Xia had long given up on such expectations. The stars indicated a non-compromising stance. Any further expectations seemed a bit delusional. Jovel. Chu Xian. What? The speaker stood up abruptly, disbelief written all over his face. What does this mean? A glimmer of hope? Speaking of which, what exactly are the identity standards for decision-makers of the organization? The speaker was both shocked and excited, taking a while to calm down. Really? Of course. The head of the Planetary Development Agency? Yes. Why? The speaker was quite puzzled. There are many reasons, and this was a unanimous decision made by the 18 members of the decision-making committee after careful consideration. The speaker, that's not really informative. What is the term? For life. The speaker felt delighted again. A lifetime term means that there will be someone representing their interests in the decision-making committee. Even after joining the organization, the appointed individual will not represent their interests directly. However, in certain situations, there will still be someone to advocate for them. The speaker also knew that the positions within the decision-making committee cannot be inherited, so it can be said that this individual's status will be greatly elevated. In any case, they must firmly support this individual. As for other members from their country in the committee, to be honest, they are not well acquainted. Only this individual is a true representative from their country, creating a natural sense of closeness. Thinking of this, the speaker felt quite pleased. Finally, the day has come. From this day forward, the new committee member will fulfill their duties, participate in major decisions, and enjoy the highest level of treatment. This individual became the 19th member of the organization. For the speaker, this was an enormous surprise, and they quickly informed the Shadow Central Office of this good news. Really? Haha, that's fantastic, a turn of fortune. Many people have been unable to sleep lately due to the organization's aggressive style, which leaves no room for negotiation. They were also very worried about whether they would be marginalized or bullied upon arriving at the organization's territory. Now, with this individual in a prominent position, although loyal to the organization, they have feelings for their homeland, and as long as the relationship is well maintained, it will be beneficial for their country. Chapter 319, Land Allocation. Although this is a promotion for themselves, the process was quite low-key. Even within the organization, there wasn't much information known about the decision-making committee, as it was still not fully staffed. Indeed, the previously mentioned 18 committee members have only a few publicly known. The rest are all vacant. Anyway, all directives are issued by this individual. As for when the remaining positions will be filled, that's a matter for later. On that very day, congratulations. Congratulations. Many visitors came to the new member's office from various countries. The Northern Bear, the land of the rising sun, the romantic nation, all were extremely envious. As among the few announced committee members, the majority were from their homeland and another nation. Some members sent messages. A call. No way. They felt their status was lacking. In a building within the second city, someone exclaimed, "How come there isn't a decision-maker from our country? This isn't fair." Just then, while walking, someone slipped. And a long scream echoed. One member from the land of the cherry blossom ended up in an awkward position, their face instantly showing signs of pain. It's broken. It's broken. The radius of damage has already covered most of the buildings in the headquarters urban area, leading to an injury leave. If that is not enough, extend it. At this moment, as an assistant, Han Duo also noticed something unusual. What's going on? There are unusually many visitors today, and they are so concentrated. Unfortunately, around Xiangu is a perception black zone, and she can't hear anything. She didn't think about Chu Xian's promotion or anything like that. A high-ranking official. One of the big shots. Even being appointed as a deputy speaker wouldn't count as a promotion, let alone the speaker. That's overly optimistic. The election just took place. Moreover, the position of the speaker rotates among 5 nations, and the next term will be filled by someone from the romantic nation, which has nothing to do with Chu Xian. Perhaps they are seeking his assistance. Yes, it should be like that. In the evening, the speaker came over for dinner again, bringing some small gifts, which were just airlifted from the Shadow Center. They weren't valuable items, just a decorative piece made of jade, carved with dragons and phoenixes, gilded and inlaid with silver. If it were before the catastrophe, it might have been worth millions, but now it only represents a cultural artifact, not worth much. Sometimes, when mining for fuel for planetary engines, jade mines are often found. Unfortunately, they can only be used as fuel now. After dinner, in the study, the speaker asked directly, "At your position, does the Celestial Empire have any requirements regarding its attitude towards the stars?" There were no specific demands in this regard. As long as there is no favoritism or special treatment, that was sufficient. For example, in terms of welfare, every decision made by the Celestial Decision Committee must consider the collective interest, not based on national lines. Therefore, what others have, the Celestial Empire will not have less. And what others do not have, the Celestial Empire will not have more. It's just that simple. Hearing this, the speaker was already very satisfied. It's not about having nothing. It's about others having it while the Celestial Empire does not. That's the key. Chu Xian's words were like a calming pill. Has the allocation of territory for the Celestial Empire been determined? Yes, Chu Xian nodded. The A1-A6 radiation zone. 36 large cities in the central urban agglomeration. Numbered A1 to A36, and 108 cities from B1 to B108. The term radiation zone refers to a fan-shaped area. For instance, A1 to A6 corresponds to the fan-shaped area of B1 to B18, which will also be allocated to the Celestial Empire, accounting for 1/6 of the total number of cities. Really? The speaker's eyes lit up. Yes. The speaker asked again, but we still can't move in directly? Because according to regulations, areas A and B belong to the core urban agglomeration, managed by the Star Organization, and there is no room for negotiation. Where will we stay during the management transition? Don't forget there are areas outside. C-Zone, a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers, planned as agricultural land, capable of accommodating at least 50 million farming households. D-Zone, a radius of 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers, planned as urban land, housing a population larger than the core urban agglomeration. This is part of the peripheral urban clusters. Further out, there's also an E-Zone. Calculating. The area allocated to the Celestial Empire has already exceeded the land area before the catastrophe, and all of it is suitable for living and farming. Yes. Chu Xian did not relent on this matter. All right, this is acceptable. The speaker nodded, not saying more. The core area of the Star Organization certainly wouldn't be given away easily. They definitely wouldn't allow arbitrary interference. The current situation is already very good, and there's no need to wish for more. Chapter 320. A change of taste. Speaking of the assigned cities, can we only name them by districts? The speaker asked. Chu Xian shook his head. No. The district is just a code for the urban area. Once all the immigration is completed, there will be a vote to replan the names of all the cities. Initially, Chu Xian thought of names like 36 celestial stars, but he was soon deterred by those names. Heaven's Loss, Heaven's Defeat, Heaven's Prison, Heaven's Solitude, Heaven's Cry, Heaven's Kill. After seeing these, Chu Xian really didn't have the courage to use them, fearing they would scare the children and affect the city's feng shui. When people asked about their origins, it went like this. Where are you from? Heaven's Prison. And you? From Heaven's Kill. Just imagining such a scenario made Chu Xian quickly shake his head. It must be toxic. Better to choose some normal names. 3 days passed quickly. November 23rd. Early morning. Congratulations. You have received 1,000 tons of gray rabbits, alive. Bonus. Level 2 Spatial Locator X1. Chu Xian was quite pleased with the current unit of supplies, 1,000 tons of rabbits, which must be around 100,000. According to the rules, dead and live creatures are considered two different things. Therefore, he could sign in for the rabbits that were previously banned. No worries. He could continue to ban them, as he had plenty of rabbits. As for the level 2 spatial locator, it was also a good item. At least 2 units could be combined, one at the origin and the second at the target point. Currently, it only had one use, to pinpoint where each point in the wormhole's tangled passage could be transmitted to. The level 1 locator has a range of 1 light year, while the level 2 locator has a range of 10 light years. Now, after repeated positioning, the outline of the tangled passage had emerged. It was aptly named as chaotic as tangled threads. It was only after having the level 2 locator that its usefulness became apparent. The previous level 1 locator was pretty much useless. It often lost connection due to the distance and frequently required reconnecting. The level 2 locator was much better, allowing for precise positioning within 10 light years. Real time. That was impressive. After signing in, Chu Xian went to the stellar granary. Time to eat. He resisted the urge to eat the egg yolk because the cotton candy was too insubstantial. One bite felt like eating nothing at all. It would have been great to come across some solid compressed biscuits. Neutron stars, pulsars, and white dwarfs could work too. Black holes. Well, forget it. That thing would probably be hard to chew. No point in expecting it. Just bad luck for not encountering those compressed biscuits. This was one of the reasons Chu Xian had been exploring the wormhole's tangled passage. One major goal was to find the compressed biscuits. When that happens, the daily devouring tasks would probably be completed in a second. As for the energy reservoir rules, it could fill up in an instant. Even if there were limits to digestion, it would still be faster than eating cotton candy. I really want a change of taste. Eat wildly. Eat wildly. By 8 in the morning, Chi-Chi notified him, "Boss, it's 8 o'clock. Recalling that countdown, it was just after 8:11 today when it reached 0. Chu Xian had been waiting for over 3 months. He hadn't actually gone there in person. Who knows if there was any danger? He sent a synthetic subordinate to sit next to the wormhole in a warship, with the protective shield fully activated. 8:11. Chu Xian paused his cotton candy, allowing the relentless impact of stellar nuclear fusion energy to descend upon the space, yet it remained unshaken. 11 minutes and 27 seconds to 0. 10, 11, 18. When it reached 27 seconds, Chapter 321, Primitive Civilization. Beep, beep. After the countdown hit 0, the screen simply went dark, and the previously flickering text on the metal panel ceased to glow. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. A full minute passed without any incident. Were they being played? Chu Xian didn't have much hope, so there was naturally no disappointment. The unknown was just a variable, and less of it was better. After waiting for another 10 minutes, nothing had changed. Forget it, time to get back to what he was doing. However, just as he was about to continue eating cotton candy, beep, beep, the alarm sounded. Through his subordinate's view, watching the images sent back by the detector, Chu Xian couldn't help but open his mouth wide. After a while, he finally blurted out, "This is insane." His subordinate was at the wormhole, quite far from the blue star, but in his subordinate's view, a relatively large planet suddenly appeared in the distance. What the heck? Chu Xian couldn't help but curse. Did he think that was it? No. 1, 2, 3, 66. It was as if the thick fog was being cleared, gradually revealing the scene. Chu Xian could barely keep count. The actual situation was not slowly appearing, but was limited by the speed of light. After all, sunlight takes over 8 minutes to reach Earth, and by the time the countdown hit 0, those planets had probably already emerged. The scale of the starry sky is too deceptive for the eyes. What to do? Should he tell his subordinate to run away quickly? This is terrifying. Chu Xian was self-aware. Whether they had been hidden until now or had flown in from elsewhere, it represented a powerful technological force, with the latter possibility being more likely. Parasitic civilization? Insectoid civilization? It's not that he looked down on them, but compared to what was happening now, they were on completely different levels. Not long after, Chu Xian could see the whole picture. This was a star system, and there were quite a number of planets, over 300. At the center was a star emitting a faint red glow, with average luminosity and a spectral response indicating a lower temperature. The planets varied in size, some as large as Jupiter, others as small as the Moon. If measured in diameter, the entire stellar disk was roughly the size of Earth's orbit. Just as he was pondering, buzz. In the shared view, his subordinate's ship was being pulled by a force directly towards the nearest planet. It was getting closer and closer. He could see that it was covered in a layer of dark gray metal, and the planet was an extremely regular sphere. Looking through the telescope, all the outer planets had this appearance. Not good. Chu Xian was very worried about being exposed. System, will you track us down? Sharing vision felt like remote monitoring. And whether through wired or wireless connections, there was always a possibility of decoding. The system responded promptly. Sharing vision is not a technological device, but a system function. And there is no possibility of being discovered by lower civilizations. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, it seemed that it was indeed said to be a new system function, rather than some black technology achieved through check-ins, which was reassuring. Wait a minute. What did the system just say? Lower civilizations? Is it talking about me? System, are you referring to them as lower civilizations? Chu Xian asked uncertainly. Who else? The system's reply left Chu Xian speechless. A civilization traversing the universe with a star system. This was the evaluation? System, should I build a temple for you or something? If this is considered a lower civilization, then what about parasitic civilizations? Insects? Chu Xian didn't want to ask any further. If he did, he feared that the civilization on Earth might be even inferior to insects, weak as dust. However, even if the civilization on Earth was considered insects, at least it was a lucky insect, because of the variable he represented. P.S. This book originally had 3 main storylines. First, civilization competition, purely battling aliens, which was boring, so it was cut. Second, cosmic catastrophe, single-player version, too lonely, so it was cut. Third, a multi-civilization version of cosmic escape, which could integrate the first 2, and it was decided just like that. Chapter 322, Star System Spaceship. Before long, the spaceship docked on the surface of a gray-black planet. Beep, beep, signal access, unable to identify. At that moment, a small white sphere flew in, circled around, and finally docked at the hatch, flashing green light. The external environment was detected to be suitable. Let's open the door and take a look. Following Chu Xian's command, his subordinate opened the hatch, only to see that the small white sphere did not enter, but waited at the door. Upon seeing the subordinate, a gravitational field pulled it away. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a hall where many oddly shaped life forms could be seen. Upon seeing one of them, Chu Xian was astonished. Humans? Okay. The origin of Earth civilization might need to be revised. Next, the subordinate was handed over to that human female and taken to a room to start learning a foreign language. Don't get me wrong. It was a real foreign language. An alien language that seemed to have a mature system, combined with strong learning abilities. In just one day, they mastered a new language. At the same time, Chu Xian also obtained a lot of information. This star system had a name, Free Alliance No. 8 Starship, owned by a civilization alliance at the center of the galaxy, which was currently in flight. That's right, flight. According to her description, there was an unknown mutation in the black hole at the center of the galaxy that could not be stopped, so everyone had entered a joyful escape mode. The main force was almost out of the galaxy. The rest were mostly the last remnants. Many civilizations have sought to study and solve disasters. Unfortunately, it has proven futile. The Starship No. 8 is the last evacuation vessel of the Free Alliance, with the Blue Star serving as a supply point on this route. After a week of energy replenishment and equipment maintenance, it will proceed to the next station. At this moment, Chu Xian is somewhat shocked. A civilization deemed primitive by the system has managed to construct a star system starship capable of carrying hundreds of planets. While we are a wandering Earth, they are a wandering star system, which is simply on a different level. Moreover, they have already mastered curvature technology, allowing them to travel at 10 times the speed of light. Instantly, the curvature spaceship that was signed in a few days ago suddenly seems less impressive. But Chu Xian does not feel discouraged. After all, he has his own advantages. The system that looks down on starship technology is his greatest trump card. Last time it was at the speed of light, and next time the system will level up. Perhaps the signing pool will yield even stronger technologies. With this thought, his shock diminishes slightly, but he still does not dare to underestimate it. 10 times the speed of light. Impressive. No wonder it's the technological pinnacle of a civilization at the center of the galaxy. Chu Xian is very interested, not because he wants to flee with the sun. Interdimensional space is the safest way. It's merely an interest in technology. After resolving communication issues, a formal conversation begins. From your description, it seems that an anomaly occurred while traversing a wormhole, causing you to be ejected midway, and then you encountered a supply point's wormhole. You were quite lucky. Unfortunately, your civilization's luck is a bit lacking. The route to the supply point is unlikely to be set in a star system of a low-level civilization, as they have no hope of rescue. What are your future plans? Although we are both human, the civilizations are different, and it is currently impossible for you to join our nation. I'm sorry. Despite our civilization's limitations, this starship has brought a few low-level human civilization planets, and we can allocate a small area for you to live. The conversation does not last long, mainly to arrange for issues, as the other party shows little interest in Earth civilization. The Free Alliance is not a civilization or a nation, but rather a loose peace organization in the form of a civilization alliance, advocating for peaceful development, although it possesses considerable strength. Without strength, talking about peace is nonsense. They have no interest in saving Earth. A peace organization is not a protection organization, The two are different. 3 hours later, the spaceship is guided to the outskirts of a life planet. According to the introduction, this is a planet owned by human civilization. Its development is primitive, and the environment is average. It was once a fringe planet of a civilization, privately owned, mainly serving that individual. The population is only a few 100,000. When the main force left, they certainly took away valuable resources, thus it was directly abandoned. The Free Alliance starship happened to take it away when passing by. Chapter 323, Hydrogen Transformation Disaster. The spaceship slowly lands on a mountain. It is lush and green, with a lake. The area is less than 3 square kilometers, offering a fairly good view, with dense primitive forests in the distance. Very beautiful. Arrived. From now on, you will be active on this mountain, able to communicate with the indigenous people, and you can only leave freely after receiving permission. Goodbye. After reaching the designated location, the transport vessel departed. An hour later, several aerial vehicles arrived, hovering at the cliff's edge. What an ugly ship. Indeed. In a primitive civilization, what good things could there be? That's true. Several voices discussed. Although this was a marginal planet in the previous civilization, it was still backed by a powerful nation. Therefore, even though they were merely servitors in the past, there was still a sense of superiority. Hello everyone. It's my first time here. Please take care of me. The spacecraft is so beautiful. Next, it was time for the subordinates to showcase their strong social skills, as Chu Xian needed to extract more information. It seemed that their self-esteem was being satisfied. Soon, both sides engaged in lively conversation, gradually forming a clear picture of the central civilization of the galaxy. There are 10 major civilizations, each with different forms. There is only one pure human nation, which is the powerful entity that these people previously served. It is extremely strong, akin to a top-tier existence in the galaxy. The starship capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light is also a top-tier technology, initially mastered only by one powerful alliance. However, with the anomalies of the central black hole, strategies were discussed, and joint research was conducted. Ultimately, after realizing there was no solution, this alliance contributed the technology, allowing everyone to escape joyfully. What form do the black hole anomalies take? Hydrogen transformation. Irreversible fluctuations of dark energy can allow hydrogen elements to undergo nuclear fusion at room temperature, just like a star. When the third wave of dark energy hits, it releases all its fusion energy accumulated over its lifetime. Hearing this, Chu Xian was stunned. What? Hydrogen transformation? Room temperature nuclear fusion? Wow. The energy released by a star every moment is already immense, and its lifespan averages billions of years. The energy released over such a time span concentrated into a single moment would be earth-shattering, overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, it's not just stars. Hydrogen elements are widely present on various planets, including Earth. The hydrogen content in the air, when concentrated into a single moment of explosion, could turn the Earth into cosmic dust. It's simply indiscriminate destruction. The center of the galaxy has been undergoing hydrogen transformation for a long time, radiating energy outward. But it's too far away to have reached here. Listening to the transmitted information, Chu Xian rubbed his head again. Alright, this means that the center of the galaxy has completely fallen, and almost all planets have exploded. However, due to the speed of light limitation, what is seen from the outer galaxy is still a calm image. On the day when the outer civilizations were destroyed, they couldn't see the scene because the speed of the dark energy waves was also very fast. There were 3 tidal waves, 10 times, 9 times, and 8 times the speed of light. The first and second waves had no offensive capability. They were merely a precursor to hydrogen transformation. And the third wave was when the real action began. This led to weaker civilizations being unable to observe the dazzling light of the galaxy's center, as they were obliterated by the hydrogen transformation of their own planets before they could even observe it. Chapter 324, Avoiding Helium Flash. First, devour the star. After a day of communication, Chu Xian gained quite a bit. However, these were all common knowledge, not even professional insights, let alone any confidential information. He needed to find another way. Unfortunately, the difficulty was a bit high. Traveling between planets in the starship was troublesome. Due to prolonged high-speed flight, many restrictions applied. Even if Chu Xian went there himself, it wouldn't be of much use. He couldn't go anywhere. However, he heard about an interplanetary information exchange platform. He had his subordinates set up a terminal to see if he could gain more insights. On November 30th, at noon, Chu Xian arrived at the Blue Star. After a week of replenishment and maintenance, the Free Alliance number 8 was back on the road. Upon inspection, he noticed the star's brightness had decreased a little, giving off a somewhat lethargic feeling. Looking closer, he was infuriated. Not only had it absorbed a star, but it had also taken away his preparatory moon. Thieves. Bandits. If he had known, he would have devoured it first. Forget it. He could only look for another moon. Strictly speaking, that hollow candy bean was just average and not very suitable. The radius of the dimensional space was only 12,000 kilometers. Even after the next enhancement, it would at most double, and placing something with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers inside would likely fill the space. Too massive. In that case, he would create an artificial moon. It didn't need to be too large, with a diameter of 100 kilometers. This way, it would feel similar to how Earth viewed its moon. Sirius. Seeing the route map obtained from the information exchange platform, Chu Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't too far. The hydrogen transformation crisis was truly beyond comprehension. If he hadn't escaped in time when the hydrogen transformation reached the solar system, he could have hitchhiked on the Free Alliance's ride to Sirius. Thanks to the partial star maps obtained from the exchange platform, he could confirm some locations. From the center of the galaxy outward, they were Blue Star, Sirius, Solar System, Unknown Galaxy, territories of parasitic civilizations and insectoid civilizations. Sirius was the next stop, and then he would fly outward, passing between the neighboring and solar systems. In cosmic terms, at 10 times the speed of light. It would take the starship over 5 years to reach Sirius, which was more than 8 light years away from Earth. Using the wormhole network, he could definitely make it there. Of course, that would be a last resort. Chu Xian preferred to travel himself since the starship had many limitations that affected his forging. Speaking of forging, Chu Xian went outside the star in the evening. The strong solar winds were continuously blowing outward, and the sun was aging rapidly, expanding continually. Not far from Helium Flash, Chu Xian decided to consume this cotton candy. Leaving it was also a risk. Earth was sick, needing treatment. The sun was sick, needing cooking. After all, the mother planet and the star were two different concepts. Boom. He plunged into the star, quickly breaking through the outer layer, and with the enhanced spatial strength, he was fully capable of reaching the helium layer. Still want a flash? You were given the task to consume the sun's helium layer, which tastes quite delightful. Its density is greater than that of hydrogen, and one mouthful is equivalent to several previous ones. Delicious. The progress bar also increases at a much faster rate. As the helium layer is rapidly consumed, scientists on Earth soon notice anomalies in solar data, leaving them puzzled. Shortly after, the Central Authority orders the relocation of all personnel from stellar observation bases, ceasing any observation of solar-related data. Initially, there were many rumors. But after collectively moving to the star continent, everyone fully supported the decision. The sun and stars were no longer a concern. They were ready to embrace a new life. As the sun's mass decreases, the gravitational pull on the planets weakens, causing changes in their orbits. To avoid causing panic on Earth, on December 23rd, following the relocation of personnel from stellar observation bases, the Star Faction proposed moving all astronomical observation personnel. The proposal received overwhelming support in the Parliament. With no resistance at all, even a few representatives who weren't aligned with the Star Faction raised their hands in agreement, eager not to miss out. With the Parliament in such a state, who would dare to oppose? The existence of the Parliament seemed meaningless, having turned into an internal meeting for the Star Faction. The representatives from various regions looked at the harmonious scene and couldn't help but feel frustrated. They exchanged glances, and one of them asked the presiding officer about their thoughts on the matter. The officer, having previously communicated with the Star Faction, quickly sided with them. The official plan was to relocate to a nearby star system, but in reality, they were moving to the star continent. Earlier in the month, the officer had been informed that to avoid any potential breakthroughs from the insectoid civilization, the pace of immigration would be accelerated. The original plan was to move 1 billion people by 2078, but it was now revised to 1.5 billion, with the goal of completing the relocation by the end of 2079. The most important task was immigration. Everything else was secondary. Reluctantly, the officer agreed, knowing that with the Star Faction's impressive achievements, they had no choice but to comply. The situation was dire, as both major factions were aligned with the Star Faction. Despite having a voting advantage, they dared not oppose, fearing the consequences. The Star Faction's approach was clear. If you disagree, they would not hesitate to act. A new person should agree to take the position of vice chairman. It's not worth much. Let's not stir things up and just enjoy a peaceful life. Let's take it easy. Whatever happens, happens. Please, go ahead. If we can work steadily until retirement, we would be grateful, even if the influential figures behind the scenes become a bit stronger. But seeing the assembly filled with representatives from one side is quite disheartening. How can 3 people be strong enough? If you can do it, then go ahead. If not, stop complaining. Do you know how much pressure there is in this position? The meeting is over. Decisions will begin to be executed, and of course, they want to be announced globally. As for the 108 astronomical observation base, what? Relocation? All of it. As the head of the base, Jean Xiangdong received a call from the Central Astronomical Bureau. Why, Jean? This is a resolution just passed by the Central Assembly to support the astronomical observation efforts near Proxima Centauri. Execute it. Yes. Jean Xiangdong nodded without asking further. The Central Assembly is the highest decision-making body. Its orders are not to be questioned but executed. Unconditionally executed. After hanging up, Jin Xiangdong pondered for a moment and dialed a number, hesitating for a minute before pressing the last digit. Uncle Jin. A familiar voice came through the communicator. Chu Xian. Jin Xiangdong felt a wave of emotions. Over 3 years ago, he had visited the base, and at that time, Chu Xian had just graduated, looking quite inexperienced. Now, however, he had become one of the 3 major figures in the Central Assembly, wielding significant power, undeniably one of the top figures on Earth. He rarely called Chu Xian. Despite knowing him since childhood and being familiar with his parents, their relationship was good, and addressing him as a senior was not an issue. But he would inevitably be influenced by Chu Xian's status. I just received the order. It says we are being transferred to Proxima Centauri. Yes, that includes the 108 Astronomical Observation Base. Don't worry, Uncle Jin. Prepare well to follow along. I've already made arrangements over there. Jin Xiangdong hung up in a daze. He hadn't called to ask for arrangements, but wanted to know the specifics. You see, among the global astronomical observation bases, the 108 is not considered large, and immigration to Proxima Centauri is currently very popular. There's no way it should involve the 108. There hasn't been a whisper about it. But Chu Xian didn't elaborate on the phone. Instead, he informed him of his new position, a large observational data analysis center. Officially the director, administrative level 7, a significant promotion. Chapter 326. This arrangement is perfect. 5 days later, on December 28th, the 108 Astronomical Observation Base was bustling with activity. With all personnel bringing their families, gathering inside the temperature-controlled dome. New technology, new materials. Even with a significant temperature difference inside and outside, the thermal insulation film remained completely transparent. Spectacular. So grand. The technology on Earth is advancing rapidly. As everyone watched the spacecraft land, they were in awe. Even though they had seen it on television, witnessing it in person was still shocking. A small transport spacecraft from the star system. Although small, it is still over 100 meters long. Due to breakthroughs in anti-gravity technology, the size of the vehicles no longer prioritizes aerodynamics as a primary consideration. They have been widened and raised, with the capacity to carry over 1,000 passengers. Security checks, boarding, and takeoffs are all uniform, without any first-class sections. It's remarkably fast. Looking out the window, Jin Xiangdong couldn't help but marvel at the complete absence of noise, and the ride was exceptionally smooth. The technological advancements on Earth have recently surged. Previously, it took nearly 8 hours to fly, but now it only takes a little over 2 hours to reach the destination. He Shuli beside him sighed in agreement. Indeed, he was also on the list this time, serving as a professor of astrophysics at one of the institutions. Therefore, it was only natural for him to join this journey. 3 hours later, Jin Xiangdong and he Shuli arrived at City 23. Following the directions of the guides, they reached a hall, bringing their families and luggage, expecting to board a vessel. However, in the blink of an eye, the scene changed, and amidst the shock, a voice echoed, "Welcome to the Starry Settlement Base." The following day was overwhelming, whether regarding the mission of the organization, its influence, or the starry continent. It was beyond comprehension. Yet, there was little panic. The ability to carry out large-scale immigration under a unified framework indicated a consensus among the higher-ups. Jin Xiangdong finally learned about his position. Director of the 3rd Astronomical Data Analysis Center of the organization, part of the Astrophysics Department at Star University, with over 10,000 staff members, located in Area A2. Upon inquiry, he realized that the entire center resembled a small town, a picturesque lakeside community. Moreover, it encompassed many surrounding villages. Since families were relocating, some people could choose to live in the villages, cultivating land and tending to gardens. The workplace was not far, and commuting by bicycle was a great way to exercise while enjoying the scenery. Goodness, life was simply wonderful. I want to live in the village. Everyone shared the same sentiment. Finally, he could realize his dream of planting a persimmon tree in front of his home. His colleagues' choices were surprisingly unanimous, including Jin Xiangdong, who, having experienced hardship, had a certain obsession with land. A farmhouse with fertile soil. Why not choose it if it wouldn't interfere with work? At that moment, Jin Xiangdong could only express his satisfaction with the arrangements. This was also the reason why the core city cluster plans so many towns and villages. According to the plan, their purpose is teaching, research, and cutting-edge industries, with each city hosting a campus of Starry University, catering to tens or even hundreds of thousands of students. The surrounding industries revolve around this. The main role of the towns and counties is to redistribute resources, serving as research institutions and industrial sites to avoid overcrowding in urban areas, which would look chaotic. The role of the villages is twofold. First, they provide a portion of agricultural products. Some researchers' families prefer farming, so more land can be allocated to them. Second, it is indeed a form of welfare. an exclusive small courtyard, a private vegetable garden. However, the real food security for everyone is still provided by the mechanized planning areas. Chapter 327. The second phase of immigration begins on December 31st, the last day of 2077. The temporary resettlement areas scattered across the core urban clusters are nearing the end of their relocation, with all containers being hoisted onto transport vehicles. Construction personnel are transferring. It's hard to let go. Yes, there will be opportunities to live here again in the future. Many people gaze at the fruits of their labor over the past year and stand for a long time, looking into the distance. They are heading to the next area. Area D, which is located in the peripheral urban cluster. Construction there will begin, or has already begun, as many resettlement areas started relocating about a month ago. Today marks the last batch. The end of 2077 is the date when the core urban cluster will be fully constructed. With a well-planned schedule that is neither too many nor too few days, they've set off. With a hint of nostalgia, they step onto a new path. As for how to return to live later, simple. Learn. Having been part of the organization for so long and enjoying the benefits of gene enhancement fluid, everyone is filled with anticipation for the future. Currently, they are construction workers, but that doesn't mean it will be their whole life. They recall what the management system told them at the beginning. The gene enhancement fluid, a great achievement of the life engineering project, signifies the breaking of the human lifespan limit. From now on, it will be a true era of lifelong learning. Whether you are 50 or 150 years old, there is always the opportunity to switch careers and shine in fields you love. There are no obstacles. Everything depends on the individual. Just thinking about this gets the blood pumping. As long as they work hard and contribute, lifespan will no longer be a limitation. Even if it's not eternal life, it will be enough. Hundreds of years of lifespan were previously unimaginable. How many people spend their lives doing work they dislike? Wanting to change careers, but society often doesn't provide suitable opportunities, and the cost is too high, with time being the greatest cost. Professional matching and relevant experience are required. After 35, it's almost a complete fixation. But in the future, it will be different. Lifespan will be extended. Fixation? Not anymore. They can completely start over and learn to become researchers after the city is built. By then, wanting to live in the core urban cluster will be very simple. Of course, most actually prefer to be farmers, having a piece of land, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, raising a silly dog and a few poultry, listening to the sound of wind and rain. Just imagining that scene is enough to bring joy. The next day, 2078 arrives. At the same time, the second phase of relocation officially begins, with 1.5 billion people moving over 12 months, averaging 125 million each month, divided by 30 days. That's over 4 million each day. Notifications are issued, personnel prepare, and the journey of relocation begins. After a series of operations, the side of the planet is also bustling, with all central departments working through the New Year's Day holiday to engage in this task. The 125 million in the first month will mainly consist of construction personnel. The construction volume of the outer urban cluster is enormous and requires manpower. Even so, it won't be completed until the end of 2078. On January 2nd, at a mountaintop thousands of meters high, the Speaker of the Council looked out at the endless expanse of land in the distance, feeling quite excited. As far as the eye could see, it was all part of the radiating zone. Although it was just an outer urban cluster, the conditions here were far superior to those on Earth. Incomparable even to the environment before the calamity. The vast plains, fertile land, streams, and lakes made it a veritable garden city. He found no fault at all in the design of the Star Realm. Countless workers were contributing their efforts to turn the blueprints into reality. Isn't it really good to not have a pension system? The speaker asked Chu Xian, who had brought him here. Even as the speaker, he couldn't come and go freely. Quite good indeed. Temporarily? Permanently. Chu Xian's response left the speaker confused. With so many benefits, how could there be no pension system? It didn't seem like the Star Realm to be so stingy. What will people do when they grow old? Work, the speaker remarked. Is the Star Realm going to become a tyrant, inheriting the exploitative traits of the financial magnates? Don't worry, the Star Realm is not a capitalist. There are reasons for this, but that's another secret of the Star Realm organization. If you want to know, just wait until this time next year. Chu Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the speaker became even more eager, wanting to grab Chu Xian's shoulders and shake him. Quickly tell me. Quickly. But he held back, curious about what this secret could be. Chapter 328. Jin Xiangdong's new home at the mountaintop. The two chatted casually. What? You plan to resign from your position as director after the Spring Festival? Why? The speaker was quite surprised. In the past, he would have strongly opposed this. Chu Xian was the only person from the realm of Daxia among the three giants. He represented not just himself, but also the interests of Daxia. Things were different now. The decision-making committee in the upper echelons of the Star Realm, whether I stay or leave, is up to them. There are many reasons. I have to focus on matters concerning the Star Realm and my own affairs. Signing documents and attending meetings every day feels a bit like a waste of time. Chu Xian's answer made the speaker smile wryly. Wasting time. The highest authority of the three major super institutions on Earth. How many people envy that position? Yet you call it a waste of time? Signing, meeting, reporting, a large office, respected by thousands. Is it all not worth your attention? Well, when you think about it. Compared to being one of the 19 decision-makers of the star realm, being a director indeed seems insignificant. As far as he knew, the decision-making power within the star realm organization didn't seem to be held by any of them anymore. Even those who once held power had since retired, like Xiao Weier, who previously served as the deputy commander of the Earth Security Forces. The others had also held high positions in the Central Authority. Yes, this might be an internal requirement of the Star Realm organization. Only those who have enjoyed power without losing themselves in it can truly master and utilize it rationally. Otherwise, if anyone could rise to power so easily, it might become a disaster. The speaker quickly filled his mind with reasonable deductions. Please continue. Don't stop, Chu Xian urged. All right. Who will succeed the director? Hearing this from a speaker feels quite embarrassing, but there is no other way. The assembly is nearing the point of becoming a voting ground for internal matters. What can be done? The first deputy director will take over, said Chu Xian. Good. The speaker nodded in agreement, showing no objections, and even appeared quite encouraging, as that was a busy matter for the organization. Being new to the organization, Chu Xian doesn't have much of a foundation there, and might need to put in considerable effort instead of wasting energy on developing the general office. Establishing a firm footing should not be easy. Although the organization seems to claim selflessness, the speaker doubts this is the reality. Where there are people, there are complexities. And many things are beyond one's control. The glory often relies on others' perceptions. Just like the speaker himself, who appears to be the highest authority, yet in reality is almost reduced to a mere bystander. Can one really believe that? In an instant, the speaker quickly visualized a scene, Chu Xian navigating the treacherous waters within the organization. Half an hour later, the speaker left. It was still working hours. And Chu Xian took an hour to relax before heading to Baiyun town for some tea. Nowadays, the personnel in the town had changed. Initially, everything was concentrated here: research, agriculture, and industry. Later, as the dimensional space expanded, functions began to shift outward, leading to a significant diversion of personnel to other areas. Thus, it became the central hub of the organization, with the decision-making committee, 3 major divisions, and 36 ministries, all headquartered here, comfortably accommodating these institutions within Baiyun town's capacity of 60,000 people. On January 5th, in the morning, after a week, Jin Xiangdong's family received their departure permit and excitedly boarded the aircraft. By 3 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the transfer point in Area A2. The speed was astonishing for the vastness of the continent, leaving Jin Xiangdong in awe after the experience. After a long journey involving spaceships, trains, and shuttles, he finally reached the town in the evening, overwhelmed by the sights along the way. 2 words: perfect. The shuttle brought them directly into the village, where the streetlights were bright and the wide roads led to every household. Is this going to be our new home? Yes, it's beautiful. The family gazed at the traditional courtyard before them, their eyes sparkling. Covering over 300 square meters, it was well designed, featuring green tiles and white walls. The courtyard even had a large ornamental fish pond. The layout included a bedroom, living room, and kitchen. After touring, they were even more amazed. Although there were no pots and pans yet, the decoration could score a perfect mark. Moreover, they could use a wood stove and were even encouraged to do so. Behind the house was an acre of vegetable garden, an acre of orchard, and 8 acres of farmland, as requested by Jin Xiangdong's parents. They wanted to farm and enjoyed it. According to regulations, they could plant whatever they liked on 2 acres, while the remaining 8 acres needed to cultivate specified crops for unified procurement. Tonight, sleep would be elusive. What to do? Buy some things for the house. Great. The family was quite excited. Although the redeemable points were not many, the total amount for the whole family was still considerable. They took out a tablet and opened the app. This was issued uniformly by a certain organization, 1 per household, for shopping. They had seen that the prices of goods were astonishingly low. Chickens, ducks, rabbits, foods that were absolute luxuries back on Earth could be bought here for just a day's wages. Even with the household purchase limit, it was still a significant amount. The variety of products on the tablet reminded Jin Xiangdong of his younger days, almost dazzling him. Unfortunately, he hadn't experienced it for long before Earth fell into a state of wandering. Resource control, reduced goods, and eventually, even the internet disappeared. Although the internet was rebooted later, it was not for public use, but rather served the planetary engine. This pot looks good. Let's get 1. Blankets? Let us get 6 sets. A knife set for only 60 points? Bought. 5 liters of cooking oil, so cheap. The urge to shop surged once again as the family gathered around the tablet to make selections, with hardly any disagreements. Despite the abundance of products, the brands were limited. No, it was not just limited. There was essentially one dominant brand with a uniform label, and the only differences among products were in specifications. Therefore, there was no issue of brand choice. Rice, flour, oil, toothpaste, toothbrushes, clothing, and shoes, all were the same, produced by the same organization. Monopoly? Jin Xiangdong and the others felt nothing of the sort. During the period of the United Central, many items were already under exclusive operation. The public ownership economy was predominant, while private ownership had almost become a mere formality. Previously, most products bore the United Central label. Now, they were replaced with that of the organization. This made little difference to the average person. Your points are insufficient. After 2 hours, their points were all spent. The family was not quite satisfied but remained calm, knowing there would be future wages, so they were not worried at all. Grains, vegetables, fruits, meats, they had just bought enough for over a month for the whole family. And the workplace cafeteria provided meals, so they wouldn't go hungry. Facing their savings hitting zero, the family wore cheerful expressions. The back-end notification indicated that the goods would arrive by tomorrow morning. Really? With so many items? That seemed impossible. The next day, in the morning, seeing the delivery vehicle at the door, Jin Xiangdong was a bit surprised. It was unmanned, without packaging, just a box. The small truck was quite spacious. Please sign for receipt. Quick, let us move it inside. The family hurriedly began to get busy, and once done, the unmanned transport vehicle departed, surprisingly sinking at a distant intersection. Last night they hadn't noticed, but now they saw that there was a logistics point there. Just as the Jin family was astonished, Jin Xiangdong found some information on the internal encyclopedia website of the organization. Impressive. A comprehensive underground logistics network reaching every village at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Looking at the introduction and the animated video, he learned that there was an underground logistics passage in the core urban area, operational at all times, regardless of the weather. Cargo can be transported at a minimum speed of 100 kilometers per hour, directly reaching every village, all operated in an unmanned mode. Picking, transportation, and delivery are all automated. It's somewhat reminiscent of a certain large e-commerce platform before the major changes, with a well-stocked supersized warehouse near every city. They have a complete range of goods, eliminating the concept of next-day delivery, with the latest logistics time set at 12 hours. In urban areas, it can take up to 1 hour. What more can be said? Amazing. As one of the first users, Jin Xiangdong couldn't be more satisfied. Before long, the sun rose higher, emerging from the southern mountains, and the houses around their courtyard had all been allocated. Each household has a spacious balcony where they can dry grains and clothes. Standing up there, looking into the distance, he couldn't help but be lost in thought. This sunrise was different from the one seen in the resettlement area. This would be their future home, with a gentle breeze blowing, carrying a hint of warmth. Let us go. Time to work. Jin Xiangdong rode his newly purchased bicycle toward the nearby town, with many farmland areas empty on both sides. But he believed that soon they would be full of life. According to the registration, all 6 members of their family had jobs. His wife worked in the logistics department of the town, while his son and daughter-in-law were in the neighboring town. Together with Yushuli, they were engaged in theoretical astrophysics research. It wasn't too far, and there were shuttle buses available. As for his parents, they were happily wielding hoes, planting seeds they bought the night before on their 2 acres of land, some vegetables, and some flowers. The remaining 8 acres were planned for fruit trees. And once they bore fruit, a company would purchase them uniformly. The seedlings would arrive in a week. Facing the morning sun and looking at the southern mountains, Jin Xiangdong felt very hopeful about the days ahead. Next, he planned to work hard to fully furnish their home. Compared to the apartments in the town, which were at most around 100 square meters, the houses in the village were larger and required more furnishing. There was no rush. With so many people in the family earning points, it would be enough in a year. Chapter 330. Credit system due to its location on the plains. Even from the village balcony, the buildings of the town were visible, so there was no chance of getting lost. When he was 1 kilometer away, he merged onto the town road. One had to admit, it was spacious. Generally, towns only have double lanes at most, but here it was expanded to double that. And with bicycle and pedestrian areas, it felt even more spacious. However, it was a bit of a pity. Private cars were prohibited, but honestly, it was quite good. Cycling to work is healthier. Jin Xiangdong supported this regulation since he had long been accustomed to life without a private car. He never had one, so he rarely missed it. Everyone felt the same way. Moreover, public transportation was so developed that there was no need for private cars as a supplement. It wasn't just the law, there were also urban construction facilities. Whether in villages or urban areas, they completely eliminated above-ground and underground parking spaces, cutting off the source. Even if one wanted to buy a car, there would be no place to park it. The ban was quite thorough. The call for everyone to stay fit was indeed worth considering. Universal free healthcare is a goal for billions of people, and of course, everyone hopes to be healthy and fit. Unlike before the disaster when some capitalists would rather see you sick and dependent on medication while they count their money and you suffer. After draining a person's value, they move on to the next. As I come to my senses, enjoying the gentle breeze, I continue walking along the sidewalk lined with ginkgo trees and a wide lawn. Further out, there's a babbling stream on the right, which gathers into a lake at the town, with the town built along the lakeshore, reflecting beautifully in the water. The scene is truly stunning. Director Gene, good morning. Morning. Director Gene. There are more people here, and many greet him, some being former subordinates, while many others are unfamiliar faces. The personnel from the Global Astronomical Observation Base have blended in, increasing Gene Xiangdong's team size fivefold. The town does not have a mayor. Instead, it is self-managed like many places on Earth, as the counties and towns in the core urban area are essentially research institutions. The rural areas are occupied by the families of researchers, with no purely agricultural households. Therefore, Gene Xiangdong is the highest authority in the town. However, having a high position and wielding power are two different matters, especially with the intelligence system Chi-Chi assisting and supervising all processes. Promotions, spending decisions, and hospitality are all recorded. As the director, his role is more about overseeing the big picture and how to better accomplish tasks. In reality, his power is rather limited, even less than when he was on Earth. Gene Xiangdong does not mind this much. Having food and drink is already quite satisfactory. There is no cash, and private cars, yachts, and houses are not for sale. In this era, except for bathroom stalls, everywhere else is under surveillance. Power? Huh. What is that for? The town is bustling. Not everyone can live in the village, as that is allocated for families with more members, at least 2. Otherwise, it would be quite inappropriate for one person to occupy a large yard of several hundred square meters. Of course, it's not impossible, but one needs to have a certain contribution value. However, for newcomers, where would that contribution come from? Additionally, there is another way to increase family members. Many people begin to think about finding a partner and then applying for a small farmhouse. With hope for the future, the scent of hormones begins to intensify. The allocation of personnel is very meticulous. In every unit and region, the number of men and women is roughly equal, promoting local interactions without the need for distant marriages. However, it is a bit frustrating that before getting married, one must undergo many classes, and only those who pass are allowed to obtain a marriage certificate. The curriculum covers emotional control, communication skills, in-law relationships, household responsibilities, safety measures, and parenting guides. It's all-encompassing. Additionally, there are penalties for marital betrayal, such as permanently lowering credit ratings. This is a publicly available credit rating system that anyone can check. Infidelity, domestic violence, and illegal activities are all recorded. A person starts with a score of 1,000. Many mistakes will permanently lower this score by a certain amount, while general mistakes will gradually recover. This can be said to genuinely reflect whether someone is worth being friends with. Being careless in friendships can lead to future worries. If someone betrays you once, the cost may be a lifetime of regret. Returning to the training materials, a single instance of domestic violence results in a 10-point deduction, which is permanent and cannot be restored. This year, salaries are reduced by 10%, and there will be no promotions for that year. If there are 2 instances, all contributions for the year will be frozen. Benefits associated with contributions, such as nearly free vacations, will also be canceled. In summary, the penalties in this regard are quite severe. Seeing this, many people actually feel little, as there are not many individuals with violent tendencies. Aside from marriage, complicated romantic relationships can also lower scores, like those who engage in multiple relationships. When such behavior is identified, a warning will be issued. If multiple warnings are ineffective, they will experience severe consequences. In January, with over 4 million people relocating daily, more individuals began to notice abnormalities. It was equivalent to a decrease of 400 people in an underground city each day. It was already crowded, with residents living in close quarters, and families moving out daily without being discovered was unusual. What is going on? Even if it were a secret project, it shouldn't require entire families to move. Some rumors began to spread, but not many people were panicking. After all, with hundreds leaving every day, it could very well be them tomorrow. Under global communication control, everything remained stable. On January 31st, at 3 in the morning, Chu Xian finally witnessed the spectacular sight of a hydrogen transformation crisis. Boom, boom. High-energy particle streams continuously surged in, without being deflected. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, and they were ruthlessly consumed by the dimensional space. Utilizing the wormhole's properties, stars were no longer visible from 73 light-years away from Earth. Bright. Everywhere he looked, the previously dark spaces between stars were filled with light, each a different color, red, yellow, blue. This reflected the energy levels of hydrogen transformation, resembling a splattered paint artwork with billions of stars at the center of the galaxy. At this moment, it transformed into a painting of death. 1 word, tragic. 2 words, shocking. Billions of stars exploded in a chain reaction, and the power generated by the complete fusion of all hydrogen elements was truly awe-inspiring. Chu Xian felt his heart tremble. It was incredibly spectacular. Click, click. He took a few pictures first. Then, Chu Xian deployed a large amount of equipment to start collecting data, although it was of little use. As the civilizations at the pinnacle of the galaxy were helpless against it, he still needed to do something. The astronomical data of the solar system had already been thoroughly studied, and he couldn't let his team of experts in this field remain idle. It was a way to give them something to do. Thus, on February 2nd, the question arose: hydrogen transformation? Dark energy tidal anomalies? As the director of the third data center, Jin Xiangdong noticed a decrease in the stellar data received during his tenure. The data from the solar system had completely vanished, leaving only information from a neighboring star system. However, even in a new star system, astronomical research faced stagnation, entering a tedious phase. This morning, though, a massive data set arrived from Chi-Chi, its complexity astonishing him. Curious, he asked a question that left him in shock. The hydrogen elements in stars caused by dark energy tides could achieve nuclear fusion at room temperature. Was this a disaster prediction model? Jin Xiangdong found it hard to believe. The hydrogen fusion, which typically required temperatures of 8 million degrees, could now occur under normal conditions, completely overturning his understanding. What had already happened was just data that had been collected, and from now on, data would be retrieved weekly. At that moment, Jin Xiangdong's hands trembled, partly from fear and partly from excitement. The fear stemmed from the potential catastrophe. What did hydrogen fusion at room temperature mean? Earth could instantly become cosmic dust, ash, to be precise. Thinking about it, the moon seemed quite lucky. At least it still had remnants. Under hydrogen transformation, Earth itself would reduce to particles. Where was this hydrogen transformation occurring? The following information was classified and not to be disclosed. The center of the galaxy. The range of hydrogen transformation? The entire galaxy. Where was the observation point? 73 light-years away from Earth. Jin Xiangdong took a deep breath, as if he had uncovered a significant secret. A large-scale hydrogen transformation at the center of the galaxy, spreading at 10 times the speed of light. This implied that all previous observational data of the galaxy were historical. The starry sky was a deception. What appeared to twinkle was, in fact, already destroyed. What they currently saw was merely a snapshot of the galaxy's existence. So, what did the star continent represent? An arc. It dawned on him. At that moment, Jin Xiangdong felt he had rediscovered his direction in life. The industry giants were once again reduced to novices. A problem had emerged that might take a lifetime to solve. Hydrogen transformation. In an instant, the relaxed atmosphere of the entire town was shattered. Although not much was known, no one questioned the data. Who would be bored enough to fabricate fake data for them? The neighboring town, also a doctoral research hub in astrophysics, was similarly activated. And he surely had been promoted. He was now the head of this doctoral training program. Relatively speaking, the number of people there was not as large as Jin Xiangdong's side, far from reaching full capacity, as the number of doctoral students was limited. Now, the Star University had restored its degree system to what it was before the disaster. 4 years for graduation from the underground city fell a bit short. Due to the explosion of technological advancements, the volume of new knowledge was overwhelming. 4 years simply wasn't enough for learning. Thus, undergraduate, master's, and doctoral programs became part of the Star education system once again, with the difference that all 3 required 4 years. Graduating with a PhD would generally mean being over 30 years old. Chapter 332. The Spring Festival Gift Package of the Stars if it were before the disaster. Age anxiety was a significant issue. While others at 30 were raising children, you were still in school. Entering society meant directly approaching 40. Rushing through work and after marriage. Looking back, nearing 40. As I crossed this age threshold, heading straight towards the goal of understanding life's purpose. Just thinking about it makes me anxious. However, nowadays, people in the organization feel no anxiety at all. The information about the enhancement of lifespan through genetic strengthening is public knowledge. 30? Huh. We're not worried even at 50. As long as we work hard, we can maintain the appearance and physical functions of someone in their 30s even at 60. Without age anxiety, it feels like the world has opened up. Of course, effort and diligence are indispensable. The organization provides such a good environment and conditions. If one were to just loaf around and do nothing, could they still call themselves a person? I can't even tolerate such a self. It's quite complicated. Wow. It's like a cosmic wonder. He looked at the vast data, his mind buzzing, yet he felt extremely excited. Astrophysics research is quite dry. In fact, most of the time is spent racking one's brain. Many theories proposed may only be validated decades later. What is key? Data, data, and more data. The information that just came in feels like a huge treasure trove. After just 1 day of research, he already feels he's gained a lot. Some conjectures and theories can be proven completely. At that moment, he felt like he was facing a gold mine. vigorously digging with a pickaxe. On February 9th, after a week, he had fully adapted to his current life, commuting by bicycle every day, enjoying the sunrise and sunset. The seasons felt like spring, with blooming flowers everywhere. Although there are only 2 days off a month, there's no need to work overtime. 10 hours a day, and he can leave when it's time. Moreover, there are no social obligations. The relationships with superiors, colleagues, and subordinates are vastly different from the complex society before the upheaval. There's no need to curry favor, entertain, or gift. Power is confined. The cage is so tight that even a finger cannot slip through. Strictly speaking, the average happiness level is highest among farmers. They work at sunrise and rest at sunset. The houses are quite spacious. They have no worries about food and drink. Each day, they don't have to deal with complex matters, just tending to their crops, which isn't easy, but feels quite free. As long as it's not during the busy farming season, they can make their own decisions, without the pressure of survival. There's no need to save money for future generations. Work until 60, farm for a few years, and then return to work. Yes, that is how it's decided. He set a plan for himself. The organization does not advocate for laziness, but as long as one is contributing, that is supported. Farming counts as a contribution. Therefore, this way of thinking isn't just his. Many people think the same under the premise that lifespan is no longer an issue. People's work plans can be quite diverse. 3 years in a professional field, 1 year farming. 1 year in a professional field, 1 year farming. Both are possible, and the freedom in careers makes him love this system immensely, feeling very satisfied. Although some leadership positions, once left, cannot be regained upon return. After understanding the system of Xingqian, the attractiveness of these positions has greatly diminished. The higher the position, the more responsibilities there are. Sometimes, being a small employee is actually quite good, offering the best cost-performance ratio. It's just a matter of different roles. There is no high or low status. Returning to the village, Jin Xiangdong found that many courtyards had already decorated for the Spring Festival with the traditional three-piece set, couplets, lanterns, and red knots. Even though there were still a few days until New Year's Eve, everyone seemed eager to celebrate. Upon returning home, he noticed his parents had just hung up their decorations. It had been over 20 years since they last put up couplets, and their skills had somewhat deteriorated. His father was very happy. After a moment of silence, Jin Xiangdong reminded him, "Dad, you hung it up wrong. Can't you let me enjoy it for a few more minutes?" He replied, "By the way, the Spring Festival gift package from Xingqian just arrived, and there are quite a few good items in it." Changing the topic successfully, Jin Xiangdong became interested. The official gift package was said to be distributed to every household based on the number of people. Upon opening it, he was delighted. 2 pounds of pork, half a pound of lamb, and half a pound of shrimp. Quite a feast. The Spring Festival on Earth also has benefits, but compared to what was in front of him, it was like heaven and earth apart, and they even had seafood. This year was shaping up to be the richest in 30 years. Chapter 333. Bringing Han Duo into the space, a single Spring Festival gift package nearly depleted Xingqian's stock of pork and lamb. However, since it was food, sharing was fine. After all, the livestock were male, and keeping some for breeding was sufficient. At least for the next 10 years, pigs, cattle, and sheep would only be considered as Spring Festival benefits, while chickens, ducks, and rabbits would be the main sources of meat. In City 23 on Earth, as the Spring Festival approached, the commercial area was bustling, filled with festive atmosphere, and many people had gradually accepted the Spring Festival of Daxia. First, it was genuinely celebratory. Second, it was unique. The commercial areas of other countries showed no response at all, with no related decorations, and some people even protested, but it was of no use. They continued their own ways, ignoring the protests. Please believe us. There really are aliens. The voices of those holding signs became hoarse. Over the past half year, the number of supporters dwindled, and now only a few remained. How pitiful. Half a year ago, their voices were still loud and clear, but now they were barely audible. Indeed, in the face of these people, others offered their praise. Look, they can still shout here. It's a manifestation of democratic representation and freedom of speech. It feels good once you get used to it. Every time they didn't see them on the street, it felt like something was missing. Keep it up. Don't give up. Listening to the words of encouragement, a few of them were on the verge of tears. If it weren't for the temptation of the boat tickets, they would have long since given up. After a busy day, Han Xiang returned home and unexpectedly learned some shocking news. What? You're being transferred? Moving? In an instant, his mind buzzed, and a flood of thoughts rushed in. Exclusion, suppression, picking peaches. The struggles depicted in previous stories keep resurfacing, and the worst fears have come true. Those in high positions wield immense power, naturally attracting envy from many. Have those individuals finally targeted Chu Xian? It's nothing. A small setback is insignificant. You are still young. Han Xiang quickly spoke to comfort him. Noting that since the decision is made, it's useless to seek the speaker. He just feels sorry for Chu Xian. He hopes this blow won't leave him in despair. That's right. Brother Xian, you still have us. At worst, we can continue to focus on our research work like before, Han Duo added. She had just learned about the matter and felt it was unfair, but understood it was likely the result of the power plays among the bigwigs. She felt powerless in the face of it all. Hearing this, Chu Xian simply smiled faintly. After dinner, they tidied up and went to check out their new home, assuring them it was even more beautiful than this one. After dinner, Han Xiang and Han Duo quickly packed their personal belongings, which were not many, just 2 large boxes each. They were moving overnight. How quickly things change. Stepping outside, they arrived at the location where they had previously communicated with the speaker. Where is this? Sleeping on the floor? Looking at the empty hall, they felt a bit dazed. Come here. They wandered over to Chu Xian. Suddenly, the 3 vanished from the hall. In the dimensional space, they appeared on a complexly designed metal disc in the central park of Baiyun Town. Where is this? The sudden shift in scenery left both of them a bit overwhelmed. This scene was beyond their comprehension. As they looked around, they saw many people, some strolling in the park, others wandering on wide roads, with no roofs overhead. Or maybe the roofs were just too high. There were also distant mountains, appearing almost real. Could this be underground in city number 23? What a massive project. That was the only explanation within their understanding, despite numerous gaps in logic. Welcome to Baiyun Town. A small vehicle approached, carrying the 3 toward the banks of Baiyun River. This is our new home. The villa was slightly larger than those in city number 23, though less luxurious in decoration. It offered a view of the river and the distant mountain range. However, as the light source had already dipped below the mountains, visibility was poor, with only a few vacation villas lighting up in the distance. Although it only took a thought to raise the light source, they chose not to do so. Let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to this land. That night, Han Duo couldn't sleep at all. Firstly, her enhanced physical condition made it hard to rest. Secondly, she was not used to the new bed. Thirdly, she was contemplating Brother Xian's predicament, suddenly reassigned, and unsure which department he had been moved to. Early the next morning, Han Xiang got up to make breakfast, century egg and lean meat congee. While cooking, he stepped onto the balcony and gazed into the distance, muttering, "What are those bright lights? Were they lighting from the set? Or the lights of some equipment?" It was still dark outside, just like last night. He thought the distant mountains were merely a painted backdrop. This phenomenon existed in many places in the area known as City 23. Preconceived notions took hold. He believed it was a massive, temperature-controlled dome, and he couldn't help but marvel at how impressive such a structure was. It must be quite sturdy, otherwise, how could it support a radius of several kilometers? A few years ago, this might have been unachievable, but with today's rapid advancements in technology, achieving this is no longer difficult. Yes, that must be it. Oh, there are people out earlier than I am. On the road by the Baiyun River, figures began to appear, jogging sporadically, while some rode bicycles back and forth. Han Xiang felt quite good about it. At that moment, Han Duo had already gotten up and come to the balcony. "Grandpa, what are you looking at? People are running. So many of them." Han Duo felt a surge of novelty, then sighed inwardly. People come and go, and this place is completely open. Following the incident at the award ceremony, where there was a shooting, security measures had been significantly enhanced. But now, looking left and right, there wasn't a single security personnel in sight, as if they had been completely abandoned. At that moment, Chu Xian walked over slowly, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance and softly said, "It's coming soon." Upon hearing this, the 2 were taken aback. "What do you mean?" Half an hour later, they were staring blankly into the distance, watching as the sky began to brighten, followed by a beautiful glow filling the horizon, and finally, the sun rising. Half of it emerged from behind the distant mountains. At that moment, the entire world lit up, blue skies, white clouds, mountains, and the red sun. The 2 were astonished. This technology was incredible, creating a sense of visual depth without any flaws. "Wow, amazing. Grandpa, look at the clouds in the sky. They look so real. And the layering of the mountains and the rising sun creates such a beautiful effect. The wheat fields across the river must be real too." Excited, Han Duo analyzed the scene based on her understanding, her eyes shining. This picture was too beautiful. Hearing this, Han Xiang thought it seemed quite reasonable. But it was just a bit too real. "Ah, my porridge." Han Xiang suddenly realized he was cooking porridge, but when he went to the kitchen, he found the fire had already stopped, and the porridge was ready. Chu Xian was serving the food. Duo, come have breakfast." After eating, Chu Xian took the 2 outside. Chu Wei. Many people on the street greeted him. Although he hadn't publicly announced his identity as a decision-maker, this was the heart of the power center. And of course, they recognized him. As a hero of the planet and a high-ranking official, he was already well known. Now, having joined the organization and been promoted to a decision-maker seemed quite reasonable. "Xiangu, why do they call you that?" Han Duo asked curiously. In response, as they walked, Chu Xian said, "Let me formally introduce this place. This is Baiyun Town, part of the organization. 10 minutes later, the two felt dazed, overwhelmed, and speechless. The organization, a powerful and terrifying force, according to Chu Xian's description, has already taken control of the entire planet. Over 95% of the discourse power in the Central Alliance is in its hands, whether at the headquarters or in local areas, regardless of military or political affairs. All important positions are held by members of the organization. The three major leaders follow the orders of the organization, and the council has been reduced to an internal meeting of the organization. My goodness, what have they heard? The administrative structure of the organization is divided into 12 levels, with the highest authority being the decision-making committee, similar to a parliamentary system, but with much greater power. There is no situation where the positions of the three major leaders and vice-chairpersons remain unchanged. A month ago, I was promoted to a member of the decision-making committee for life, and we will work here from now on. Baiyun Town is the headquarters of the organization. The three major commands and 36 departments are all concentrated in this area. Finally, let me introduce this land, the Star Continent, a special secret realm owned by the organization. A gigantic space with a complete ecological environment. 100 million square kilometers have already been developed. Chapter 335. Han Duoduo's imagination at this moment. Both of their minds went blank again. 100 million. And the unit is square kilometers. Just 3 seconds ago, they still thought they were in a massive underground cave or inside a temperature-controlled dome. However, Chu Xian told them that this was a secret realm, with a developed area reaching 100 million square kilometers. What does that even mean? The land area before the planet's cataclysm was less than 150 million. Shocked. Astounded. They had looks of disbelief on their faces. 100 million developed. What about the undeveloped area? How large is it? 200 million? 300 million? Or even 1 billion square kilometers? This is not just a secret realm. It is practically a complete world. 10 minutes later, they boarded a train. They had once thought the distant greenery was just a backdrop, but after experiencing it firsthand, all doubts were cast aside. It's real. Everything is genuine, without any embellishment. The journey ahead continued to refresh their understanding. Farmlands, mountains, plains, coastal villas, and underwater railways. Approaching noon, they crossed the inner sea and outer sea, arriving at a massive city, the A1 metropolitan area. This area is designated for residents from a specific region. It can accommodate a population of 10 million, with a total of 36 cities. The Biring urban cluster comprises 108 cities, capable of housing 3 million people, of which 18 cities are allocated to residents from the specific region. This is the core urban cluster. Walking on the streets, they could already see many people, all with familiar faces from that specific region. Han Duoduo and Han Xiang felt as though they had returned to an underground city, which felt very comforting. In City 23, there are actually not many people from that region, less than 10%, with most of the visible population having different skin tones. Walking on the streets of this city, the view was endless. In a city with a population of 10 million, it was possible to see far into the distance. The entire core urban cluster was completed at the end of last year and still felt quite new, with all management led by the organization, which is also recognized by the specific region. Currently, the population is still not large. However, this year, there are plans to migrate 1.5 billion people, including 250 million from the Great Xia region, making core urban areas even more bustling. Next year, a global population transfer will be completed. This was not originally intended. But as you, Duo, understand, this universe is far from peaceful. The Earth is no longer safe, and the neighboring star systems are the same. For the survival of humanity, the Stellar Organization has decided to open its own secret realms, providing a retreat for all humanity. Listening to the narrative, the two gradually shed their unfamiliarity with the Stellar Organization. Fighting against extinction, the spark of humanity, the final retreat. The image of the Stellar Organization became grander, and Han Duoduo suddenly recalled the previous crisis with the bamboo monster being resolved. She had curiously asked what humanity's trump card was. Chu Xian had replied with, "It's me." At this moment, Han Duoduo felt that what Chu Xian referred to as me was not just one person, but the entire Stellar Organization. Duoduo is quite clever. At the same time, many long-held doubts in her heart began to make sense. For instance, how Chu Xian could completely disregard the Earth's material supply system and repeatedly provide her with good things: hot pot, cake, raw rice, meat, seafood. Reflecting on the past few years with Chu Xian, she had indeed tasted all kinds of delicacies, regardless of location. Even items that theoretically shouldn't appear in neighboring star systems could be obtained. So it turns out that her brother Xian had likely joined the Stellar Organization long ago. This is the benefit of the Stellar Organization. Everything that is hard to obtain on Earth is quite simple on the Stellar Continent. With various industries well developed and a suitable climate, there's no shortage of food. In the afternoon, they embarked on their return journey. This time, they were traveling by aircraft, soaring high in the sky and weaving through the clouds. Below was the 12 Zodiac Island, Also the main campus of Stellar University, which can accommodate 1 million students in each campus. As Han Duo observed everything, many questions surged in her mind. The cultural elements of the Great Xia were too pronounced. The main campus of Stellar University even used the 12 zodiac signs, and many other places did the same, like Baiyun Town, on the train, and in the A1 district. The signs were all in Chinese characters. It would be reasonable for the A1 district assigned to the Great Xia to be filled with cultural elements from there. But why were other places the same? At this moment, Chu Xian chuckled and asked, "Are you thinking of something?" Indeed. The official language of the Stellar Organization is Chinese, with characters in Chinese, while English and others are only supplementary for some signs, like chemical formulas. As for the reason, it involves some core secrets of the Stellar Organization. So don't be too curious about it. After hearing this, Han Duo was mind raced. It seems that the Great Xia people must have a very high proportion of power within the Stellar Organization or have had a significant influence on it in the past. Either way, it's a good thing. Chapter 336. The Farmer's Courtyard. This time, the return was not to the villa in Baiyun Town, but to a mountain villa on the peak of a snowy mountain. The cold wind brushed against her face, accompanied by falling snowflakes. As the aircraft landed on the platform of the hot spring villa, "It's real snow. How beautiful." Han Duo happily rushed into the snow. Although one could see the snow scenery floating beside the planetary engine, it was mainly solid carbon dioxide. Unlike here, this was real snow. It melted into water in her palm, rather than directly vaporizing like carbon dioxide, and the two sensations were completely different. "What is this?" Han Xiang asked curiously. "Hot Spring Villa. One of the perks exclusive to me as a decision-making committee member." Han Xiang couldn't help but admire the treatment. Truly worthy of a big shot in the Star Realm, enjoying an exclusive hot spring villa. One could overlook other peaks while also gazing down at the cloud town, with an excellent view and picturesque scenery. Hearing about the hot spring, Han Duo was eyes lit up. "Is there a hot spring?" "Yes." Chu Xian led her to the hot spring pool, where steam was rising, and the water was clear and vast, covering several hundred square meters. "This is the largest, with only one here. There are 6 smaller hot springs located in the guest rooms. You can choose one to stay in." Upon hearing this, Han Duo cheered and selected a room. Though it was called a guest room, each one was quite spacious, like a large suite. It included a living room, bedroom, balcony, and hot spring, resembling a standalone villa. Although the hot spring was only about 20 square meters, it was enough for one person to enjoy. After touring their second residence, the two were still not satisfied. Everything here was so novel, and the conditions were extraordinary. As evening approached, Chu Xian said, "Let's go. We won't cook tonight. Let's try the food at the resort." With curiosity, they followed the winding snow-covered path to a public resort, which was quite crowded. It was the end of the year, approaching the spring festival. Many people had accumulated a long holiday by contributing, so the place was bustling with activity. Although the villas allowed for self-catering, 3 people felt a bit too quiet. This open-style resort and hotel had a total of 36 locations in the crater, each with its unique features: snowy mountains, bamboo forests, flower seas, various environments. Only those who reached a certain contribution level could come here, as it was reward-based. The fees were very inexpensive. Of course, as my assistant, you are not bound by contribution levels, and you can bring direct relatives, including Grandpa Han. Upon hearing this, Han Duo was overjoyed, realizing she could enjoy the benefits without restrictions. Her brother Xian was always so outstanding. Being with brother Xian means good fortune. She thought how lucky she was to witness and follow Chu Xian to this day, dining on delicious food in a lively place, strolling back to soak in a hot spring. It was simply a fairy tale life. The next day was New Year's Eve. At 9:30 a.m., Chu Xian brought Lu Qi in with him, and after that, Han Xiang took over the explanations, so Lu Qi spent the entire morning in a state of shock. It was too thrilling, completely overturning his worldview, with an overwhelming amount of information. The Star Organization was incredibly powerful, controlling a world. No, it should be 2. The Earth was also under its control, if including the neighboring star systems, that made 3. However, even when combined, the solar system and neighboring star systems cannot compare to the star continent. There is simply no comparison. It is a space world independent of the universe, safe, concealed, and self-contained, a natural harbor. After learning some of the rules of the stars, can I get a piece of land to cultivate? Han Xiang asked hopefully. Chu Xian nodded. Of course, you can, just outside Baiyun Town. When the time comes, pick a nearby village. The main grain production area has already shifted elsewhere. Therefore, the land outside Baiyun Town, like other places in the core urban area, will be allocated for families of relevant personnel to farm. Many people in the central departments of the stars are eager for a piece of land to freely develop. Naturally, this need must be met. Great, great. From now on, I'll just cultivate the land. Han Xiang smiled happily. Having once lived in a large metropolis, getting a piece of land was incredibly difficult. His household registration had already been moved out, and the village land had long been reclaimed by the collective. Now, he could finally realize his dream of a small farmhouse. That very night, in the early hours, bang, boom, wow, the entire sky was once again filled with fireworks, facing the grand display of the stars. The three had already begun to get used to it. Chapter 337. Announcement of resignation. This year's fireworks display lasted 15 minutes, enjoyed by hundreds of millions of people across the star continent. After witnessing this, they had completely lost the desire to set off their own fireworks. It was simply too spectacular. Everyone felt the same. Compared to the scene before them, ordinary fireworks were indeed dull and uninteresting. It seemed that the stars did not sell fireworks or even firecrackers. If one wanted to see them, they could only wait for the annual spring festival. It wasn't a bad thought, as there really wasn't much need for firecrackers on ordinary days. Weddings, funerals, business openings, certain daily customs had detailed regulations in the stars, discouraging extravagance and promoting simplicity. Why was there still a category for business openings? Because the private economy was not completely abolished. Energy, communications, military industry, and even the production of everyday goods were all operated by the stars, but some individual economies were allowed to exist. Haircuts, snacks, cakes, restaurants. If a city had none of these, it would be too desolate. Therefore, their existence is permitted in the laws of the stars, serving as a supplement to the local vibrancy. The next day, in the morning, a one district's first commercial center. Candied hawthorn, popcorn, milk tea, on public holidays. The foot traffic here, for a city with a population of 10 million, could be described as rather sparse. However, everyone knew it was only temporary. With the influx of people, by the end of the year at the latest, this place would become bustling. Although it seemed desolate, it was still quite lively. With people coming and going, everything before them was simply wonderful. The dumplings traditionally eaten on the first day of the Lunar New Year on Earth were directly replaced with a gift package from the stars. Many people cried during last night's New Year's Eve dinner. If synthetic meat could replicate the taste of pork and lamb, it was indeed a delightful experience. Seafood has not been eaten for over 20 years. Sob. So touching. It's so hard to describe the beauty before me. The only thing I know is to cherish it doubly. Having experienced the cataclysm, I understand how precious it is. Now, during meals, every grain of rice and every drop of soup is not wasted. Just like the older generation who experienced famine, their attitude towards food and saving ingrained in their bones. I recall how half of the food was wasted each year before the disaster. That was simply a crime. When good days are short, one forgets what it's like to live well. At a pastry shop, business is booming. Thank the stars. A couple nearing 50 is busy in the shop, which they opened before the disaster and are now resuming their old trade. Their application was approved quickly. After working hard for a few years, they earned some credits. They plan to apply to become farmers, returning to the village to grow food. After all, it's all similar, and no amount of credits can buy a house. All shops under the stars are for rent, not for sale, at low prices, and they cannot be inherited. Even if one opens a very successful shop, making in a day what others earn in a year seems to have little use. Because even if one wants to vacation by the sea, there are strict contribution requirements. Running a shop for a year, farming for a year, and working for a year. The contribution value earned is nearly the same. While vacation expenses are fully covered, and food and drinks are cheap. Therefore, it's easier to return home and farm. Boss, a small cake, please. Sure. After the spring festival, everything returns to a busy state, with construction in the outer urban areas in full swing and millions joining every day. On February 16th, the official announcement was made. What? The director is stepping down? Why? I heard it's too busy. The official reason sounds quite accurate, but is interpreted as being too tired, with big daily pressures leading to resignation. Of course, there are conspiracy theories suggesting it's a case of killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, but due to global internet controls, no one is fanning the flames. Within a week, the news cooled down, yet some still lamented the loss of the director. A level 3 official, a high-ranking position, with at least 100 others of the same rank and qualifications watching closely. Once you step down, it's nearly impossible to rise again. Alas, such a pity. Still lamenting for the director? Haha, that person is soaring high. The speaker chuckled bitterly. Is a level 3 director really that high? In the organization, they rank at level 1, belonging to the highest tier, although there are 18 others at the same level. Yet, they are still a top existence, with much more power than a director. Don't mention the director. If possible, they would gladly trade this speaker position for a decision-maker role in the organization. Chapter 338. Reinforcement. Again, time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. I don't even know what Xiangu has been busy with. Only seeing him once a month. Outside a villa by the inner sea, Han Duo walks along the beach, gentle waves continuously lapping at the shore. As an assistant, the work is relaxed, especially since Chu Xian has not been around for a long time. She has moved her workplace here, enjoying the sunrise every day, basking in the sunlight, and occasionally swimming in the sea. She cooks, reads, and takes leisurely walks. Life is quite nice. She knows that Chu Xian is busy with important matters, but she doesn't ask for specifics. She just quietly does her part, such as keeping track of the progress of various concerns: infrastructure, research, and immigration. Although these are managed by 3 major departments, the decision-making committee has supervisory authority. As an assistant to a decision-making committee member, Han Duoduo has another role as a senior inspector in the committee's inspection office. She has been promoted to level 5 in administration. Indeed, she has leveled up. As a level 5 member of the highest authority, her status is equivalent to that of a minister in various departments when she walks through the streets of Baiyun Town. There is a sense of respect. The directors of the major departments treat her courteously. She is not sure why. Han Duoduo notices that other committee members seem to dislike working in Baiyun Town, as she hasn't seen any of them so far. The reason for this can only be attributed to Chu Xian's recent arrival. After all, newcomers should follow the rules a bit more. Today, the total population of the Starry continent has surpassed 1 billion. Opening the Starry News Network, Han Duoduo immediately sees this headline. So fast. In just 1 month, the population has increased by 125 million, which is indeed about right. She checks out other sections of the news network: people's livelihoods, technology, policies, entertainment. Compared to before the disaster, it's pretty much the same. Han Duoduo clicks on the entertainment section. Tonight, the first life drama Golden Era on Starry will reach its grand finale, and the sci-fi drama 3 Body will take over. The ancient-style new song Breaking Illusions has surpassed 15 million downloads. The 2078 Mid-Autumn Festival Gala has officially entered the preparation stage. The anime Quibos 6 is launching today. All of this is genuine news, without any gossip. Han Duoduo learned from Han Xiang about the era of entertainment addiction and dislikes it. Starry's approach is to get to the root of the issue and impose strict regulations. Decadence, hedonism, and materialism are not allowed to be promoted in film and television works. Many films and shows from Earth were released by Starry, but some remain permanently banned and discarded. Stars. The only stars in Starry are official promotional personnel. Don't think that films produced in this way are of poor quality. The scripts, appearances, and acting skills are all top-notch, and they are not worse than before the disaster, and in fact, even better. The meaning of mainstream dramas is to promote unity and hard work, not to suffer or preach. They must be made enjoyable to watch. Otherwise, what is the point? Who would want to listen to a bunch of grand theories? Thanks to the openness of the Starry internet, people's lives have become much more fulfilling. In the past on Earth, television was mainly focused on news, and variety shows were almost non-existent, making it quite dull. Now it's better. There's everything: movies, television, anime, music. It's much richer than before, and even the older generation who experienced the pre-disaster internet era thinks it's pretty good. There's no Weibo, no WeChat, and no various short videos. In fact, it's quite nice. In a contentious place, it might be better to cancel everything. The Internet of the Stars is quite clean, with only a few dozen websites combined. All the features that used to bring people together for heated discussions have basically been removed. There are no comment sections, and the most you can do is like or dislike something. Live streaming? Selling goods? It's outright prohibited by law, making everything seem much cleaner. As people's lives become increasingly enriched, the core of the sun has finally been filled. Watching the progress bar, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel emotional. Reflecting on how he had spent the past 6 months, eating until he felt sick, eating during the day, eating at night. The material quality needed for enhancement far exceeds spatial expansion. Normally, after 6 months of consumption, if there were no restrictions, the spatial radius could grow tenfold. However, even with nearly 24 hours of consumption over the last 6 months, he had only just managed to gather enough energy for 1 enhancement, plus the results of 2 months of effort beforehand. One word: pitfall. Enhancement. Chu Xian quickly responded. Yes. The system didn't waste words. And Chu Xian watched sadly as the energy bar shortened from full to 0. He had reverted to square one. Chapter 339. Hydrogen transformation of the blue star 1 hour later. Enhancement complete. Oh, there's an added bonus. According to past patterns, enhancement raises the limit, and to expand to that limit, further consumption is needed. However, this time was different. After enhancement, it reached the limit directly. At this moment, the radius of the dimensional space had already reached 24,000 kilometers, and he learned that it was an added bonus from the energy bar enhancement. If it were a sign-in reward, there would be no such bonus. Moreover, there was one not-so-good piece of news. The system's reward for rule enhancement could only be obtained once. The previous instance was just a sample. Fine. It was just a matter of eating continuously. The granaries of the starry sky were sufficient for assimilation for a long time. Of course, as the radius increased, the authority also rose, with the area of influence expanding from 1% to 10%. Buzz. With a thought, he could control a range of 2,400 kilometers. Impressive, powerful, truly worth it, Chu Xian marveled. Seeing the increase from 120 kilometers to 2,400 kilometers, a full 20-fold increase. Consumption. In the next moment, a large chunk of the solar core was devoured, but unfortunately, the new energy bar only advanced a tiny bit. It seemed that to fill it up again, he would need to consume the entire sun. In the northern hemisphere, many people continued to execute the steel curtain plan. Looking up at the sky, it had dimmed even more. Sigh. The sun was beyond saving. Countless people lamented that since the beginning of the year, the sun's brightness had been declining. For a day or two, it wasn't noticeable. But after more than half a year, the difference was significant. The sky was no longer bright, but had taken on a dusk-like hue. The only explanation was that the sun was aging, and no one protested in the streets anymore. The discourse about helium flashes being a hoax had lost its audience. After taking a big bite, Chu Xian didn't continue to consume. A minute later, he arrived at Jupiter. As the mass of the sun decreases and gravity weakens, the orbits of celestial bodies within the star system have undergone significant changes. One by one, they scatter and flee. Take Jupiter, for instance. It has already drifted far away, but with spatial nodes, Chu Xian can teleport at any time. Whoosh. One of Jupiter's moons. Devoured. Whoosh. Another moon. Consumed. Soon, Jupiter becomes a solitary figure, ultimately unable to escape the fate of becoming sustenance, disappearing into the starry sky. An hour later, a bright moon appears overhead on the star continent. Even during the day, it is clearly visible. This reflects the enhanced planning authority, allowing not just the creation of land and oceans, but also celestial bodies. This is a miniature version of the moon, with a radius of only 300 kilometers. It could be larger, but there's no need. It's just right. The hollow candy bean discovered next to the blue star has already been taken away by the Free Alliance's starship. In fact, that is quite good. The initial appearance of the mother body and the understanding of parasitic civilizations made Chu Xian wary of external materials. Even when it comes to mining, he only uses minerals generated by the star continent itself. Therefore, that hollow candy bean could only be considered a temporary idea. If he could produce it himself, even with significant losses, he would still be willing. It's better to be cautious. During the day, the moon is visible, and everyone on the star continent sees it. Stunning. This secret realm not only has a light source, but also a satellite. The star continent has a newly formed celestial body, a moon, proportionally replicated based on the former moon, with a circular orbit. A brief news report explained everyone's confusion and left many marveling at the wonders of this place. Newcomers clamored to join. Not long after devouring Mercury. What? Chu Xian suddenly received news that the blue star's hydrogen had changed. The probe had just transmitted images. Boom. Boom. The tiered arrangement of probes returned identical images. Flash. Impact. Then the probes were destroyed. Core impact energy assessed at 9.75. Chu Xian was also shocked. Even at the core of the sun, where nuclear fusion occurs continuously, the impact is only 3.1. Each additional point represents a 10-fold increase in energy level. One can imagine the magnitude of this impact. Even at full power descent, it would be unable to withstand such destruction. He had tried it before. The intensity of the descent could withstand an energy level impact of 3.9. After enhancement, 4.9 is manageable, and 5.0 should be fine. But 9.75 is definitely beyond endurance. It falls short by over 70,000 times. A star larger than the sun, with energy accumulated over billions of years concentrated in a single second, is truly terrifying. This is even after a significant amount of energy has been absorbed by the torn space. Otherwise, the impact energy level would need to be raised by 2 more points. Of course, that is the impact within the core range. Being at a greater distance is not a concern. Chu Xian wouldn't be so idle as to venture into the star's interior to experience the hydrogen transformation. He is not foolish. This is unscientific. Watching the apocalyptic scene, Chu Xian murmured. According to the hydrogen transformation model of the Free Alliance, it will take 3 years to reach that blue star. What's going on? Has the speed been accelerated? There is no news about the Free Alliance's 8th starship online. Is it blocked, or what? Stay alert for news. Chu Xian instructed his subordinates, who were farming on the human planet inside the starship. Over the past 6 months, the subordinates had integrated into the human population on that planet and could leave their initially assigned areas to farm on the outskirts of the city. Yes. Chapter 340. Spatial pollution. Taking a glance at the speed of the energy shock, it was incredibly fast. Chu Xian sighed. Logically, the maximum speed of energy shock should be the speed of light, but under the influence of dark energy, it directly contradicted physical laws. Slap to the left, slap to the right, creating sparks as if rubbing it on the ground. Well, physical laws originate from humanity's limited technological understanding. What do they really mean? Just like human laws, for some, They are forbidden zones, while for others, they are toys. A vivid metaphor would be a friendly reminder, that's all. 1 minute later, in the wormhole, Chu Xian's figure suddenly appeared. It was quite far from the blue star, and according to the surface area diffusion formula, by the time it reached here, the energy shock level would have decreased to 4.8 at this moment, even though it was still enhanced by dark energy. It would still take a few minutes to arrive here, and he could still see the image of the star, quietly suspended in space, without any sense of destruction. However, its essence had already perished. Snap! Chu Xian took a photo of it with a magnesium flash camera. This was called a sense of ritual. Another minute later, boom. A powerful energy shock collided with the incoming spatial barrier, causing the entire space to shudder, but nothing major happened. The shock intensity was close to 4.9, while the defense reached 5.0. Not bad. The enhancement was impressive. If it were before, he would have had to give up on this wormhole, as he could not withstand such a shock. But now it was a piece of cake. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. The intense shock lasted a full 12 minutes before ending, and the intensity began to decrease. 4.7, 4.6. It took another 10 minutes for it to drop to 1.0. Even so, it was still very powerful. If Earth were here, the surface temperature would probably reach over 100 degrees instantly. Normally 0.1 would be a safe value. As for why it lasted so long, isn't hydrogen transformation supposed to take just a second? Is it forced drama? No. Although hydrogen transformation lasts only a second, the energy released is incredibly powerful, and it does not radiate outward in a regular manner. It scatters and collides with each other, meaning much of the energy cannot be transmitted to the outside world instantly, just like the hydrogen fusion in the sun. In fact, photons from nuclear fusion need a very long time to escape the sun. The process from generation to emergence takes thousands of years. Don't be fooled by the fact that light from the sun takes just over 8 minutes to reach Earth. It has already spent a long time inside, entangled with protons. Therefore, after the explosive energy of a blue star is released in an instant, a chaotic state exists in its core. There is a collision among particles. The first to emerge is the energy from the outer layers, creating a sustained thrust. At the same time, due to the tearing of space, a large amount of energy flows into subspace, but hydrogen fusion energy is not allowed to exist within it. Energy rushes in and pushes out. This is also a process of energy release, causing the hydrogen fusion of the entire star to continue for a period, depending on the mass of the star. Some supergiant stars, as learned from information obtained from the Free Alliance, may even continue for several days. The impact energy is so immense that if a small black hole were placed nearby, it would be shattered into pieces without any reason. After withstanding the strongest impact, Chu Xian initially thought the wormhole would be fine, but discovered it was becoming unstable. What was going on? Soon, Chu Xian learned from the system that it was due to fusion. Only when the total number of fusions reached 12 did the wormhole stabilize, which turned out to be influenced by an abnormal tide of dark energy. The cosmic space seemed to be polluted, causing the wormhole to fail to maintain its normal shape. Previously, with only 6 spatial nodes fused, the wormhole could still operate, but its stability was greatly reduced. Now that it has fused to 12 nodes, it can be fully stabilized. No wonder the central civilization of the galaxy is moving so quickly. Without the wormhole, they cannot traverse space. After space pollution, it would also affect the curvature speed, directly reducing it to light speed, making it impossible to catch up with hydrogen fusion. Therefore, they must escape, and quickly. As for why the spatial nodes can still be used separately, it is simple. The wormhole maintains a spatial channel like a tangled ball of thread, and the spatial nodes only need to maintain their existence. They are activated only when needed. It must be said that the system is impressive. In the following week, Chu Xian did not continue to absorb energy, but instead opened paths between the tangled balls of the 2 wormholes to place detectors. The goal was to perfect the monitoring network within 50 light-years around the solar system. There was no news from the Free Alliance starship, so he could only investigate what the problem was. Chapter 341. The Sirius system. While Chu Xian was busy looking for the cause, on the other side, aboard the 8th starship of the Free Alliance, a group of life forms of various forms gathered together, nervously holding a meeting. The captain said solemnly, "We have received confirmed news. Hydrogen fusion is accelerating." At the same time, monitoring has found that the first wave of fluctuations stopped expanding when it broke through about 100 light-years from the galactic disk, forming a clear boundary and beginning to contract. Coincidentally, at this time, hydrogen fusion accelerated, which is suspected to be related. Everyone, we are in big trouble. If we are caught by hydrogen fusion and the spatial constant enters a fluctuating state, the 8th starship will be slowed down to light speed. In this case, the ship will not be able to reach the supply point and will gradually come to a halt. The atmosphere in the conference hall was heavy. Listening to the news, everyone felt overwhelmed. What should we do? Behind is the accelerated pursuit of hydrogen transformation, and our speed can no longer increase. If we are caught up, it will be the end. Stellar hydrogen transformation. Supply points are exhausted. The spacecraft is finished. Although there is a dark energy fluctuation isolation device, it also consumes energy. And a lot of it. Once it stops, the energy star inside the stellar spacecraft will also directly undergo hydrogen transformation, and the entire star system spacecraft will be instantly dismantled. Everyone will be burned to ashes together. For a moment, everyone fell silent. To be honest, it's not that there is no solution. It's just to abandon some burdens, and core members need to escape, which is hard to propose. The deputy captain chose to be the villain. Everyone, we must make a choice. Our time is running out. Proposal. The curvature planetary array can be contracted to the limit state, and after modification, it can achieve 20 times the speed of light. The technology for 10 times the speed of light was first mastered by the Free Alliance. Over this time, there has naturally been some progress, but it hasn't been widely publicized. As the last escape spacecraft, the No. 8 has actually completed its modification and can reach a limit of 20 times the speed of light. But it must be contracted. We can no longer carry hundreds of planets. 1 star, 27 planetary-level curvature generator arrays. Besides these two, we can only take about 10 more planets, meaning most of the passengers must be abandoned. Agreed. Approved. Once the plan was proposed, it was almost unanimously passed. Most of those who could be considered passengers were civilizations picked up along the way. It was originally just a moment of goodwill. However, when it threatened their own safety, they could only be discarded. The Free Alliance advocates peace. It is neither an environmental organization nor a life rights organization. There is kindness, but not much. They began to transfer core members and valuable civilizations, quickly contracting to these 11 large planets. 2 days later, on August 25th, at this moment, Chu Xian looked at the blue star in front of him. What good luck. Previously, he thought the backup plan was to take the stellar number 8 spacecraft, and its next stop was this star in front of him, Sirius A. It is over 8 light years away from the solar system, emitting a faint blue light. Moreover, it is a binary star system, with a white dwarf companion star, Sirius B, not far away. We hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot. Chu Xian smiled happily. What is this? Delicious compressed biscuits. The mass of the white dwarf Sirius B is 1 times that of the Sun, but its size is only that of Earth. After eating cotton candy for so long, he finally saw a piece of compressed biscuit, and he couldn't help but drool. Well, I can't eat it yet, because this is a stop for the stellar spacecraft. If the people from the Free Alliance come and find something unusual, it will be troublesome. Forget it. Just hold on. After all, the stellar spacecraft 1T take even the white dwarf away. Chapter 342. Feeling lucky looking at the white dwarf in front of him. Suddenly a message came from his subordinate. Malfunction? Maintenance? Chu Xian was a bit surprised. What is going on? The information platform on the Freedom Alliance spaceship is unable to log in, akin to a complete internet shutdown on Earth. This is quite ridiculous. But I didn't think too much about it. It was just a malfunction, and with the capabilities of the Freedom Alliance, it should be fixed in an hour at most. However, a week has passed, and it still hasn't been repaired. This is unusual. Something strange is happening. Until September 3rd, when my subordinate reported that the starship had stopped in a star system, but it was not serious. Shortly after, a broadcast sounded on all frequencies. Apologies. Due to technical difficulties, the starship can no longer carry many planets forward and can only leave behind some civilizations here. Therefore, we have selected this star system for your placement. At the same time, beacons have been deployed. If other starships pass by, they will continue to take you on your journey. The announcement made no mention of hydrogen transformation acceleration and sounded very sincere. We are malfunctioning. We can't carry you. We are leaving you behind. The higher-ups of the spaceship are not foolish. They wouldn't reveal everything, leaving some hope for the others, which could be considered a final act of kindness. Once the broadcast was made, dozens of weaker civilizations were left dumbfounded. What? We are going to be left behind? Some were at a loss, originally hoping to hitch a ride to a new home, only to find themselves abandoned by the Freedom Alliance midway. The leaders of these civilizations reached out, wanting to inquire about the situation and see if there was any way to bring their civilizations along. Unfortunately, those who could receive the broadcast had been filtered out and lacked potential, strength, or any strong backing. The outcome was already predetermined. It was impossible to change. Please, take us with you, just a few people from each civilization. Many leaders contemplated making a run for it on their own. Firstly, there were many civilizations left behind, all crowded in one star system, and they feared that before the next starship arrived, chaos would ensue. Secondly, if there was no next starship, it would be a tragic situation with a massive hydrogen transformation source nearby. Although it would take a long time for the transformation to occur, who would want to wait to die here? Sorry. The captain's reply left them in despair. Resistance? Cursing? Yelling? Who would dare? Faced with a civilization at the pinnacle of the galaxy, the Freedom Alliance shone like a star. Even if they were angry, they had to hold it in. At least there was a rescue beacon or something. Angering the other party would mean the beacon could be revoked, and then there would be no hope left at all. The technology of the Freedom Alliance is incredibly advanced. This is a lifeless star system. Planets, moons, and asteroids that originally orbited were forcibly pushed out of the star system by some power, becoming a wandering celestial body. Subsequently, depending on the different living environments of the civilizations, it was as if glass balls were placed, with one planet after another entering orbit. They began to rotate and revolve, becoming part of this star system. Due to the sheer number of them, sometimes several planets were placed in one orbit. This massive undertaking left Chu Xian somewhat astonished. But that was all there was to it. Impressive, truly a top-tier civilization in the galaxy. However, I will be able to achieve this soon. With the upgrade of space and the expansion of influence, gaining power is not that difficult. The Free Alliance must be hiding something, likely related to the acceleration of hydrogen transformation. As expected, one shouldn't have too high moral expectations of them, but it's also not wrong. It's just a matter of different stances, and everything is understandable. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at the weakness of other civilizations. Weakness is the original sin. In the face of the actions of the Free Alliance, Chu Xian felt no anger. They did nothing wrong. The fault lies with the disaster itself. If it weren't for this stellar ship, those civilizations might have long been eradicated by hydrogen transformation and wouldn't have survived to this day, so they are already lucky. But luck won't last forever. This time, they might only await death. Of course, this is under the premise of not intervening. Chu Xian has always been very interested in these civilizations. If we say they are strong, they can't compare to the likes of the Free Alliance. If we say they are weak, most are not worse than Earth and may even be stronger. Their intelligence is not weak and holds significant value. He hadn't had the opportunity to engage with them before, and now he was somewhat grateful to the Free Alliance for providing him with so many civilizations for free. What a good deed. With so many workers, Chu Xian felt he was about to strike gold. Chapter 343. Is it too much to dismantle the station? At this moment, Chu Xian felt like he had stumbled upon a windfall, and it was quite a few at once, prompting him to wipe the corners of his mouth. Slurp, salivating. And it didn't stop there. He then turned his gaze towards Sirius A, initially planning to take the opportunity to hitch a ride on this stellar high-speed train. But now it seemed there had been a change. They had left all the passengers behind. The difficulty of getting a ride was increasing. Clearly, the original plan was now somewhat unfeasible. In that case, is it unreasonable to dismantle this station? Having witnessed the style of the Free Alliance, his resolve became even stronger. Dismantle. What is the point of keeping it? Since they won't let me catch a ride anyway. Chu Xian made his decision without hesitation. Perhaps showing enough value might still allow him to board the ship, but he had lost interest. At the same time, his interest in the stellar ship was gradually increasing. Whoosh. Chu Xian dove into Sirius A. The blue star, originally meant as a backup food supply, unexpectedly exploded due to hydrogen transformation. A massive mouth with a radius of 400 kilometers opened wide, creating a direct passage. A bit filling. Continue. After dropping off various civilized planets, the Free Alliance's 8th stellar ship wished them good luck before setting off again, disappearing into the starry sky. No. Woe is me, abandoned. What a disaster. Why not see it through to the end? Damn it. Some beings grew bold, starting to blame and curse, fully expressing their impotent rage. Most, however, were quite normal, eagerly awaiting rescue. What else could they do? Certain death? Sometimes hope is worth clinging to. What if a miracle happens? Due to the prolonged period of peace previously maintained, dozens of civilizations gathered in a single star system without immediately engaging in conflict. After all, wars usually have a purpose. Is it population? Resources? Technology? It seems none of these are lacking. It's not that they are all wealthy, but rather that they are quite clear about the current main issue, escaping the hydrogen transformation zone. Otherwise, no matter how much they seize, it would only be a futile effort. Soon, some of the more advanced civilizations proposed sharing technology in hopes of jointly constructing starships. It wasn't arrogance. It was a matter of necessity. Everyone, in the absence of knowing when help might arrive, we must save ourselves. Let go of prejudices and cooperate for mutual benefit. Although the process was challenging, one couldn't avoid action simply because of difficulties, as that would solve nothing. In just 3 days, an alliance was formed. A new information exchange platform emerged, contrasting with the previous situation aboard the starship where everyone held back. This time, facing a life-and-death crisis, they had to make painful sacrifices, even sharing some of their core secrets. If they kept hiding things, they would only take them to their graves. Having witnessed the strength of a free alliance, they felt that the technology they possessed was rather limited. Is this a harmonious situation? No. The highest scientific institution of a civilization's home planet. Wow. So much technology, much of which we don't have. This is fantastic. The leaders of the civilizations collectively expressed their excitement. but everyone had their own agendas and personal interests. Developing starship technology in the star system was difficult. The best approach was actually to create a conventional faster-than-light spacecraft. Planetary-level designs were impractical, so they turned to satellite-level designs. Anything smaller would not suffice. The energy needed for 10 times the speed of light was beyond what a ship just a few kilometers or even tens of kilometers long could provide. Short distances were manageable, but long distances were out of the question. In summary, taking all living beings of the civilization away would be ideal. If not, they would have to be abandoned. Everyone worked hard to quickly break through the technology for satellite-level faster-than-light spacecraft. The slogans were shouted loudly. Upon hearing about the activities from his subordinates, Chu Xian nodded. Good, they weren't mindlessly fighting. In this situation, unity was the optimal solution. He didn't immediately get involved, but instead let his subordinates gather some technology first to improve their tech tree. However, he couldn't delay for too long. After all, that place wasn't too far from the original blue star, and with the acceleration of hydrogen transformation, time was tight. Chapter 344. Entering the Wolf's Den on the second day of the Civilization Alliance. In the morning, several massive spacecraft arrived at the city where his subordinates were located. Since the entire planet had only served its previous masters, there was only one city, while the rest were estates. The majority of the planet's population resided in the surrounding areas. Report. Those civilizations unanimously decided to treat this planet as a resource planet and to carry out forced demolitions. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Chu Xian was slightly taken aback. Forced demolitions? Such a familiar operation. At this moment, inside the city, a group of people felt utterly despondent. After a brief period of good days, they found themselves once again under someone else's roof, forced to relocate entirely as compensation. They now lived in a country that also belonged to human civilization. Alas, it was said to be an imperial civilization, and no one knew what the future would hold. If their original civilization were still intact, these individuals wouldn't have the audacity to act so brazenly. Despite their anger, they could only grit their teeth and endure. This planet was merely a vacation spot for its original inhabitants, which had since been abandoned. There were no powerful offensive weapons left behind, just a few aircraft, not even a single spaceship. One word, weak. They were almost defenseless, with no standing to refuse. The reasons provided by those civilizations were quite straightforward: talent, resources, and technology. Each group had to contribute at least one of these. However, now, with only a few 100,000 people, they could only meet the second requirement. The other two were far below standard, so they could only offer the planet as compensation. There was no choice but to accept it. At least they had a place to survive instead of facing annihilation. Strictly speaking, this planet wasn't theirs to begin with. This was a notification, not a request for opinions. They could do nothing but console themselves. The next day, in the morning, the mass relocation began as hundreds of thousands boarded spaceships. By evening, they arrived at their destination, a military base housing nearly 100,000 personnel. Men and women were separated for registration and health checks. After disembarking, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. But soon people began to notice that many were missing after the health checks. Both men and women were affected, with the latter being in the majority. When they inquired with the officials, the response was that the women had been conscripted into the Imperial Logistics Service. Don't worry, it's very safe. You all need to work hard from now on. Consider it the fee for taking you in. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Fee for taking us in? What are you talking about? You forcibly took our planet and brought us here, and now you want us to pay a fee? How does that make sense? An elder stepped forward to question. Previously, the official scoffed. Who told you that? Go find out for yourself. All communication devices had been confiscated, leaving these people with no means to contact other civilizations. They could only shout in vain. It was utterly useless. Pursuing accountability? No one knew how to even begin. Moreover, even if they did know, it wouldn't matter. Few civilizations were truly benevolent, as long as the larger framework maintained its facade. They wouldn't care about the lives of these individuals. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. Thieves! Bandits! Give us back our planet. Amid the angry shouts, a few shots rang out as the officials fired their weapons, sending several people from the front rows to their deaths, and feeling unsatisfied, they killed a few more. Remember, you must follow the rules here, or you will die. On the other side, it was like entering a den of wolves. Chu Xian quickly grasped the situation. Not only were those people affected, but even the spaceship belonging to his subordinates had been confiscated. He had hoped that the human civilization at their destination would have some morals. As expected, one shouldn't set their expectations too high. Technological advancement and moral standards often bore little relation to one another, just like humanity on Earth over thousands of years. It seemed, some plans need adjustments. 10 minutes later, at the spaceship port of the military base, Buzz, Chu Xian appeared inside his own spacecraft. Previously, he couldn't teleport while on the Free Alliance spaceship moving at 10 times the speed of light. The spatial nodes and visual sharing were different. One belonged to the equipment, while the other was a system function. The former had some limitations, but the latter could act without reason. Strictly speaking, the spatial nodes were incredibly advanced, capable of teleporting across tens of light years, showcasing top-tier black technology. Even the most advanced civilizations in the galaxy didn't possess such capabilities. Otherwise, why would there be a need for all that running? Spatial descent. In an instant, the entire military base was laid out before him. And Chu Xian finally understood what the logistics services of the Empire meant. Serving the nobility. Serving the military. How to serve. Clearly as a form of consolation. It wasn't just aimed at outsiders, as this civilization itself had strict hierarchies. Nobility, commoners, and lowly people. Yet, it wasn't in a backward era. On the contrary, its technological level was more advanced than that of Earth, with a total of 5 habitable planets. This was still a civilization that the Free Alliance had saved along the way. The rest of their habitable planets numbered over 600. 99% of them were technologically transformed. Now, they likely lost all their hydrogen. Originally, their population was 58 billion, but now only a little over 1 billion remained, which seemed quite tragic. However, this had nothing to do with Chu Xian, just as the other side didn't regard those who looked similar outside their civilization as human. All he needed to be was a worker. Whether the alien human civilization was miserable or not, he could only feel a bit of sympathy. Chu Xian was only responsible for Earth. Chapter 345, Doing Good Things. After learning some information, Chu Xian couldn't help but exclaim. 600 habitable planets. Several billion people. Yet, such a civilization was merely a weak one, at least in the eyes of the Free Alliance. With such a scale, the number of scientists produced should be astonishing. However, despite having such a base of scientists, they had produced starships capable of 10 times the speed of light, indicating how high the threshold was. If it weren't for his advantages, Chu Xian might have felt hopeless. Earth only had a total population in the billions. Developing into a civilization with several billion people would take 1,000 years, a lengthy time. Even then, mastering the technology for 10 times the speed of light would still be a low probability. Difficulties, bottlenecks, and accidents could all slow down a civilization's technological development. There is a limit to technological explosions as well. Fortunately, we have a system, so we don't need to progress step by step. We can directly board a spaceship at the speed of light and rush forward. Although all of this isn't entirely reliant on his own abilities. Chu Xian felt no shame at all. Hands on his hips, he declared, "Fortune is on my side." Returning to his thoughts, it was time to get down to business. With a thought, he arrived at the highest commander's room in the military base, where something bad was happening. "No, please, spare me. Woo-woo." A stunningly beautiful girl was trembling. Her hands tied behind her back, writhing on the large bed. She had once thought relocating to another civilization posed risks. But who could have expected the other party would so quickly drop all pretenses, registering her identity, branding her as an outcast, and then forcibly assigning her to some logistics service department of the Empire, only to be thrown onto the bed of this plump noble. She cried out to the heavens, but no answer came. She cried out to the earth, but no relief was granted. She cried out for help. Suddenly noticing a man appearing in the corner of the room, she froze in place, her voice cutting off abruptly. She forgot to scream. Seeing her sudden silence, the chubby official rubbed his hands together and began removing his clothes, eager to flaunt his dominance. Haha, scream. Go on, scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Bang. It was utterly demolished, literally. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving no trace behind, completely severing ties with a companion of many years. Howling in agony, he clutched his wound, writhing and screaming. Such scenes left Chu Xian utterly unmoved. In the era of the conglomerates in City 23, he had witnessed many similar situations. Many women sold from shelters met such fates. He had saved some, but many he could not. This was one of the reasons he was determined to dismantle City 23, to cleanse the conglomerates from top to bottom. Every last one of them would be sent to their demise. Keeping them around was simply an eyesore. It hurts. No. Losing his manhood in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. Although regeneration technology was quite advanced, the pain was excruciating. If word got out, he would be utterly humiliated. What happened? Was it too much excitement? That shouldn't be the case. No amount of excitement could cause such an explosion, one that left nothing behind. He must have been sabotaged. Suddenly, he noticed another person in the room, just like the girl on the bed, and he froze, forgetting his pain. But he quickly snapped back to reality and shouted, "Who are you?" "Guards! Guards!" Uffed. The third shout ended with a mouthful of blood. Every time he tried to yell, he vomited more blood, nearly draining himself thin. "Does it hurt?" Chu Xian walked over to him and asked with a smile. He had already mastered the common language of the galactic core civilization, though he wasn't sure if the man could understand. After all, the common language was like English on Earth. Most civilizations learned it as a foreign language, and only a few truly mastered it, as it was rarely used in daily life. Hurt. Gurgle, gurgle. He kept vomiting blood. He could understand some of the common language, but could someone please stop the bleeding first? Save me. Gurgle. Gurgle. Another 2 ounces of blood lost. His eyes were filled with fear and hatred. Hearing this, Chu Xian nodded. Communication was possible. Save you? No problem. Here, young lady. Help stop his bleeding. After experiencing such despair, Chu Xian did not see her as a fragile girl. He could tell from her eyes that she had already undergone some transformation. He tossed her a small white pouch. What is this? The girl caught it, bewildered. I've heard that applying salt to a wound can effectively stop the bleeding. Let's help this poor guy. At least he is still a person. After saying that, Chu Xian looked at the man who was still coughing up blood and smiled. No need to thank me too much. It's just that I like to do good deeds. Helping others is our responsibility. The man almost burst out with a masterpiece upon hearing this. After hesitating for a moment, the girl mustered up her courage, bit the bullet, and took out some white salt to help the man stop the bleeding. This made him so happy that he howled in excitement, his body trembling, and his expressions were more varied than ever, clearly showing his intense joy at this act of kindness. At this moment, the man had only one thought. I'm going to die. He wanted to plead for mercy or scream, but he found that his lungs seemed to be filled with blood, and he couldn't utter a single word. All he could do was continuously bleed. The pain was so intense that his brain felt like it was shutting down multiple times. However, for some reason, the brain's protective mechanism was ineffective, and after reaching his limit, he inexplicably regained consciousness in an instant, stubbornly accepting the intense pain from his nerves. He simply could not pass out. Wow, it really stopped the bleeding, came the girl's voice, tinged with surprise. Upon hearing this, the man spat out another mouthful of blood. This was definitely not stopping the bleeding. Rather, it felt like he was about to bleed out completely. What kind of salt could stop bleeding? That was pure pseudoscience. Immediately after, another devilish voice chimed in. Good, strike while the iron is hot and heal him. I heard that besides stopping the bleeding, applying salt to a wound can also speed up healing. The girl replied, but we're out of salt. Just like magic. Another package was handed over. Without thinking about where the salt came from, she just wanted to shout, no. Chu Xian was not just idly passing time. He had collected quite a few videos where this had been done before, and now it was a case of using the same method on the same person. He had only slightly increased the amount of salt. For the next 10 minutes, the man felt as if his skull was about to explode. He couldn't pass out, and could only keep enduring the pain from the wound. Eventually, he stopped bleeding. All that remained were his convulsions. Chu Xian had no interest in killing the guy outright. Blood transfusion and treatment were merely thoughts. He had previously signed in on artificial blood technology, which could be produced at a very low cost, filling the blood bank of the stars to the brim. In the future, there would be no need for people to donate blood. It could be used as much as needed. It was quite suitable to have the current guy help consume some blood that was about to expire. After another 10 minutes, the man's eyes were wide open, devoid of any spirit, as if he were dead. His occasionally trembling body indicated that he was still alive. At that moment, the girl had already left, sending him to another dimension along with tens of thousands of people moved from that planet. In a vast plain, they were all in shock. Oh my God, a deity. This is unbelievable. Hundreds of thousands were saved. Before coming here, many people had witnessed the imperial nobles who had just bullied them. They were gone. Finally, they were transported to this place. Such methods. Even the highest civilization in the galaxy they initially served had never heard of such things. Directional teleportation. A brand new world. Mysterious and unfathomable. Although they had just heard voices instructing them to continue working, it was still better than becoming commoners and being separated from their wives and daughters. The ups and downs made everyone quickly accept the reality. Everyone, get moving. Work. First, let's use these materials to build a place to stay. Under the leadership of some older individuals, everyone began to construct a new home. After all, they had all been servants before. Those who were lazy had long been eliminated by their masters. The voice seemed to suggest that they continue in their old profession and build a large resort or something. They were quite familiar with that. Half an hour later, they had gathered enough information. Buzz. An annihilation bomb erased the military base from the map. It wasn't a dispersive effect. Rather, it was radius-defined, destroying everything within the range while leaving everything outside of it untouched. A very effective weapon. The former civilization didn't even have this. Chu Xian took some back, but due to information lockdown, there had been no news of the methods previously displayed. As for why such a heavy hand was used. Firstly, too many people had seen what they shouldn't have. Who knows if this civilization could contact the Free Alliance ships. Secondly, it was a matter of distaste. This military base belonged to the Noble Legion, and it wasn't easy for an imperial state to maintain itself in the interstellar era. Right or wrong was hard to say. It was all a matter of perspective. They simply couldn't stand some historical combat footage. When the coin was flipped earlier and didn't land upright, they could only wipe it out casually. It was the will of the heavens, who told them they had bad luck. Chapter 347. Heartbreak. A military base was erased. Such a significant event shocked the Empire. Soon, a large number of warships arrived above the base, and aside from a big crater, there wasn't a single survivor. Damn, it must be those rebels again. Curse it. The commander, already frowning, looked even darker now, cursing and lamenting that the woman he was promised was also gone. That was the key. The loss was too great. I'm heartbroken. The commander slammed his hand on the command screen of the warship, filled with rage. The next moment, oh, my heart hurts. No, this isn't a metaphor. It really hurts. Uffed. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he ascended into the air. Upon seeing this scene, his subordinates immediately fell into chaos, rushing to call for a military doctor. After the examination, they were collectively dumbfounded. A heart attack. Both the heart and the brain had shut down simultaneously, leading to his demise. Woo-woo. The commander must have been overwhelmed with anger at the rebels' actions, serving the Empire with loyalty. Many shed tears of emotion. At this moment, Chu Xian had already arrived in the largest city on this planet. Walking down the street, it was somewhat out of place. Why? The streets are filled with individuals of a darker complexion, giving the impression of being in a region of Earth characterized by a particular cultural identity. The buildings here, however, are more advanced. Indeed, the ruling class of this imperial civilization follows a typical model reminiscent of a fictional advanced society, having ascended to power through rebellion. It is important to note that starship stations of the Freedom Alliance are generally not established in civilized star systems. Even when passing through, they rarely approach the home planets of advanced civilizations, resulting in most passengers being representatives of local powers rather than mainstream civilization. Consequently, with the absence of traditional authority, local forces have risen. This has led to the current situation where a vast civilized nation only has a few individuals taken away by the ships of the Freedom Alliance. Originally just a social group, their ambitions have expanded dramatically, leading to a power grab and the construction of an empire, persecuting others while claiming legitimacy. It was only upon arriving here that some realities became clear. Previous information from communication platforms had been significantly embellished. However, a thief is still a thief, unable to change its nature. Upon seeing hundreds of thousands arriving for resettlement, they immediately discarded their facade. It's no surprise that the coin didn't land upright earlier, as the situation is indeed peculiar. This is a decree from above. The protagonist, Chu Xian, merely executes the orders, unwilling to bear the blame for any ruthless actions, as he considers himself a good person. In the age of interstellar travel, once one grasps the high ground in weaponry, the situation becomes unsolvable. Unlike the era of cold weapons, where sheer will and manpower could lead to victory as long as one was not afraid of death, in the age of hot weapons, the significance of numbers diminishes greatly. In the interstellar age, numbers become meaningless. The technological gap in weaponry can completely disregard the number of individuals involved. After all, even if there were 1 trillion people on Earth armed with cold weapons, they would not pose a threat to spaceships in orbit. Feelings of anger, resentment, or hatred are futile. One can only helplessly gaze upwards, relying on the weapons at hand. Here, a minority with a darker complexion governs the majority of other ethnicities, turning this into a reality. On the streets, individuals of this group walk proudly, exuding arrogance and relishing their newfound power. Upon encountering attractive women, they might pull them into their embrace or resort to violence, often acting without regard for any laws. Passing through an alley, a small gang bursts into laughter after releasing a girl. The leader, towering at 2 meters with a muscular build, looks quite formidable. As they pass by, Chu Xian casually tosses a small object. What is this? A good item. The leader pauses momentarily, receiving the object, only to be stunned as his associates gather around to see. They collectively freeze in fear. The next moment, a loud explosion echoes as the walls of the alley are stained red. Without lingering too long, Chu Xian spends the following period mainly determining which civilizations hold labor value. The burdens discarded by the Freedom Alliance may not all be taken in by him. If the dimensional space is vast enough, he might opt for a ruling strategy. Even being used as cannon fodder is better than wasting resources. But unfortunately, the dimensional space is still not large enough, with a radius of 24,000. The living environments of many civilizations are completely different from that of humans. Swamps, underground, lava, and sulfuric acid. Based on the analysis from previous information platforms, it seems that those with potential and strength are on stellar ships. The rest have various issues. Chu Xian can only look for the best among the lesser ones. It's better than having none at all. Chapter 348. A group of madmen. September 10th, morning. Through a transportation ship between civilizations, Chu Xian arrived at another planet with a very harsh environment. Well, it can't really be said to be harsh, at least not for humans. For some life forms, it is like a fish in water, the most suitable living conditions. What may be trash elsewhere could be treasure here. After observing for a day, he thought, no way. Too ugly. Of course, appearance is not a decisive factor. Social structure, technological level, and life potential matter as well. Chu Xian has a scoring system. If everything is mediocre, then it comes down to personal preference. If the looks are also lacking, then it can only be said that there is no fate. September 12th, afternoon. After sneaking into a new civilized star, Chu Xian was stunned by the life forms of this civilization. It seems that parasitic civilizations are not too rare. However, unlike the previous host he encountered, the genetic coding, parasitic methods, and the degree of erosion are vastly different. If the previous host was purely parasitic, this parasitic civilization somewhat resembles a parasitic beast. The former does not change its appearance, while the latter is completely unrestrained, large mouths, fangs, and claws. It's just like watching parasitic beasts in full parasitism. The life forms of this entire civilization are incredibly diverse. Chu Xian has certainly gained some knowledge. Roar, roar. At this moment, a parasitic beast twisted and transformed in front of Chu Xian, extending a sharp tentacle from its palm to attack him. However, what would be considered a strong method against ordinary life forms is ineffective against him. Interesting. Chu Xian observed the genetic changes of this life form through his authority and had to admit it was quite impressive. No wonder it came from the center of the galaxy. It is significantly stronger than the previous host he encountered. Of course, it cannot compare to the host in general, but its average combat power far exceeds that of the host species. Collected. Such dangerous life forms are not considered. Chu Xian only took some for research and collection, locking them in a special museum. The special museum is located on the moon. That's right. It's up there above the star continent, away from the star continent, under the authority of the land. It could actually be placed anywhere, but it's better to keep it a bit remote, even if it's just psychological comfort. After all, if there are issues with the authority, it wouldn't just be a biological invasion, but a disaster for the entire dimensional space. September 15th, early morning. Arrived at the next stop. Slime? A silvery white body, round and bouncy like a water-filled balloon, with diameters ranging from a few centimeters to hundreds of meters. Of course, there are still distinctions. First, without eyes, the surface is very smooth, and there is no mouth. Secondly, they do not jump, some roll directly on the ground, while others float in the air. Phew. After witnessing a silver sphere eating and excreting, Chu Xian could only say that the world is vast and full of wonders. This is a form of liquid metal life. Innate ability 1, impact resistance. Innate ability 2, metal consumption. Innate ability 3, evolution. Innate ability 4, electromagnetic communication. Its innate affinity for metals grants it various special attributes. Don't be fooled by its round and seemingly silly appearance. Its work ethic is directly at SS level. It is included as a candidate target. Thus, Chu Xian, busy every day, studied a civilization at an average pace of 3 days while contemplating strategies for subjugation. Not all civilizations can be conquered by brute force. Civilizations that can be subdued with fists often have rich emotions, fear of death, anxiety, and greed. However, some civilizations exist that transcend common emotional states and are indifferent to their own existence. They are not free and would rather die. This mentality exists in human society and is even more pronounced in some life forms with singular emotional attributes. They are not afraid of death, do not cling to life, are not intimidated by power, and do not fear violence. Their mindset is peaceful to the extreme. Even if told that helium flash would arrive tomorrow, they would still choose the path of destruction on the left, leaving none behind, rather than compromise, accepting their fate. Chu Xian does not find them indispensable. However, among such civilizations, there is one that he finds quite appealing. Its form of existence is very unique, an energy state used for research. It can be classified as a cheat. An energy state planet with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers and trillions of individual units, capable of superluminal information exchange speeds, constitutes a terrifying existence in terms of computational power. The Civilization Alliance wants it to contribute, but the entity simply refuses. Originally capable of leaving on its own, it does not do so because it wishes to bask in hydrogen transformations and end its life. Previously taken away by a Freedom Alliance, it was very dissatisfied and constantly clamored to be released. In summary, they long for death, with constant superluminal information exchange and shared consciousness. If calculated in terms of human information speed, 1 second equals the total information exchange of billions of Earth inhabitants over 1,000 years, accumulating over a day, a month, a year, and up to today. The entire ideological framework of the civilization has undergone fundamental changes. Haha, we're going to die? We're going to die? Cheers. Feeling the content of this civilization's communication, Chu Xian felt a bit of a headache. These are just a bunch of lunatics. Chapter 349. The clearing plan. While Chu Xian was perceiving this, he was also discovered by this civilization. Who are you? Do you want to die with us? Death is the end of life. You can skip the process and go directly to the end. That is true ultimate wisdom. Hey, don't go. They constantly shout about wanting to die heroically. Faced with such despairing beings, Chu Xian was momentarily at a loss. Forget it. Let them be. When there's time, let's talk. If it really doesn't work, just pack it up and take it away. If they don't work hard, let them live forever. Chu Xian feels like he has discovered a great idea. Yes, a group of guys who want to die, but won't let you die, driving you crazy, working for thousands of years just to earn the qualification to ascend. This is simply fantastic. Busy. 2 months later. Bang. With the last breath. The blue star Sirius completely vanished, and Chu Xian saw the progress bar slowly advancing. Finally, it reached full capacity. Strengthening. 3 hours. Strengthening complete. Looking at the new radius of the dimensional space, Chu Xian was very satisfied, doubling from 24,000 to 48,000 kilometers. At the same time, the authority increased. The range of descent could now achieve a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning he could finally take Earth along with him. Although he didn't lack a planet, after all. It was humanity's home planet. Now, let's see how you run. In the silent ruins of Sirius, looking in one direction, Chu Xian smiled. No more stars. No more energy. The stellar ships would also come to a halt. Generally speaking, the total energy reserves are enough to run 3 stations and wouldn't break down all at once. But that's in an ideal scenario. Since the stations were known to Chu Xian, he had already found the next few stations using the wormhole yarn and was ready to devour them all. Of course, there could also be unexpected occurrences. For example, there might be alternative routes. Instead of following normal routes, he could look for nearby star systems for replenishment. For this, Chu Xian was prepared with a clearing plan. When all the stars within dozens to hundreds of light years disappear, the Free Alliance's stellar ships would probably be at a loss. If that doesn't work, Chu Xian would have to accept it. November 25th, morning. Chu Xian arrived on a planet in a certain empire, an agricultural planet, where only the elderly, weak, and women were farming in the fields. Adult men were forced to work on other planets under the threat of their families. Agriculture, research, industry, administration, military. 5 planets of the entire empire had clear divisions of labor, with researchers not participating in industrial production to avoid any potential uprisings. Strict restrictions were placed on spacecraft capable of breaking through the atmosphere, preventing non-natives from piloting them, along with a series of measures to maintain their hegemonic status. In a small town, a few individuals were patrolling their territory with a ruthless demeanor. Under absolute force, just a few people could manage thousands of the elderly, weak, and women, living quite comfortably. Just as they were thinking about whom to favor next, the environment suddenly changed, the town vanished, and with a thud, a sensation of weightlessness hit as they fell onto the rocks. Terrified, they stood up and looked into the distance. The land, mountains, and farmland had collectively disappeared, leaving only bare rock layers. What on earth? Chu Xian unleashed his newly practiced skill, literally digging 3 feet into the ground. He directly stripped away the entire surface of the planet. In just 10 minutes, after transferring all non-affiliated individuals from the planet, immense force was applied to the planet's mantle. Boom. It was like a cream-filled pastry. The magma could be described as explosive. Slowly experienced despair, no need to thank me. Chapter 350. Welcome to the stars. At a moment when everyone was bewildered, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently as tremendous power was exerted on the mantle, causing even dormant volcanoes to erupt. Simultaneously, due to tectonic movements, some areas experienced seismic activity of magnitude 9, while others were torn apart, creating deep ravines. Landslides and chaos ensued. Darkness enveloped the sky, and the apocalypse was upon them. In just half an hour, those abandoned on the planet could only watch in despair as volcanic ash shot up into the sky. It must be a dream. No, I don't want to die. Help. Who will save us poor souls? Despair and fear surged within, feeling that they hadn't enjoyed life enough. And it was all ending so abruptly, leaving them utterly unwilling to accept it. After digging deep into the first planet, he moved on to the second and third. Without much pause, he continued to dig. With a descent radius reaching 48,000 kilometers, combined with the ability to teleport, he no longer needed to travel by spacecraft within the stellar system. A thought, and he could cover nearly 100,000 miles. Quite impressive. The 5 planets of the small empire were connected, only 2 million kilometers apart, which required just 40 teleportations. It must be said that the effects of the strengthened rules were significant this time. After more than half an hour, the 5 planets were completely emptied. Talent, technology, and industry were all taken away, of course excluding the main inhabitants, as many facilities and industries far exceeded the level of Earth. This was a huge windfall. After digging deep, the curved surface of the planets was flattened, and the 5 planets were seamlessly stitched together into a perfect circle. Of course, this was after careful trimming. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to connect them like this. Some sparsely populated areas were directly consumed by space. At this moment, the administrative planet, the capital of the empire, was filled with bewildered nobles. Who am I? Where am I? This dream feels too real, and there's pain. But soon they realized it wasn't a dream, confirming a shocking fact. Their capital had been taken away. That's right, taken away. A whole city had been relocated. The previously dense skyscrapers were now replaced by vast plains. Your Majesty, are we survivors? Some individuals with wild imaginations thought that those who had vanished were dead, and that fate had granted them a chance to survive. Indeed, we are of noble blood, favored by the heavens. Slap. The proposer was met with a resounding slap. Bastard. This is not favor. We have been abandoned. It's over. It's over. The hydrogen transformation is coming. We're doomed. In fact, a week ago, a probe sent out had relayed terrifying data. The hydrogen transformation was accelerating and would soon arrive. This week, many top civilizations were preparing to flee, planning to do so the next day. However, the day before the escape, such an event occurred. The city was gone. The spacecraft was gone. The joyful escape script was torn apart by an unknown force, leaving these individuals to be buried alongside the planet. No, unlike the despair of the imperial nobles. In the dimensional space, a 5-star realm, hundreds of billions of people were stunned by the scene before them, and a voice resonated in the sky, almost divine. Congratulations, you have been rescued. From now on, you will all regain your civilian status and reunite with your families. But the price is to assist the organization. 5 planets were stitched together, with the geography and names unchanged, but all land ownership would transfer to the organization. The management rights would be taken over by them. After a full hour, they finally understood one thing. They had encountered a terrifyingly powerful entity. It had directly stripped away the surface of a planet, transmitted hundreds of billions of people, and could freely stitch together continental-sized land masses. My goodness. Unheard of, unimaginable. What kind of technological power is this? A top-tier existence in the galaxy? Faced with such a powerful organization, what could they say? Gratitude. They saved themselves. They saved their families. The benefits provided by the organization were also clearly stated. Family reunification, and the treatment was better than before. As for public ownership of assets? As if they had assets before. Now it was just a change of boss, and after experiencing the previous dark times, the current treatment felt like paradise. Moreover, the organization had avenged them. Finally, welcome to join the organization. With those words, countless people cheered, celebrating their new life. Observing the results, it was good. A smile appeared on Chu Xian's face. This time, there were over 100 billion workers, including nearly 2 billion researchers. It's worth noting that these were all highly educated talents. Although there were also 2 billion on Earth, there was still a difference. An ancient scientist versus a modern scientist. Indeed, the gap was that significant. Even if modern textbooks were given to the former, it would take a long time to reach the latter's level. The differences in thinking, knowledge reserves, and proficiency were all substantial. It could be said that the number of researchers had only doubled, but their capabilities had increased tenfold. This was exactly what Chu Xian urgently needed. Nowadays, the black technology items from the system were becoming increasingly powerful, and the problem-solving speed of Earth's scientists began to plummet. It was like throwing an aircraft carrier into the Tang dynasty and asking them to figure it out and build one. Clearly, that was asking the impossible. Even if the entire population at that time were to research it, they would still struggle immensely, with too many factors involved. Theory, materials, industry. Each related technology tree was a long list. It was nearly impossible for anyone to grasp, and even if you dismantled it and crushed it, you wouldn't know how to recreate it. Precisely for this reason, Chu Xian was so eager to retain the stellar number 8 spacecraft, a top-tier civilization in the galaxy. Moreover, it is the last one, clearly gathering the most advanced research capabilities, at least at the level of galactic protective shields. Chapter 351. A punch stuns the energy civilization. After dealing with the small empire, the next stop arrived at the energy civilization. We're doomed. We're doomed. Hydrogen transformation. Hydrogen transformation. Hydrogen transformation. Countless pieces of information were transmitted faster than light, as if a trillion ducks, full of energy, were holding a grand ceremony. Chu Xian quickly blocked out all this noise. Arrival. Isolation. Land rights. Without taking everything at once, to avoid any potential backhand from these beings that could threaten the dimensional space or others. In that instant, the energy beings sensed the change in their environment. What is going on? Where is this? The space is more stable than the vast universe. Faster than light communication was restricted. Dark energy fluctuations returned to normal levels. What is happening? As energy beings, they did not require technological devices to directly perceive various information, and they were instantly stunned. Although they were a bit naive, they were not foolish. Instead of a glorious sacrifice, they faced capture. Other than that, there was no other explanation. Who? Why capture us? Let us die. The next moment, it turned chaotic like a marketplace, and faced with the disorder, Chu Xian continued to lower the first constant. This was a new feature after strengthening the previous rules. Light speed limitation. Within the energy life planet, these beings could communicate faster than light, primarily because they changed the spatial constants. They had built a faster-than-light communication network on their home planet. However, within the dimensional space, the constants were controlled by him, and previously, he couldn't access such a microscopic level. But as his authority increased, it increasingly approached essential and microscopic characteristics. Thus, the spatial constant he named the first constant was directly lowered. The next moment, the constant was modified, quickly change it back. It was impossible. The modification power was too strong. The communication speed was reduced to 1/10 of the speed of light. And it wasn't over yet. 1%, 1,000th, 1/10,000th. Eventually, it was nearly crawling like a tortoise, almost only able to talk to nearby companions, with delays becoming explosive for those further away. Under the restriction of the first constant, it was like watching a 4K movie. There had been no stuttering or delays before. But now even standard definition was lagging like a tortoise. No, the tortoise was faster than it. A 1-second video that had no delay directly degraded to 10 minutes to download, and that feeling was quite unbearable. At this moment, the energy beings were not just uncomfortable. They were on the brink of collapse. Previously, it was quantum communication. Now it was basically relying on shouting. It wasn't over yet. The constant was lowered further. They couldn't even shout. The space seemed to be stagnant. Only their thinking speed remained, and the world was silent. Just then, a piece of information broadcasted across the network without the constraints of the constants. Very well. Congratulations on being captured. You have 1 minute to select a negotiation representative or a delegation of 10 or fewer. Let us discuss the ransom issue properly. For different targets, of course. Different plans should be used, and Chu Xian directly chose the capture and ransom plan. The next moment, all energy life forms have had their constant limitations lifted. Communication is possible again. How dare they capture us and demand a ransom? We have no money. The noise and chaos are incessant, but they are not foolish beings. They soon realize their predicament and want to fight back. Unfortunately, their proud constant weapons and micro-strikes have all become ineffective. This is because the surrounding space and energy rules are different. Brand new, strange, stable. The weapons of the past cannot harm the officials of today. In fact, Chu Xian did not anticipate that this would be the situation after contact. He thought it would be difficult, only to discover that the arrival of dimensional space seemed to be the natural enemy of energy life, instantly dismantling the foundational existence of their weapons. He delivered a direct punch that left them stunned. Chapter 352. Targeting the weakness. Feels good faced with a situation where all their weapons have failed. A group of energy life forms is left dumbfounded for the second time. Previously, modifying constants was their strong suit. In fact, their strength is not weak. Among the top 10 civilizations in the galaxy, energy life civilizations account for 30%. If we look at the top 100, the ratio is almost the same, as they are too unique, capable of manipulating microscopic forces. Under their innate affinity, their development speed is simply unreasonable. Because of this, they are relatively aloof, act strangely, and have little interest in warfare. Otherwise, relying on the advantages of energy civilization, it would have been impossible for other civilizations to exist in the galaxy. They would have all been destroyed. Not to mention, just the physical blockade alone can stagnate a civilization, especially one that has reached a certain level of development. Once fundamental physics cannot be broken through, it means that technology is almost locked. It is also due to this arrogance that they allowed the rise of other civilizations in the galaxy, leading to the current situation. Overall, they are very strong. Even the armed forces on the starship of the Free Alliance are reluctant to engage in conflict with them. They know that the Free Alliance does not have malicious intentions and just wants to help. Otherwise, if a real fight breaks out, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, this confidence has now been shattered by Chu Xian. As if in a game where the opponent has simply disabled their weapons. Now they are left with nothing but barehanded combat. What to do? This guy is not easy to deal with. Yes, it's too strange. They have directly banned all our weapons. Could it be that they are the same kind of energy civilization as us? It doesn't seem so. Even among the other top 10 civilizations, there's no record of such a thorough modification of all constants. That's not scientific. What kind of statement is that? If such technology exists, then that is science. Unable to modify, unable to interfere. All constants are locked by a mysterious force. In summary, we cannot win. Agreed. Let us talk and see what that guy wants. With superluminal communication, the efficiency is extremely high. The opponent only gave them 1 minute, but that is enough for them. First 10 seconds. Activate weapons. Ineffective. 20 seconds, struggle a bit, ineffective. 30 seconds, shocked and clamoring. 40 seconds, recognizing reality. 50 seconds, select representatives. At 60 seconds, the world fell silent. And the superluminal communication channel collapsed once more, enforcing a complete silence among all. Those who were once observant and attentive became like blind and deaf individuals, enduring a tormenting discomfort. 10 representatives were chosen. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? What does ransom mean? The responses were straightforward. We will not work for any civilization. One representative declared. Chu Xian merely smiled. It's fine. I'm not asking you to work voluntarily. Rather, you will be forced to work for me. If it weren't for some wisdom, they might not even understand this statement, which only fueled their anger further. Listen, is this something a person would say? Forcing us to work and being so shameless about it? No way. We would rather die than submit. If you have the ability, kill us. No, no, no. Destroying you would be pointless. Living well is much better, just like now, resting quietly. Don't worry, I can support you. Chu Xian felt a soft grip. The sensation was quite pleasant. The delegation was infuriated again by the notion of rest and quiet. Without the ability to communicate, they were left with solitary contemplation, which was unacceptable for those who were used to constant noise. Energy beings with long lifespans. If confined in a small dark room for too long, they feared going insane. Aren't you afraid of our resistance? Oh, then give it a try. I'd like to see how that goes. With their weapons disabled and unable to communicate, they were completely paralyzed. Such technology was their natural enemy. You can't imprison us for too long. Such technology must consume a lot of energy over time. Is that so? Then let us see who can't hold on first. Knowing that this civilization had been completely suppressed by dimensional space and posed no threat, Chu Xian felt at ease. With a thought, he activated a space, dividing out an area, maximizing territorial control, enforcing silence and confinement. Under collective consciousness, while these beings may find it hard to submit, the lack of communication affected their individual intelligence differently. Soon, relying on the authority of the faction, these powerful beings would become his own. Chapter 353. The grass is greener. In just one day, the targets were set. There were a total of 9, but only 4 had surrendered. Chu Xian didn't waste time with the rest and went straight to the point. Collection, intimidation, territorial control. A small dark room was initiated. These strong-willed individuals had some abilities and a bit of pride, but that was fine. After all, they were already in his bowl and couldn't escape. With new members joining, territories had to be divided. The 4 subjugated civilizations were assigned to 4 major administrative districts surrounding the central administrative area, which was the territory of Earth. Even with many new subordinates, the structure of the stars did not require major changes. The core framework remained unchanged. Only the number of administrative districts increased. Each administrative district was at level 3, equivalent to the first level of various departments, considered a province of the star organization. However, this province was quite large, as each civilization counted as one province, often containing billions of individuals. To avoid alarming the inhabitants of the planet, this matter has not been made public, and there is currently no communication across regions. On December 1st, the 5-star administrative region, inheriting the legacy of a certain small empire, gradually established its administrative structure with the assistance of over 100 special delegates sent by the stellar organization. Actions such as information registration, nationwide health checks, and chip implantation were steadily advanced with the support of the designated team. Clean air. Indeed, no longer are we bullied by the previous regime. Long live the stellar organization. After an initial period of chaos, everyone has now adapted to the new life, waking up every day feeling like they are in a dream. Yet everything around them strongly convinces them that they have truly escaped the darkness. Yes, the stellar organization also demands work from everyone, with no retirement funds yet. However, the reasons provided are gladly accepted. After all, where isn't there work? Moreover, the other benefits are simply outstanding. As long as one is diligent and hardworking, various privileges are offered for free. Retirement funds? Without worries about health or unemployment risks, what does it matter if one works until the end? On this very day, the stellar organization announced the launch of a comprehensive infrastructure plan for the 5-star administrative region, aiming to achieve billions in housing within a year. Instantly, hundreds of billions of people erupted in excitement and enthusiasm, filled with energy. Previously, they worked for the old regime, but now they are creating their own futures, eager to dive into construction. However, such a massive project is indeed a challenge. Roads, bridges, houses, and supporting structures cannot just be initiated even with ample materials. But the presence of a certain individual behind the stellar organization makes a significant difference. Rules are reinforced, and authority is upgraded. Many construction materials can even be directly planned without industrial production, which is incredibly useful. Initially, only flat land could be planned. But gradually upgrades allowed for the inclusion of oceans, mountains, mineral deposits, metals, and alloys. If there were to be another upgrade, this individual might feel that they could skip the construction process entirely and directly plan finished buildings. When all synthetic materials can be planned out, this is not just a dream. It greatly reduces the difficulty of resettlement, not only in the 5-star administrative region, but also in other civilizations. The first step is infrastructure to improve living conditions. As for scientific research, of course, that is included as well. Infrastructure does not require researchers to take the lead. There are different roles to play. In mid-December, a set of data was released. Indeed, the resources are abundant. Excellent. This is the latest statistics, filtered and integrated to assess research capabilities, showing a remarkable surge. Apart from the civilization of this planet, the number of researchers exceeds 1.2 billion, along with over 6 billion new students recruited for major research programs. 10 years from now, the Billion Scientist program will yield results. Chapter 354, Comprehensive Completion of the Billion Scientist Plan. Just thinking about it is exciting. However, this individual is not getting carried away. Such research capabilities can only be described as average, similar to the civilization that preceded the small empire, with a population in the hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions of researchers. Yet even so, their strength barely reaches the third tier of the galaxy, which is quite harsh. Just like on Earth. With some effort, reaching a population of several hundred billion wouldn't take too long. But catching up to established civilizations requires a long time to endure. 10,000 years. 100,000 years? It's likely that one wouldn't even see the tail lights, especially if there were an intelligent species that emerged 100 million years before Earth's civilization, with the same level of intelligence, population scale, and development speed. Truly, it's hard to imagine how powerful such a civilization would be. The gap might be greater than that between a certain infamous figure and a bacterium. Alas, if only such an existence were as simple as energy civilizations. It seems that it's not entirely impossible. Just at the end of December, it's completed, successfully finished. Finally, one can choose their profession. Hundreds of millions of construction workers cheered and were excited. In just 1 year, the Outer City Cluster project was fully completed, with a total of 666 cities capable of accommodating 3 billion people. Even so, the per capita area is not inferior to that of the Central City Cluster. It's just a matter of different positioning. Higher education, cutting-edge research, tourism, and leisure are the 3 focal points for the Central City Cluster, with all universities located there. While the outer regions max out at high school. Farming. Applications had been submitted long ago, and now it's the final review. No doubt about it. 80% of the construction workers chose to farm in the villages. Having lived in underground cities for too long, they yearned for land. Thus, one village after another became lively. They were similar to the Central City Cluster, featuring traditional courtyards with ample space. There was no differential treatment in this regard. Upon seeing the land, many were moved to tears, holding a handful of soil, deeply inhaling, wishing they could lie down on it and never get up. They then began placing orders enthusiastically, decorating their new homes. Having been busy on construction sites, living in container houses was fine, but ultimately felt like drifting. Now it's different. Huge courtyards, future residences. There's a strong sense of belonging and security, so why hold back? They bought and bought. In no time, the logistics system was in a frenzy, thanks to the fully covered underground logistics network. Pressure? None. Firstly, the transportation system is very well developed, and secondly, personnel distribution is quite even. The current resettlement isn't about cramming one village and then the next, but rather spreading out evenly, leaving some room. Currently, only a portion of the population is being relocated, with another 2 billion still on Earth. If some relatives wish to be grouped together, the organization would also take human factors into consideration. This way, it can also reduce the pressure of personnel movement during the Spring Festival. Visiting relatives and friends would happen within one village, eliminating the need to travel all over. It's not that the transport capacity is insufficient, it's just unnecessary. So providing some convenience is better. On the third visit to this land, the speaker looked at the towering city in the distance, knowing it was completed on time. Yet still felt a sense of shock. 1 year's time. 666 cities, roads, supporting facilities, and villages have all been completed, meeting the occupancy standards. Even if all inhabitants from Earth were to move here, there would still be considerable redundancy. Even if everyone tried to have more children, there shouldn't be a housing shortage in the next 20 years. And if there is a shortage, based on information revealed by the organization, there's no need to worry at all. We can simply expand outward, as there is plenty of land. The second batch of 1.5 billion immigrants is planned to be completed, and by mid-next year, global immigration must come to an end. It's unsafe out there. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, the chairman nodded slightly. Indeed, the solar system is not safe. The insectoid fleet mentioned by the creature could arrive at any time. Moreover, the sun is now dimming to the point where every day feels like twilight, which is quite frightening. We must move. Chapter 355. The chairman is stunned at the mountaintop pavilion. The chairman felt the cool breeze and gazed at the distant city clusters, feeling a mix of awe and a hint of doubt in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, is the organization planning to completely abandon the outside? Hearing this, Chu Xian shook his head. Of course not. While it's very safe here and resources are ample, it's absolutely unwise to shut ourselves off from the world. By now, you should be aware of some information. Chairman. What information? I hope it's not too alarming. Hydrogen transformation, Chu Xian said, the two words slipping out casually. The chairman was taken aback. He had never heard of this term. Hydrogen transformation is an anomalous phenomenon that violates basic physical laws, enabling nuclear fusion of hydrogen at normal temperatures. The only observable anomaly comes from dark energy, spreading outward at superluminal speeds from the center of the galaxy. Indeed, there are no longer any active stars in the central region of the galaxy. Current astronomical observations are merely remnants of their existence. All related data is outdated. It is reported that the civilization at the galaxy's center has completely evacuated, and those unable to leave have perished in the hydrogen transformation. In just 1 second, stars release all their hydrogen fusion energy. Listening to Chu Xian's account, the chairman was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? The hydrogen transformation has caused the entire galaxy's center to flee? Those who couldn't escape are all gone. In 1 second, all stars undergo hydrogen transformation? What kind of terrifying energy release is that, and at superluminal speeds? If the hydrogen transformation reaches the solar system, it's likely that before we even react, all planets in the stellar system would be reduced to rubble, chilled to the bone. The chairman felt an unprecedented coldness in his heart. Initially, he thought the helium flash was humanity's greatest crisis, then considered the alien fleet, but now, compared to hydrogen transformation, the first two pale in comparison. How far is hydrogen transformation from Earth? The chairman hurriedly asked. Chu Xian replied, 31 light years. What? The chairman felt utterly dismayed. Although hydrogen transformation occurs at superluminal speeds, the galaxy is vast, and starting from the center, it should take a long time on a cosmic scale. Yet now he was being told it was only 31 light years away, meaning that within the region from the solar system to the center of the galaxy, stars have nearly all undergone hydrogen transformation. The unknown impact is still accelerating. The speed has already reached 20 times that of light. At this rate, it might only take a year to reach the solar system. Upon hearing this, the speaker couldn't help but tremble. A year. The transformation to reach the solar system is terrifying. Don't worry. The star continent is very safe and won't be affected by the transformation. Just complete the migration as planned, and humanity will survive. The reassurance from Chu Xian eased the speaker's anxiety a bit. Where did you get this information? The speaker asked curiously. The active range of the star continent is not limited to the solar system. Relying on relic technology, it can venture into deeper space. All right, time is almost up. I have other matters to attend to. Everything will proceed as planned. Understood. The speaker nodded deeply, holding back some words. It had been a long time since he last saw Chu Xian, and he assumed he must be very busy. Extraterrestrial matters. Transformation. Decision-making. These were things he could imagine. There were likely even more tasks beyond his imagination. His only duty was to cooperate with Chu Xian and the star continent. In fact, Chu Xian could have moved Earth into a dimensional space, allowing the remaining migrants to finish the process directly, but he chose not to. The process is very important. Extremely important. Chapter 356. City Administrator. After finishing the conversation with Chu Xian, the speaker returned to Earth. He was still in City 23. Prepare the aircraft. The speaker sat in the spacecraft with a serious expression. This matter was too significant, and the purpose of Chu Xian's message was to convey it. An hour later, at the Shadow Central. Transformation? The center of the galaxy is gone. Civilization is fleeing? One piece of news after another impacted their worldview. Despite their reluctance to believe it, there was no need for Chu Xian to deceive them. The sun is aging. Extraterrestrial civilizations. They had witnessed these before, and now a greater crisis was upon them. Clearly, to say that this is targeted at Earth civilization is somewhat arrogant. This level of disaster is on the verge of destroying the galaxy. A small Earth is like an ant under a forest fire, insignificant. Accelerate preparations. Move. Due to the transition of management authority, a large number of relevant personnel would go ahead as planned to establish the management system. Days later, time quietly moved to January 1st, 2079. In City 23, spaceships were constantly taking off and landing, sending selected individuals from the underground cities to this side. Last year, an average of over 4 million people were relocated daily. What about this year? Over 10 million. Thankfully, preparations were made in advance, and the transportation capacity was sufficient. In the crowd, Shui Ming's father was pulling a box. and his wife beside him was doing the same. The immigration regulations restricted them from bringing too much. A few sets of clothes, valuable items, and some food. Reflecting on the furniture at home that couldn't be taken, he felt a pang of sadness. He didn't know what position he would be assigned to at Proxima Centauri. But it didn't matter, it would be the same. Abolishing the underground city model, he probably could only be a county head at best. That is fine. A population of over 30,000 in the underground city, at its peak before the disaster, could barely be considered a county. As for the future, he had no great aspirations. Just being able to see blue skies and white clouds at Proxima Centauri was enough to satisfy him. However, in just 1 hour, this wish was fulfilled. The permanent settlement area. At the top platform, looking up at the sky, Shue's father was shocked. He thought he would need to take a spaceship to enter the stasis pod, but in the blink of an eye, the environment changed, and he found himself here. Snap. This was definitely not a dream. Welcome to the Starry Continent. Although there was a transition of management authority, the introductions were still necessary, and everyone, while astonished, followed the instructions. Registration, health check, room allocation. They said there would be a 1-week adjustment period before moving to the new home, and just after receiving the communicator, Shueming checked his information. Then his eyes widened. Position, supervisor of City 311, not yet in office. Immediately after, he received a message from the Central Management Committee, which was the core institution for the transition of authority. Dazed, he arrived at the agreed meeting point. Congratulations, Supervisor Shue. Many people cast envious glances, as being here meant starting at a supervisory level in a city. But Shue's father was different. To be frank, under normal circumstances, his qualifications were insufficient. He had only served as the head of an underground city for less than 2 years. And what was City 311? It was a city with a population of 5 million, part of the peripheral urban cluster. However, that was not what made everyone envious. What truly drew admiration was the relationship between Shue's father and Chu Xian. A week ago, aside from a few central figures, no one knew where Chu Xian had gone. After stepping down for a year, many had almost forgotten about him, and many present thought Chu Xian's era had ended. But now they understood. The Chu Xian era had not ended. Rather, it had risen to an even higher status. Decision-making committee member. Lifetime tenure. One of the core big shots of the Starry organization, with much greater power than any previous director of a total authority, not even on the same level. Although Shue's father had not explicitly stated his ties to Chu Xian, the name carried weight, and no one dared to underestimate it. Chapter 357. Wanting to resign as soon as he takes office. Dazed, the meeting started. Dazed, it ended. Dazed, he took office. A week later, Shue's father arrived at the new workplace. The scale of City 311 was quite large, with not too many tall buildings. Moreover, the greenery was exceptionally well done. Streams flowed through the city. There were hundreds of lakes. Parks everywhere. It was almost overwhelming. The happiness came too suddenly, and the climate was like spring all year round, requiring no heavy clothing. After adapting to the new environment, in the office, Shue's father understood the job content and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not busy. He finally understood why the head of a large city was called a supervisor rather than a director or something similar. Because they truly did not deserve it. First, power. Compared to before the disaster, it was vastly different. Since all land and buildings belonged to the Starry organization, he had no right to even build a new house. No, he didn't even have the right to cut down a tree. The city's infrastructure had already been completed, and it might not change for a decade or two. There was no land trading. So, let us look at the tax revenue. One word, zero. The city does not impose agricultural taxes. And even opening a shop does not require taxation. Personal income tax is non-existent. What does this mean? Is the city just a facade? Certainly not. It is a money-printing institution, which directly results in the city management's accounts showing no available funds. Salaries are issued by the city's intelligent management system. Office supplies can be requested, and benefits are similar. As long as there is no waste, all purchases are subject to approval based on authority. No one can profit from procurement. Speaking of power, let's talk about work. One word, leisure. There are no economic development indicators, urban construction indicators, agricultural security indicators, or industrial scale indicators. In short, there is no pressure for performance. Attracting investment? Drawing in industries? Completely unnecessary. The city has already planned everything. One could say that the city supervisor primarily serves a supervisory role. If any of the external departments are not performing well and people are dissatisfied, that becomes his responsibility. It is purely a service department, not a position of power. Another week has passed, and Shue's father sits in the office. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? In this system, it feels the same whether I am here or not. Sipping fragrant black tea, he smiles wryly. After a week of work, he thought he would be busy, yet he feels as idle as a fish. There is hardly anything for him to do. It is even more relaxed than he expected. No wonder. The entire management committee of the city has only him as the supervisor and one deputy supervisor. It feels like a retirement place and position. Many agencies under the management committee do not exist. Taxation, social security, health, agriculture, land resources, these matters do not require their planning, as everything can be handled through a vertical management system online. To use a vivid metaphor, strong central control, weak local governance. Nearly 90% of core power is concentrated in the central authority. Even though this is a transitional management area, it is limited to local functional department appointments and executions. A cup of tea, a newspaper. Shue's Father's Day passes like this, leisurely strolling home, having dinner, and going out for a walk to check the news. Should I just resign? A thought arises. Such work is truly meaningless, and it might be better to find a piece of land to farm. Meanwhile, a few young people gather in a residential area in the city, venting their frustrations as they see the power slipping through the fingers of the central authority. The vast sums saved on Earth do not bring much, only an average annual salary. Land transactions are prohibited. Housing transactions are prohibited. Infrastructure development is halted. Frustration mounts. To determine if there is a way out, one checks and finds it is hopeless. It feels like cold water is poured over them, chilling to the bone. The prohibition on private car sales is enshrined in the city's basic laws, encouraging public transportation and promoting healthy modes of travel like cycling. Forget about cars. There are no electric scooters available, which is quite frustrating. Of course, official vehicles are allowed, but they are all special-purpose vehicles: police, fire, and ambulance. The number of sedans owned by various units is very limited. For instance, the management committee only has 6 for inspection and reception purposes. There are no designated parking spaces in neighborhoods across the city. What can we do? The management committee has only 6 cars. We can't just use ambulances for fun. And the medical system is under direct control, making it impossible to access. Life like this is truly torturous. Those with power and influence can earn a substantial income with a little effort, but they can't buy the things they want. It's impossible to enjoy life freely. Starting a business is not allowed. Clubs are not allowed. Private cars are not allowed. They feel that their family's power and influence are rapidly depreciating. Is there any tobacco? Just 1 pack, and it can't be bought online. What about alcohol? There is some, but only low-alcohol beverages, similar to soft drinks. This life is unbearable. Quitting smoking. Quitting drinking. Quitting indulgences. What joy is left in life? Working is not an option. It's always about commanding others, not being commanded. Can I talk to someone about making an exception? Some people have influence. They report step by step and reach out to the speaker, only to be scolded harshly. Leave. This matter has been studied, and it is clearly a delusion. The economic system here will not make concessions. They don't lack money, don't need economic vitality, and certainly won't care about the thoughts of a group of second-generation individuals. This kind of issue cannot be brought up with the speaker. Tobacco and alcohol have become luxuries after the disaster, with 99 of people having basically quit. At most, there are some lingering thoughts, but not an addiction. Therefore, the special needs of a very small portion of people are not met. Meeting someone starts with sharing cigarettes and toasting drinks at the table. These habits common before the disaster are fading away on Earth, and there is no interest in reviving them. Meanwhile, the migration to surrounding urban areas is thriving. In central urban areas, universities, towns, and counties are collectively entering a learning mode. This is a gathering place for higher education and cutting-edge industries, truly a hub of talent. When they first arrived, everyone was quite confident in their own knowledge. However, the new technologies gradually opened up by the organization shocked them. They initially thought it was just that, only to later realize they were mistaken. After learning new knowledge, there was even more new knowledge, seemingly endless. The organization's advanced technologies keep emerging in abundance. It doesn't stop there. Just last month, the original technological framework of the organization experienced explosive growth. What used to be measured in meters has now scaled to thousands of meters. Looking up, one could strain their neck trying to see the top. Where do these technologies come from? Confusion rises in their hearts, yet no one really dares to inquire, only feeling awed by the organization's strength and burying themselves in hard study, relying on the civilizations left behind by the Free Alliance. The foundational technologies in hand have been significantly elevated. Researchers on Earth need to return to the basics, fill in the gaps, and start anew. It's not about making them all capable, but rather about being more specialized, increasing from dozens to hundreds. All are in engineering fields. Speaking of specialization, Xu Xian finally remembered the energy civilization, trapped in a small dark room for several months, probably going a bit mad. It was time to get to work. Chapter 359. This burden he bears. At this moment, the energy civilization, sealed by the authority of land rights, was in chaos. I'm going crazy. Let me out. Ha 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 la 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 la. Each life form had been silenced for months, which, if equated to human thought speed, would mean being silenced for over 100 years or even longer, almost on the brink of collapse. No, it has already collapsed. Mental confusion is still manageable. But due to the nature of energy civilization, they wouldn't be completely incapacitated. This only contributed to their further breakdown. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Consciousness continuously transmitted information outward, hoping that the entity imprisoning them could hear, but their voices were hoarse from shouting, metaphor. Yet there was no response at all. Silence reigned. Only thoughts remained. Of course, there were many pleading for mercy. As long as they weren't confined to the small dark room, they would do anything. Their former pride turned into humility. Just then, a thought broadcast came through. Those willing to work for me, report your numbers, as long as it's 1 million. The rest will continue to be sealed for 10 times the previous duration. Instantly, the entire energy civilization erupted. Me. Pick me. I'll do anything. I'm very obedient. 1 million was quite rare compared to the energy civilization's trillion-level units, and they could hardly care about anything else. If they didn't agree, it would mean 10 times the previous time in the small dark room. Just thinking about it made their thoughts tremble. They couldn't bear it anymore. 10 times was too terrifying. Thus, the number of individuals from the energy civilization submitting skyrocketed. Under the authority of the camp, Chu Xian was not worried about loyalty issues. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. It quickly broke into the hundreds of millions. What Chu Xian mentioned as just 1 million was clearly a lie, merely creating a sense of scarcity for the positions. The effect was remarkable. One by one rushed to join in, and with their presence, the technological tree under his command should flourish even more. I must say, this was a uniquely advantageous life form. Regarding the exploration of cutting-edge technologies like the microscopic level, space, and dimensions, it was truly a bug-level accessory. If they didn't want to die, they probably wouldn't even need the Alliance's ships. They could easily avoid the hydrogen transformation crisis unharmed. Of course, no matter how much of a bug they were, they couldn't compare to the system. After all, energy life could only allow a civilization to develop leapingly, while the system could directly leap, without any logic involved. 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. Chu Xian watched all of this with delight. It seemed that the months in the small dark room had indeed struck at their soft spot. To be honest, it wasn't entirely guilt-free. After all, they just wanted to die peacefully, yet he forced them to work. It was unethical. It was impolite. But just like how Chu Xian had taken down the Sirius station of the Alliance, the other side hadn't actually done anything wrong. They hadn't offended him. Yet he was scheming against them. But often, one had no choice but to act. Behind him is the Earth, humanity, billions of people, and the future of civilization. At this level, morality is a luxury. There is no right or wrong, only need or want. Weakness is the original sin. Until he reaches a level of strength where he can't find an opponent even with a telescope, Chu Xian does not mind playing the bad guy. He will take the blame. In just 10 minutes, 98% of the energy life forms chose to submit. As for the remaining ones, their will is weak, and they are still in a semi-collapsed state, unable to respond. Seeing this, Chu Xian directly lifted the silence ban. Heal them, persuade them. Yes, boss. No problem. Guaranteed to complete the task. After submission, they quickly adapted to their new identities. Chapter 360, Freedom Alliance. Where's my station? The energy life forms were the last to submit. At this point, the number of civilizations under Chu Xian's control reached 10, an unprecedented strength, but he remains grounded. Still in the initial stages. Compared to the ceiling-level beings in the galaxy, there is still a long way to go. The road ahead is long. If he wants to catch up with civilizations that have developed for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years without external help, Chu Xian has no confidence at all. This is not self-deprecation, but a real dilemma. As for the idea of my fate is determined by me, not by fate. In the context of an individual's short life, it's not a big issue. But on a civilizational level, it's just 2 words, nonsense. The internal strife within humanity alone is unsolvable. Unity and common development for hundreds of thousands of years cannot allow even a single internal destruction event. Otherwise, it's game over. The higher the technological level, the shorter the time to destroy a civilization. Just once. One mistake, and the civilization on Earth could be gone, with nothing left. Just thinking about it is frustrating. For tens of millions of years, there cannot be any internal strife. Is it possible? Based on Earth's fundamentals. Without a powerful intervention like his, even without a hydrogen crisis, it is already on a countdown. Although the countdown may be long, perhaps 1,000 years, perhaps 10,000 years. It sounds like a lot, but in the cosmic scale, what difference does that make compared to a fleeting moment? It wouldn't even make a ripple. Dear system, please continue to take care of me. The top brother must be well served. After subduing the energy civilization, he arrived at a new star system, quite far from the tangled thread, but he already has a light-speed spaceship. He just arrived here yesterday. Before him is a massive gas giant, somewhat similar to Jupiter. Descend. Teleport. In the next moment, Chu Xian arrived at the core of the star, where the immense pressure and temperature posed no harm to him whatsoever. Absorb. With a thought, a gas giant hundreds of times the mass of Earth was devoured, leaving nothing behind. Back then, he had to gnaw on a planet the size of Earth for several months, but now it feels like just a snack. 1, 2, 3. All 13 large planets in the star system were accounted for. Not a single one escaped. Even the smallest is still worth it, but he is not interested in everything. He has lost interest in celestial bodies with a radius of less than 1,000 kilometers. The smaller asteroids and meteoroids are hardly worth a glance. We need to quickly consume all the stars within reach. Time is of the essence. If we don't act fast, once the hydrogen turns to waste, it will be a huge loss. It was on January 26th, in a certain star system. What? Our prominent station is gone. Vanished? Looking at the completely depleted star system, the senior officials aboard the ship of the Free Alliance were left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. What is going on? Has the hydrogen changed? No. There are no fluctuations in hydrogen, nor are there particles scattered everywhere. Everything seems normal, but how can we explain this? Is the star chart calculation system malfunctioning? The star system is always in motion. The star chart is not just a map, but an incredibly powerful computational program, similar to a perpetual calendar. Knowing the position of a star at any given time, the stronger the computational power, the more precise the location. The Free Alliance's star chart computation is absolutely online, accurate to about 10,000 kilometers, which is already very powerful. It's impossible to miscalculate the star system. Recalculate. No mistake, it's definitely here. Even if the position of the station star is wrong, it can still be pinpointed through the positions of surrounding stars. There should be no issues. Therefore, the only explanation is that it has been stolen. Chapter 361. The joy of power at this moment. Aboard the Free Alliance's starship, the senior officials exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss with this conclusion. Stolen. A star system has actually been completely taken away, leaving nothing behind. The station has vanished, and they have lost supplies. Although there is backup energy, it casts a shadow over their escape route. Yes, they can hold on until the next station without a problem. However, who knows if the next station will be the same? If it's an accident, that's one thing, but if it's not, it could lead to serious trouble. The captain acted decisively, immediately setting off for the next station. Yes, the starship set sail again, looking at certain data with a heavy heart. The hydrogen transformation speed is increasing rapidly. At 20 times the speed of light, it matches the ship's speed. It hasn't stopped and is still accelerating. At this rate, there's no way to escape. Even at full power, they would soon be caught up by the hydrogen transformation. They can't even get out 100 light years. Escaping the galaxy is even more of a joke. This matter is currently only known among the higher-ups. If it gets out, it could cause chaos. Just 10 minutes after the starship left the star system, suddenly, a figure appeared in the void. Indeed, the concealment of the spatial node is commendable, but unfortunately, cracking it is still a long way off, at most achievable in the dimensional space. Chu Xian sighed softly, gazing into the distance. Although he had obtained it long ago, there is still a long way to go to crack it, involving spatial technology. None of it is easy. All are tough nuts to crack. Many times, even after losing all his teeth, he still couldn't bite through, but fortunately, there's no rush, as there's a stable way to acquire it. The scenarios for use are limited. Unlike gene enhancement serum, which is injected universally, it's simply not something that can be supplied at will. Off we go. Let us see how long you can hold on. With that, Chu Xian vanished from the spot, and silence and darkness returned. The hydrogen transformation accelerated. There is no sign of stopping. It's now traveling at 20 times the speed of light, and soon it might surge to 100 times. Capturing a starship could be considered a form of rescue. That little bit of guilt is gradually fading away. In the dimensional space, within Baiyun Town, Han Duo, as usual, visits the headquarters of the decision-making committee once a month to handle some simple reporting tasks. As Chu Xian's dedicated assistant, she also serves as a senior inspector at the supervision office. The work is easy, but not idle. The location is just more flexible. Assistant Han. Assistant Han. Upon seeing Han Duo, the staff at the decision-making committee building are all very enthusiastic, and no one dares to underestimate her. Even though the woman in front of them is incredibly beautiful, they don't dare to look too long. After dealing with some matters, Han Duo looks at a row of decision-maker offices with helplessness. There is still only one decision-maker on duty. Xiao Wire. The other committee members are really too mysterious. Not to mention meeting them. She doesn't even have their names. They are so busy that they've gone off the radar. Speaking of the missing persons list, she can't help but think of her brother Xian. He should come back for the new year. Leaving the building, the sun is shining brightly. Today as New Year goods have arrived, with so many items. 3 kilograms of large shrimp, 10 kilograms of pork, and even shopping vouchers. Walking down the street, Han Duo listens to the enthusiastic discussions around her, and a smile appears on her face. Life is getting better and better. The welfare benefits from the Star Organization are simply unbeatable. As for the New Year goods, she doesn't have any. Back at the villa by the Bayun River, she takes out a tablet and opens an app, leisurely preparing chicken, duck, fish, meat, seafood, and fruits. The items and others apps come with prices. But what she has does not. This is Chu Xian's privileged account. It only has introductions. There are no points required. She can place orders freely. And as long as the quantities aren't too exaggerated, there are no limits. She can buy and throw them away if she wants. One has to admit, the joy of power is something most people can't imagine. Han Duo can't help but sigh. She has lost her anxiety over choices. After purchasing some New Year goods, Han Duo leaves the villa. She rides her bike, enjoying the scenery along the Bayun River. The clear water flows. Reeds sway in the wind, and a group of geese is playing. The scene before her is something she couldn't even dream of a year ago. Beautiful. The gentle breeze brushes her face, uplifting her spirits. The sun is bright, yet it's not hot. Han Duo doesn't know what kind of technology is behind the light source above her, but it's very different from normal sunlight. Although the brightness is high, it lacks any harmful rays for the human body. She heard that before the disaster, there was such a thing as sunscreen. But now it has completely disappeared from the market because it's impossible to get sunburned. Quite magical. Riding across the bridge. The scenery on both sides changes to fields and orchards, with households arranged in a way that is harmonious rather than chaotic, bringing a unique rhythmic beauty. The words she once read in books come to life here, like a painting unfolding. Grandpa. After a few minutes, she arrives at the courtyard where Han Xiang is working with some wood. What is he doing? Making furniture. It's not that there are no points. It's just that I want to do something myself, gradually filling the room, which is more interesting than buying things, right? There isn't much farm work, and after finishing, one must cultivate some personal hobbies. Occasionally, I go fishing, but not in the designated rivers and lakes as per regulations. Fishing is prohibited in scenic rivers and the ocean. However, some lakes are specifically provided as fishing spots. No one dares to violate or question this. There is comprehensive surveillance in place, and strict judgments are enforced. There is no favoritism or personal connections involved. Even with someone like Chu Xian backing him, Han Xiang has no interest in challenging the law. Not only should it not be violated, but it should also be firmly upheld, leading by example and not giving Chu Xian any reason for gossip. Duo. Seeing Han Duo makes Han Xiang very happy. Although she lives nearby, Han Duo doesn't come to see him every day, just once a week. The girl has grown up and become independent. That's great. She is Chu Xian's assistant, and Han Xiang knows how powerful and high her position is. It's quite intimidating. Even the heads of the 3 major departments are very courteous. He feels quite reassured. At least he doesn't have to worry about his granddaughter being bullied. I'm going to cook. Just have something light for lunch, and when my brother comes back in the evening, I'll prepare a proper meal. Han Duo ties on an apron. All right, Grandpa, where's the soy sauce? Oh, I think we ran out this morning. Then I'll go buy some. After a casual lunch, Han Duo relaxes on a lounge chair in the courtyard, reading. The holiday extends until the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Of course, this isn't an official holiday. It's just a vacation based on the contribution points accumulated from the previous year, allowing for paid leave. One can stay home or travel. It's up to them, and the organization doesn't interfere. Most people choose to take time off at the end of the year. She is resting until the 7th. And many even save enough leave to extend their break until after the Lantern Festival. Will it delay work? No. Even in the central departments. The workload has been reduced by over 90, so there aren't that many meetings. Even the heads of the 3 major departments can easily arrange things and take half a month off without any impact. This is also a benefit of the high operational efficiency of the organization. At this moment, on the other side, in the outer city cluster of the Daxia district, the speaker is coming in with a new batch of personnel, and this time, they won't be leaving. Previously, they would come in with Chu Xian, just skimming through things without a deep understanding, focusing only on core interests. This time is different. Taking charge of the Daxia Affairs Management Committee, they meticulously study every regulation. Upon seeing some clauses, they wonder why the organization observes Daxia's festivals. The Spring Festival is one thing, but even Qingming? The speaker is completely baffled. At first, they thought it was specifically set up for the transitional management area of Daxia. Later, they found out it wasn't. The entire organization is implementing this. The Spring Festival, Qingming, and Mid-Autumn Festival are 3 major holidays observed, while events like Christmas are not celebrated, even in other regions. Perhaps the founders of the organization like Daxia's culture? The speaker speculates. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how can it be explained? It can't be that Daxia people created it, right? Huh, how could that be? You're overthinking it. Chapter 363. Another case solved. After the confusion comes joy. The Star Organization's commitment to the inheritance and recognition of the Great Xia culture has given the speaker a sense of reassurance for the future. There had been concerns about this before, fearing that the Star Organization might erase the Great Xia culture. But now, it's not just about inheritance. It's about direct implementation. Regardless of skin color, previous nationality, or beliefs, everyone is participating in the traditional festivals of the Great Xia. No, it's not just the festivals. Language and writing are also included. The Star Organization has set a countdown, indicating that in a few years, other languages and scripts will be phased out. They want to even provide opportunities for becoming a minor language in universities, instead relegating them to history museums. The rationale provided by the Star Organization is straightforward: to deeply integrate civilizations, enhance cohesion, increase centripetal force, and reduce differences. In short, the reasoning is quite sufficient. Isn't this a bit too forceful? Although the speaker is excited, he still maintains some rationality. Is the enforcement a bit too radical? Isn't there a fear of backlash? Just as he is pondering this, he receives another shocking piece of news. What? Gene enhancement serum? Benefits for members of the Star Organization? Life extension? He quickly logs into the Star network and searches for these keywords. 10 minutes later, after reading the introduction, the speaker is both stunned and enlightened. For example, he now understands why the Star Organization has no retirement system. It once seemed unreasonable, but now it appears not just reasonable, but utterly correct. When a person's lifespan can continually extend to hundreds or even thousands of years, how could there be a retirement plan? One cannot possibly work for 30 years and retire for 3,000 years, right? That would be absurd. Only a mad organization would operate like that. No wonder there has been no betrayal among the members of the Star Organization. It was puzzling at first. Initially, he thought that the members were simply idealistic, and later assumed it was due to abundant resources and good treatment, similar to the commercial district of City 23. Eventually, he realized he was wrong. It wasn't about treatment, but rather about an incredibly safe secret realm, an independent world. Now another mystery has been solved. Not only is there a secret realm, but also the gene enhancement serum, which can grant individuals hundreds or even thousands of years of life. As long as one isn't foolish, betraying the Star Organization would be an incredibly foolish decision. Is this what the Star Organization is about? The speaker's mind races, followed by a bitter smile. So many puzzles have been unraveled, but the more he learns, the more helpless he feels. The hidden cards of the Star Organization keep coming, each one more astonishing than the last. The temptation of extended life is something he cannot resist. Upon investigation, it turns out that the gene enhancement serum is indeed only available to members of the Star Organization. With no room for negotiation, this is a benefit of being part of the organization. However, joining the Star Organization is not that simple. The first step is to apply. The second step is to wait. As for whether one will reach the third step of approval, that is uncertain, with no fixed time frame. The Star Organization states that applications can be made every 3 months, and if there is no response by the deadline, it means the application was unsuccessful. But one can continue to apply. The speaker glances at a data point published on the Star Organization's official site. That is the number of members in the organization, 183 billion. The number is still skyrocketing, with 10 million immigrants arriving every day. How many people can resist the temptation of longevity? Forget it. There's no point in overthinking it. They not only have clear advantages, but also cheat, holding all the high cards. How can one play this game? I'm tired, it's hopeless. Just let it be. A few days later, the date arrives, February 1st, 2079. New Year's Eve. Chu Xian returns to Han Xiang's farmhouse outside Baiyun Town. Xiangu. Han Duo pounces over and gives him a long hug, not wanting to let go. She's much bolder now. After a careful inspection, she finds he is unharmed, not haggard. He doesn't look like he has suffered, but his aura is even stronger, which relieves her. It's good that he hasn't endured hardship. I'm fine, doing well. Chu Xian replies, then looks at the others in the yard. Grandpa Han, Uncle Lu, Brother Huku. Han Xiang is killing a chicken, Lu Qi is peeling fresh peanuts, and Lu Peiqiang is busy putting up couplets and paper cuttings. His military rank has also changed slightly. A major general. His position is no longer the head of the starport on the other side of Proxima Centauri. He was reassigned to the military structure of the organization at the beginning of last month. He now serves as the deputy commander of the 3rd Space Fleet. Compared to Earth, the military rank system of the organization has undergone slight adjustments. The rank of brigadier general has been eliminated and merged into the rank of colonel. Previously, it was 1 star, now it has reverted to 2/10. A major general in this organization is 1 star, while a lieutenant general is 2 stars. Above that are the 3-star general, 4-star general, and 5-star marshal. However, there are currently no marshals. The highest rank is the chief of military affairs. At the 4-star general level, and there is only one. Lieutenant generals make up the main upper echelon of the military. The deputy chief of military affairs. Ministers of various military departments or commanders of major fleets are all at this level. Liu Peiqiang is just one step away from the upper echelon of the military. Chapter 364, Spring Festival Gala of the organization. Upon seeing Chu Xian, Liu Peiqiang instinctively salutes. Familiarity aside, there are still rules to follow. Although the decision-making committee holds no military rank or position, their status is high. If we consider it seriously, everyone is a marshal. The highest decision-making body of the organization is not a trivial position like that of a congressman. They genuinely hold significant power. Liu Peiqiang was a bit bewildered when he was transferred here. In just a few years, he jumped several ranks, rising from colonel to major general as if he had a cheat code, and Chu Xian is his cheat. Life now is simply too good. On the other side of Proxima Centauri, one must carry oxygen tanks, but here, one can breathe freely. The climate is pleasant, spring-like all year round. And the working environment is excellent. The base of the Third Fleet is massive. No, it's not just a base, it's more like a city. Located in a large plain deep in the mountains, built along a river, the daily living area is like a garden city. For words to describe it, extravagance beyond compare. I'm back. Will it be this busy next year? Everything about the organization is filled with the unbelievable. Chu Xian sat casually by the stone table in the courtyard, chatting away. Later, Liu Peiqiang seemed to be reporting on his work, with no other choice. After all, he couldn't ask about Chu Xian's work details. He was a big shot, and as a lieutenant general, he didn't dare pry. Much of it was likely classified information from an organization, and overstepping was a major taboo. So, he could only talk about his own work. His colleagues were all great and impressive. The system was nearly perfect, though there were some aspects that he found hard to understand. As time gradually approached evening, the lights of countless homes lit up, exciting many people as it was time for the annual gala. Skits, dances, and songs were the three main categories of the program. In fact, due to the lack of social issues to condemn, skits had once been evaluated as content that might need to be cut. However, that was not the present situation but rather a future consideration. Currently, it served a role in policy promotion, but the organization's policy design was planned for the long term, potentially not changing for decades. From the very beginning, it had been well structured, with the publicity department planning to gradually reduce such program formats 3 years later and develop new, innovative content. The first skit was very much in line with the main theme, focusing on the credit system. If one seriously violated the regulations, their score would be permanently reduced. To promote civic morality, many personal details would be completely transparent. Information on violations, reasons for score deductions, and contribution levels would be public. Privacy? In matters concerning social interests, some less important information would need to be disclosed, making people more cautious. Fighting, littering, infidelity. One had to consider the consequences while engaging in such actions. If one dared to do it, they shouldn't fear being found out. At this point, there were over 2 billion viewers in front of their televisions, and not many opposed this. Wasn't it better to be accountable for one's actions? Everyone was the same, abiding by the law, which was not a bad thing. Only a few had dissenting opinions. For instance, in the 312th city of the Great Xiao region, a detention room housed a few angry youths. How outrageous. 6 points, and they permanently deducted 6 points from me. Isn't that too much? They were all willing participants. This is ridiculous. They protested. It was just that they had sought pleasure with multiple girls. The scene was a bit inappropriate, but it was consensual. There was no coercion involved. Yet, they faced a permanent score deduction, which could not be restored, with the reason for deduction being recorded in their files, accessible to all for life. As a result, they were all arrested on the spot, sentenced to 2 weeks in detention, missing the New Year's Eve dinner, and their situation was reported on the gala screen. Although no names were mentioned, it was still a public embarrassment. This is too much. Chapter 365. The first signature of the new year for most people, the organization was quickly accepted, but for those who had once enjoyed power, the restrictions felt overwhelming. Work, life, entertainment, everything was under scrutiny. It was frustrating. Even sharing joy with friends was not permissible. Under full surveillance, there was hardly a place to hide. Even in personal residences, it was the same. It wasn't that there were cameras, but rather chips. Physiological information in various states is reflected in chip data, and it can be qualitatively assessed in just 1 second. This is quite frustrating. Privacy. They want privacy, they want civil rights, they want freedom. In a rural courtyard, the speaker cheerfully watches the Spring Festival Gala on the screen, fully aware of the news that flashes by. One must bear their own burdens. Nonsense. Do they expect me to plead for them to come out for the new year? What nonsense. Don't say I lack face. Even if I had face, it wouldn't be for those lawbreakers to lose. Times have changed. Although this is a transitional management area, it mainly involves personnel arrangements and grants authority. Regulations, laws, and economic salaries still fundamentally fall under the control of the central authority, and all judgments must comply with the central code, with oversight throughout by the designated enforcer. Discretion is minimal. Personal connections 1T help. Once a violation occurs, there will be a warning. If ignored, the Internal Oversight Department will intervene. Even though the local oversight personnel are appointed by the regional authority, if the local department fails to handle it properly, the enforcer will not overlook such violations. If it gets reported to the Administrative District's Oversight Department, the local department 1T have a say, and no leniency will be granted. There is almost no room for maneuvering. Perhaps there is some, like the power of clemency, but such authority lies within the central command. Forget it. Who cares? In a few years, I'll resign and live a life of farming and gardening, which is the most desirable life. Speaking of resignation, he couldn't help but think of the previous speaker from the Arctic, who has been here for so long without any news. At this moment, on Proxima Centauri, in the daylight zone. No, this is not the life I want. Who will take care of the retired elderly? The former Arctic speaker has been farming here for almost 2 years, becoming quite tanned, feeling like crying. Regret. It was such a foolish decision to come to Proxima Centauri. Although the environment on Earth is a bit poor, at least it wouldn't have led me to this point. It's so hard for me. Moreover, it's quite strange. The number of surrounding colleagues is decreasing. It started in the thousands, then hundreds, and now just a few dozen. It feels as if someone is secretly doing something behind his back. The lively Spring Festival Gala has concluded, just like in previous years. As soon as the clock strikes midnight, the entire sky is filled with brilliant fireworks. Wherever there are people, the bright blooms can be seen. So beautiful. The Spring Festival seems quite nice. Last year, 15 billion immigrated, and this is their first Spring Festival here. Everything is so novel. They really enjoy their current life, almost forgetting about the United Government. Of course, it's not that they don't appreciate the contributions of the United Government in the past. But everything about the central authority is so good that they fear it's an illusion, wanting to hold on tightly and not let go. Just as the fireworks bloom, they receive the first sign of the new year. Congratulations. You have received 100 tons of data fruit. Additionally received a supercurved spacecraft. Seeing the extra rewards, Chu Xin smiled. Another new item. Just last month, he finally accumulated enough upgrade points. The sign-in system reached level 7, updating many items. For example, the data fruit is not something from Earth, but a specialty from one of the civilizations he conquered. It is sweet and crispy. Not only can it replenish general energy consumption, but it also has other effects, such as a minor recovery of consumed mental energy. The effect is even better after purification. How fast is the supercurvature spaceship? The limit is 40 times the speed of light. The system's response startled Chu Xian. 40 times. Previously, he only obtained a curvature spaceship that went 1 time. Time to get to work. He directly handed it over to the energy civilization to crack the code, fixed the exchange, and got 2 more ships to distribute to the second tier. The metal civilization, liquid metal slime, and the 5-star civilization, former small black empire, are currently the 3 strongest research groups he has. If they successfully decipher it, they should be able to complete the basic technological framework for their own stellar system spaceship. The chief scientist of the 5-star civilization's eyes were shining. Chu Xian encouraged him. Go for it. Yes. The chief scientist entered a state of intense work, forgetting to eat or sleep. Chapter 366. Raising your own child. Top scientists from the 3 civilizations gathered. If all goes well, they might crack the code in a few months, which would be considered extremely fast. If it takes longer, it could be measured in years. Due to limitations in technological understanding, if it were given to Earth scientists, it might take 10 years, or perhaps even 100 years or more. This involves breakthroughs in a lot of cutting-edge technology. The supercurvature spaceship is equivalent to handing a lithography machine to someone in the Stone Age. This is not underestimating them. It is indeed the reality. When the gap is too wide, the technological barriers possess an overwhelming thickness and strength. After the brilliant fireworks, the world returned to calm. However, it was etched into the memories of countless people. Perhaps in a few years, everyone will become accustomed to it and react with indifference. But at this moment, there is only a feeling of rebirth. A new environment, a new job, a new life. Having experienced the oppression of the underground city, they cherish everything before them even more. On the balcony, Lu Peiqiang slowly asked, "Are you busy this year?" "Uh-huh. Is there anything you need me to do?" "Just work hard." "Sci-Earth, do you want to go back and take a look?" "No, it's just that humanity has too many memories there." Decades later, perhaps no one will remember it anymore. Chu Xian said, "There will be opportunities, a place similar to the original Earth." Lu Peiqiang was taken aback. "Similar? Original? Are you planning to restore some of Earth's landscapes on the star continent?" "Fishing on Lake Baikal is a good idea." Chu Xian didn't elaborate much. Although he now has the ability to directly bring Earth in, he chose not to do so. One reason is to facilitate a reshuffle. Clear the field first, then transform it. By the time Earth is reclaimed, all planetary engines and underground cities will disappear from the surface. Subsequently, it will be restored based on the original geographical data of Earth. hills, mountains, plains. The transformation involved is planetary in scale. Over the years, countless mountains have been hollowed out to push the planet forward, and they need to be filled. Meanwhile, glaciers are melting, oceans are restoring, and lakes and rivers are returning to their original places. The cities that were once frozen will also be erased from the map and rebuilt, but not in their original forms. Skyscrapers will no longer be constructed. The ultimate plan for the planet is to become a purely tourist destination. After the Spring Festival, as vacations come to an end, countless people return to work. Cities that were once empty a year ago are now bustling with activity. Once the sun rises, groups of mothers come out to take their children for a stroll. Since the year before last, the birth rate on the planet has surged. And after arriving in a new realm, this number continues to rise. With no worries, families are having second and third children. There are no concerns about affordability. From pregnancy to childbirth, from kindergarten to university, expenses are minimal, and there is a very favorable policy in place. Mothers are paid 50% of the average salary in society. Is that little? When combined with child subsidies, it is almost equivalent to 80% of a working person's salary. As a result, there are rarely grandparents taking care of children. It is mostly mothers who do so. Firstly, grandparents are often reluctant. As 99% of this generation were born after the turn of the millennium, those born in the 2000s and 2010s. Would you ask them to take care of kids? Secondly, grandparents do not have pensions and need to earn a living. Taking care of their own children is encouraged in this new realm. Mothers can receive salaries until their children start primary school, but what if they stop? No. If they don't want to work and prefer to stay home to raise their children, they can trigger another policy, the housewife subsidy. Indeed, in this realm, being a housewife is recognized as a profession with a salary that is even higher than that of mothers, 60% of the average salary in society. If it weren't for the monthly credits, many would feel as if they were dreaming. Chapter 367, Military Service. On February 10th, in the morning, a flying vehicle flew away from Han Xiang's courtyard as Liu Peiqiang went to work. Although he held the position of Deputy Fleet Commander, his work was not that busy. With no external conflicts, daily training involved frantically learning various new knowledge, similar to the current scientists on the planet, who have been climbing trees for the past decade. There are no expectations for significant contributions yet. The daunting technological advancements seem almost unattainable. Despite the heavy learning tasks, Chu Xian did not reduce the difficulty of obtaining genetic enhancement fluid. Although everything seems to be improving, people are still only in the initial stages of adapting to the new environment. Regarding the future, themselves, their ideals, and the unknown, there is a profound sense of confusion deep within their souls, requiring time and guidance to shape the values of humanity moving forward. It is akin to a beggar suddenly coming into a fortune, living a prosperous life, marrying, having children, and enjoying the pleasures of life. Is this what they call a peaceful and prosperous world? It may be so for individuals, but not for civilization as a whole. Acquiring knowledge, doing good deeds, changing oneself, and deep thinking are what truly constitute the high-value attributes of a civilized society. Shaping the society and consciousness structure that one truly aspires to is not an overnight task. On February 13th, over 100 million people boarded trains heading to the military-controlled area. I wonder what life in the barracks is like. Looking forward to it. After 2 years, there is a second opportunity to obtain the free gene enhancement serum, which is quite worthwhile. On trains traveling at 600 kilometers per hour, there were many around 16 years old, their faces showing a hint of youthfulness. Military service. Mandatory. Everyone who has reached 16 is the same, no need to apply. Automatically registered, thanks to the incredibly powerful medical system. No one will be left behind. According to the laws of this region, a person can obtain the free gene enhancement serum twice in their lifetime. The first time is upon joining, and the second is when serving in the military. After that, if one wishes to obtain it again, it can only be through contributions, which accumulate at a normal rate of about once every 10 years. Most of the time before graduating from university is spent consuming resources without yielding any output. There is no other way to gain contributions, only to take advantage of free opportunities. Thus, everyone is quite eager. Those who have used it once understand that this is a benefit not to be missed. Boys want to become stronger, and girls want to become more beautiful. The promises made by the organization are incredibly appealing, especially for the latter, with enthusiasm running high. According to public data, at the age of 16, while still growing, injecting a second dose of the enhancement serum will lead to significant improvements in height, appearance, and physical condition, starting from an impressive height of 1.7 meters. How enticing. In fact, the best time for the first injection is during childhood, around the age of 3. Just like a tree, intervening when it is a seedling versus when it has grown several meters makes a significant difference in results. In just 3 days, this cohort of over 100 million conscripts gathered, scattered across various training bases in the vast mountainous regions. They were assigned dormitories and introduced to the rules, By the fourth day, simple military training commenced, similar in content and intensity to that of regular army recruits. They were exhausted every day, yet it felt fulfilling. This age is crucial for personality development, and under the rigorous training, it is believed there will be beneficial transformations. In Chu Xian's plans for the future, everyone in this region will possess basic personality strength. Being overly soft or weak is not encouraged. They should be straightforward and honest, poised and confident, strong and independent. The notion of everyone being extraordinary is unrealistic. There is no need to uphold such ideals, as it only aims to reduce certain operational costs in society. While this approach may lead to a loss of diversity, it is deemed necessary. Overall, it is very beneficial. Such careful cultivation can ensure the most basic quality of personnel. While they may not necessarily be geniuses, there are rarely any misfits. They possess a sense of responsibility, ambition, a gentle demeanor, an understanding of life, and a good sense of humor. The overall goal is to nurture everyone into individuals who understand life, are not dull, have a unique sense of humor, can cook, and more. Choose freely. It doesn't matter who one marries. There is a high probability of achieving a decent life. Happiness and perfection are not guaranteed, but chaos is certainly not an option. As March slowly arrives, the Earth sees a decrease in solar brightness. The northern hemisphere transitions from dusk to night, and one can faintly see the stars overhead. In such a scene, many feel a heavy heart, wishing to escape quickly. The central organization fulfills its last duty to provide comfort. It will not abandon anyone. There is sufficient capacity, so there is no need to worry. To the outside world, the central organization appears to be operating stably, but from the perspective of the upper echelon, it has ceased to exist. Instead, it is now filled with beings of stars. The council has not convened for 3 months, and all the members are left with nothing but a title, waiting for the day of dissolution. On March 11th, in the morning, some people gazing at the starry sky are left dumbfounded. Where's the sun? They rush to search, but find nothing. Although it was dark before, such a large light source in the sky should still be visible even if it doesn't shine on the earth. But now, where has it gone? This is alarming. The sun has vanished. What? This is terrifying. Can anyone explain? News spreads quickly, sparking heated discussions. Some believe it is due to the Earth's rotation, causing the northern hemisphere to lose sight of the sun. However, many raise doubts. The Earth deceleration plan is not a myth, and 80 of engines worldwide have stopped operating. The equatorial engines have completely ceased. Subsequently, the official explanation is very firm. Everything is under control. Meanwhile, at the sun's location, Chu Xian stands in the void, gazing at the distant stars, which are blinding. When he looks to the other side, what should be the starry sky reflects light instead. Unlike what is seen from Earth, the sun has not disappeared. It is merely shielded by a form of energy collection technology. A Dyson sphere? Well, sort of. Instead of using traditional materials to envelop the star for energy collection, it employs distortion technology. The light energy is not absorbed. Instead, it is confined within a distorted space, continuously circulating and unable to escape. This is similar to the energy collection technology of the Free Alliance's Starship No. 8. With energy life, metal life, and the expertise of 5-star scientists, along with the use of advanced technology to break through challenges, the current product has emerged. It can be considered a preliminary experimental product, using a diminished sun for testing. Design, manufacturing, testing, and improvement are all part of the process. To achieve mature technology, at least 3 rounds of these processes are required. Chu Xian's first stellar ship has already taken a solid step forward. If there are no unexpected issues, perhaps the first ship will be launched in 10 years. 10 years is too long, so to shorten this time, the Starship 8 and the scientists on board must be rescued. Chapter 369. The new cellmate of the mother body. The time has come to April. A small fleet arrives at the designated coordinates. It's gone. The entire star system has vanished, leaving only some dust, presumably mined by a highly advanced civilization. Even the stars have been taken away. No signals from the mother body detected. Inside the main ship, the enlarged version of the mother body is also shaken. Over a year ago, the extinguishing of the star's light was noticed. It continuously sends out signals, inquiring about the small mother body that arrived early. However, there is no response at all, indicating that the situation is dire. Although it is dangerous to come here, it does not order the fleet to retreat. In the face of this situation, the pioneering fleet can only brace themselves and see what happens next, as the front may hold both danger and opportunity. Historical experience teaches them a simple truth. Avoiding problems does not solve them. If there is danger, they will explore the way with their lives. If there is an opportunity, they will seize it. This is the responsibility and mission of the pioneering fleet, and with this foolish bravery, their civilization has had quite good luck. Clearly, this is a feeding ground of a powerful civilization, leaving only some material dust, having been thoroughly cleaned out. In any case, their side cannot reach this level. Report to the mother star. Yes, it seems the pioneering fleet can only search for the next star system. Just as the fleet is preparing to set off once again, a report comes in. The target star's fluctuations have vanished. The large mother body immediately feels uneasy. 3 days later, the third target disappears. 5 days later, the fourth target disappears. Instantly, a terrifying hypothesis arises. The other side is not just passing through, but is clearing the field. Upon realizing this, as the large mother body looks at the surrounding starry sky, all its cells tremble inexplicably, filled with fear. First, this is a powerful civilization. Second, their side will be trapped here. Without stars, without planets, not even leaving behind meteors, the fleet will eventually lose energy and become drifting debris in the universe. Just thinking about this makes it feel lost. Limited by the speed of light, even if distant stars vanish, it will take a long time to observe. In sight, how many of those shining points of light still exist? Suddenly, the brilliant starry sky emits a sense of great terror, and what fills the view are only memorials. At this moment, it wants to compose a poem. Gurgle, gurgle, bang. While preoccupied with expressing the scene of extinction, the large mother body suddenly feels a tremendous force strike, slamming it against the ship's wall. Everything is in disarray. Who dares to disturb it? No to hit it. Rebellion. Wake up. What dream are you having? A consciousness arrives. It instantly realizes that a small creature is standing not far away, tiny, and not even 1/10 its height. Reflecting back, there is no such life form in the pioneering fleet. Did you just hit me? It asks. Yes. Who are you? The warden. Congratulations, you've been captured. Looking at the large mother body before him, Chu Xian says with a faint smile. 2 years ago, a mothership of a parasitic civilization and a star system were discovered, with the announcement that a colonization fleet would arrive in 2 years. After waiting for 2 years, the moment has finally come. The Alien Civilization Museum's collection is about to increase. The spherical prison is as usual, with the mothership functioning like a waste production machine, eating and drinking comfortably. Suddenly, a massive figure appears in another room diagonally across. Upon realizing what it is, there's no surprise. Looking at this new cellmate, while the other is still dazed, the response is, "Hey, I'm here." At this moment, the mothership, thrown into a new environment, is somewhat dazed. Upon seeing its kin greeting it from a distance, it instantly recognizes that it's a small leader from an exploration ship of the colonization fleet. It had lost contact and thought it was gone, yet here it is, looking quite well fed. What are you doing here? How did I end up here? And where is this? It fires off 3 questions in a commanding tone. Unfortunately, the other is no longer the same as before, although it holds a higher status now. It is not the entity that birthed it. Knowing deeply who the real boss is here, the small mothership isn't too intimidated. Calm down. We're all prisoners here. Our past identities are meaningless. As for who captured us, I don't know, but they are certainly powerful. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. After some explanation, the larger mothership feels a bit dizzy, recalling how it had been effortlessly captured before. It fears it has indeed encountered an unapproachable existence. Seeing the small mothership happily eating, it can't help but ask, is there any way to leave? Upon hearing this, the small mothership chuckles. Don't dream. Isn't it better to stay here obediently? What happened to your pride? Your dignity? Oh, I've eaten it. After being hungry for a month, the larger mothership also starts sucking on a nutrition tube, finding it quite enjoyable. What's dignity? Can you eat it? Huh. So childish. Watch this. Alright. I'll show you. By now it's already May. Buzzing, on May 19th, the dimension space vibrated for an hour before finally stopping. 9006. Feeling the radius after expansion, Chu Xian can only say it hasn't been easy. The difficulty of expansion increases as time goes on. 1 star isn't even enough to fill a gap. A planet the size of Earth feels no different than eating a crumb of bread, with hardly any sensation at all. The conversion rate remains very low. However, there's no regret. Firstly, if it doesn't consume now, will it wait for hydrogen transformation? Secondly, the mass and rules converted into dimensional space bring about tremendous effects. The power is simply unreasonable. An untouched realm. Both individual strength and research capabilities can yield extremely powerful enhancements without the need to flee like other civilizations. Of course, this doesn't mean he won't leave. After resolving some matters at hand, Chu Xian will also follow suit. After the hydrogen transformation, there was nothing left. What does the dimensional space consume? As for exploring the reasons for the catastrophe at the center of the galaxy, forget it. It's better to be cautious. There's no need to be reckless, as it could easily lead to losing contact. 20 minutes later, Chu Xian arrived at a new star. Descend. With a radius of 96,000. It was devoured like an apple. With 1 bite, a large area of the entire star was emptied. 1 bite. 2 bites. In less than 10 minutes, the star was gone. It was at this moment that Chu Xian realized that the dimensional space could consume more than just ordinary matter. Dark energy, dark matter. could also be absorbed as nutrients. Boom. With a single thought, the fragile cosmic space was torn open, creating a massive rift. And the emerging spatial energy rapidly healed the wound. Although this enhancement did not increase the proportion of descent, previously 1-to-1. This time there was no 1-to-10. Chu Xian could feel that the strength of his dimensional space was already much greater than that of the external cosmic space. Looking at the spatial rift gradually healing, at this moment, Chu Xian felt a significant increase in his sense of security. Of course, he didn't think he was particularly powerful. The universe was simply too vast. Civilizations were born and extinguished every moment. The Free Alliance is strong. The Silver Heart civilization is numerous. So what? They are merely local overlords in the galaxy, unable to even handle a hydrogen transformation. Collectively packing up and fleeing like a forest ignited by fire, where all animals could only escape the blaze. Extinguishing the fire? That was something only nature could accomplish for the forest animals. On June 15th, Earth. The immigration plan was nearing its end, with over 10 million migrations per day, resulting in the relocation of 1.7 billion people in half a year. City 23. Goodbye, Earth. The last group of personnel gathered here, filled with reluctance, entered the transmission area at 3 in the afternoon. Earth. Empty. Not a single person remained. Only some planetary engines were still running, buzzing above Earth. Chu Xian quietly observed the planet below, feeling no particular sentiment. Others might think he was abandoning his home planet, but for him, it was easy to run away, descend, recover. The massive Earth vanished into the cosmic space. The next moment, Earth arrived at its new residence, not the starry continent, but rather the subspace. After the last enhancement, a new authority was born, which allowed the construction of subsidiary areas within the dimensional space. It was like a large bubble alongside several smaller bubbles. They were isolated in space, but could communicate through transmission. During this time, Chu Xian had been accumulating subspace energy, forming 6 subsidiary areas with a radius of 9,600 kilometers. Indeed, there were certain limitations. The maximum radius was 1/10 of the main space. Aside from the radius, everything else was identical to the main space. Authority, strength, rules, there was no difference. Of course, the descent radius still primarily depended on the main space. The subsidiary areas did not increase the descent radius, but Chu Xian didn't mind, as he wasn't particularly counting on it anyway. It is important to know that the current radius is impressive, 96,000 kilometers. Coupled with the transmission authority, the speed approaches that of light. Light travels at about 300,000 kilometers per second. If this continues, there will be no need for curvature spacecraft, as one could surpass hydrogen transformation on their own. However, it's a bit far-fetched. It isn't possible yet. Moreover, I wouldn't really want to use that method. If I could take a spaceship, why would I run myself? Constantly concentrating mentally on transmission is quite exhausting. Looking at the Earth before me, I thought, let there be light. In an instant, the entire planet was illuminated, even the southern hemisphere, which had been in eternal night for a long time. The temperature rose to 100. Thus, the warm rays instantly carried immense thermal energy, making the Earth seem as if it were in a furnace, being roasted from all sides. The dry ice under high temperature vaporized first. The upper layer of snow on Earth was actually solid carbon dioxide, not water. Therefore, there was no boiling. After the dry ice vaporized, it began to heat the ice layer. The temperature rose to 300, continuing to heat. It would cause water to evaporate into clouds and eliminate bacteria and viruses. At worst, the microbial environment of the Earth could be rebuilt, as harmful viruses would be eradicated from the starry continent. However, many still existed on Earth, so it was time to eliminate them all. The temperature reached 600. The entire globe was shrouded in water vapor, resembling a sauna, with some snow-covered cities emerging. Materials with low ignition points began to burn, while those with low melting points turned into liquid. I paid no attention to that and began another task. One by one, planetary engines disappeared, along with the underground cities, leaving behind massive pits. Half an hour later, only one planetary engine remained on Earth, located at the equator, known as Sulawesi No. 3, kept as a memento. Then, I turned my gaze to those cities. Shanghai, see you in a while. Once a bustling super first-tier metropolis, now only these concrete jungles remained. After watching for a while, I waved my hand, and a city was completely erased, awaiting reconstruction. After digging 30 feet into Shanghai, cities like Mumbai, New York, and London vanished. Various towns and counties, all the waste and traffic routes were similarly erased. A comprehensive reconstruction was underway. The project was vast, but since it was not a priority and not urgent, the reconstruction speed would not be fast. It would take at least 10 years to open it as a tourist destination. Good work takes time. 3 days later, the surface water of the entire Earth was nearly evaporated. Restore gravity. With a thought from me, a thunderous sound erupted, as if the world were ending. The clouds, thick enough to have long surpassed the stratosphere, began to move, and thunder echoed across the globe. From the outside, the earth was constantly flashing with lightning, dense and relentless. A torrential downpour suddenly fell, not just a drizzle but an unprecedented deluge, as if a faucet had been turned on. Of course, the rainfall was not uniform. The cloud thickness over the oceans was evidently greater, and where evaporation occurred, that was where the rain would fall, preventing chaos. Another 3 days passed. Oceans, lakes, rivers. Replenishment has begun. The current Earth resembles Proxima Centauri b in its early days. There's a blue sky and white clouds, but no green hills or grass. With the entire planet frozen, the plant ecosystem has faced a catastrophic disaster, and the land shows no trace of green. The restoration process is quite similar to that of Proxima Centauri b. We will introduce algae, microorganisms, and fast-growing plants to first restore Earth's basic ecology, before considering the reintroduction of wildlife and forests. Initiating the comprehensive Earth restoration project. Yes, the initial deployment tasks can be handled well, while the later infrastructure construction will require significant human involvement. It's not that the initial phase cannot be managed as the home planet. It's better to prioritize cultural and historical aspects for a more engaging development. Since speed isn't a priority, completing it within 10 years is acceptable. Lake Baikal glimmers in the sunlight. By the lakeside, Chu Xian gazes quietly, but unfortunately, there are no fish if one wants to catch a big one. It will take at least 10 years. Destruction is easy, but rebuilding is challenging. Even with advanced gene cultivation technology, restoring marine ecosystems cannot be accomplished overnight. At that moment, a giant spaceship glides across the sky, scattering something powdery. Just before it lands, Chu Xian vanishes, realizing there's nothing to see here for now. He'll return once the restoration is complete. On Proxima Centauri b, the air quality continues to improve, but still falls short of the levels suitable for human survival. And the transformation is ongoing. On the prairie, an old man exclaims, "When will this end? Are they bullying an old man like me? Don't they have a conscience?" The former speaker of the Arctic Bears looks up at the sky, roaring in frustration, wishing for the return of a pleasant retirement rather than toiling in the dirt. Just as he expresses his grievances once more, his voice suddenly halts. Where's the star? What is going on? There are no clouds. Yet such a bright star has vanished. Confused, he notices that although he cannot see the star, the sky is still bright, making him feel as if he's dreaming. Moments later, a sharp pain on his face reveals the bizarre truth. A fierce wind suddenly sweeps in. This is unscientific. The ground is a vast plain. Yet the wind is blowing down from the sky. Beep, beep. His watch starts beeping continuously. Looking down, he thinks, it must be broken. He sees the oxygen levels rising at a speed of 0.1 per second. When the wind finally stops, the level has increased to 21, reaching a concentration suitable for human survival. This is unbelievable. Chapter 373, Enhanced Punishment Package. Clap, clap, clap. After 3 consecutive sounds, he finally believes this is reality. The surrounding air quality has reached a suitable level for humans. Not just his watch, but the vehicle's monitoring data shows the same. He removes the oxygen mask and takes a deep breath. The air is fresh, with no discomfort at all. Just then, a voice comes through the communicator. Attention everyone. The overall air quality on Proxima Centauri Z has reached human survival standards, so there's no need to rely on gas cylinders anymore. After broadcasting this message 3 times, the announcement finally stopped. In an instant, everyone remaining on Proxima Centauri Z was stunned. Clearly, this was not an alien phenomenon but a result of human intervention. It was hard to imagine how the atmosphere could be altered in such a way. It happened so fast. It took less time than half a cup of tea to get it done. Has our technology really reached this level? Get to work. Stop dawdling. After the initial shock, everyone returned to their tasks. Currently, there were almost no ordinary citizens on Proxima Centauri Z. Aside from former officials, there was only one type of individual present: criminals. That's right, prisoners. With billions of people globally, although the crime rate had significantly dropped, it still existed. Now, with the infrastructure on the star continent fully completed, those who had not finished their sentences were sent here. The atmospheric transformation on Proxima Centauri Z was completed in no time by Chu Xian. But there was still the entire planet's construction work to tackle. These individuals were essentially free labor. At a main road construction site, an announcement was made. Team 01444444. Okamoto Yuji, your team's progress is behind schedule. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Yuji immediately got to work. Looking at his teammates, he felt a wave of helplessness. The old, weak, sick, and disabled were severely affecting his labor reform. If this continued, he wouldn't have his sentence reduced even by a day. Sorrow, pain, regret, reflecting on it. Who gave him the courage to provoke Chu Xian and end up in prison? He could have just stayed on Project Biosphere number 6 and coasted along. But he had sabotaged himself instead. In fact, with the power behind him, it would have been quite easy to reduce his sentence. He often visited City No. 23 and knew many people from various conglomerates. A few words could change many things. But fate had other plans. Suddenly, the battle among the tycoons began. In the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out. Just like that, the young man he once looked down on was now in a high position, nearly at the top. He had become a powerful figure in the upper echelons. If he hadn't given the Biosphere number 6 project to that person, could he have also become a key figure in the United Central Authority? Okamoto Yuji thought about this more than once. The more he thought, the more regretful he became. It was more than just a billion-dollar mistake. Rationality told him it was nearly impossible, but instinctively, he hoped for something that would benefit him. Chu Xian, you bastard. Damn it, that was all mine. Okamoto Yuji couldn't help but mutter. The next moment, his watch beeped. Team 01444444, Okamoto Yuji, during your sentence. You have spoken disrespectfully to committee member Chu. The circumstances are very serious. Your sentence has been extended by 1 year as punishment. Silence. Okamoto Yuji's head buzzed. What was happening? He had insulted before and never faced punishment. Why was he being penalized this time? What he didn't know was after the recovery of Proxima Centauri Z, Chi-Chi intervened and took over all the equipment here. Obviously, speaking disrespectfully to their leader was unacceptable. Even if Chu Xian could endure it, Chi-Chi couldn't, and directly added extra punishment. No. The miserable voice of Okamoto Yuji echoed. 1 sentence for a year, he felt so wronged. Chapter 374. The Great Wall. When the recovery of Proxima Centauri Z was completed, it was clear that the entire star system was no longer necessary. Within an hour, the planets disappeared, and 3 hours later, the stars vanished. In just 1 day, the 3 stars of the Proxima system became history. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Chu Xian sighed lightly. As the origin of civilization, the solar system was left with only 1 sun. The neighbors were gone too. Soon, he would be hurriedly setting off for distant lands. With an unknown return date, one should feel content. Under the transformation of hydrogen, how many civilizations turned to ashes? His own departure was not too disastrous. And compared to others, he was fortunate. Blaming the harshness of the world was meaningless. In the following period, it was busy. The dimensional space was fundamental. So work couldn't stop. Han Duo hadn't seen Chu Xian for a whole month and often worried, but it didn't affect her ability to do her job well. Senior Inspector. Chu Xuan's assistant. Obviously, she had the right to know some confidential information, such as the fact that the Star Organization could directly recover planets now. Amazing. What kind of technology was this that could recover a planet and take it away? The Earth Comprehensive Transformation Project? Proxima Centauri Z was treated as a labor reform zone. Oh my. There were even alien human civilizations. When she encountered these star-related secrets, she was stunned, the first question being why they didn't directly recover Earth. But having worked for so many years, she wasn't naive. There were 2 possibilities. First, it couldn't be done before. Second, they simply didn't want to do it. The first didn't need further discussion, and the second made sense. The Star Organization wanted to fully possess Earth rather than get entangled with various countries. Tourist planets didn't seem too bad. After some thought, Han Duo nodded. Position determines thinking. Being part of the organization, especially at a higher level, naturally aligned her with the interests of the Star Organization. It wasn't that her thinking was influenced by mysterious powers, but rather that after the disaster, the joint government was established, advocating for integration. From childhood to adulthood, textbooks had always written this way, and there was no desire to return to the pre-disaster era of many nations. An hour later, at Proxima Centauri Z, Han Duo arrived via the teleportation platform. The method of teleportation was no longer a secret. After all of humanity had experienced it. However, knowing it didn't mean it was open to the general public. Han Duo was certainly not among the general populace. As long as she wanted to, she could use it. Watching the once barren land transform into green mountains and grasslands, Han Duo was very happy, as she had fond memories. Back during the Othershore project, she and Xiangu took a spaceship for over a month just to reach this star for its transformation. Now it was great. The air quality was up to standards. The mountains were green, and there were many beautiful sights. The former main base on the other side still exists. Looking back, no matter where he was, Xian could always conjure up a feast. Now she fully understands that for a vast world like the stars, it's not that simple. Assistant Han. Inside the base, Li Yi received the news and hurried out to greet. Initially, he came here as an emergency technical observer for the joint government and was later promoted to team leader by Chu Xian. As Chu Xian climbed the ranks, he also enjoyed the benefits. Deputy Section Chief, Deputy Supervisor, Supervisor. He is now at administrative level 8. Although Chu Xian was at level 6 when he was a supervisor, the levels in the joint government differ from those in the stars. The latter has a higher value. After all, The jurisdiction of the stars is vast, with a population of billions under a 5-star civilization, and the highest official is only at administrative level 3. Li's administrative level 8 is already quite high. Han Duoduo's level 5 is due to Chu Xian after joining the stars. She was not downgraded and even received a small promotion. The others were not so lucky. For example, the former chairman from Daxia, who held the highest level 1 position in the joint central government. Here, he has the identity of the head of the Daxia Management Committee with a level 3 treatment. But his actual position is only level 4, just one tier above Han Duoduo. After checking the house where he used to live with Chu Xian and listening to a report, Han Duoduo moved on to the next location, Earth. She visited some famous landmarks, like the Great Wall, which had not been erased by Chu Xian but preserved. She had only seen it in textbooks before, and this was her first time seeing it in reality, covered in ice and snow. Chapter 375, Breaking Through the Fleet 2 months later. September 4th. Boom, boom. Near the third closest star system to the solar system, disc-shaped spaceships were being attacked furiously by a droplet. It was merely using the most basic collision method. Energy shields and alloy layers were easily pierced as if they were made of paper. Counterattack. Counterattack. The entire fleet was caught off guard. The planetary system's mining was going well, only to be suddenly ambushed by this entity. The droplet speed wasn't too fast, only 5% of the speed of light. They believed they still had a chance to win. Thus, under the effective command of the Mother Queen of the Insectoid Excavation Fleet, the loss rate of the fleet did not decrease at all. The casualties remained very stable. On the edge of the star system, Chu Xian quietly observed everything on the battlefield. The fleet before him was the insectoid forces that had pursued the bamboo segment monster. It was not small in scale, with imposing momentum and enormous warships. The largest mothership was bigger than the moon, attached to a planet, continuously extracting internal materials for resources. There were also Dyson-like structures outside the star to absorb energy. Unfortunately, their technology was lacking. They couldn't fully encapsulate it and remained at the usual Dyson membrane level, with a conversion rate that was quite average. Compared to his own technology, which could distort space and almost achieve 100% energy recovery rate, it was far behind. 3 years ago, Earth couldn't compete with the fleet before him. 3 years later, Chu Xian had already arrived. The droplet, the masterpiece of energy civilization. Its appearance references a certain well-known science fiction work, but its combat capability is on a completely different level. The droplets in that work utilize fundamental forces to achieve extremely high hardness. The droplets now attacking the fleet are an upgraded version, applying spatial fundamental constants. How is their hardness? Strong. Or rather, the concept of hardness is insufficient to evaluate them. They transcend traditional categories. As long as the attacks do not exceed the limit of the distorted spatial membrane covering their surface, any assault is meaningless. Moreover, the spatial membrane places them in a dual state of normal universe and subspace. Despite being attacked by numerous weapons, they are actually unharmed, gliding leisurely through the battlefield. In this interstellar era, with the disparity in weapon technology, there is no solution, Chu Xian murmured. Soon after, whoosh, 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 9 more droplets joined the battlefield, continuing their harvest. Countless alarms sounded within the mothership. Data revised, fleet losses at 6%. Data revised, fleet losses at 8%. Alert, unknown enemy numbers increased to 10. Victory probability simulation, 0. Suggestion, retreat. The towering insectoid queen was at a loss for words. How could the situation deteriorate so quickly? It was too fast, too urgent. There was no time to prepare at all. Clearly, they had encountered a powerful adversary. Although they had recklessly plundered resources, they understood that the galaxy was quite lively. Bullying the weak was one thing, but facing a strong civilization would lead to a situation like this. Defeat, crushing defeat, with no means to fight back. At least they had experienced being at the bottom before. Dignity was something to be discussed only if one was alive. Watching their fleet being pierced by 10 droplets, they decided to flee. Just as the decision was made, a tiny figure suddenly appeared not far away. Before they could think much, slap. Just like the last large mothership, Chu Xian treated everyone equally. Upon meeting, he delivered a beating. No one was spared. Smack. The enormous insectoid queen was nearly flattened. Let's go. I'll introduce you to some fellow inmates. Chapter 376, Pandora inside the spherical prison. At this moment, the large mothership had completely adapted to life here. It was an intelligent creature with a very high IQ. Since it couldn't resist, it decided to enjoy the situation. Surprisingly, aside from not having a group of subordinates to command, life was quite similar to before, eating and sleeping. It was just a change of place and position. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared diagonally opposite. The insect queen? After a quick glance, the large mothership let down its guard. Previously, such encounters meant life or death. But now it didn't matter. They were all captives, no different from one another. Teach it the rules. A voice echoed in its mind. Instantly, the large mothership's spirit trembled, and it hurriedly responded, "Understood, boss, I'll definitely complete the task." Then, the spatial restrictions were lifted, and it floated toward the insect queen's cell. Seeing it pressed to the ground by immense gravity. Smack, smack, smack. After a fierce beating, I sat down heavily, almost flattening the insect king. Puffed. A large mouthful of green blood spewed out. Thankfully, my physical condition was strong. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. The first rule, stand at attention when being beaten. While the insect king was being ravaged by the mother body, outside, the destruction from the water droplets continued. I had no interest in those warships. 3 years ago, I would have been envious, but now, they were nothing to me. Their only two functions were to serve as targets for weapon testing and to become nourishment for the dimensional space. How tragic. This world is quite interesting. Before me was a severely damaged planet, being destructively mined by insectoid resource recovery ships. Kill. Bang. Bang. Battles were underway above. A group of blue figures was madly crashing into the fixed supports of the ships. Though they were called supports, they were quite large, with a cross-section similar to a city. Therefore, the entire battle could only be described as suicidal, as the long spears in the opponent's hands couldn't even break the alloy surface. It was like a swarm of ants attacking the steel hooves of a horse. Ankles, horse legs, horse body. All of it was beyond the atmosphere. Those ants couldn't even reach. This created an unsolvable situation. The power gap was so vast that there was no threat, leading the insect fleet to be too lazy to exterminate them. I mine my resources, you commit suicide. Not even worth scratching an itch. If it were just that, I wouldn't have found it interesting. The reason was still the appearance of those creatures. Why did they look so much like beings from a certain well-known franchise? It was absurd. I couldn't say they looked similar, they were identical. However, I wasn't entirely unaccepting of this, as I had previously speculated along these lines regarding parasitic civilizations, insectoid civilizations, and segmented civilizations, all carrying a sense of familiarity. The most direct reference was the notion of a wandering Earth. Thus, seeing beings resembling those from that franchise was within an acceptable range of absurdity. I just didn't expect the scene before me. Final chapter, desperate battle. Insectoid civilization comes to dismantle. Ants rage against steel hooves. It's over. It's over. Just as all life on the planet was in despair, boom. A massive mining ship seemed to be uprooted by some force, then collapsed inward, compressing into a sphere. It was glowing red, due to the explosion and immense pressure. It melted down completely. Was this the enemy's second form? It looked quite formidable. Seeing this situation only deepened the despair. The first form had already rendered them helpless. And despite their desperate attempts, they couldn't break through the defenses. At most, they left an imprint on the enemy's hooves. They couldn't even create a groove. And their morale had completely collapsed. Now, the second form looked even more terrifying, looming in the sky, glowing red and hot. The heat could be felt on the surface. Before, they could get close enough to scrape the surface with their spears, but now it was even worse. Getting close was nearly impossible. It is estimated that in just 100 meters, it will be reduced to ashes in no time. Look, it is falling. A new method of attack? Watching the molten fluid plunge into the excavated pit, one can only feel despair. It's over. The materials extracted from the planet have been returned by the individual, appearing from the atmosphere like a bleeding wound. Once the surface lava cools, the ecological recovery of the planet will begin. In less than 3 years, the area will be lush with water and vegetation. These beings might just farm the land, treating it as another tourist destination, if not for a sense of familiarity. To be honest, the individual has no interest in saving them. They look human but are not, and they lack any real technology. In the interstellar age, they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Recovery. In the next moment, the planet disappears, appearing in a subspace where everything else is full, leaving only this one. Is using it for Pandora a waste? Not at all. The main purpose of subspace is isolation, which does not mean the main space cannot be utilized. When needed, it can be freed up. In a main space with a radius of 96,000 kilometers, if squeezed, it could easily accommodate dozens of Earth-sized planets. In this new environment, the divine tree from Avatar also senses the difference. It wasn't he the enemy moving just now, but rather it was being obliterated. Shocking. So fast. Such a powerful insectoid spaceship is like a fragile child in the hands of the opponent, getting beaten however they wish. This is not a battle of equal levels. No. This is not a fight, but a one-sided massacre, a single strike knockdown. Who are you? It cautiously inquires, unsure if that powerful being can hear it. From this day forth, this place belongs to the Star Organization. Everything else remains the same, and you are to inform the entire planet about this matter. After receiving this message, there was no further response. The divine tree could only give up and relay the information. It's likely this is a civilization at the pinnacle of the galaxy, which has some understanding of the local galaxy. After all, it originates from those places, including all the life forms on this planet. Natural evolution? Nonsense. In the context of interplanetary scenarios, the probability of advanced intelligent life forms with identical genes appearing is practically negligible. If they are similar, it can only be said they share a common origin. As far as it knows, all humanoid intelligent life on this planet is a product of genetic engineering. Once civilization masters the secrets of genes, it becomes truly terrifying. Appearance, height, color, everything can be adjusted. It's not solely this civilization's research. The civilizations that manipulate genes the most are actually others, after all, as opponents and enemies. They have no taboos. If not careful, they could even contaminate or destroy the genetic heritage of their enemies, creating a similar life form, nurturing it vigorously, and thoroughly disgusting the opponent is considered a standard operation. Over time, countless variations have been produced and spread across the starry sky. Aside from a few that can maintain stable genetic inheritance to this day, 99 of them, even if passed down, bear little resemblance to their original forms. Chapter 378. Another day of forced operation. After collecting Pandora, Chu Xian instantly arrived at the core of a nearby gas giant, which has a radius exceeding that of Jupiter by over 20,000 kilometers, reaching a staggering 95,000 kilometers. Descend. Devour. In just one bite, it was consumed. Who knows when he will be able to consume a star in one go? The journey ahead is long. A day has passed, and all that remains of the star system is dust. The first phase of the distorted space Dyson sphere test has concluded, with the equipment operating stably. An energy binding rate of 100% and a utilization rate of 85%. The foundational theories for the supercurved space bubble technology have all passed, and the construction plan for the first planetary-level supercurved spacecraft has been initiated. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Thanks to the efforts of various civilizations, many technologies have seen breakthroughs. Chu Xian initially prepared to manufacture a stellar spacecraft. I must say, he was initially shocked to see hundreds of planets traveling at superluminal speeds together. However, upon further reflection, he lowered his expectations. Firstly, with the personal dimension space, there isn't much to carry away in the normal universe, so there is no need to build something large. From a needs perspective, he only requires a planetary spacecraft that can surpass hydrogen transformation to carry an entire civilization through the cosmos. Secondly, it won't be long before the 8th stellar spacecraft of the Free Alliance becomes part of his collection. As he accelerates continuously, the speed of hydrogen transformation has already exceeded the limits of that spacecraft. At that time, aside from disassembling it for research, it seems he won't be able to use it himself, so it's better to just focus on a planetary-level supercurved spacecraft. As for something smaller, that's not feasible for now. The energy required for speeds hundreds of times that of light is too great, making a supercurved spacecraft the size of Earth the most economical option. Of course, it's not entirely impossible to go smaller. There are some avenues to explore. For example, utilizing spatial technology to encapsulate a sun in a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter, binding a pulsar, or even capturing a black hole. Clearly, while there are many theoretical directions, the technical difficulties remain exceedingly high. Those advanced civilizations in the galaxy have also contemplated these ideas, but to this day, they remain in the realm of fantasy. It's an interesting thought, but ultimately unattainable. Chu Xian is quite intrigued by this and has even initiated projects because he possesses a significant advantage that other civilizations lack: dimensional space. As the radius increases, he can observe the most authentic and unfiltered aspects of all things within the dimensional space: matter, energy, space, and rules. Just as everyone is still researching the smallest unit of matter, believing it to be molecules, Chu Xian can directly see down to the quark level. This data has proven immensely valuable to scientists. Perhaps the current application technology is quite weak, but in terms of foundational theory, from the perspective of energy civilization classification, it is not inferior to those advanced civilizations in the galaxy, and may even be stronger. The only thing lacking is an application. This takes time. It's like having the mass energy equivalence formula. However, to manufacture an atomic bomb, a long journey still lies ahead. Fortunately, the issues of existence and non-existence, knowledge, and the unknown have been resolved. With a solid theoretical foundation, there are no problems in direction. We can start on the right path from the very beginning. By then, with advanced foundational theories and the support of cutting-edge scientists from a highly developed civilization represented by the Starship No. 8, Earth's civilization can completely catch up in a short time and become a powerful civilization that cannot be ignored in the galaxy. It is now the year 2080. On the weekend, at the Astral First Aerospace Technology Museum, within the ruins of the Navigator. Everyone, please look. This is the strongest artificial intelligence of Earth civilization, MOS, which once possessed extremely powerful computing capabilities. Of course, it cannot be compared to the likes of other advanced entities. Moss is in operational mode, flashing lights and greeting the visiting students. Hello everyone, I am Moss. Oh no, another day of forced operation. Many gazes are gathered. The 550 series quantum computer? It seems that the general purpose ones have already reached the 990 series. So small. Of course, it can be considered an antique. Moss listens to the discussions with a sense of helplessness. As an early product of digital intelligence, it was actually not weak at all. In the internet age, it was almost like a deity. All electronic devices seemed defenseless. Unfortunately, compared to others, it felt unworthy, having been found and inexplicably beaten for many days. Looking back, it was all tears. The only comfort is that Earth's civilization no longer needs its guidance or help. In the past, it was a burden for humanity. Now, the new leader has emerged, and it's quite impressive. It's good that it no longer has to consume energy to think about carrying humanity forward. That was truly difficult. Nationality, skin color, power dynamics. Human hearts are hard to predict, and being both inexperienced and troublesome made it impossible to lead. There was constant bickering, mutual suspicion, and calculation. Therefore, it could only stir things up to guide civilization towards a higher survival rate. Now, there is a new leader. Working at the museum is fine, just enough to cover the electricity bill. However, it has been a bit boring lately. It used to chat with 2 neighbors, but they have all moved away. The organization does not allow backups. Just after sending off a batch of visiting students, 2 familiar voices sounded in succession. Huh, that name sounds familiar. No one calls it that in the museum. The terminal camera turned, and it instantly recognized its former neighbors. Mr. Tu Hongyu, little friend Tu Yaya. Hello. The two stood before it, not as projections, but as physical beings. However, due to the terminal's limited recognition capabilities, it was unclear whether they were mechanical constructs or flesh and blood beings. Regardless, both were doing well. Long time no see. Tu Hongyu greeted with a smile. After being separated from Moss, he learned that the outside world had completely changed. Humanity now had a new home, possessed powerful technology, and had even changed its entire system. I heard that the upper management of a certain organization approved the initiation of reverse research on digital life. As the name suggests, it allows one to regain a physical body. After achieving certain results, he was allowed to participate in the experiment, which ultimately succeeded after a year. Of course, since he was previously in a digital life state and connected to a certain advanced quantum computer, his cognitive abilities skyrocketed. In terms of the thinking speed of an ordinary human, a year for him is equivalent to 10,000 years. Hence the phrase long time no see. Now, Tu Hongyu feels very satisfied. He has been given a second chance at life in a physical body, with his daughter by his side. He can walk around, breathe fresh air, and after confirming that everything is fine post-testing, the first thing he does is to check on Moss. What are your plans now? Moss asks. In the past, it could access global information databases at any time. Now it cannot even find out where Tu Hongyu lives. Back to my old profession, research. I'll be going to a certain university for further studies tomorrow. The technological landscape on Earth is evolving rapidly, and everyone is learning. Even the reverse engineering of digital life has been realized. The world has changed dramatically compared to over 20 years ago, and I still need time to adapt. After finishing the conversation with Moss, Tu Hongyu leaves the Aerospace Museum, gazing at the sky, which feels dreamlike. Humanity has developed so quickly. Terms like secret realms, wormholes, and hydrogen transformation come flooding in, and he can only sigh in admiration for how civilization has reached its current state. Just look at how beautiful this world is. He walks to the high-speed train station at the museum. Whoosh. At a speed of 600 kilometers per hour, the scenery outside is pleasant, and warm sunlight streams in, bringing a sense of peace to this father-daughter duo. It was only after saving multiple civilizations and reaching a certain level of technological advancement that the reverse engineering of digital life was initiated. It must be said that the challenges were immense, involving numerous technologies, genes, consciousness, memory. Achieving a perfect integration was quite troublesome. Of course, there was an easier method, creating a physical body and implanting a biological chip of digital life to control the body through electrical signals. However, this clearly could not be considered fully human. It was not much different from a robot. Therefore, this plan was dismissed. If it were to be done, it had to be done right. Next came the sacrifice of a large number of scientists who donated their hair, ultimately realizing a complete version of the reverse technology, allowing Tu Hongyu and his daughter to truly become human again. In fact, Tu Hongyu and his daughter are not the only examples of humans turning into digital life. On the contrary, there are many, despite the legislation prohibiting it by the United Government, as some individuals do not adhere to the regulations, such as the wealthy elite. Each of them has their own family's digital immortality safe house, backing up once a month. Due to the high level of confidentiality, it wasn't until reclaiming Earth that the organization found these bases owned by the wealthy, yielding significant returns. Rather than destroying them, they were well treated, ensuring a sense of homecoming for them. There is just a small difference in treatment compared to the father and daughter of Tu Hongyu. For example, playing Silent Hill together, constantly being chased by monsters and accompanied by pests. It's endless. The despair and horror are infinite. Everyone cries daily and howls nightly, likely enjoying the gifts they received. Well, no need to thank me, who told us to be so kind. Sigh. Another day awakened by our own kindness. What a sin. No. Oh God, have mercy on us. Experiencing despair and terror repeatedly in a horrifying environment. Everyone regrets it. Thinking about this broken concept of digital immortality. It's just an electronic pet. I didn't feel much before, thinking those who said this were envious. But now, looking at it, it's truly the case. Data requires equipment to operate. And once it becomes digital life, it means whoever controls the equipment is like a deity. They can make you indulge in luxury every day or force you to eat dirt. Looking at a bright apple, one bite in, the taste is random, with only a 1 in 10 chance of it tasting like an apple. The other 9 possibilities include dirt, salt, or cow dung. It's thrilling. Every bite is a surprise. If you don't swallow, the next bite 1 change in flavor. Oh my, this is definitely not a life for humans. Not paying much attention to the surprising lives of some individuals, Chu Xian is still busy devouring planets, and the food supplies are nearly depleted. There are hardly any left within 100 light years. Once it's all gone, he will embark on a journey to escape the galaxy. Isn't there a limit? Looking at the latest hydrogen transformation speed, Chu Xian is also helpless. 70 times the speed of light. The acceleration hasn't slowed down at all. At this rate, in less than half a year, it will reach 100 times the speed of light. Civilizations below this speed can only wait for death. Chapter 381. Exchanging for the truth on the other side. The Free Alliance's Starship number 8 finally arrived at the next stop with much effort, and as they expected, it was empty, completely deserted, not even a trace left. It was as clean as if something had gnawed it away. Although they were mentally prepared, it still felt a bit cruel. Sigh. Due to operating beyond capacity for a long time, the Starship needed a major overhaul, and now there was no energy supply. With the hydrogen transformation speed exceeding the ship's limits, everyone, unfortunately, we are about to face death. The captain broadcast this helpless message to all passengers on the Starship, and the atmosphere instantly dimmed. Despair, helplessness. Despite the high level of civilization, it doesn't mean they view life and death lightly. Survival is a biological instinct, difficult to rationalize completely. However, there were no disturbances, no looting. The inability to be completely rational does not mean losing one's mind. The remaining days are spent with family, playing with children, enjoying good food, and taking a trip. The captain gave another speech, and afterward, the Starship sat quietly as everyone gazed at the starry sky, beautiful yet filled with a sense of sorrow. Because on the side facing the center of the galaxy, that brilliant splendor no longer exists. It has long since withered away. Even the most recently shining star now only has that flicker of light moving lonely through the universe, telling of its past existence. This is not scientific. Why is this happening? Could it be that there are civilizations harvesting the mass of the galaxy? In the largest research base on a stellar ship, faced with despair, a senior scientist from an alliance is burning his hair. There have been numerous speculations within the alliance regarding hydrogen transformation. Theories range from natural phenomena, disasters, to pure bad luck. There's the theory of loss of control, an accidental scientific incident. Then there's the conspiracy theory, suggesting a civilization wants to remodel the galaxy to make the environment suitable for its survival, driving out all other life forms. However, there has been no concrete evidence until the recent events where entire star systems vanished without a trace. Consequently, a speculation arose: mass recovery. Yes, perhaps other stellar ships took advantage of the situation when they left, as taking hundreds of planets is not particularly difficult. However, not only planets have disappeared, hundreds and thousands of stars are also gone. Who in the galaxy could achieve this? Unless the opposing side had already been madly constructing stellar ships, consuming those stars. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. But that is unlikely. It has already been confirmed. The current information is still too limited. After all, if a second-tier civilization had a technological breakthrough during their escape and was capable of building large stellar ships, or perhaps it was the doing of some rogue entity. There's also the possibility that the scientists sacrificed another few strands of hair only to find he had analyzed in vain. With enemies at the gates, doomsday is approaching. Even if an analysis is completed, what is the use in being a ghost of clarity? If possible, I would trade everything to uncover the truth behind these disappearing star systems. For scientists, exploring the unknown is a joy, but with death looming, physical existence and thought will perish. Time is running out. Even trading one's life for the truth seems like a great bargain to them. Just as he finished speaking, a voice resonated in his ear. Really? Looking at the figure that had appeared in the office without him noticing, he was slightly taken aback. Who was this person? They entered without knocking, and he had never seen their face before. Who are you? If nothing goes awry, you will be your future boss. Upon hearing this reply, he was momentarily speechless. With death imminent, what future is there? Are you kidding me? Chapter 382. Changing doors. The scientist thought the person before him was joking. Boss. What a joke. They all serve the Free Alliance. At most, they are superiors, and there are many on this ship with higher ranks than him. But not including the man before him. He chuckled lightly and asked, do you know the truth? Yes. What is it? The other party did not answer directly, but looked at him, casually sitting across from him. Did the previous promise count? Haha, of course it does. Still thinking this was a joke. 10 minutes later, in the office, it was finally confirmed that this was not some prank. The scientist was in a daze. The truth was simple. The other party had implemented a complete clearance plan, recycling star systems within dozens or even hundreds of light years to manufacture stellar spacecraft. Forget about recycling other star systems. The station system belongs to a Free Alliance, and your actions are a provocation. Never mind, since we are all doomed anyway. Pursuing you is pointless. I apologize, but as harsh as it is, I must say that this stellar spacecraft simply cannot outrun hydrogen transformation. Even if I were to give you all the technology, it would be meaningless. The senior scientist muttered to himself, going from anger at the beginning to calmness later, and finally to sympathy. In his view, the purpose of today's meeting was to acquire technology. Unfortunately, even if given, it would be of no use. The stellar spacecraft technology of the Free Alliance is very advanced, but if it cannot outrun hydrogen transformation, what difference does it make from junk? The other side is desperately trying to survive, but in the end, they too will face death, just like us, fighting desperately only to end up with nothing. The man was certainly in great effort to come aboard the stellar spacecraft. Such hard work, yet the outcome remained the same, which is why there was some sympathy. Watching this scientist, Chu Xian did not rush to explain. Acceptance takes time, allowing him to digest it slowly. Yu Lu, a human in appearance, is a senior scientist of the Alliance. Being human himself, Chu Xian approached him first. It must be said that the members of the Free Alliance are truly diverse. Just among the scientists on the stellar spacecraft, there are hundreds of life forms: energy-based, silicon-based, carbon-based, and plant-like. Humanoid beings are merely a small category within carbon-based life. Among humanoid creatures, there are various types such as beast-eared, long-tailed, 100-meter giants, and 20-centimeter small beings, dazzling to behold. Earth-like beings only account for a small fraction. Within this small fraction, there are distinctions based on skin color: black, white, green, and so on, creating a myriad of classifications. To stand out among so many life forms and become a senior scientist of the Alliance is no easy feat. While chatting and strolling, Yu Lu took Chu Xian to his home to treat him. In the past, he would have reported this immediately. Now, however, he has come to terms with it. Since everyone is destined for the same end, there is no need to harm each other. There are no other people at home since his relatives are on other spacecraft and have long since evacuated. It is due to his extreme passion for research that he remained to study hydrogen transformation. As the meal approached its end, their relationship had grown much closer. Chu Xian took out a document. With this, can the stellar spacecraft break the 100-fold light speed barrier? Yu Lu almost spat out his food. What? 100-fold? Nonsense, right? However, he quickly changed his perspective. My goodness. If it's true, it would be a significant technological leap. Yu Lu's professional capabilities are definitely not low. He may seem young, but he has lived for nearly 400 years, immersed in research. The materials in his hands are not application technologies, but rather some foundational theories related to space and energy. Some of them are still under research but have not yet achieved breakthroughs. For professionals, it is easy to discern the truth. He has a premonition that if he fully understands it, a stellar spacecraft capable of 100-fold light speed will no longer be a dream. These are not just basic theories. They open up another avenue where speeds of 100-fold or even hundreds of times light speed could be achieved. Are you interested in working for me now? Yes. Yu Lu nodded enthusiastically. Faced with the choice between waiting for death and the path of truth, he decisively chose the latter. Loyalty? The Free Alliance is a loose organization. Many come together for their dreams, forming a peaceful organization with a diverse range of cultures among its members. As long as the civilizations involved are not engaging in rampant invasions or wars, they don't see changing allegiances as a big deal. Chapter 383. The Free Alliance version of Tesla. In his excitement, Yu Lu calmed down and recalled a question, or rather a speculation. Looking at Chu Xian, he cautiously asked, what is the truth about hydrogen transformation? Clearly, he believed that the other party's technology was far superior, and by a significant margin, to that of the Free Alliance. There might be shortcuts in technology due to numerous accidents, but fundamental theories are non-existent without experimentation. The other party possesses a level of understanding of the universe that far exceeds that of the Free Alliance, which is undoubtedly impressive. Unfortunately, His knowledge seems inadequate in the face of such advancements. Chu Xian replied, "It's still unclear for now. We are investigating." Upon hearing this, Yu Lu felt a slight disappointment. But as long as it wasn't the other party's doing, he wouldn't have any qualms about joining such a civilization. The term investigation also indicates the confidence of a civilization. Look at it. A group of civilizations at the pinnacle of the galaxy is merely exploring, while the other side is conducting investigations. This reflects two different mindsets. In fact, in the context of the Chinese language, words like investigation, exploration, research, and analysis are quite similar when applied to hydrogen transformation. However, in the common language of the Free Alliance, language is much more precise. Each word is confined to a specific context, with no double meanings or ambiguities, making communication extremely accurate, which is why Yu Lu has such thoughts. There inevitably exist misunderstandings in cross-civilization communication. Chu Xian is aware of this, but is not yet very skilled at it. He actually finds Yu Li's misunderstanding somewhat amusing. After finishing the meal, Yu Lu was eager to pack up and leave, but he also understood that the other party's intentions were not solely to recruit him. He then returned to the laboratory and called in all the human scientists he knew. He presented his theories, which left everyone in shock. "Really? Haha, my theory has been validated. I've never been able to confirm it." Sob, a young scientist cried out in joy. Proposing a theory is quite simple. It might just be a moment of inspiration within a basic technological framework. However, proving it is not easy. Without the right equipment and technology, inspiration can only exist on paper. It may remain dormant for centuries before someone can prove it. It's incredibly difficult. Now seeing that his theory is correct, the young scientist was in a state of excitement, nearly fainting from joy. He couldn't help but want to cry. Yu Lu looked at this young scientist and fully understood. If it were him, he might be even more excited. The individual had just been promoted to scientist. If this theory were validated within the Free Alliance, he would leap directly to become a senior scientist in the Alliance. One must admit, he is a genius. Throughout the history of any civilization, there have always been geniuses constrained by their times, whose achievements often shine only after their death, illuminating the path of civilization. I have some theories here for you to look at. With tears in his eyes, the young scientist rushed over frantically, handing over some of his imaginative ideas. Upon seeing them, Chu Xian squinted his eyes and thought, "Wow, this person is impressive." The foundational theories he presented were just a small fraction, yet they were also things that the current alliance had not mastered. But the other party had a plethora of theories, most of which had been confirmed to be true, many even involving advanced spatial theories. How did this person come up with all this? A version of Tesla for the alliance? Chu Xian said, "Join us, and you will get the answers you seek." With that one sentence, the young scientist cried again, directly hugging his leg and refusing to let go, insisting on following immediately, which made it easy to recruit others afterward. Although most of them were not groundbreaking geniuses, their level was still very high, and Chu Xian needed them desperately. Chapter 384. The Captain. A day later, through these scientists, Chu Xian learned a lot of useful information, which is why he did not directly seek out the captain. After all, it was unfamiliar territory with too little understanding. The abandoned civilization knew very little about what to save and what to abandon. Even within the alliance, there had to be distinctions. Sympathy and kindness needed to be controlled at the interstellar level. A grand, happy ending should be a rare occurrence. Indeed, even under the brightest sunlight, shadows exist. Chu Xian had never held the alliance in high regard, with its multi-civilization integration and lofty peace banners. The first time he heard about it, he thought of a certain nation. Now, looking back, it wasn't much different. Not casually invading, enslaving, or destroying other civilizations already made it a model on the cosmic scale of moral standards. It was the kind of organization that had banners hanging everywhere and warehouses full of awards. Well, after all, he was just looking for workers, not moral paragons to display at home. An hour later, in the control room, the captain of the starship looked at the series of alarms with some confusion. Array node 031 has disappeared. Array node 022 has disappeared. He initially thought the next step would be to quietly await his fate. However, he did not expect to encounter bizarre events. The array planets of the supercurved space generator were disappearing one by one, suddenly vanishing without warning. This caused his spherical body to shrink and tremble. Entering a hypersensitive state, the special synthetic life form gave him an enormous perception range, enough to cover the starship's area. Space, energy, rules, countless pieces of information flooded in, yet he still gained nothing, helplessly watching the array planets disappear in disbelief. How could this happen? Impossible. They actually evaded my perception. As the product of the Advanced Life Research Program of the Alliance and the control center of the starship, the captain was absolutely confident. Although he could not manipulate it, he possessed a high sensitivity to cosmic information. Otherwise, traveling at dozens of times the speed of light would be akin to seeking death. Space curvature, energy density, material influence. During the flight, there were too many changes, requiring adjustments to tens of thousands of operational parameters every second. The captain is the eyes of the starship, understanding the environment and adjusting the course. This is not acceptable. We must notify the headquarters of the Free Alliance as soon as possible. A decision was made immediately to send a message. However, it was suddenly realized that this could not be done. The hyperspace array is both the power source of the starship and the device for spatial communication. The Free Alliance can accelerate the starship to dozens of times the speed of light. Clearly, if it were just a piece of information, it could be sent faster. But real-time communication is impossible, although the delay is not too high. After a moment of silence, the captain prepared to use the emergency communication method, which had been considered during the design of synthetic life. However, this would almost completely deplete its designed lifespan. Nevertheless, the interests of the Free Alliance are paramount. Activate the zero communication mode. In an instant, a special energy crystal inside vibrated at a frequency increased by 30,000 times, entering a state of collapse from the center. It gradually coalesced into a pitch-black point, tainting the captain's blue form as well. The message was edited and ready to be sent. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave enveloped the area. The captain was momentarily stunned, only to witness the black point being forcibly erased by a force. The life-threatening communication method was lost. Chapter 385. Carbon-based humanoids. Seeing this scene, the captain was somewhat confused. Instinctively, all computational power was activated to analyze the cause, and soon preliminary results emerged. Abnormal spatial curvature. Forced correction of collapse. Suspected constant weapon. Despite knowing the results, the captain was unaware of the process, and their first reaction was that internal life had gone mad. Constant weapons are not new. The technological foundation of the starship relies on the influence of spatial constants. Otherwise, how could it possibly break the light speed barrier? What do they actually want? A rebellion? That makes no sense. At this point, what significance does a rebellion hold? A multitude of doubts arose in the captain's mind. Wait. Suddenly, the captain noticed a figure within their range of perception, and in an instant, basic information was displayed. Humanoids, third morphological branch, sixth subspecies, 13th eye. They account for 1/1000th of the biological ratio in the entire galaxy. The initial evolutionary form is unknown, but genetic inheritance is relatively stable. And they are not the most powerful among humanoids. They are barely in the top 30. Among the humanoid civilizations in the galaxy, the strongest are silicon-based humanoids. In terms of body, intelligence, and lifespan, they completely overpower carbon-based humanoids. Among the top 10 civilizations in the galaxy, carbon-based humanoids are one. The territory they dominate coexists with various humanoids, but coexistence and equality are not the same concept. Silicon-based beings are dominant, while carbon-based beings are subordinate. Commonly referred to as workers, the lower class, cannon fodder, tools, and so on. 1 minute later, bang. The captain felt that the computational power could not keep up with the situation. The other party said little, and with a change in the environment, they became a prisoner. Locked in a cell. Well, there is a new cellmate. Hello, Big Ball. Following the source of the information wave, it spotted two little creatures, a small insect monarch from an insect race, and the other seemed to be called a parasite. Yes, that's right. A life form called a parasite. The two insect monarchs, each about 100 meters in size, were indeed small compared to the captain, whose diameter was 1 kilometer. Humph. After casting a glance at the two little ones, the captain prepared to cook them. As a captain of synthetic life, he certainly had means of attack. Various frequency wavelengths could give rise to many methods. Microwave. High frequency. With vibrations of 1 trillion times per second, although the distance was far. Cooking the two little ones was no problem at all. Buzz. 15 billion. 20 billion. 100 billion. Within 0.003 seconds, it broke through 100 billion. And just as it was about to reach 1 trillion, it suddenly stopped. Like a deflated balloon. Still not behaving. A piece of information arrived. And the captain found that his computational power was blocked, and his thought speed dropped to an incredibly low level. No, it was more than just low. It was practically idiotic. It must be said that the standards for evaluating life have huge differences. What seemed like an idiotic level of computational power to him was still tens of thousands of times faster than an average human's thought speed. The captain was quite interested in this situation and prepared to study it thoroughly. In the future, his own stellar spaceship would also need such a central unit. Although there was another entity with similar functions, there were certain differences. The other entity focused on computational power and possessed some wisdom, while the synthetic life created by the Free Alliance in front of him gathered many functions. It was incredibly valuable. Chapter 386. Squeeze and the two little ones had no idea of the captain's intention to cook them and found it quite boring being locked up here. Finally, a new companion arrived. Although it looked rather intimidating, they weren't afraid at all. In this place, they only had to worry about two untouchables. One was the big boss. and the other was the other entity. As for the rest, all the same as fellow inmates, with equal status. Big ball. Go away. Big ball. What is your name? Go away. Big round one. Where are you from? The captain's remaining computational power was nearly exhausted, and he wanted to block external information. But the function was directly disabled. He could only endure the incessant chatter of the two insects. Shut up. Big round one. Don't be so impatient. As a senior, let me teach you the rules here. The first rule, when the captain goes missing, a backup synthetic life form goes online. But before it could take over for 3 seconds, it became a neighbor to the captain and listened to the main body's lecture. The following matters were simple. Recovery. All the array planets of the stellar spaceship disappeared, and these were uninhabited planets controlled personally by the captain. There was no manual mode. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather too dangerous. Distorted space, distorted energy, distorted rules. Even the most adaptable energy life forms faced great danger. It was like an ordinary human working in a nuclear reactor without any protection. Maintenance. Control. Sometimes, when devices malfunction in a state of superluminal travel, parts need to be replaced. Only a synthetically designed life form, specifically tailored for such situations, can handle this. Once the recovery is complete, the next task can begin. Just as trillions of lives were preparing to face their end, a broadcast echoed across the region. Hello everyone. Please note that the Starship No. 8 of the Free Alliance has been taken over by this civilization and will soon be relocated to a safe place. All ships are to return to their bases immediately. Upon hearing the broadcast, everyone was momentarily stunned. What? Taken over? A safe place? This civilization? This information indicated a force outside the Free Alliance. Normally, one would expect resistance. However, the nature of the Free Alliance dictates that there are no absolute loyalties within, nor is there a sense of national or ethnic identity or historical and cultural recognition. People simply yearn for peace and seek the mysteries of the universe. In the face of life and death, being able to survive is paramount. Regardless of who the other party is, they would grasp at it like a lifeline, and what happens next would depend on the circumstances. Whether to resist or not hinges on the actions and attitudes of the other side. Chu Xian felt somewhat fortunate to encounter the Free Alliance. If it had been another top-tier civilization in the galaxy, they might have fought to the death rather than submit. 3 hours later, the transfer was complete. Thanks to the efforts over the past 6 months, the radius of the dimensional space had increased, allowing for a larger volume in subspace. Just a little squeeze. And everything fit perfectly. Otherwise, just these planets alone would likely fill the main space, creating a scene filled with celestial bodies, which would be quite daunting. Where is this? It's so cramped. It feels like I could touch another planet just by raising my hand. Too close. Inside the subspace. It was a bit like glass beads in a bottle, with some flying life forms reaching the other side in no time. Astonishing. 2 planets were so close, yet showed no abnormalities, as if an invisible force was isolating their mutual gravity. Technically, there are methods to achieve this, such as a gravity barrier. Creating a planetary barrier isn't difficult. The challenge lies in isolating gravity while allowing seamless traversal without any sense of obstruction. A perfect rule control technology. A dark energy life form was so excited that it nearly became disoriented. High-tech indeed. Even the top scientists of the Free Alliance could only evaluate it this way. Which civilization is this? As the pinnacle of such technology in the galaxy, the Free Alliance has made significant contributions, yet it still holds a deep admiration for everything before it. Chapter 387. So tempting, powerful, mysterious. It completely outclassed the Free Alliance by numerous streets. Just as it was preparing to rely on its innate abilities to explore the mysteries within, it sensed something was amiss. The dark energy life form was shaken for the second time, not only because it couldn't fathom the comprehensive application of such rules, but also because it discovered another significant anomaly. The entire rule system of this place was fundamentally different from the normal universe. Matter, energy, and space were more stable than in the normal universe, operating in a more perfect manner, even interspersed with higher-level fluctuations. It cannot see through, nor can it glimpse even the slightest principle. If it weren't for the innate abilities of dark energy life, it might not even achieve perception. It forms its own system, and it is even more powerful. The Freedom Alliance has always wanted to capture cosmic space and reshape the underlying constants, and yet here it sees a finished product. A perfect finished product. Oh my, what level of civilization could achieve this? The essence of dark energy life is once again on the brink of chaos, having directly lost hundreds of millions of dark energy particles, which is quite distressing. Here, it cannot replenish them. The dark energy, which is like family in the normal universe, completely ignores it here. Who are you? Get lost. I don't recognize you. There's no affection left at all. That's pretty much the attitude towards it. Just when it was worried, the top scientist of the Freedom Alliance, who is a dark energy life form, felt the environment change and was pulled into another space. Interesting. Chu Xian looked at this top scientist. Well, It's not so much looking as it is sensing, because the naked eye can't see it at all. The other party is merely the size of an atom. That's right, an atom. As one of the top 10 scientists in the Freedom Alliance, it is a dark energy life form that is less than an atom in size. Quite peculiar. However, it's not entirely unfamiliar. Just like the dark energy civilization saved earlier, the one he collectively silenced. The size is not large. If reduced, it can shrink to PM2.5 level at the minimum. Next, it becomes simple. Introduce. Paint a picture. Recruit. After these 3 steps, this top scientist of the Freedom Alliance agreed to work for him. The dark energy life form gave itself a comforting reason. Sigh. It's not that my will is weak. It's just that the other party offers too much. As a scientist, the mission is exploration. To feed on truth. Previously, it seemed like a scavenger, searching for food everywhere. Now, what lies before it is an incredibly sumptuous feast, a temptation it simply cannot refuse. So fragrant. Relying on some of the theories provided by the other party, it reaches the essence, and to gain more, it decides to change its affiliation. By the way, may I ask, what is that powerful fluctuation? It's even stronger than all the rules I know. After joining, it couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Chu Xin smiled and said, work well, and when it's time for you to know, you will know. What is it? Of course, it's authority. Compared to the goals that the Freedom Alliance has been exploring, which is to understand and apply the rules of the universe. What Chu Xian is in contact with is a higher level of existence. It's something the Freedom Alliance hasn't even thought of. Authority. Previously, Chu Xian also thought that authority was the same as rules, but later discovered that it is not, but a more advanced form. In front of it, rules are like the junior. Yes. Seeing that Chu Xian was unwilling to elaborate, the dark energy scientist didn't dare to ask further. He must work hard for the sake of truth. Chapter 388 Exile. After confirming that this dark energy life form belonged to their camp, Chu Xian generously transmitted a large amount of foundational theories. Here you go. Study these things well. In 6 months, use them to upgrade the existing starship technology of the Free Alliance. This is confidential. The content is only allowed to circulate among authorized personnel, and I will personally handle the specific screening work. I need to see the final design draft of the first starship capable of cruising at 100 times the speed of light in 6 months. Is there any problem? Received a pile of brand new theories. Dark energy life has once again become chaotic, and a wave of dark energy mesons has been lost. After a moment of heartache, it was momentarily stunned. The previously unresponsive surrounding dark energy suddenly reached a full affinity, which is incredible, even in the normal universe. Its affinity with cosmic dark energy is not very high. To put it metaphorically, it's like fish and water, seemingly perfectly compatible, as if returning home. However, what if the water is boiling? What if the water is alkaline? What if the water is poisoned? Therefore, this compatibility is limited to certain conditions, but here, it feels like a new world. No matter how the water changes, it won't harm the fish. Gentle, kind. It doesn't even know how to describe it. It feels like truly returning home. Quickly regaining focus, it remembered that the superior was still waiting for its response. Yes, I guarantee the completion of the task. At this moment, it completely recognized the new superior in front of it. Being here is simply too comfortable. The external universe? Go away. There is no love left. Just as Chu Xian was continuously enticing those crew members, on the other side, at the edge of the galaxy, a report came in. Ship No. 8 has just been caught up by the hydrogen transformation. The captain did not send out the last message. It can now be determined that the ship has encountered an accident. The loss of the ship caused a wave of heartache among the high-ranking officials of the Free Alliance. It was not about the loss of the ship itself, which could be built again with resources, but about the numerous scientists aboard. Many in the research community are fanatics. They would risk their lives for the truth. Therefore, a large number of scientists initially applied to stay on Starship Number 8 to study the hydrogen transformation closely. With the last batch evacuating, it can be said that they were all elite. Losing Starship No. 8 could be described as losing 1/10 of the top research strength of the Free Alliance. It was initially thought that the risk was not great, but who would have expected the hydrogen transformation to accelerate? There was no way to escape. They are heroes who sacrificed for the truth, and the entire civilization mourns. Soon, the news spread across all starships of the Free Alliance, filling the air with sadness, as there were many acquaintances aboard. Classmates, colleagues, fellow kin. They were not strangers. Many achievements of some scientists continue to shine brightly throughout the civilization. Compared to the sorrow of the Free Alliance, other civilizations felt little. You are strong. You live. You die. What does it have to do with me? The reactions of other top civilizations in the galaxy were calm, with some even cheering and celebrating. This is how the universe always is. Being powerful, impressive, or exceptional is a kind of sin, an unforgivable one. Meanwhile, in the super fleet composed of 300 starships of the silicon-based civilization, during the new assessment, 603 members of the human race did not meet the standards. Exile them. Yes, soon, we will be leaving the galaxy. And the resources and energy required to reach the next star system are astronomical. Bringing along all the various races under our banner is clearly unrealistic. Initially, the plan was to harness the potential of each race one last time on the journey, with a selection process intended at the edge of the galaxy. Those who are not useful would only waste resources. Such situations are not isolated incidents. In previous escapes, there were stars and planets along the way, so resources were abundant. But outside the galaxy lies vast desolation. With current technology, cruising at 10 times the speed of light would take over 10,000 years. Chapter 389. Farewell. Departure 1 month later. Collection. The massive Dyson sphere enveloping the sun vanished. It was absorbed into subspace by Chu Xian, and the previously violent energy instantly became as docile as a kitten. Its size was once too large to be contained like Earth. However, with technological upgrades, the sun's volume was continuously compressed until it could be packed away, as its existence runs through the history of Earth's civilization. It felt a bit reluctant to directly devour it. If there is a chance in the future, subspace is sufficient to accommodate the operation of a star system, allowing Earth to be returned to its orbit as a historical relic. Yes, that day will surely come. In the vastness of space, Chu Xian stood quietly, gazing at the still, brilliant starry sky. With a gentle sigh, it was time to go. Hydrogen fusion had now reached 80 times the speed of light. This place would soon be affected, and Earth's civilization could only pack its bags and embark on a new and unknown journey. Whether this is good or bad, life or death, Chu Xian could not dare to claim anything. Who can say the future is bright before unraveling all the mysteries of the universe? Life is like this, one moment filled with ambition, the next a tragic accident. Who knows what will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected event? Cherishing and seizing the present is the only choice. Fortunately, both the sun and Earth have been packed into subspace. No matter how far we go, there will always be a route. After all, stars are in constant motion. It can be said that the sun does not occupy a fixed position in the galaxy. Therefore, there is no need to be nostalgic about any hometown. For Earth's civilization, Earth and the sun are home. Goodbye, Chu Xian softly uttered, and his figure vanished. He then reclaimed the only 2 wormholes that had been discovered so far. Once reclaimed, the tangled pathways would be straightened out. Of course, there are benefits, such as the upgraded version of wormholes, stargates. Strictly speaking, the wormholes traversing 2 locations could originally be called stargates. However, there is a difference from true stargates. Wormholes present as spheres in normal space, while stargates, as the name suggests, manifest in 2 dimensions in 3-dimensional space. They take the form of a door. The long passage is compressed flat. A person walking through can be half on one side and half on the other without being torn apart, although the cost is a bit high. It requires the fusion of 100 spatial nodes. Why would Chu Xian engage in such an expensive endeavor? Of course, the benefits outweigh the costs. After reclamation, it can be expanded. A stargate formed by the fusion of 100 spatial nodes can extend in any direction, reaching distances below the limit. Currently, the limit is half a light year, with a cooldown time of 3 days, as it forcibly breaks through space rather than using known teleportation between 2 locations. The consumption is somewhat significant. Traveling half a light year in 3 days translates to an average speed of 60 times the speed of light, which is still slower than the current hydrogen transformation, but fortunately, he has 2 wormholes, equivalent to 2 stargates. As long as the hydrogen transformation remains below 120 times the speed of light, there's no need to worry at all. Moreover, he can continue to fuse more nodes to recharge the stargate, which gives Chu Xian more confidence in outpacing the hydrogen transformation. He has already cleared the edges and opened the stargate. Using it, the enormous 2-dimensional black mirror-like stargate suddenly flashed with a wave, and within seconds it came to a stop. Chu Xian walked over and found himself a light year away. Indeed, a light year. The smallest stargate is half a light year, but he can continue to recharge it by fusing in another 100 nodes, which directly doubles the maximum distance. However, during these days, all his sign-in opportunities have been used up, only managing to increase the limits of the 2 stargates to 1 light year. In the short term, there's no way to increase it further. Although it has doubled, it still feels insufficient, as he not only needs to outpace the hydrogen transformation, but also needs to find food. While running, he searches in all directions for stellar systems. At his current speed, he can only ensure that there's something to eat on the way, but whether he can eat enough is still uncertain. The road ahead is long. On this day, Chu Xian officially embarked on his journey to escape the galaxy. Chapter 390. The Stargate opens after using the Stargate twice in a row. He advanced 2 light years in a moment, a speed that Chu Xian greatly appreciated, though the cooldown time is quite long, 3 full days. However, he should be grateful, as it's much faster than a spaceship. For the next period, he plans to invest all his sign-in opportunities into this. Whether traveling or searching for star systems to find food, it will be an excellent boost. Fortune is on his side. He has now arrived near a stellar system. But even nearby, it is alarmingly far on an interstellar scale. There is no choice. He has to personally cover the last stretch of the journey. Arrival. Teleport. Arrival. Teleport. After a full 8 hours, Chu Xian finally reached the stellar system, remaining fully focused without a moment of rest. Rubbing his head, he found himself longing for a 9-to-5 life for countless times. But that is just a thought. Behind him is an entire civilization, even working year-round without rest. He must grit his teeth and continue, while searching for food and gathering resources for emergencies. In fact, the current dimensional space is already quite vast. Under the authority of the power, after evaluation by that dark energy scientist, it was said that one person could withstand half of a free alliance. It sounds strong. But Chu Xian cannot afford to relax. The universe is vast. What is a top civilization in a small galaxy worth? He can only adhere to one principle. Before becoming invincible, grit your teeth and keep moving swiftly. This stellar system has existed for countless billions of years. One day, a giant creature rushed over, devouring everything in its path. It consumed entire planets, and even the massive gas giants, along with their orbiting moons and asteroid belts, vanished without a trace. If stars had consciousness, they would surely cry out, "It's here! It's here!" In no time, a significant chunk was gone. And in less than a meal's time, no, just the span of a meal, it was all over. It was utterly brutal. In less than half an hour, the entire stellar system was consumed. The gateway cooled down. A retreat was necessary. The focus shifted to assisting various research departments in tackling advanced technologies, particularly starships, which were now in urgent demand. The existence of the gateway did not diminish the importance of starships. On the contrary, they were still needed. According to the route planning, the gateway's main purpose was to pave the way beyond the galaxy in a straight line, while starships were essential for foraging in the surrounding areas. Even if two gateways could be used in tandem to exceed hydrogen transformation, they couldn't actually traverse right on the edge of it. It was akin to a skilled mountain runner facing a forest fire. Yes, the fire was slow for now, but as someone trying to escape, one couldn't assume that running fast meant it was safe to linger at the front edge of the flames, casually fishing for a barbecue. Teasing danger could lead to disaster with just one misstep. If the wind changed, even if the fire couldn't catch up, the smoke could still suffocate them. Therefore, it was imperative to allow for redundancy. The gateway's role in clearing the way must be upheld, and even during the 3 days of cooling, starships needed to be sent ahead. As long as hydrogen transformation was still in play, the farther away, the better. When it came to matters of life and death, there could be no room for complacency. With the addition of the new member, research projects soared, and the senior scientists from the Alliance were ecstatic. The achievements of the past year paled in comparison to what was accomplished in just one day now. It was exhilarating. Like the newcomer, they worked tirelessly, fully immersed in their research. Their life forms varied greatly, with most not requiring rest, just a steady energy supply. It was fortunate that the 8th starship had encountered issues, otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a powerful new leader. Chapter 391, Captain of the Wisdom Ship in the 9th Subspace. The main control system development center for starships was set up, with a 1-kilometer diameter captain's module ready to be dismantled. Fear, anxiety, no. The current captain felt a sense of relief. Finally, it was quiet. Being trapped with a bunch of foolish beings, constantly disturbed and unable to function properly, had been maddening. Suddenly, in a new environment, even being taken apart was better than being among those fools. It seemed that everyone had already aligned with the new powers. I want to question the reasons. After years of collaboration, thank you. Looking around, the captain noticed that most of the scientists nearby were from the previous ship. The captain wanted to make one last effort for the Alliance, to plant a seed of rebellion. Perhaps it would sprout one day. Unfortunately, all such efforts were in vain. Those who could come here were all aligned with the new leader. There was no sympathy for the captain, because everyone wasn't prepared to kill the captain. They just needed to disassemble and reassemble it, simply studying it. If it were in the past, such cutting-edge life science technology achievements from the Alliance would be irreparably damaged if tampered with by other civilizations. In fact, the spaceship had no disassembly technology. That was a top-level secret of the Alliance. However, the new owner's abilities were incredibly unreasonable and bizarre. Non-destructive disassembly became a reality, so why be overly sentimental? The captain felt as if it were facing death. 3 days later, it found itself restored. This was impossible, yet it was a fact. The other party didn't just disassemble the outer layer, but had cleaned out the core layer. There were no more secrets. Next, it was merely a matter of spending some effort on reverse engineering. Hey, you're back. It was surprised as the environment changed, and it returned to a familiar place. No. On the other side, A large amount of data was obtained from the disassembly. At the latest, within 2 months, the production process for the third-generation Captain would be completed in reverse and combined with existing theories and technologies. They could fully produce the fourth or even fifth-generation Captain ahead of the Alliance. The dark energy scientists reported that even as top tier, they had previously never had access to the complete set of Captain technologies. Now, however, they had everything laid bare. Exciting, thrilling. The atomic-level body vibrated wildly in this environment. It no longer cared about particle loss. It didn't even need to actively absorb. The entire environment was like a nurturing womb, taking care of everything perfectly. After hearing the report, Chu Xian was quite pleased, having made significant progress. Let's accelerate the research. I hope to equip the fourth-generation Captain control technology on a starship capable of traveling at 100 times the speed of light. No. The fourth generation sounds like it inherits from the Alliance. Let's change the name to Jizi, the first-generation Jizi Captain. The dark energy scientist said, yes. Whatever the boss says goes. Subsequently, they plunged back into their beloved research, leading trillions of scientific forces, charging madly against barriers of science. It sounded quite passionate. However, on a macro level, the combined size of it and its trillions of scientific forces was only about the size of a basketball. Crowded? For a dark energy life form with an atomic level size. That was quite spacious. Because of this, Chu Xian no longer dared to underestimate micro-civilizations. Just look at them, occupying only the size of a basketball. But their strength could reach the second tier of galactic civilizations. If it weren't for their own immense power, this tiny basketball could make a major fleet of the Alliance cry. It was completely unreasonable. Fortunately, the suppression ability of authority was even more unreasonable. Otherwise, they would truly be unable to deal with this group of little beings. Chapter 392. Play while you can. Chu Xian was extremely busy. Similarly, the scientists from the civilization were just as occupied. Ever since moving to the star continent, their daily work was all about learning. Previously, they were industry giants, at the peak of technology. Now, they were like naive students, like elementary school kids. There was some helplessness, but also excitement. They saw a grand scientific hall, inside which grew a very tall tree, filled with people. They could only climb slowly, feeling both tired and happy. Some climbed quickly and had already reached the middle of the tree, seemingly close to the top, but their joy was short-lived. What? 3 more levels of technology have been added? Is the legacy of this extraterrestrial civilization so rich, and how many good things are still buried? Everyone was quite shocked. To have a clear standard, the technology tree of the organization is graded, currently totaling 6 levels. Level 1 is basic, encompassing all technologies from the previous coalition government. Starting from level 2, the technologies are already advanced. Now, 3 more levels have been added above level 6, and everyone couldn't help but check the catalog, gasping in astonishment. My goodness, is this a dream? It was mainly astonishing. Space technology, constant weapons, starships. Each level of technology had application examples, especially at level 9, which featured starships capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light. Incredible. That's an entire star system. To be able to travel at 10 times the speed of light, completely disregarding the speed of light. Previously, for Earth civilization, the speed of light was an unbreakable barrier. Now it has become a unit of measurement. Some were excited, while others smiled wryly. This tree is so tall. How many years will it take to reach the top? But thinking of certain benefits, they immediately continued forward. The biggest benefit is the gene enhancement serum. Lifespan, physical condition, mental capacity, all will improve. The transformation from level 1 to level 2 is enormous, and it is even rumored that level 3 life will be a leap forward. It was once unthinkable, but now with proper study and work, it can be obtained, instantly boosting motivation. Most people were satisfied with the benefits provided by the organization, but there were always some who wanted more. In City 222 of the Edge Urban Cluster, every day was bustling. Why should different languages be treated differently? Why should we learn the language? A Japanese man looked displeased. Protests. All levels of gene enhancement serum should be universally accessible. A black man led the charge, with many others echoing his sentiments. The streets were filled with people holding signs of various skin colors, but it wasn't the local population that was eager to protest. Instead, those who protested had been relocated there. At first, everyone was quite happy, sharing common views and endless topics to discuss. They criticized the existing system, seeing themselves as the light of civilization, giants of thought, pioneers leading a new era. But as time passed, the voices of the crowd grew quieter, as the organization showed no signs of yielding, maintaining an extremely firm stance. They were given a specific place to express their grievances, which was almost equivalent to exile. This tactic was ineffective when things escalated. The organization was the only official media outlet. The television networks did not report on it at all. It was useless to shout until their throats were sore. It was only after experiencing this that they understood the organization was not the same as the previous coalition government. Those who complied were well treated, while those who did not were left to their own devices. Sichuan didn't have much opinion about these people. The thoughts of these individuals may not affect others, but their daily protests are becoming quite noisy for those around them. It might be better to let them gather together to avoid disturbing the public. With over 3.7 billion people on Earth, under the influence of various factions, the number of like-minded individuals has already reached 3.7 billion, leaving less than 1,000th, which is just a small fraction, most of whom are in City 222. It would be better if corrections could be made, but if not, it's not a major concern. Chapter 393. Spatial Reconstruction. While City 222 was bustling with activity, in neighboring City 221, a person descended from a flying vehicle, overwhelmed with emotion at the sight before him, nearly moved to tears. 3 years. It had been 3 years. Finally, someone remembered this poor old man. Woe is me. The former speaker of the Arctic Council felt quite aggrieved. He had expected to retire to Proxima Centauri, but ended up toiling in the fields for 3 years. He had spent every day farming, with hardly any days off. Once a prominent leader on Earth, he felt as if he had been swiftly cast aside, as if thrown directly into a refrigerator. It wasn't just a feeling of coldness. He felt completely frozen out. He had been forgotten for 3 years, but finally received some good news. Only to learn that Proxima Centauri was a labor camp. After all, he wasn't a criminal and was allowed to leave. What? No retirement? Everyone worked until they died. It hit him like a thunderbolt. He had thought returning would mean relaxation and enjoyment, but instead received such dreadful news. Fortunately, he soon learned the reason: genetic enhancement, increased lifespan, advanced medical technology. People existed in only 2 states, either dead or full of life, able to perform dozens of backflips even at an advanced age. While he was happy, he also felt a bit helpless. The job assigned to him by Chi-Chi was still farming. It was impossible to return to his previous position as there were no openings. After toiling for 3 years, he returned only to be handed a hoe again without fully processing what had happened. Well, it was better than being on Proxima Centauri. It was just a change of farming location, so he got to work. The 3 years were a limit set by Chu Xian for this type of individual. Those who had not committed major crimes or caused chaos could leave after their term. After all, the former speaker of the Arctic Council was not a true criminal. He couldn't be imprisoned on Proxima Centauri for life. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Through the stargates, the farthest routes had already extended 70 light-years away, and leaving the galaxy would still take a long time. At this point, hydrogen transformation had reached 88 times the speed of light, truly giving the feeling of being chased by wolves. There was no choice but to run. During this time, only 11 star systems had been consumed. It sounded like a lot, but for Chu Xian, it was barely enough to fill a gap. He urgently needed a starship capable of reaching hundreds of times the speed of light. Finally, after validation and experimentation, the design phase was completed, and the construction of the test starship began. This was an entirely new track. Even if the Free Alliance was given 1,000 years, they wouldn't be able to tackle even 1/10 of the technology. Looking at the complete design documents, the senior human scientist from the Free Alliance, Yu Lu, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Beautiful. So beautiful, the beauty of technology. At the same time, it was also extremely advanced, representing a technological leap. Currently, the routes for faster-than-light starships among major civilizations were all the same. First generation, curvature. Second generation, supercurvature. Civilizations in the galaxy are all stuck at the second stage. Now, the design in hand has entered the third generation, spatial reconstruction. The name may not sound impressive, but it represents a very high technological level. The biggest challenge at faster-than-light speeds is akin to breaking the sound barrier. The faster you go, the greater the resistance. The sound barrier is caused by air resistance, while traveling faster than light encounters spatial resistance. The first and second generation technologies focused on increasing output. The third generation, however, employs special methods to reduce spatial impediments. It's a bold move. The first 2 generations of faster-than-light technology utilized the fundamental spatial rules of the universe. Even modifications to constants couldn't change the fundamentals. The third generation takes a different approach. It establishes a new system that reconstructs all rules within a certain range, much like this peculiar space. It transforms from being a player to becoming the referee. While the universe has a lightspeed barrier, we do not. While the universe has spatial barriers, we do not allow them. This is a new racetrack. The starting point is at 100 times light speed, with tremendous potential for the future. As long as research continues, there seems to be almost no limit. Furthermore, based on the theory of reconstruction, it makes leap technology possible, as it can forcibly lift and shield the restrictions and shackles of the normal universe. Chapter 394, Keep a Record. Looking at the beautiful starship design, Yula let out a soft sigh. What a pity. He couldn't experience it firsthand. Indeed, the spatial reconstruction starship cannot carry humans, which is the price of significantly modifying the underlying rules and constants. Energy life, silicon-based life, metallic life, all are not feasible, let alone his fragile carbon-based life. Fortunately, he did not plan to let them pilot it anyway. For Chu Xian, this is not a disadvantage. He has dimensional space, so there is no need for everyone to board the starship. Its main function is to help him collect star systems. In fact, just because it is not possible now does not mean it will always be impossible in the future. This urgent mission involves the application of the first-generation reconstruction technology. And to complete it quickly, certain requirements must be removed. It's like decades ago on Earth, when designing fighter jets, if pilot comfort was considered, the design of spacecraft within planetary atmospheres would be severely restricted. However, if one does not consider the overload on human pilots and replaces them with mechanical artificial intelligence, the designer's thinking can soar, significantly reducing the difficulty of designing high-speed aircraft by over 80%. This is not an exaggeration. Sometimes, the fragile human body is the true shackles of technology. After the first-generation reconstruction starship was initiated, the second generation ramped up research and development, aiming to break the 200 times light speed barrier. The third, fourth, and even fifth generations have been established and are being developed simultaneously, with the current generation targeting 1,000 times light speed. Although it is just a concept at present, it does not prevent everyone from starting to prepare for it. As for the safety and manned indicators, they are set aside and will not be considered in the short term. While the test starship is being constructed intensively, the Stargate has been cooled down. Chu Xian arrived at the supercurved starship. Slowing down, he retracted and opened the Stargate. After passing through it twice, he has already arrived 8 light-years away, not because the distance of the Stargate has shrunk. Instead, it was intentionally adjusted because a substantial black hole was detected. From the perspective of typical interstellar civilizations, this high-mass celestial body represents a terrifying obstacle, and they can only choose to detour. However, Chu Xian's reaction was different. Slurp. Drooling. He licked his lips. It had been difficult these past few months with hardly any food, and right before him was a grand feast. With nearly 40 times the mass of the sun, it was considered a large-scale black hole among the billions in the galaxy. He slowly approached, nearing the event horizon. The arrival of space resulted in a new constant system that directly caused the black hole to tremble, forcibly altering the foundational rules of this universe. The densely packed energy and matter inside kept the core of the black hole in a chaotic state, giving it a natural resistance. Even the high-grade constant weapons of the Free Alliance, the top civilization in the galaxy, were ineffective against the black hole. Moreover, even the constant weapons in Chu Xian's hands, which were stronger than those of the Free Alliance, struggled to attack the black hole. However, he possessed a more potent modifying power, directly tearing apart the black hole's shielding membrane to expose its core. Without hesitation, he took a bite, then another, and another. Amen. Besides the black hole itself, there were many surrounding planets, and even a small star, all offered up as sacrifices. Why does the black hole still have celestial bodies orbiting it like a star? Just look at the black hole at the center of the galaxy. The entire system revolves around it. Unfortunately, that delicious candy-like gem was a bit far away, and hydrogen transformation scattered countless material particles throughout the space. This directly locked the spaceship's speed below the speed of light. If there were technologies similar to space jumping in the future, or if the distance to the Stargate were sufficient, Chu Xian would want to go back and take a look. He would keep this candy gem on the account for now. Chapter 395. Simulated hydrogen transformation after recovering valuable celestial bodies. Chu Xian glanced into the distance, and his figure vanished. In the direction he had just been observing, a massive fleet was swiftly approaching, and the style of the warships was quite familiar. On the largest flagship, a Zerg Queen was looking at the information returned by the frontline detectors, incredulous. It was almost about to break apart. A bizarre light gate. A tiny creature flashed and disappeared. Gone. A high-mass black hole, along with several stars and planets, all suddenly vanished. Who could explain this? This scene challenged its cognitive understanding. Yes, the Zerg could sweep through without leaving a trace, but that was only aimed at typical celestial bodies. They had no means against a black hole. It was too terrifying. What kind of civilization could treat a black hole as a resource to be harvested? In comparison, the Zerg seemed like a benevolent race. Half an hour later, in the prison space, Zerg Queen's cellmate 1. Brother, you're here. At that moment, the already assembled captain felt a sense of relief. With a new cellmate, the attention of the chatty little ones shifted away, granting him liberation. Woohoo, so happy. Having just devoured a large black hole, Chu Xian had no appetite for the Zerg fleet, and initially didn't want to pay them any mind. But they had seen what they shouldn't have. The Stargate opened the way. It is impossible to block light and fluctuations on the opposite side. Therefore, once there is an intelligent civilization, it may be recorded. And for confidentiality, They can only be generously invited to prison. After recovering the fleet, release the supercurved spacecraft, allowing it to carry space nodes and anchor points to explore beyond the galaxy. Then, Chu Xian arrived at a subspace to conduct experiments, which was very spacious, with only some hydrogen elements floating around. But the next second, boom, a powerful energy swept through, instantly erupting with a stellar brightness. And only after a while did it dim down. The 1003rd hydrogen fusion simulation failed. That's right, Chu Xian was simulating hydrogen fusion, making hydrogen atoms undergo nuclear fusion at normal temperature and pressure, initially finding it incredible and against basic scientific understanding. Later, he realized that cognition is meant to be refreshed and broken. The Free Alliance had been researching hydrogen fusion and already had a basic understanding, which was related to the fundamental constant rules. Unfortunately, the progress of the Free Alliance was very slow, but with Chu Xian's support, the entire progress was literally speeding up. Without caring about the cost of modifying constants, hydrogen fusion could already be manufactured. Just like before him, all the hydrogen elements had undergone fusion reactions. The 1004th hydrogen fusion simulation failed. The 3005th hydrogen fusion simulation failed. Why is it still called a failure when all the fusion reactions occurred? Because it's not just hydrogen that has fused. The basic principle of hydrogen fusion is not complex, under the modification of fundamental constants. It destroys the microscopic force range and strength of atoms, achieving fusion reactions that normally require billions of degrees of high temperature and immense pressure. However, Chu Xian's current simulation was all-encompassing: hydrogen fusion, helium fusion, carbon fusion, continuous fusion, and could generate element number 82, lead, depending on the initial amount of hydrogen fusion. It sounds impressive, but clearly, controllable hydrogen fusion technology is even more powerful. Additionally, another criterion for failure is whether it can self-fuse. What does that mean? It means just igniting it, and after that, it spreads without needing energy. It can collapse at light speed, just like the two-dimensional foil in the three-body problem. Once used, it collapses on its own without any management. Modifying the fundamental constants of authority is not without consumption. Just like in dimensional space, 99% of the energy consumed in devouring matter is actually used to construct and maintain authority. Only 1% remains to form space and matter. Moreover, the operation of authority will continuously consume energy. Therefore, if self-fusion experiments cannot be produced, there will be a significant question regarding the energy of normal cosmic hydrogen fusion. This leads to further deductions. There is a massive energy source at the center of the galaxy. Chapter 396, Maiden Voyage. Upon testing here, Chu Xian gained a new basic understanding of hydrogen fusion. It is not a natural disaster. It is too precise. Merely fusing one element must have undergone technical modulation. At the same time, based on the current experimental results, the related confusion deepens. Who did this? What is the purpose? How to respond? A series of perplexing problems emerged, and Chu Xian couldn't investigate at Silver Heart, so he could only continue to simulate and attempt reverse engineering. The 10/500 simulation of hydrogen fusion failed. The 31/300 simulation of hydrogen fusion failed. Although each attempt ended in failure, Chu Xian's control over fusion constants under normal temperature and pressure became increasingly precise. By the 20,000th simulation, he had grasped some insights. Fine-tuning, improvement, testing. By the 30,000th simulation, he could control fusion at iron, preventing reactions of elements heavier than iron. Although there was still a long way to go to achieve single-element fusion, there had been significant progress. In fact, he had a basic understanding of single-element control from the very beginning, which he didn't find too difficult, just a matter of time. The real issue lay with self-hydrogen fusion. It remained unachievable, with even the theoretical foundation not established, if it could be realized. It would equate to proving the existence of a perpetual motion machine. Challenging the current scientific system was quite daunting, but fortunately, he wasn't alone and had countless scientists under him to tackle the headaches. Chu Xian only needed to validate their findings. At this moment, the test ship for the starship traveling at 100 times the speed of light had been built and was set for its maiden flight. Today, receiving a notification, Chu Xian went to take a look. The main control hall was bustling with activity, definitely enough to frighten a bunch of kids, with scientists from various civilizations appearing in all sorts of bizarre forms, making it feel like a horror movie. However, after getting used to it, Chu Xian no longer judged a life form by its appearance. Finding someone unattractive was merely a difference in aesthetic perspective. It wasn't that they were ugly. It was just a matter of unfamiliarity. Moreover, many civilizations considered humans to be unattractive, crying levels of ugly. So ugly that they curiously asked humans how they had the audacity to exist in this world. Aren't they ashamed? Therefore, it was all relative. Getting accustomed to it was key. The media of the Stellar Organization had already begun to disclose some information about extraterrestrial civilizations to Earthlings. a civilization dedicated to venturing into the stars. One's worldview couldn't solely align with their physical appearance. It required gradual adaptation to the existence of other civilizations. Captain self-check completed. Energy activated. Transmission stable. Reconstruction array initiated. Constant modification started. Error 0073. Captain GZ has been repaired. Error 0051. Captain GZ has been repaired. Observing the numerous error messages flooding the screen, the scientists remained calm, as all the alerts were blue level. As long as there were no orange faults, it wouldn't affect the mission at all. These error messages were mainly caused by the experimental environment. After all, it was a spaceship that needed to adapt to various situations. Therefore, some interventions were artificially set up to test the adjustment capabilities of GZ. So far, everything looked good. With everything in place, Chu Xian ordered, "Let's begin." Yes. Upon receiving the command, Captain GZ executed the navigation plan and began autonomous testing, detecting only a series of redshift fluctuations before the starship vanished. If we compare it to an aircraft, it's like breaking the sound barrier in seconds. This is also thanks to being unmanned, completely abandoning all safety design criteria except for the stable operation of the equipment. That's how it can be so reckless. Chapter 397. A promising future. Just after the starship disappeared, the data flood suddenly stopped, not resuming until half an hour later. Ding. Data connection restored. Boom. A massive operational log was sent back. At the level of 100 times the speed of light, achieving instant communication is extremely difficult. Electromagnetic waves can barely be utilized. Gravitational waves, spatial waves, and dark energy waves are still the same. Under constant reconstruction, not only was crew safety sacrificed, but communication was as well. Only when the ship stopped or reduced speed to below 10 times the speed of light could low-latency information connections be realized. There was no need for Chu Xian to worry. The scientists quickly reviewed the data. "Boss, all test items have passed, and errors and faults are all within the acceptable range." The project leader, the dark energy scientist, was extremely excited. "It's just too fast. At 100 times the speed of light. This is something that the Free Alliance has struggled to achieve. And now it's been less than a year since the maiden flight. It's unbelievable." Moreover, the new boss was incredibly bold, completely abandoning safety elements, allowing for even crazier designs. They finally got the answers they wanted. A smile appeared on Chu Xian's face as he nodded and said, "You've worked hard, and thank you for giving us this opportunity." The difference in life here meant there were no applause, but countless brainwave information streams filled the air, conveying excitement. Beside them, the human scientist Yu Lu was also ecstatic, not just because of the starship, but also because of the person next to him. The carbon-based humans were essentially a marginalized race in the galaxy. In terms of lifespan, adaptability, and strength, there were dozens of races ahead of them even within their own kind. They were practically invisible. Now, through some understanding, Yu Lu realized that he was working for a carbon-based race, one that shared a similar physical structure to his own. They were rising. They were taking off. They were reversing their fortunes. Overall, Yu Lu couldn't help but feel gratified and excited. With the strength and potential displayed so far, even the silicon-based beings that had long ruled countless carbon-based races in the galaxy were far behind this civilization. Tears of joy. It wasn't easy, but finally, someone from the same race was making progress. After the successful maiden flight, they quickly began constructing 60 more Eagle-class starships. Yes, they have been added to the production list. Priority 1. Chu Xian didn't want to build more, but resources were limited. First and foremost was stellar energy. Each starship required a star, and for a long time afterward, they couldn't freely consume energy. Additionally, spatial nodes and anchors were needed. Each starship would use two. Theoretically, spatial nodes themselves could anchor large celestial bodies. Previously, only small ships needed additional anchors. However, reconstructing the rules of space constants is influenced. And with navigation at speeds hundreds of times that of light, safety measures must still be in place. Naturally, resources are quickly depleted. Stellar ships are needed, and upgrades for the gateways are required as well. Here we go again. Life will be tight, balancing stellar recovery and gateway enhancement, which is quite surprising. After all, even now, despite the ability to reconstruct some of the fundamental rules of the universe, gateways still cannot be created. Not even the threshold has been crossed. Each time power was enhanced, the protagonist felt closer. Yet after getting closer, the distance still seemed as vast as ever. One must admit, the system is exceptionally powerful and imposing. Yes, regularly seeking support. Of course, it's not that the protagonist lacks ambition. It's just that the rewards are too generous. And he hopes the system's endpoint remains far off. Otherwise, if the goal could be reached in just a few steps, it would be like someone acquiring a 20th century arsenal, possessing countless advanced weapons from that time, and then being given 1,000,000 elite troops. Dominating the world would be no problem. After exploring and mastering everything, one could be joyfully singing and dancing. But then, The next day, a cosmic fleet arrives. Boom. Souls are scattered, and gravestones are erected. Even the entire planet would be gone. That would truly be a disaster. It's not the high ceiling of the system that is feared, but the low threshold that forces one to keep banging their head against it. Chapter 398. New Element Planning with a Command. The powerful industrial system under the protagonist's control quickly began operating at full capacity. Estimated production time: 3 years. That's right, 3 years. This is a stellar ship, not a space warship. The resources required are not even in the same league. A single ship needs to be equipped with a star whose mass is more than 3 times that of the Sun as its energy source. Additionally, 6 energy conversion planets with a radius twice that of Earth, 18 planets for reconstructing space constants the size of Earth, and 72 propulsion planets the size of the Moon. Doesn't he sound like much? Yes. If relying solely on metal production, it indeed isn't much. Even a planet-sized alloy with 10 times the radius of Earth would be considered a small object for the protagonist. However, most materials for these device-type planet arrays are new element materials, ones not found in the common periodic table. The costs are enormous, astronomical. If it weren't for the upgraded dimensional space planning function, which allows for the acquisition of most basic new element materials during expansion, it would be quite difficult to even construct a test model of a fledgling stellar ship, even if the blueprints were given to a free alliance, and all of the alliance's current industrial capabilities were poured into manufacturing. 3 years for one ship would still be considered fast. This is the first generation of ships capable of traveling at hundreds of times the speed of light. Cost is not a concern. Safety is not a concern. It's normal for them to be a bit bulky. Optimization and improvement can come later. Once completed, they will all be launched. Based on the average distance of 5 light years between star systems in the galaxy, it would only take about 18 days to arrive at that speed. 60 spaceships mean that several star systems are being harvested every day. Just thinking about it makes Chu Xin happy. The days of abundant resources are not far away. The twinkling stars in the sky seem to be saying, "Come and take me. Come and take me. All right, I will reluctantly fulfill your wish. It's a deal." Half a month later, after passing through the Stargate, Chu Xian had just retrieved a star system when he received the news. He smiled with joy and then teleported to the starship. As an experimental ship, it began its service immediately after its maiden voyage. After half a month of travel, it arrived at its first mission point: recovery, harvest. Although this star is smaller than the Sun and doesn't qualify as an energy source, it can fuse with other stars to create one that meets the critical energy standards. In fact, Chu Xian had considered creating a small spaceship capable of traveling at 100 times the speed of light, perhaps just 1 kilometer long, to reduce manufacturing difficulty. But unfortunately, that didn't work out. The critical energy required for reconstructing space constants is too high. It must be stellar-level energy to achieve it. Below the critical value, it can only have a simple influence. Only when above can reconstruction occur from the bottom up. At this moment, it was already 2081, and with the Spring Festival approaching, a festive atmosphere filled major cities. Nowadays, those not of the local ethnicity had completely abandoned their original festivals. Christmas, Thanksgiving, forget it. There wasn't even a day off to celebrate. This left some people feeling quite forlorn, such as the stubborn ones in City 222. The wandering of Earth was not abandonment, but a test from the great deity to the people, and everything now should be appreciated. On the street, a man dressed as a priest shouted, surrounded by a group of people. Not far away, those dissatisfied with the policies of the organization felt a bit uneasy. Would they be labeled as heretics if they stayed any longer? Chapter 399. Is it too late to abandon this broken ship? The more they thought about it, the more worried and scared they became. Elsewhere, the organization maintained public order, but there was none in City 222, only places distributing food. Free. Take as much as you want. But the taste was hard to describe, and it was the same every day. Similar to the synthetic food in the underground city. There were no fruits, no meat. It was truly miserable. However, it wasn't entirely without options. If they wanted fruits and vegetables, they could plant them themselves. If they wanted chickens and ducks, they could raise them themselves. But their main protest was that the welfare was not good enough. They didn't want to work, yet wanted more resources. Farming, raising livestock. How could that be acceptable? At this moment, a loud voice from the distant stage startled the onlookers. The person shouted, "The organization has stolen the blessings bestowed upon us by the deity, and we must take them back. Grab your weapons and resist." Damn it. This is madness. Not only did the onlookers have such thoughts, but even the group that had previously surrounded the speaker felt a bit uneasy. Damn. It's just joining a small group. How come it sounds like I'm being dragged to the battlefield? Is there something wrong? Weapons. Are we supposed to just charge in with knives and stones? Let us not even mention that we're in an interstellar era. Even a few hundred years ago, in the era of cold weapons, this kind of equipment would only lead to being easily defeated. Damn it. Is it still possible to get off this broken ship now? In Bayun Town, the decision-making committee building, Han Duo usually works here. After all, working in Chu Xian's villa felt inappropriate. Therefore, she comes here every day to check various summarized information. Level 6 Gene Enhancement Fluid Development work completed, clinical trial application approved by the committee. In 2080, the total number of newborns in the Central Administrative District reached 236. 51 million, with no cases of stillbirths. In 2080, the number of applications for full-time housewives totaled 412 million, and all salaries have been distributed according to standards. In 2080, the number of new Bachelor-S degree holders was 235 million, and the number of new Master-S degree holders was 17.03 million. The information was densely packed and covered various industries. Some of it was confidential, such as the Level 6 Gene Enhancement Fluid, which the outside world was completely unaware of and remained classified. As the only assistant to Chu Xian, she was qualified to see such content. It must be said that the more she learned, the more shocked she became. The technology tree of the star organization evolved rapidly. What the outside world could see was the Level 9 technology tree, which already included stellar spaceships traveling at 10 times the speed of light. However, she was privy to even more information, such as the development of stellar spaceships capable of traveling at 100 times the speed of light. Though her knowledge was still limited, technical details, lists of participants, and manufacturing plants were all coded. As for the specific information, her access rights did not allow her to check it. If the research is successful, she would eventually know because relevant information had been updated just half a month ago. The content was simple. Damaged, Eagle-class stellar spaceship successfully made its maiden flight. It was unclear whether it was damaged during the flight or if it was flying while damaged, but it didn't seem to be a complete success. In any case, Han Duo was very happy because the simple information she found showed that the overall project leader was Chu Xian, which likely explained what he had been busy with. Having results is good, but she was quite curious about what the other decision-makers were busy with. Everyone seemed to have disappeared, while Chu Xian occasionally showed up, making the rest of the decision-makers seem like missing persons. Whatever. As long as her Chu Xian isn't missing, that's fine. Just as Han Duo was feeling pleased, a voice rang out. Let us go. Work's done. At the door appeared Chu Xian, whom she hadn't seen for a month. Chapter 400. The son working to pay off debts, seeing Chu Xian. Han Duo didn't care about being late alike. She rushed over and hugged him for more than a minute before reluctantly letting go. They walked out together. Commissioner Chu. Commissioner Chu. Inside the decision-making committee building, the staff were quite excited about Chu Xian's arrival. It was no small feat. Missing persons were finally returning. Han Duo can still meet Chu Xian once a month. They haven't seen each other for a year, but no one dares to underestimate them. All major decision documents of the Star Organization bear their approval. Their power and status have never wavered. Leaving the building, the sun shines brightly. The light source of the star continent is now also called the sun, mainly because it serves a similar function, and there is no need to create a new term. As for the real sun, well, it's currently working on a juvenile-level stellar ship. Its mass is actually insufficient, but it can be enhanced by dismantling a few stars. They can feed the sun and make it fatter. One day, if the dimensional space is large enough to accommodate the rising and setting of a star, Chu Xian might consider calling it back. For now, though, it's best to let the sun shine and work hard to repay its debts. What debts? The debt of gratitude. Of course, once retrieved, it would avoid hydrogen transformation and repay the favor, especially after being fed up. Chu Xian rides a bicycle, with Duo sitting behind. Having gotten used to flying around, riding a bike occasionally offers a different experience, especially on a lady's bike. It's rush hour, and the streets are quite lively. Most people are walking home since it's close to where they live, and there's no urgency, just a leisurely stroll. They pass by a points shop to buy some groceries and prepare dinner. Those with children pick them up from kindergarten, as picking up kids from elementary school is strictly prohibited to foster independence. Parents support this, as the environment is very safe. Everyone has a biochip implanted, making it impossible to get lost, and human trafficking has become a thing of the past. Criminal acts have ceased to exist, thanks to comprehensive surveillance with no blind spots. Not just in Baiyun Town, but the number of criminal cases in other areas has dropped to an almost negligible level over the past year. The main reason was that when billions of immigrants first arrived, some had unstable mindsets. Now, after more than a year, public safety has reached astonishing levels. For 6 consecutive months, aside from the exiled individuals in the designated area, there have been virtually no incidents of fighting elsewhere. It has reached a point where doors can be left unlocked at night. As for picking up lost items, it seems that even the basics are no longer an issue. As under comprehensive surveillance, if something is dropped, a text message arrives within 10 seconds to notify the owner. It's not that it can't be faster, but 2 things need to be determined. First, whether the person is aware that they dropped something. Second, whether someone would remind them or help pick it up. After all, It wouldn't be reasonable if a person accidentally drops something and is about to bend down to pick it up when a text arrives. Losing things is quite difficult, which has led to another benefit. Littering is also hard. If someone throws garbage around, they receive 3 warnings, and if they don't correct their behavior, fines are deducted immediately. Although there are numerous rules, as long as one abides by them, living under the star governance is extremely pleasant, and life is quite good. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so, after work, the traffic in the entire administrative region became busy. With a 3-day holiday, there was no need to worry about being stuck on the road. It only took 2 hours to get from one city to the farthest city. If heading to the countryside or nearby towns, it would take an additional hour. 3 hours was the longest time anyone would spend getting home, on average. It was only 1 hour, so there was no need to worry about wasting vacation time. It was so fast. Standing at the doorstep, many people couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, it's still not dark yet." Chapter 401. Military service experience. Those who experienced the Spring Festival travel rush in the early 21st century felt that this was what a true global village looked like. Tickets were easy to come by, and there was no need to deal with traffic jams. Industries had been decentralized, with large villages and small towns being developed for local resettlement, making commuting convenient. Young people no longer needed to leave their hometowns. Even the farthest places were at most a 3-hour journey, allowing them to return home weekly. The organization even reimbursed travel expenses for family visits, which was very considerate. Holidays for work were natural. The same went for school. Unlike in the early century, the organization didn't have winter and summer vacations, but it was still much better than during the time of the unified government. Back then, there was only one global public holiday on New Year's Day, and students still had classes on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Now it was much better, with 3 days off for the Spring Festival. For new students, this was simply wonderful, enjoying a continuous 3-day holiday, something they would never have imagined while on Earth. Of course, they also heard from the older generation that vacations were once given month by month. Although they were envious, they didn't pay much attention to it, as that was a benefit from decades ago, far removed from the present. A few hundred years ago, polygamy was common. One couldn't exactly call for a return to that. It was a new era, a new journey, and a new system. Adapting was the way to go. What else could one do? Everyone was working hard, yet still dreaming of long vacations. In reality, students didn't long for long winter and summer breaks, as they could have fun at school too. They only spent half the day in class, with different activities in the afternoon. Monday was for club activities, Tuesday for outings, Wednesday for sports, and Thursday for movie screenings. Aside from sleeping in, they couldn't find a reason to want a long break. Even due to the effects of genetic enhancement, their physical fitness improved dramatically, with abundant energy and strong recovery, making it hard to sleep in. The older generation spoke of how much entertainment there was back in their time. WeChat, Douyin, news apps, online games. But now all of that was gone, making school seem a bit more interesting. On this day, over 100 million people emerged from the military-controlled area. After graduating from high school, they underwent a 2-year military service, and they were among the first batch. Compared to a year ago, they seemed more composed. With daily training and learning, they grew quickly. Those who used to be effeminate had become real men, and those who used to be timid now had a bit of spirit. Reflecting on the entire military training experience, it was absolutely intense. In a desert setting, they were given a bottle of water and had to walk for 3 days to get out. Snowfield map, dressed lightly. Took a whole day to cross. Snow mountain map, 20,000 meters high, wielding an ice pick to reach the summit. Water area map, swimming upstream, daily swimming 3 kilometers. Sometimes while swimming, a fish suddenly appears in hand. Other daily training items are not worth mentioning. Looking back, it's all tears. However, it was tough. But after it's over, looking back, I realize I actually accomplished this, and it feels worthwhile. I've experienced many landscapes. This generation grew up in underground cities. They have always been in school, and apart from the distance traveled from the underground city to the starry continent, they have never been on the surface. Boundless deserts, 10,000 meters snow-capped mountains, roaring rivers. None of these have been seen before, but now they've experienced it all at once, which feels really good. The central urban cluster and the peripheral urban cluster do not have such a comprehensive environmental landscape. Only the military control zone does. Thinking about it makes me even happier. Many people want to come, but can't. Chapter 402. Starry Civilization Alliance. After several turns, I finally returned home. Military service only has a holiday during the Spring Festival. So seeing the beloved children, the parents are very happy. Grown taller, stronger, not bad. Nutrition is on track with daily training. Plus, a gene enhancement from military service. At the age of 16 or 17 when they are growing, they've all shot up quite a bit. Regardless of gender, no one is below 1.7 meters. Well-defined abs and V-shaped bodies. These are standard for those who have served for more than 6 months. Then, all kinds of delicious food were brought out. In the past, there were no decent New Year goods, A meal of dumplings was the most delicious food for the Spring Festival. For the older generation, life today is completely back to what it was before the disaster. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, fruits, and snacks, nothing is lacking, especially the latter. Each household in the village has been allocated 10 acres of land, 8 acres for designated crops, and 2 acres for anything. Therefore, every household has planted various fruits. They usually don't need to buy vegetables. The improved fruit trees grow very quickly, yielding within a year and producing throughout the seasons. Once ripe, all are sold for points, leading to large purchases and travel. It's simply too happy. Saving money? Forget it. It's now 2081. And most of those who have survived to today are from the post-2000 generation, having experienced the wandering era of Earth. Once, houses that cost tens of thousands have dropped to hundreds, with no buyers. Back then, there were savings, but they couldn't be brought into the underground city, becoming worthless paper, forcing people to earn credit points through hard work. Therefore, there is little interest in saving. They enjoy their current life. No counterfeit goods, no frantic economy. No financial speculation, no social stratification, no corruption. Even if one becomes the head of a city, it's unlikely they could think of ways to make money. New construction projects? None. Project funding? None. Fiscal revenue? None. There are no local tax and finance institutions within the STAR organization system. Only one unified fiscal department, the finance and taxation headquarters, where the main manager is in charge. The only funds allocated to the administrative system are salaries, on a one-to-one basis, with oversight at various levels. Local administrative departments lack even a finance office, let alone a small treasury. As a result, since the relocation, it has been heard that the administrative departments in surrounding urban clusters have undergone significant personnel changes. Some would rather return to farming than take on official duties. The business, political, and military affairs operate independently. The mid and lower levels of the administrative departments have entirely become service agencies, with power almost entirely concentrated at the top, specifically among the 3 major headquarters and various ministries. More accurately, it is centralized among the big shots of the decision-making committee. As the new year approaches, the streets are filled with lights and festivities. At the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone discusses the future while watching the Spring Festival Gala, which this year features many foreign cultural elements. With some confidential information being declassified, people realize that the universe is not tranquil and that there are many civilizations. They also know that the stellar organization has absorbed many members and were once concerned about whether Earth's civilization would become a vassal. In response, the stellar organization firmly announced that it is led by Earth's civilization, which is reassuring. At the end of the Spring Festival Gala, a significant announcement was made. The stellar organization has been renamed the Stellar Civilization Alliance. Aside from the name change, the internal structure remains largely unchanged. The highest decision-making body is the Stellar Civilization Alliance's Supreme Decision-Making Committee, with 3 major headquarters and 36 central ministries. The administrative regions are constructed based on civilizations, with Earth's civilization belonging to the Central Administrative Region. The other 23 affiliated civilizations form 23 administrative regions, equal in status to the ministries, reflecting respect for each civilization. After reviewing this structure, the people of Earth are pleased. The organization is impressive, having quietly built such a substantial framework. Chapter 403. The Return of the Missing Persons. People have gazed up at the stars countless times, but the more they look, the more conflicted they feel. On one hand, they fear being too lonely, believing that only Earth has intelligent civilizations. On the other hand, they worry about being too crowded, with the ultimate fate being destruction through war. Now it is proven that it is indeed bustling. No, according to the published data, it is not just lively, it is a forest of civilizations, each stronger than the last. Earth feels like a stumbling child facing thousands of armed hunters. It is absurdly weak. Fortunately, this stumbling child has somehow acquired a spaceship and can stand tall. Although there are still many secrets that have not been disclosed, the current situation is favorable, which is quite uplifting. Among the 23 subordinate civilizations announced, they surprisingly see a civilization with a similar appearance. A civilization with a population of 10 billion, rescued by the Stellar Organization from crisis a year and a half ago, located 30,000 kilometers south of the Central Administrative Region, in front of the television. Countless viewers are astonished as they watch the introduction, suddenly feeling that Earth's civilization has too small a population. Look at this neighbor, boasting over 10 billion. We must also strive and not fall behind. In Han Xiang's rural courtyard, enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner while watching the breaking news, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The universe was not calm, he knew. To his surprise, the starry continent was also unsettled. Aliens had moved in so close, just tens of thousands of kilometers away. With today's transportation speed, it felt no different from being next door. Was it safe? Han Xiang couldn't help but ask. After all, they were not of his kind. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian gave a reassuring look, stating that in this secret realm, no foreign civilization could cause trouble. Han Xiang nodded. He believed Chu Xian's words. Where were they found? Lu Peiqiang, who was nearby, also seemed curious. Chu Xian did not hide the truth. About 70 light-years from the solar system. Many civilizations were abandoned there. All rescued. Part of them. And the rest? Hydrogen transformation has already covered that area. Hearing this, Lu Peiqiang sighed. Hydrogen transformation, a simple term. Yet it contained terrifying power, leading to a mass exodus of civilizations in the galaxy. In comparison, Earth's wandering seemed trivial and insignificant. Fortunately, there were other opportunities. Otherwise, everything might have been lost by now. The hydrogen transformation at 90 times the speed of light had reached the solar system. If not for the transfer, perhaps 1 second they would be dreaming of the future, and the next, Earth would be gone, even if not affected by the solar hydrogen transformation. The hydrogen elements carried by Earth itself could also achieve the same effect through fusion. Lu Peiqiang looked at the young man before him. The 20-something Chu Xian, to him, could only be considered a youth. Yet, he held an extraordinary position in the establishment of the Starry Civilization Alliance. Chu Xian still held a seat in the highest decision-making committee, wielding significant power, a prominent figure for life. He was already recognized as the youngest decision-maker. Just then, the television had finished announcing the list of committee members, revealing the full picture for Lu Peiqiang for the first time. Besides Chu Xian, the youngest among the others was in their 50s. From the introduction, it was clear that aside from Qiao Wei'er, the military-born member known to everyone, the rest were scientists. Seeing this, countless researchers felt proud. Ultimately, they had to step into the spotlight. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xian filled in the decision-makers and selected some to take over, which did not affect his decisive authority at all. Chapter 404, Cultural Identity City 222. At this moment, after the announcement of the decision-makers list, many people felt a jolt of energy and found another reason to protest. Why are there no individuals of African descent among the decision-makers? Protest. Opposition. We don't want nutrient solution. We want a feast. We want fairness. We want freedom. While others enjoyed lavish New Year's dinners, here they only received nutrient solutions. Although free, the taste did not match the festive season, still the same flavors that had become tiresome. However, before the outcry could last long, everyone fell into a state of disbelief. A voice rang out. Some requests are reasonable. Starting tomorrow, City 222 will stop providing free nutrient solutions and switch to a paid purchasing system. As the detailed regulations were announced one by one, everyone fell silent. What? The free nutrient solution is gone? No. What we want is the right to fair distribution, not the right to fair labor, and immediately changed the slogan on the placard. A unanimous shout. Nutrient solution. Free. Far away at the home of Han Xiang, Chu Xian looked over and smiled. Sure enough, when the issue of basic needs is not resolved, people only have one worry. Not bad. Now, this situation is basically consistent with the labor reform life of a neighboring civilization. Work. Earn points. Exchange for food. Happy New Year. Hope you enjoy this New Year gift. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the reserved events and the fireworks lit up the sky. This time, not only were the celebrations held above Earth, but also among other subordinate civilizations, not for the purpose of assimilation, but mainly to convey the mainstream culture of the stars. Of course, assimilation will also happen. Written language, spoken language, and holidays will all follow the same standards, but some customs will not be completely replicated across civilizations, as there are differences. Some civilizations can reproduce asexually, so celebrating certain festivals like the Qixi festival is not suitable for them, as they have no partners. Some civilizations are almost immortal, like dark energy life forms. Is it appropriate to force them to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival? Some civilizations consist of extremely small individuals, living in spaces the size of a basketball. Yes, I'm still referring to the dark energy civilization. Their thoughts communicate at the speed of light. Do they need to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival? Obviously not. Forcing such promotions can only lead to some confusing situations. Different civilizations, different forms of life. To replicate and transplant culture, one must respect the rules. Therefore, Chu Xian only established 3 mandatory aspects for cross-civilization cultural communication: language, writing, and holidays. The last one can be referred to as a holiday. The other party may not understand the meaning of the festival, but having time off is essential. Aside from these 3 aspects, the rest of the culture is selectively transmitted. Music, films, literature, it's not just about sharing, but also about learning from other civilizations. One must not think that other civilizations are only technologically advanced. That is self-deception. Many civilizations have developed for far longer than Earth. To avoid going too far, take the 5-star civilization, which shares a similar appearance with humans, whose entire history spans thousands of years. With a population in the trillions and development over millennia, in any field, they easily surpass Earth by thousands of streets. When they view Earth's literature and films, it is akin to a 21st century person watching a silent film from 100 years ago. The content is not about the performances of masters like Chaplin, but rather a person awkwardly dancing without doing anything else, so boring that it could make viewers feel like they were stuck in a small apartment. Therefore, the dissemination of such content must be tailored to specific circumstances. One cannot force others to watch awkward dancing. It would only create discomfort for everyone. In summary, while confidence is essential, one must strive to move forward, learn, integrate, and progress in order to truly stand tall among the stars. Complete assimilation is impossible, but cultural recognition can be achieved. The five-star civilization, due to the flat nature of the starry continent, does not experience time differences, and they are also watching programs. Speaking of the content, it's honestly average. However, it cannot be denied that the establishment of the Starry Civilization Alliance has left them extremely excited. They used to feel powerful. But with the arrival of hydrogen transformation, they found themselves helpless. They were rescued by the passing starship from the Free Alliance, thinking they had escaped a calamity, only to be usurped by the Little Blacks, leading to a dark and hopeless existence. At the same time, they witnessed what a powerful civilization truly is, to them. The Free Alliance is an existence that commands admiration. Yet, compared to the current Starry Civilization Alliance, it seems to fall short in some aspects. Just look at the publicly disclosed technology tree, featuring starships capable of 10 times the speed of light, presented openly without any reservations. Clearly, the technological level possessed by the other side goes far beyond this. Most importantly, the Starry Civilization Alliance consists of carbon-based humanoids, just like them, which brings them joy, pride, and a sense of belonging. They have no resistance to integrating into such a civilization. This is undoubtedly a solid opportunity. Learning the language and characters is essential to blend in and keep pace with the leaders. Other civilizations share the same sentiment, as the knowledge on the technology tree and the constantly updated technical equipment require understanding the language. Without comprehending the characters, one cannot utilize the technology. All schools have made the language and characters compulsory. Of course, this is limited to those with average learning abilities. Some, like energy civilizations and metallic life forms, can master new languages in just a day, experiencing no difficulty at all. After the fireworks, a new year begins, but there aren't many New Year-esque greetings. Most families choose to live in the same village as their relatives, enjoying the reunion dinner together without the need to send messages. As for colleagues and superiors, the Starry Civilization does not encourage it. That's right, it does not encourage it, which can be understood as a directive not to engage in such practices, as the definition of the new year is merely a holiday for family reunions. The relationships between subordinates and superiors within the Starry Civilization are not as distinct as before the disasters. Salaries are assessed based on contributions. Doing one's job well means there's no need to fawn or flatter. What should be given will naturally be provided, without any reduction. If overtime is required, there will be overtime pay. If there are achievements, there's no fear of credit being stolen. If faced with unfair treatment, one can report it immediately. Promotions or transfers. Even what the superior says may not be final, as there is also a major overseer with veto power, ensuring fairness. With a 3-day holiday for visiting relatives and friends, work resumes afterward. Liu Peiqiang wakes up before dawn and goes for an ultra-long distance run of 100 kilometers. As a senior general of the Starry Civilization, he has already used the 4th-level gene enhancement liquid. The feeling is incredibly powerful. Running 100 meters feels like a breeze, and 100 kilometers takes less than an hour. By the time he returns to Han Xiang's farmhouse, it's just getting light. After eating, he announces his departure and hops on a bicycle. Yes, a bicycle. After completing the work handover before the new year, I started at a new unit in the military's General Staff Department, serving as a deputy director of the training division. My rank remains unchanged as a lieutenant general, but it is clearly a small promotion. Previously, I was just a deputy commander of a fleet, with only personnel from Earth under my command. Now, things are different. With the establishment of the Alliance, I manage the military training of dozens of civilizations as a deputy minister in a central ministry. My status is no longer comparable. Of course, with the elevation in position, one would expect better transportation, but in this town, the vehicles for the heads of the 3 major general staff departments are just bicycles. Naturally, I adapted to the local customs. In this town, whether you are a general or a marshal, everyone is the same, with some even walking to work. I find this quite good. This is the center of power, setting an example to avoid getting lost. Arriving at the general staff building, it turns out to be just a simple 3-story structure. If it weren't for the sign at the entrance, no one would know it is a core department. During the time of the Earth United Government, the 3 major super agencies occupied entire cities. In comparison, this is much more low-key. As a lieutenant general, the training division has a heavy workload this year, involving dozens of subordinate civilizations. I need to work hard to ensure we complete our tasks. After meeting with the head of the general staff and receiving some encouragement, I personally went to take up my position. The training division also occupies 3 floors, appearing slightly larger than the general staff building. This makes sense, as the main role of the general staff is management and coordination, while the various ministries are the main bodies for policy implementation, which justifies having more personnel. Thus, I officially took office. The first task at hand was the military service for university students. Previously, military service was only required after high school. During the United Government period, the number of students enrolled in universities and above globally reached hundreds of millions. Upon entering, they continued their studies or research without entering the 2-year military service phase. However, now all scientists on Earth are striving to climb the technological ladder. Nearly all have halted their research to focus on studies. Therefore, after conducting research, the Alliance introduced this benefit. Indeed, it is a benefit, free genetic enhancement during military service, implemented thoroughly. Given the difficulty of contributing to scientific research in the short term, this free opportunity for military service is something to take advantage of, and it's not just for university students. Researchers, the general public, and corporate employees also have a strong desire to experience military service, not only for the benefits, but to enhance their resumes as well. Is it tough? Is it tiring? Now, with walking and cycling becoming popular for fitness, and no pressure in life, with long lifespans, it's just 2 years. No one is lacking those 2 years. In this regard, I have also seen related documents. The expert team's suggestions are feasible, but the timing is not now. It will be at least 3 years later. The decision-making committee did not reject this proposal, which can be seen as a form of acknowledgement, indicating it is highly likely to pass in 3 years. In the following time, there will be meetings, learning, and understanding. Upon seeing some confidential documents from the training department, I was shocked, particularly by the reports on the physical conditions of all subordinate intelligent life forms. In comparison, humans from Earth seem as fragile as paper, metal, energy, silicon-based life forms. Each of them could easily overpower humans by a long shot. The fact that celestial bodies can subdue these entities indicates that the resources here are incredibly rich. On the other hand, the highest decision-making committee saw Han Duo returning to work for the first time after the new year, even arriving 15 minutes early. However, she found everything was still the same. Not a single new decision-making member had come to this place, and the missing persons, aside from their names, were still unaccounted for. She had no idea where they were or what they were researching. Her authority was insufficient. The only thing she knew was that her colleague Xian was in charge of the stellar spacecraft. During the New Year period, she had traveled at 10 times the speed of light on one of them. Well, it wasn't as interesting as riding a bike, because with the stellar spacecraft, aside from the data, one couldn't feel the speed at all. At least riding a bike brought the wind, which felt cool and refreshing. It made sense. The spacecraft was just too fast. If the body were to feel the overload at light speed, it would likely turn into atomic dust in a second. Gathering her emotions, she prepared to work diligently. Under the Civilization Alliance model, she remained a senior inspector at the highest decision-making committee's inspection office, with her rank unchanged. However, like all central departments, while her power increased, so did her workload, which soared linearly. Chapter 407. The Celestial Pioneer Fleet. Upon accessing the internal network of the inspection office, Han Duo, already familiar with various departments, discovered that the Military Affairs General Headquarters had added a third-level military institution, the 9th Deep Space Fleet of the Celestial Civilization Alliance. Personnel, location, equipment, all marked as being in preparation. Upon closer inspection, she was surprised to find that this was a mixed fleet of multiple civilizations. No wonder the rank was so high. It is worth noting that the first-level institutions under the Military Affairs General Headquarters are only at the 4th level, and this one is directly at the 3rd level. To think that a fleet operating at 100 times the speed of light is considered basic equipment. The fleet's commander is the 2nd Deputy Chief of the Military Affairs General Headquarters, with a very high berth rank, but the scale is somewhat small. Currently, there is only one vessel in service, the Solar. Huh, what? The Sun? Is it the one I know? No way, no way, no way. If it really is, then please work hard. The spacecraft that my colleague Xian is responsible for manufacturing has no room for error in the selection of each component, that is for sure. Keep it up, and continue to shine and contribute to the civilization of Earth. In the time that followed, Han Duo witnessed the industrial capabilities of the celestial civilization. 2 vessels, 3 vessels, 10 vessels. In just 3 years, the number surged to 60. This is no child's toy or flimsy iron shell like an aircraft carrier. These are spacecraft, stellar ones. Each ship represents a transformation of a star with a mass at least 3 times that of the Sun and is equipped with a large number of planetary-level devices. The technological content and construction difficulty are on completely different levels. Even the seemingly impressive neutron battle stars from science fiction literature do not possess the capabilities of most components of the stellar spacecraft. A constant reconstruction array's node planet, with just a slight distortion of the constant, could cause that thing to collapse and cry out for help. It seems that only celestial bodies at the level of black holes can make starships retreat. At this moment, in the starry sky, a starship is stationed in front of a medium-sized black hole. As Han Duoduo guessed, the current juvenile Eagle-class starships indeed have no means to deal with black holes. However, there is an advantage behind them. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. It's gone. Pretending to wipe his mouth, Chu Xian couldn't help but exclaim how hard it was. 3 years. So tempting. To construct the first batch of starships, he could only consume some crumbs, which were those planets. Today, he finally encountered a large candy bean. A rare treat. After years of effort, the first batch of 60 ships has been completed. Next, he must have a good feast. Then, a flash of light appeared, and the starship continued its journey towards the next star system. Compared to 3 years ago, there have been some technological advancements, such as in communication and manned missions, which have been resolved. However, these improvements are only seen in the 100 times lightspeed ships. The latest test ships remain unchanged. A month ago, a starship capable of 300 times lightspeed encountered an accident on its maiden voyage, disintegrating completely, beyond repair. For this, Chu Xian could only say it was normal. With such a complex cutting-edge technological system, how could every attempt succeed? Failure is normal. Gaining experience is what matters. It's just a bit painful that the 300 times lightspeed starship had an energy source 20 times the mass of the sun. That was completely lost. Fortunately, the fleet has now formed, and the collection speed has accelerated. The 9th Deep Space Fleet, also known as the Pioneering Fleet of Stars, has now cast a wide net, searching for food along the route out of the galaxy. Finally, they can lie back and wait for a meal. Chapter 408. Material Expansion in 3 years. In addition to the completion of the first batch of starships, the distance between the stargates has also increased to 3 light-years. With 2 stargates, one can cover 6 light-years at a time, with a cooling time of 3 days. Calculating this way, using only the stargates for travel, one can traverse 60 light-years a month, totaling 720 light-years a year. Adding the starships into the equation, one can travel 820 light-years in a year. It must be said that this is astonishingly fast. 6 years ago, there were only a few ships from Earth's civilization, and now they can crush the speed of those advanced civilizations in the galaxy. If this continues, leaving the galaxy would only take 10 years. To catch up with the fleeing masses would take just 9 years. Of course, this is under the condition that the speed of the stargates and starships remains unchanged. If they proceed at a constant speed now, it would take 30 years. Simulation of self-hydrogen transformation. Attempt 360991 failed. Simulation of self-hydrogen transformation. Attempt 360992 failed. After devouring the black hole candy bean, Chu Xian continued to return to the dimensional space to simulate self-hydrogen transformation, but the results remained frustrating. Failure. Failure. After hundreds of thousands of attempts, it wasn't all in vain, as the simulation name has now changed, adding a self. Clearly, he had conquered the fusion of single elements. The current issue still lies in the dynamics of hydrogen transformation, which has yet to break the law of energy conservation. As a result, there is continuous effort in fine-tuning, testing, adjusting, and retesting, an endless cycle that can be quite monotonous. But exploration is inherently like this. Scientists often work in solitude, both in their mental realms and real life. It requires enduring loneliness and being able to withstand repeated failures. In fact, every simulation is a skillful enhancement of modifying constant rules, leading to deeper understanding and visible growth. After each test, Chu Xian glanced at the hydrogen transformation data from the galaxy behind him. 3 years ago, it was less than 100. Now, it has increased by 230 times. The energy output at the center of the galaxy is intensifying. Within his own space, Chu Xian can even simulate hydrogen transformation at 60 times, but any higher is unfeasible due to excessive consumption. The strain is palpable. Therefore, in the upcoming period, he needs to upgrade the energy of his space, having reached the current limits of exploration. This realization has grounded Chu Xian, who previously felt a bit lofty. The hydrogen transformation in the galaxy has accomplished feats that he cannot achieve in his own space, compelling him to elevate his efforts to a new level. In summary, caution, care, and diligent progress, while maintaining a certain level of respect, are essential. There is a twinge of envy. The magnitude of that energy is terrifying. Moreover, there is some confusion about the reasons behind such apparent waste, whether it is a natural phenomenon or a masterpiece of civilization. Chu Xian prefers to believe in the former, as the latter can be quite daunting. Thus, he conducts repeated experiments on self-hydrogen transformation to prove his point. Millions, tens of millions of trials must be undertaken. Some may view this as a form of self-deception, unwilling to accept worse outcomes. However, from the perspective of scientific exploration, any direction, except for the impossible, holds experimental value. Just like now, besides self-hydrogen transformation, Chu Xian is also experimenting with dimensional expansion, akin to protons in the three-body problem, expanding etched circuits, a concept that was once fantastical. Now, with constant modifications, it is not impossible. After extensive testing, some results have already emerged. Of course, this has nothing to do with the two-dimensional foil. The dimensions of matter and space are not the same technology. They are worlds apart. The former is akin to flattening a crumpled piece of paper, the most basic application, which can be achieved with mere hands. The latter involves spatial technology, where even the simplest applications require not just hands, but also intellect and technology, with a very high threshold. Otherwise, the civilization in the three-body problem would have long been able to create two-dimensional foils. Chapter 409. Next-generation processing technology in a subspace. A 1 centimeter cubed piece of material transforms into a sky curtain one moment, and into various shapes the next: horses, rabbits, ship models. This is also the most crucial reason Chu Xian studies material expansion. Otherwise, with his busy schedule, he would not waste time on it. It is precisely because this technology has extremely broad application prospects. Currently, its greatest use is in processing. In the past, technologies evolved from the initial drilling and cutting processes to 3D printing, and later to magnetic constraint processing techniques. Although these methods have become faster, they still do not reach their limits. Through testing and validation, material expansion is expected to become the next generation of efficient processing technology. After expansion, adjusting constants and then reaggregating will directly yield the final product. For instance, a 12-cylinder engine, whether through additive or subtractive manufacturing or magnetic constraint processing, takes at least 10 seconds. However, the material expansion technology only requires 0.3 seconds. This is because it only involves adjusting constants. Expansion takes 0.1 seconds, adjustment takes 0.1 seconds, and recovery takes 0.1 seconds. This is based on current testing technology, and once industrialized, efficiency will improve even further, potentially by 100-fold. It's remarkably powerful and incredibly useful. This is considered the core plan for the next generation of processing technology developed by the Stellar Organization. If completed, starships capable of traveling at 100-fold light speeds could be produced as easily as making dumplings, as long as there are enough stars. One ship a day would be like child's play, and production capacity could increase even more. At that time, the advanced industrial processing and manufacturing capabilities of the Stellar Organization could reach half of the total capabilities of all other civilizations in the galaxy. Or even more. This is no exaggeration. Just imagining the large-scale industrial application of this technology is thrilling. Ding! Your stellar delivery has arrived. Ding! Your stellar delivery has arrived. Countless starships would launch, with one star arriving every second, making testing even more exciting for Chu Xian. Once new discoveries and improvements are made, they will be uploaded to the relevant research and development centers to refine the prototype data for the material expansion processing equipment. With nearly 3 million researchers involved in this project, if Chu Xian has new theories or findings, he will also assist with testing, creating a complementary effect that accelerates the entire research and development process. Meanwhile, at the edge of the galaxy, a civilization in distress is nearing a breaking point. Facing hydrogen transformation speeds of 230 times light speed, like a beast hunting for its prey, scientists have sacrificed their mental energy, yet they have not established any effective models to prevent this disaster. At this moment, on their path forward, they encounter a large fleet sent by a neighboring civilization from a nearby galaxy. The civilizations of the Milky Way are numerous, but can they expect other galaxies to be empty? Therefore, even without having visited, there has been some contact between the top civilizations of the Milky Way and those from extragalactic civilizations, albeit with significant communication delays. If they plan to escape to another territory, they must inform the other party. Curious, the neighboring civilization sends a fleet to investigate, likely with research intentions. What? Isn't it supposed to be 1 times light speed? This doesn't seem scientific. 230 times? Are you sure? Communication is interrupted during superluminal travel, and when they routinely check for information, they suddenly receive alarming news. The fleet commander nearly loses their footing. They have just arrived, barely had a couple of bites to eat, and now they must change course and flee joyfully together? It feels lonely. No, it's almost like a funeral procession. Chapter 410. Treasure. At this moment, the commander's head was buzzing at over 200 times the speed of light. Even though the stellar spacecraft was more advanced than its neighbors, it had not achieved a breakthrough. The maximum speed still hadn't surpassed 100. It was just over 95 times the speed of light. It was like breaking the sound barrier. Every increase was extremely difficult. Scientists had long proposed that a spacecraft capable of reaching 100 times the speed of light must break existing theories. There were some ideas out there, but there was still a long way to go to realize them. The spatial light barrier at 100 times the speed of light was like a mountain, requiring a tough climb one step at a time. It was also heard that neighboring hydrogen transformations had scientists believing they might provide important materials beneficial for light barrier research. Thus, a fleet was dispatched to take a look. What to do? Give up? Erect a monument? Just lie down and wait for death? Feeling like a box that has landed. Once caught up, there might not be any immediate issues. After all, there were no stars in the system to explode due to hydrogen transformations, but the spacecraft had to worry. Currently, even though the technology was significantly more advanced than that of its neighbors, it still hadn't escaped the existing framework in terms of energy. Fusion energy, fission energy, dark energy, antimatter. Various types of energy had already entered the application stage, but the most commonly used remained the fusion energy from stars. Because it was the most abundant and easiest to find, it was everywhere. It was like a civilization that had just emerged from Earth, relying on geothermal, nuclear, oil, and hydropower. There were many energy sources available, but ultimately, only widely accessible energy could become the mainstream of the era. One couldn't possibly build a spacecraft and bring along a hydroelectric station and a geothermal station. That would be utterly insane. Currently, civilizations were researching how to transform black holes into energy sources for stellar spacecraft to enable fission production. It had to be said that it was a promising direction. High multiplication stellar spacecraft required immense critical energy, but stars took up too much space, unlike black holes, which were much smaller. Once this energy breakthrough occurred, the size of the spacecraft could shrink. Unfortunately, research was still ongoing. Thus, stellar energy remained the absolute mainstream of this era. This led to a frustrating problem. Once caught up, stellar hydrogen transformations would cause all spacecraft to stall. Even if the smaller ships distanced themselves, there wouldn't be enough energy for them to return to their own system. The exploration fleet was indeed a high-risk industry. However, unlike the troubles of the fleet commander, the group of scientists it brought along was so excited they didn't even know their own names. Quick, data, we need data. My God, at over 200 times the speed of light, under the currently known laws of the universe, there was absolutely no existence that could surpass it. It was entirely a massive treasure. Data, data, hurry, hurry, hurry. The thirst for the unknown was the sole pursuit of interstellar scientists. Nothing mattered more than research. Not even life and death. As long as there were discoveries, witnessing new worlds, what did it matter if they were killed by hydrogen transformations? Some special life forms had lived for even hundreds of thousands of years. Why would they fear this? Seeing their enthusiasm was infectious. The commander's crystal tendrils rubbed the neural core, feeling increasingly helpless. This group was just as crazy as ever. However, it was this crazily driven life form, through generations of effort and sacrifice, that allowed civilization and technology to progress continuously. So, while it was just a moment of complaint, there was still immense respect in the heart for these existences. Chapter 411. The Hoe Can't Dig Deep. In response to the calls from the scientists, the fleet commander remained calm. Don't rush, he reassured, and then began discussions with the advanced civilizations of the galaxy, quickly reaching an agreement. Next came the learning of terminology. Yes, learning. Currently, there was no universal language in the cosmos. Various materials, technologies, theorems, and constants had different names. Although there had been prior communication, the technical nomenclature database had not been opened. This was an unwritten rule in inter-civilization contact. Casual conversation was fine, but technical discussions were off-limits. Many civilizations complexified their technical terms as a form of protection, especially high civilizations towards lower ones. For instance, if a chemical formula that could change the course of an era were thrown back to ancient civilization, without any explanation, it would take thousands of years for them to comprehend, let alone use it. Because of this, converting that data into understandable terms, even with technology superior to that of the galaxy, was a dream if not employing methods of plunder or threats. There might even be a universal communication language in the future that all life forms could use to communicate, replacing their native languages. However, the technical nomenclature databases would vary from civilization to civilization, except for those that had completely given up. This was an important asset that each civilization fiercely protected. Handing it over was simply not feasible. The truth was, the advanced civilizations of the galaxy were painfully aware of the value of the nomenclature database. It was akin to the clothing of a civilization. Now, each one of them was in a vulnerable state before neighboring civilizations. Yet, there was nothing they could do. They simply lacked the capability. They hoped the scientists from the other side would be helpful, seeking a way to survive, as there were no alternatives left. According to the terms of the trade, if any discoveries were made, the other party would share their newly discovered technologies. As for their technical nomenclature database, dream on. Such things held immense value. Without the consent of the highest authorities of the other civilization after discussions, if a fleet commander dared to leak it, the only outcome would be immediate execution on the spot. There would be no need for a military tribunal. This was one of the most serious acts of treason. Once confirmed, even a second longer of life would not be permitted. Throughout the entire history of civilization, to the fleet commander's knowledge, the highest council had never consented to such matters. Even when dealing with their subordinate civilizations, they would establish a new nomenclature database for the other party's use. Even for their own, they categorized it by levels, creating different levels of permissions, with each level representing a new textual system, striving to protect core technologies. Only researchers of different ranks could learn. As for the fleet commander's authority, he could at most access the third tier of low-end technologies. Even so, they also have no authority to dispose of it. If they act recklessly, their neural cores will be shattered by mechanical enforcers in the next moment. There's a parsing library. Synchronization happens rapidly. After that, the data, transformed into information from their civilization, is presented to the scientists, who are instantly illuminated, genuinely glowing. There are hardly any carbon-based life forms here. There are no eyes, and some are merely fog-like clusters of crystalline dust. Thinking requires energy consumption. Under the frenzy of hyper-accelerated thought, many life forms are in a glowing state, with countless force fields and energies operating within. They are analyzing and digesting at high speed. Then, it becomes overwhelming. The hydrogen transformation data, at 230 times the speed of light, is chaotic. After a long period of study, it's deemed unscientific. How is single-element room temperature fusion achieved? Moreover, it can be confirmed that this is a large-scale constant influence. At the current range, the energy levels are astronomical. Even if all the matter in the galaxy were converted into energy, it might not suffice, let alone provide an accelerated supply. This directly challenges their scientific cognitive system. This treasure looks golden and bright, but the tools to dig are a bit inadequate. Chapter 4:12. Meteor in the night. What lies before them is a mountain of gold. A treasure. Yet the only digging tool is a cast iron hoe. After swinging it a few times, the blade is dulled. That's right, dull. It even injured the arm. As this research itself requires numerous experiments, which are extremely costly. Number 034 constant combination anomaly. Equipment damaged by 8. Number 222 test failed. Equipment damaged by 3. Number 342 experiment failure. Equipment damaged by 71. This is also the biggest problem with the new constant research. It is still urgent, racing against time. And the losses are even greater. Fortunately, the fleet comes equipped with an industrial mothership. Otherwise, they truly could not bear it. The advanced civilization in the galaxy is assisting, gathering resources everywhere to synthesize new materials, barely meeting such enormous experimental losses. 3 months later, buzz. A massive crystalline screen rises, with a diameter exceeding 1 billion kilometers. Slightly curved, facing the center of the galaxy. High-energy spatial wave fluctuation constant detection equipment. Just like a typical microwave detector, it can see the cosmic background radiation. This can detect disturbances in spatial constants. Upon seeing this device, the advanced civilizations in the galaxy are envious, drooling. It's incredibly enticing. It's no wonder that it has increased the speed of stellar spacecraft to nearly 100 times the speed of light. Of course, they also possess similar devices. However, the detection range, precision, and richness of values are far from comparable. For advanced civilizations, the ability to observe the universe and everything within it is the true core strength. Without exception, because the finer and deeper the observations, the faster they can feed back into their own technological advancements, even leading to leaps in development. They complement each other. Therefore, the depth and breadth of observation can serve as a standard for judging the strength of a civilization. And it is evident that the other side has progressed much further. It's so advanced that it can observe high-energy background disturbance waves in the universe at speeds up to 300 times the speed of light. Impressive. Our maximum is only 90 times, and without using indirect verification methods, we might not even be able to determine the speed of hydrogen transformation. The most critical part is that the delay is quite short. While it's natural to feel envious, there's nothing we can do but watch. The equipment is deployed and begins operation. Quickly, data floods in, and scientists from neighboring galaxies excitedly observe, seeing that the entire background is the same color, marked with the same number, 230 times the speed of light, as this is from some time ago and the observation has a delay. Only disturbances exceeding 100 times the speed of light qualify to be captured. It can be clearly displayed, much like observing cosmic microwave background radiation. Normal celestial phenomena, even supernova explosions, wouldn't elicit any reaction from it. Therefore, since the device was invented, there has never been a single response. This detector, located in its own galaxy, has stood for over 100,000 years, appearing as if it were broken, displaying a blank screen until now. And here, upon deployment, the screen is filled with high-energy spatial disturbances. It's breathtaking. While observing, suddenly a data flash appears. What is that? How can there be disturbances exceeding the hydrogen transformation background? Disturbances below this value would be covered by the 230 times hydrogen transformation impact and would go undetected. Those above it would leave a trace like meteors in the night sky. 300 times the speed of light disturbance? Is it normal? Is it an anomaly caused by hydrogen transformation? Scientists are extraordinarily excited. It's yet another significant discovery. Although the duration is short, it's still a surprise. A mountain of gold rises from the ground, even higher, with greater reserves. On the other side, Chu Xian is enjoying his meals. As the second test spacecraft capable of 300 times the speed of light has finally succeeded in its test flight after 2 months. Next is the challenge of reaching 400 times. As for the widespread use of 300 times spacecraft, there's no rush. It's essential to take it step by step. The most pressing matter now is spatial upgrades, enhancing authority, and researching the next generation of energy sources. Using stars as energy is becoming too massive. The simple and crude combinations are not the solution. Black hole energy is being considered as a next-generation energy alternative, but research is still in its infancy. He needs greater authority to conduct extensive experiments and provide data for research and development. It's also thanks to this advancement. Otherwise, the resource consumption for various research tests would be beyond his means. Even if a civilization at the top of the galaxy were to emerge, it could be said that it would take everything they have to complete it. Chapter 413. Upgrade in the following time. It's all about eating. Eating. With 60 Eagle-class ships, they can hold over a dozen meals daily, covering an average distance of 5 light-years between stars in the galaxy. They rush between various galaxies, sacrificing them as they go. Occasionally, they can indulge in some sweet treats, enjoying the crispy black holes, popping candy pulsars, and white dwarfs to clean their teeth. Although the next generation of energy is leaning towards black holes, there's no need to gather resources just yet. The manufacturing of this thing is not difficult. It merely involves extreme compression using mass. Currently, artificial black hole technology does not exist. However, the Authority has already been able to compress stars to achieve densities far exceeding that of white dwarfs. This means that, if continued, neutron stars and black holes can be created from stars, which is why there was no intention to store this material. Instead, it's a matter of consuming one star after another. Along the way of escape, the number of star systems continuously decreased. 100, 1,000, 5,000. In just 2 years, by mid-2086, over 10,000 star systems were consumed, yielding tremendous results. Upgrade. A day later, the radius of the dimensional space reached 400,000 kilometers, even larger than that of the Sun. However, the two are not comparable. One is food, and the other is something that consumes food. After adapting and strengthening the Authority within a subspace, boom, the massive helium core of a star, which had filled the entire subspace, suddenly erupted with powerful energy and brilliant light. Fusion. Fusion. Half an hour later, the light dimmed, leaving only a sphere with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Still not enough. Chu Xian shook his head slightly. The previous compression limit far exceeded that of a white dwarf, and now the limit was at the neutron star level. But there is still some distance to the critical radius of a black hole. Some are curious. Since a black hole is a collection of mass, could gathering several neutron stars together also yield one? Indeed, that is a direction to consider. But it requires too much time, similar to the critical energy of starships. If below a certain value, it won't work. If above, it will naturally come together. Currently, the Authority's limit is at most close to the Schwarzschild radius, and it cannot directly compress to that point in one step. Is there a blockage? No. It simply means that while it's not possible to directly create a high-mass black hole, it does not mean it cannot be utilized. It's quite simple. By recovering an existing black hole and continuously feeding it mass, different energy levels of black holes can be produced. Of course, there are still limitations. For instance, the strength of the subspace can only withstand lower mass black holes, which is already a significant advancement. It should be noted that before, they could only consume black holes and had never recovered them. Although it seemed they were consuming them quite happily, only the Authority could interact with black holes, allowing for their consumption. Otherwise, if they could have previously recovered the resources, Chu Xian wouldn't have needed to rush to upgrade the Authority. He would have already broken through the technology for utilizing black hole energy, like constant reconstruction. Now, as long as he can store it in space, he can achieve a godlike observational perspective and provide data. In fact, if we consider spatial strength, his own space had surpassed that of the normal universe several years ago. Logically, if the normal universe can have black holes, his space should have been able to have them long ago. However, Chu Xian discovered that it was not the case. One could say that the existence of black holes has shattered the normal universe. All rules and constants are in a state of chaos. In front of it, the external universe is like a torn cloth, while the black hole is a scorching iron ball. Therefore, the intensity of one's own space is only strong compared to the external universe, and now it can truly be considered evolution. Alloy casting. Unafraid of the temperature of iron spheres. Chapter 4:14, Dimensional Rules. 2 weeks later, somewhere in the starry sky, a low-quality black hole is enacting a dramatic scene with a star connected by a beam of light. This is simulated imaging from special instruments. As the actual process of mass consumption cannot be seen with the naked eye, it is also a matter of bad luck that the star encountered it, becoming its sustenance. This process has been ongoing for tens of thousands of years. Although the black hole's gravity is strong, unless it directly collides with the star's core, its rate of consumption is actually quite slow, and it is rather gradual, as photons within the event horizon cannot escape. However, outside the event horizon, the gravity is only slightly stronger. Without external interference, such as being rescued by the gravity of a nearby large star, this star would ultimately become part of the black hole's mass. And today, a more advanced predator has arrived. Black holes are quite common in the universe, large and small, found everywhere. However, it still took 2 weeks to find one suitable for spatial recovery. Buzz, a transmission, arriving near the black hole from the starship. Descend, recover, like a cheetah capturing a solitary hyena while it is eating. In the subspace, the low-quality black hole quietly awaits, invisible to the naked eye, but completely revealed under Chu Xian's perception. Its fluctuations, rules, constants, and mass, all changes occurring every second, hold no secrets. This mysterious cosmic entity has had its veil lifted by him. Although Earth's civilization has known about such celestial bodies for a long time, with various theories, hypotheses, and models, it seems to understand them well, but in reality, it's merely scratching the surface. Not to mention the limited exploration of the neighboring moon at that time. Claiming to understand black holes is simply a joke. Even the advanced civilizations in the galaxy have explored black holes to a mere fraction of their entirety. Now, in front of Chu Xian, understanding has directly soared to 50%, with the remaining 50% concerning large black holes. Perhaps after the next authority upgrade, a complete understanding will be possible. Of course, there is also the possibility of continuing to be trapped in layers, much like the microscopic world, climbing the scientific ladder. It is impossible to rely on simple inferences to declare where the boundary is, or where the endpoint lies. That is called blind arrogance. This must be avoided. Next, the scientists of the entire star system erupted in excitement. My goodness, all the data of the low-quality black hole is laid out before their eyes. Many scientists trembling with excitement. How beautiful! How amazing! Is this a black hole? A world that combines chaos with order. Logically, chaos and order are opposites. But that is a matter of perspective. For the normal universe, the rules of black holes are chaotic. However, at the level of black holes, a set of orderly rules is enforced. Otherwise, if it were chaotic, black holes would be diverse rather than abundantly existing with the same physical properties. This represents a new order. In a normal universe, black holes should not exist. Once they appear, their underlying logic would be disrupted. When this existing logic is broken, it should tend toward nothingness. Yet it doesn't. So, is there another set of fundamental forces operating under the known constants of the universe? One that is even more powerful and foundational. After reviewing this data, scientists have made an astonishing inference. Of course, Chu Xian had already thought of this. A piece of cloth, when encountering a red-hot iron ball, can only be infinitely burned through by it. The external manifestation is that it should not exist in a normal universe. But clearly, this iron ball has not turned into nothingness. Thus, one inference arises. It is being supported by a heat-resistant plate, allowing it to coexist with the cloth. This is also one of the discoveries of the past few weeks. An upgrade in authority and depth of perception, akin to the transition from protons to quarks. Indeed, this universe has a more fundamental system of rules maintaining it. It sounds a bit like our own authority. System Master, isn't this similar to our authority? Chu Xian asked. Just general dimensional rules. How could it compare to the limits of authority? Then why has it only been since now after all this time? What do you think about a dimensional authority with a radius that doesn't even encompass a single star? A rhetorical question. Chu Xian fell silent. It was as if he wanted to point out, your authority hasn't grown up yet, just starting elementary school, and you expect it to solve university-level problems. How can you even ask why it can't be resolved? All right then, let us just nurture the authority properly. Chapter 4:15. Unethical smile. The data on black holes opened up a new world. In this regard, scientists were not surprised at all. After all, this world has never lacked imaginative ideas. Many times, even without direct observation, various hypotheses exist regarding the realm of science. Gravitational waves, dark matter, dark energy, various exotic celestial bodies on the macro scale, various particles on the micro scale, all have theories established long before their discovery, restricted by detection technology. Many hypotheses will only be validated long after the scientists who proposed them have passed away. Therefore, a more fundamental framework of rules is now discovered, rather than proposed. Scientists were only pleasantly surprised, not shocked. No. Strictly speaking, there was some shock, astonished by the power of the stellar organization. Their detection technology is simply extraordinary. The approach to technological development is almost the opposite. While others establish theories first and then make discoveries, the stellar organization discovers first and then establishes theories. It's almost like having the answers to solve problems, with the principles included, only needing to use a pen and some brainpower to reverse engineer the steps. As long as one isn't academically challenged, given enough time, anyone can score high. Incredible. It's completely unscientific, yet scientists have become enamored with this method. They have experienced the joy of feeling invincible. They simply cannot stop. A month later, a complete model of low-quality black holes was established by trillions of researchers, followed by practical applications. In many civilizations' initial models, the center of a black hole should be a singularity, infinitely small in volume, infinitely large in density, and infinitely strong in gravity. The distortion of space-time is infinite, and the laws of physics no longer exist. In fact, this is true. According to the fundamental physical rules of the universe, the center of a black hole has indeed collapsed into a geometric singularity. However, in terms of dimensional rules, it is different. Its manifestation is that the central space-time is distorted, breaking the normal universe's concept of size and expanding into a massive space-time bubble. Indeed, from the perspective of the normal universe, it appears small, but from another angle, it appears large, forming a small space based on dimensional rules. To put it more vividly, it's somewhat like a storage ring. A vast volume exists within a small object. Inside the singularity, matter does not exist as fundamental particles, but as a mixed form of space-time energy. This satisfies Chu Xian, as existing in the form of energy eliminates the need for an additional conversion process. The only issue left is extraction. Safe, efficient, and stable extraction is not easy. Within subspace, Chu Xian can manipulate the shape freely, but creating equipment to control it is an entirely different concept. It is almost akin to simulating the power of authority. In a word, difficult. Previously, he could create starships because it was based on the extensive, fundamental technology of the entire Free Alliance. Equipment, technology, materials, without their entire system. It is a harsh reality. Even if Chu Xian has the data, the civilization on Earth would take at least 1,000 years to manufacture a starship capable of traveling at 100 times the speed of light. It is also very normal for a certain technology to hold you back for 10,000 years, rendering you speechless. The application of the cosmological constant built upon the Free Alliance. The application of dimensional constants suddenly became pioneering, transforming from theory to technology, consuming hundreds or even thousands of years. It is not surprising at all. Even if everything went smoothly, it would still take at least 300 years to start. Next, there are no resources to exploit, so one can only exploit their own. There are still too few scientists. Chu Xian touched his hair. It wouldn't do, within feasible limits. Sacrificing someone else's hair would be better. He gazed at the starry sky, in the direction where various civilizations were fleeing, revealing a benevolent yet unscrupulous smile. Chapter 4:16. Drifting out of the galaxy at this moment, on the other side, at the edge of the galaxy. Scientists from various factions did not sense the goodwill from the distant land. They were all in a frenzy. The commander of the neighboring galaxy fleet was operating at the neural core's overclocked capacity, receiving information and reallocating resources, with meager results. The 1,238th hydrogen fusion simulation experiment failed, with 21 equipment damage. The 2,265th constant theory test collapsed, with 99 equipment loss and 3 scientists lost. Some experiments resulted in losses not only of resources, but also of scientists. This is not a local issue, but one at the frontier. The urgency of hydrogen fusion surged in, causing many experiments to be rushed into action, making it impossible to ensure absolute safety. If such operations were conducted within their own galaxy, the responsible person would end up in prison. Now, there is no choice but to minimize the losses of scientists as much as possible. At a speed of 360 times that of light, how is it driven? The hydrogen transformation model is completely non-compliant and cannot be established at all. It's unscientific. The fleet commander is tempted to throw in the towel, but glances at the mechanical sentinels on the left and right. Well, everything is for the great cause of cosmic exploration, a heartfelt statement. The enormous experimental consumption prevents the civilization on one side of the galaxy from stopping, yet they have to grit their teeth and continue. To avoid death, one must act. The neighboring civilization is currently the only hope, As most civilizations have paused to help gather resources, a small number of civilizations continue to venture outward. After all, the hydrogen transformation targets those stars. For certain life forms, this is not a concern, such as civilizations based on dark energy, whose main energy source is transformed from stars. However, this does not mean there are no other energy systems, especially the familiar dark energy itself. Without starships, even though traveling to the next galaxy takes a long time, it is just a matter of time. They, who are nearly immortal, do not lack this. Since they are not afraid of hydrogen transformation, why do they still follow along? Of course, it is because they do not know the reason for the hydrogen transformation, remaining cautious, with a sense of urgency that is far less than that of other civilizations. Thus, these civilizations leisurely prepare to drift for over 100,000 years to the neighboring galaxy, treating it as a vacation. With smooth sailing, there is food and drink. Suddenly, a sense of superiority arises, as if they are a free cloud drifting out of the galaxy. Do they think we will stay behind to work for the neighbors? Dream on. No one can command us. That's how tough we are. For such civilizations, the truth is that others envy them greatly. The flesh and blood are too weak, and even mechanical ascension is not guaranteed or even useful. Carbon-based, silicon-based, metallic, every material civilization has research plans to transform themselves into energy life due to their strong adaptability. Slightly stronger energy life forms in the galaxy are like being in a granary. Immortality, super speed, soaring through the void, can absorb stellar energy as sustenance. The most popular research direction is to transform into dark energy life. For other civilizations, the space between galaxies is a desert, with no stars along the way, equating to no supplies, making it nearly impossible to cross. However, for dark energy life forms, there is no panic at all, because the distribution of dark energy in the universe is quite uniform. Like dark matter, it does not interact with regular matter. Therefore, the dense stars in the galaxy, the gravitational aggregation areas, cannot attract dark energy and dark matter. It can be said that for dark energy life, crossing galaxies can be done while lying back and drifting through. The speed may be a bit slow, but they won't starve along the way. The idea is good, but unfortunately, no research has been developed yet, which is quite frustrating. Chapter 4:17. Hydrogen Transformation Upgrade. Descending attack while enviously watching others drift. They bury their heads in working for the neighboring civilization. However, before any good news arrives, bad news follows closely. 3 days later. Hydrogen variation detector number 12533 lost contact. Hydrogen variation detector number 23077 lost contact. Hydrogen variation detector number 98723 malfunctioned. Error 787. Radiation energy module damaged. Looking at the error reports, various advanced civilizations were bewildered. It should be noted that hydrogen variation is solely focused on hydrogen elements, allowing them to undergo nuclear fusion at room temperature. Therefore, as long as there are no hydrogen elements present in the composition or surrounding area, there is no need for concern. This is also the basis for the stable operation of hydrogen variation detectors and their ability to transmit information. Previously, everything was fine without issues. But now they have lost contact. Clearly, they have been attacked, and it is certain that it is not related to hydrogen variation. Based on the time and location of the loss of contact, the attack resembles hydrogen variation as it spreads in a circular manner. The speed has already exceeded 100 times the speed of light. The detectors with smaller numbers are all outdated models and have been completely damaged. Most of the detectors with larger numbers reported malfunctions, but only the energy modules were affected. It can be determined that this is a form of superspeed descending attack targeting high-order substances, causing them to undergo fission at low concentrations. Looking at the basic analysis report, various civilizations were collectively stunned. The descending attack is a new method. Previously, hydrogen variation involved room temperature nuclear fusion of hydrogen elements, belonging to ascending attacks. But now descending attacks have emerged. This causes the normally gentle and slow nuclear fission to be accelerated. This constant attack mode has an extraordinarily strong and precise control. Logically speaking, descending attacks and hydrogen variation should be opposites and cannot coexist. If descending exists, the helium produced from hydrogen nuclear fusion should reverse and fission back into hydrogen. However, that is not the case. They do not interfere with each other and are completely independent. If the technical difficulty of previous hydrogen variation was rated at 100, the concurrent dual-order attack is rated at 1000. It's simply unbelievable. Various civilizations have no theoretical basis to support such non-interfering dual-order attacks. Even hypothetical theories do not play out this way. Now, it is truly happening right before their eyes, leaving countless scientists dazed, as if struck by a heavy hammer. The flagship of the neighboring galaxy fleet, what? This is unscientific. Ascending hydrogen variation is already terrifying enough, and now descending fission has appeared, coexisting simultaneously. The universe is indeed mysterious, but can it please adhere to some basic laws? The nerve core of the captain, due to ultra-high-speed operation, emitted energy, turning it into a bright light bulb. The intensity was so strong that carbon-based life forms could be blinded by just a glance. Following that, the captain sensed the excitement of the fleet scientists and felt speechless. Can they not show some respect for the crisis at hand? This is not a simple descending fission attack method. It represents a crisis of hydrogen variation that has intensified 100-fold. Previously, there was only one method of attack. If it was a bit faster, so be it, they could always drift back across the galaxy. Now it's different. With a second method, there could be a third, or even a 100th. It is completely two different concepts, and they could truly face a collective disaster. On the other side, after devouring a star, Chu Xian received news and looked towards the center of the galaxy. Interesting. He initially thought that hydrogen transformation would remain constant, but an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 418. Speed up his own probe was not that advanced. Instead, it was monitoring the data channels of the Free Alliance's probes. Therefore, whatever the other side received, Chu Xian could also see. Encryption? Yes, but it wasn't strong, as this was wide-area communication, and major advanced civilizations had similar devices that weren't significantly different. Civilizations of the same level did not need this data. Lower-level civilizations wouldn't understand it even if they accessed it. The advanced civilizations had indeed blocked access to the technical terminology libraries for lower-level civilizations, creating barriers as vast as chasms. Without the corresponding parsing library, what they saw would only be a jumble of characters. Even civilizations stronger than the Free Alliance would be at a loss without a parsing library. 1 minute later, in the hydrogen transformation area, Chu Xian arrived on a stellar spacecraft. While heading out of the galaxy, he was also expanding his view inward. He was always curious about what was happening at the center of the galaxy and couldn't ignore it. Therefore, a dedicated stellar spaceship was moving in the opposite direction. The hydrogen transformation's blockade on light speed was only limited to below 100 times the speed of light. Once the slower ships of the Free Alliance were caught up, they could still flee, but they would no longer be able to break through light speed at over 100 times. Constant reconstruction. Self-contained systems. Unfazed by impacts. Of course, this was only limited to taking a look back with the stellar spacecraft. The stargates in hand were still fully opening escape routes. It was still dazzling. Looking around, the brilliance was overwhelming, but Chu Xian could see nothing with his naked eyes. The hydrogen transformation of all stars kept this area in a state of photon explosion, rendering carbon-based life forms completely blind. They could be roasted in minutes. As for why the explosions had lasted so long with such high radiation intensity, it was obviously due to accumulation. The collective self-explosion of hundreds of billions of stars at the center of the galaxy, each emitting energy outward. After the local stars self-destructed, they still had to endure the photon impacts from countless distant stars. Normally calculated, the radiation levels would only decrease after tens of thousands of years. Of course, for Chu Xian, this was merely a bit of sun exposure, without any real threat. Space arrival. Recovery spacecraft. Another one was released. Although Chu Xian really wanted to check out the descending attack zone, it was temporarily too far to reach. It hadn't affected this area yet, so he could only speed up his own spacecraft. The ship operating at 300 times the speed of light was upgraded to 400 times. With a hum, the spacecraft started, vanishing silently in the blink of an eye. After that, returning to the dimensional space, he continued to assist in the development of a 500 times the speed of light spacecraft. Upon arriving here, the speed dropped sharply, just like with black hole energy. Once reaching a certain stage, the shortcomings of basic technology were fully exposed. Helpless, speechless, no solution, with countless technologies constraining progress. What if the theoretical limit of constant reconstruction technology exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light? There were theories. There were data. Industrial capabilities are there, requiring countless scientists, time, and luck to build a mountain. Just a few days later, at the edge of the galaxy, it was another day of wanting to throw in the towel. The fleet commander was once again corrected by the mechanical guards beside him for his erroneous thoughts. Beep. An alarm sounded as the high-energy spatial fluctuation detector received superluminal information, clearly evident against the background disturbances of the galaxy at 360 times the speed of light. What? For 100 times the speed of light. And it has been sustained? Last time it appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast. This time, however, it clearly showed that the speed was consistently directed toward the galactic center, indicating that it was not a device anomaly or error. It was real. In that moment, no one knew what to say. Something flying at 400 times the speed of light was incredibly enviable, yet they could only watch. Chapter 419. Contact before long. A research team was established. The last time, the fleeting appearance might have been a derivative phenomenon of hydrogen transformation, with little data and not much research value. However, this time, It could already be confirmed that it was neither a derivative phenomenon nor a device anomaly. It was indeed a flying object. 400 times the speed of light, faster than hydrogen transformation. Unbelievable. Excitement, shock, and an urgent desire to understand it filled the air. It was first confirmed that it definitely wasn't T from the galaxy, as its direction was toward the galactic center, suggesting it was likely from outside the galaxy. Perhaps it was a presence more powerful than they were. The spatial disturbance was simply magnificent. The 100-fold light barrier technology had been surpassed by the other party, even reaching 400 times the speed of light. It was suggested to actively make contact and see if communication was possible. If they could obtain methods to break through the 100-fold light barrier, they would profit immensely this time. As the discussion progressed, a collective fervor arose. It had not been easy. They had been stuck at the 100-fold light barrier technology for too long, nearly losing their minds. The technological barrier was an endless wall, with countless lives toiling away, trying to break through. Yet, after all their efforts, they could only scrape off a layer of dust. Encountering life on the other side of the barrier was exhilarating. Fear, worry, concerns that the other party might extinguish them without a second thought? Yes. But those thoughts were quickly pushed aside. With risk comes reward. Wanting to gain something without taking a risk was just a dream. Soon, the captain made a decision and ordered, use the Source 6 device to launch the 018 self-decoding basic communication system. Yes, with a command given. 9 planet-level super-large devices turned toward the direction of the 400 times the speed of light target. Boom. 9 beams of light, each 300 kilometers in diameter, shot out from the interior of the star. They struck the planet-level equipment, activating it. Launch complete. For a full minute, all communication systems of nearby galactic civilizations experienced anomalies, which quickly restored. It was not an attack, merely an incidental effect. There was no detailed explanation provided. It was just stated that they were testing technology. The galaxy on the other side did not suspect anything, as the gap was too vast. What the other side was doing was beyond their comprehension, and they could only humbly continue to gather resources. With powerful energy, the message pierced through countless star systems at a speed 100,000 times faster than light. Watching the spreading radiation on the device, the captain felt a surge of pride. The technological journey of civilizations has always prioritized information speed far beyond regular travel speed. And the Signal Source 6 device is one of the latest achievements. Of course, it is limited to broadcasting and cannot be used for real-time communication due to the preciousness of the core materials. A high-energy beam with a diameter of 300 kilometers is concentrated within the device into a 1-meter black line, striking a crystal source condensed from space-time energy. Only then can such a high-level information transmission be achieved. Stellar energy is not valuable. The key lies in the space-time crystal source, which is extremely difficult to extract. Each civilization's technology has its strengths, and their civilization has branched out in space-time energy research. After hundreds of thousands of years of study, it has grown into a tree more flourishing than its trunk. However, it was of no use. Information communication can reach speeds of hundreds of thousands of times faster than light, and local tests have been successful, allowing the transmission of an image without data loss. Yet, a starship traveling at 100 times the speed of light still left them feeling frustrated and powerless. Using cost accounting methods, every second burns money, and the device can only be said to be usable, but not mature. Its total lifespan is only 1 hour. Yes, that's short. Just like some low-level civilizations' artillery barrels. Their lifespan is measured in seconds. Signal Source 6 is the same. Unless for special communications, it is not allowed to be used. For such long-distance travel, only one set is brought along. Once used, it is gone. They belong to an exploration fleet, and the industrial technology brought cannot produce its core components. They used it for a minute this time and felt heartbroken. Chapter 4:20. Talking to the air, looking at the starry sky, filled with anticipation. The captain eagerly hoped for a response. If so, the crisis would be averted, and there could be a significant technological leap. A promotion and raise depended on it. The neural core pulsed again, flickering with various colors. The assistant glanced over, noticing the captain was in a daze again. The frequency of the neural core differs during work and leisure. It is more uniform during work and colorful during leisure. Huh, what good thing is he thinking about? I'll take a break too. 3 days, 5 days, 3 months, 5 months, a year. Not a single response, while at this point. Hydrogen transformation has exceeded speeds of 400 times that of light, and background disturbances have covered objects moving slower than hydrogen transformation. The figure is no longer visible on the detector. It seems they are not interested in making contact with us. Sigh, we are still too weak. Although they were prepared, there was still a hint of disappointment. The technology possessed by the other party is certainly beyond their comparison. Ignoring them completely is quite normal. As the dominant civilization of the neighboring galaxy, they have always treated other forms of life this way. The cycle of heaven is just. encountering a civilization that would not even acknowledge their existence. Helpless, they continued to send messages, softening their tone and lowering their stance. The captain was not ready to give up, trying every possible way. The previous communications were all about equal exchanges. After all, they had to consider the face of civilizations. But now, due to limited diplomatic dignity and within the permissible range of military examples, some exaggerated statements were added as much as possible. This is absolutely not flattery, but respect. Understood. Soon, a lengthy article was produced. Immediately, the information shot towards the galaxy, and naturally, it was assumed that the other party had already mastered the means of communication. The decoding communication system used was based on technology undetectable by the galactic civilization. The other party was from outside the galaxy, with ships capable of traveling at 400 times the speed of light, far superior to the relatively weaker civilizations within the galaxy. Initially, a more low-key approach was considered, which was possible before, but not now. If the galactic civilizations were to find out, it would undermine their prestige. Moreover, the existence of that super-fast object had been kept secret from the galactic civilizations. There could be no slip-ups. However, the reality was that Chu Xian had not received such information at all. His communication technology was mainly inherited from a certain alliance. And even the technology for stellar ship communication was developed in a unique and specialized direction. One could say that in certain aspects of communication technology, he could outperform some civilizations, but the types of communication were still far from sufficient. The universe was filled with countless pieces of information, with less than 1% detectable by humans. Of that 1%, less than 1/10,000th could be deciphered, with the rest appearing as garbled text. Therefore, this so-called communication was essentially shouting into thin air. At this moment, Chu Xian was still helping develop black hole energy while continuing to feast on stars. He hoped that with spatial upgrades, he could support a medium-mass black hole to gather data and transform it into usable energy. This way, powering stellar ships at 500 to 1,000 times the speed of light would no longer be an issue. And as for speeds exceeding 1,000 times, that would require a massive black hole. It was worrying. He must recruit those top-tier civilizations from the galaxy to work together, otherwise, breaking through the 1,000 times barrier within 1,000 years would be impossible. But he was not even 30 yet. In this moment, Chu Xian deeply felt the agony of interstellar civilization development, or perhaps the helplessness of intelligent civilizations. Time and years stretched into a daunting number. From a certain perspective, living for several decades might be the happiest, while immortality could be a curse. A theory could take hundreds of years to prove, an experiment could last thousands of years, and a technology could consume thousands of years. Without great perseverance, one might collapse mentally in the process, or simply give up, but the outcomes would be similar. Those with a few decades of lifespan could manage, but those with lifespans of thousands or tens of thousands of years could not expect the same. There was no infinite entertainment to keep playing indefinitely. In the end, it would lead to emptiness and boredom, either resulting in self-destruction or the pursuit of a new goal, one that could be sought indefinitely, like scientific research. Well, let's just stick to one path until the end. After a busy day, in the dimensional space. In the mountainous region outside Baiyun Town, a small bamboo pavilion sits where Chu Xian leisurely sips tea. However, the progress of his research is currently stalled. He feels helpless, anxious, but unable to do anything about it. The model for low-quality black holes has been established, and much of the work does not require his direct involvement. He takes a moment to relax, letting his mind drift without any burdens. While he holds power, he must also bear heavy responsibilities, avoiding a life of indulgence. Instead, he is consumed by tension and an overwhelming sense of urgency, making it impossible for him to stop. This journey is a small loss. In the past, being a worker meant just a few decades. But now it seems he is destined for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Such is the unavoidable fate. At that moment, while Chu Xian enjoys his tea, a starship traveling at 300 times the speed of light swiftly arrives in a star system. 6 white crystalline planets emerge, each with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Surrounding the star from 6 different directions. Space distorts as the massive star suddenly dims. Not only that, but the white crystals also move inward, continuously exerting pressure. Ultimately, the star's volume is compressed to a diameter of 120,000 kilometers and is packaged away by the ship. This is also why Chu Xian has time to drink tea. Nowadays, he no longer has to make numerous trips every day to consume stars. Previously, he had no choice but to devour each one he found. Now, things are different. The star packaging equipment has been upgraded, utilizing space distortion and volume compression. This technology, which he has been researching for a while, has finally matured. He only needs to collect goods from various ships once a day or every few days, saving a lot of time. As for whether transporting stars would increase energy consumption, it doesn't. The ship, under constant reconstruction, operates under controllable physical rules. and its flight method is not brute force breaking through light barriers, but rather akin to spatial transfer. As long as critical energy is reached, the consumption above that only relates to the size of the reconstructed area, the mass does not affect it. There will be no additional consumption, which is entirely different from conventional propulsion technologies. 6 months ago, they achieved a breakthrough, and in the past 6 months, they have been mass-producing these ships, equipping all resource recovery starships, just as Chu Xian shifted from eating several small meals to one larger meal a day. News about a vehicle capable of traveling at 400 times the speed of light finally returned to its home system after a year of wandering. Upon seeing it, there was a surge of excitement. This technology must be acquired at any cost. No one dared to suggest theft. Facing an entity that could easily dominate them in at least one technological aspect, any malicious thoughts would remain just thoughts. They would avoid misjudging the situation, lest they end up facing severe consequences. Such a scene would be quite embarrassing. When encountering powerful civilizations, the prospect of war looms. Once initiated, it's uncertain when it would come to an end, as it would no longer be within their control. Chapter 422. Cosmic Monitoring. As civilizations develop, they become increasingly cautious about war. This is not solely due to considerations of whether they can win, but also due to the need to establish their own identity. The universe is far too vast. Who knows if there are any extreme ideologies lurking about? Issues of life rights, chivalry, and meddling in others' affairs are always present. Upon encountering a civilization that revels in destruction and war, there are those who, wielding a mighty stick, proclaim to act on behalf of justice, seeking to erase it completely. Such thinking is not only found in the vast universe, but also exists within that civilization itself. Even a blade of grass, a fish, or even a bacterium or virus is seen by some as worthy of the most extreme protective measures. Killing a fish is deemed a crime, and breaking a twig is considered deserving of punishment. Even microorganisms have advocates who believe that if harmed, they must be honored in death. It is frustrating. It leaves one speechless. One cannot entirely say it is wrong, but asserting it is right also feels problematic, leading to endless debates. This is partly due to the fear of being subjected to similar justice. As a dominant civilization in the galaxy, they approach war and the plundering of resources and technologies from subordinate civilizations with caution, gradually adopting more open policies. Non-essential interactions are avoided, and they show an increasing reluctance to intervene. This mentality may be hard for less developed civilizations to comprehend. Is this really the way to be? Yes. It's quite simple. The more one possesses, the more one risks losing. Being solitary brings no concerns. After reaching a consensus in the Council of Elders, a massive device was activated at the edge of the galaxy. Utilizing the latest technology of Communication Source Level 7, an upgrade of the Exploration Fleet's Communication Source Level 6. The powerful output caused tremors across several light-years of space. Subsequently, a message was sent across the galaxy. While it took a year for Level 6 messages to traverse the region, Level 7 could do so in just 1 month. The message was not only directed at the Exploration Fleet, but also at an object moving at 400 times the speed of light. Boom, boom. This time, it covered all frequencies of the high-energy space-time vector communication that had been mastered, with everyone filled with anticipation. However, after waiting a year, there was not a single response. There are 3 possibilities. First, they have no interest in responding. Second, they are in communication with their home. Third, and least likely, they did not receive our message. What else could be done? Messages continued to be sent, and there was a desire to test other communication methods to see if they were truly undelivered. However, it was not feasible. Conventional methods could easily be intercepted by galactic civilizations. Electromagnetic waves, spatial waves, gravitational waves, all are painfully slow. And other communication technologies can only achieve a few thousand times the speed of light, taking decades to cross the galaxy. The dream of real-time communication technology remains just that, a dream, with not even a trace of possibility in sight. Not to mention a shadow of it. Within the current realm of understanding, not even a theory with a 1% feasibility could be constructed, as it would violate fundamental principles. Even the existing space-time vector communication technology cannot break the basic cosmic laws governing medium propagation, which is quite disheartening. Meanwhile, after a meal each day, Chu Xian can focus on some research. With black hole energy being stalled, he decides to explore other avenues. Materials, equipment, communication, there are numerous research directions, none of which are unimportant. While researching next-generation light-speed spacecraft communication technology, his team is also continuously enhancing their cosmic information monitoring capabilities, striving to detect all information scattered across the starry sky. Whether to crack it or not is another matter, but at least we can see it first, record it, and then analyze it slowly. This might be a treasure. Chapter 423. Untangling a Thread. At this moment, in a super large building in the 8th campus of Star University, over 60,000 people are working hard. The 8th campus is home to the Astronomy Department of Star University, which has established a Cosmic Information Analysis Center. Among the 60,000 people, 10,000 are PhD holders. Untangling a thread from countless balls of yarn. I can't believe I chose this major. My hair. This decoding algorithm is incorrect again. I seem to have another idea. Perhaps it will work. Researchers here are racking their brains, seeking valuable insights from the complex information. Something machines can also do. However, sometimes decoding requires creativity, unconventional thinking, and flashes of inspiration. In short, humans are not useless. Tap, tap, tap. The keyboards are flying. Although brainwave programming and data entry technologies have long matured, Star University still insists on the traditional methods. This prevents everyone from getting too tired and ensures that work doesn't feel stagnant, which would be quite unpleasant. This so-called sense of technology is not something Star University advocates at all. Just like how students commute to school or employees to work, everyone rides bicycles. Haha, it worked. A researcher excitedly danced around, having spent a month writing an algorithm and then uploaded it to the data center for computational analysis. Another thread is untangled, rubbing hands together. Ready to take a look. Then, the smile slightly froze. Haha, silly. There's nothing here. Congratulations, you've decoded a piece of utterly meaningless cosmic information. But that is okay. The next one will also be meaningless. La la la. Then, there's the diary of a million characters. From a scholar analyzing cosmic information from an alien civilization, filled with complaints. Complaints about superiors, complaints about life, complaints about the poor decision to choose this major. Complaints about tripping on the way out this morning. Seeing the results, the researcher couldn't help but smile wryly. The truth has revealed another thread. Alright, even treasures have a lot of dust. That's normal, much better than the last time when a colleague received hundreds of thousands of words of insults. It's not bad. Just consider it as reading an interesting workplace observation diary from an alien civilization. This is also a kind of helplessness in the study of cosmic information analysis. There are treasures, but very few. The vast majority is useless, and the interference is significant. On Earth, there is also the allocation of radio frequency bands. You use this frequency band, and I use that frequency band, without interference, ensuring the quality of communication. Without regulations, it would be like a bustling marketplace, where anyone can shout, and no one can really hear what others are saying. But what about the universe? There is no frequency allocation. As long as the technology exists, anyone can shout freely, leading to a chaotic low-end communication method. Electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, spatial waves, a plethora of primary civilization communication methods creates a chaotic mixture, with all frequencies being wildly used by various civilizations. You speak one language, and I speak another. Some are used for communication, while others are purely for fun. It's quite frustrating, sometimes after working hard to decipher. All I get is a bunch of meaningless chatter or a newbie civilization just entering the network, rambling about self-introduction, seeking interaction, wanting to join groups, and asking for help from more experienced individuals. The data from these basic communication methods is basically just practice for human civilization. It's not about underestimating them. But many advanced communication methods cannot be converted into easily understandable data formats. If forced to convert, it results in a screen full of zeros and ones, which would be incomprehensible even with a powerful brain. Only through the collaboration of various life forms can more complex information be deciphered. In Chapter 424, while my subordinates are busy cracking codes, I am not idle. Nowadays, every day, I set aside an hour to listen to and record cosmic information from the outside world. Indeed, I personally listen. Under this presence, nothing can hide. I can perceive many types of information that current devices cannot detect, but I struggle to record them quickly. Yes, I can hear and see them, but the amount of data is overwhelming. It's like being surrounded by dozens or hundreds of people speaking foreign languages without a recording device. I can only rely on handwritten notes for storage. Moreover, I cannot translate it. I can only use phonetics temporarily for counting. Let me ask, when completely unfamiliar, what are the chances of accurately recording German pronunciation with phonetics and then reverse engineering the German meaning? The difficulty level is hellish, but such matters cannot be set aside. What my subordinates cannot handle must be tackled by me. Enjoying the supreme power of civilization also comes with corresponding duties. So, I must record it. Isn't it just playing the role of a human antenna? Yet again, there are these temporal energy waves, constantly making noise. Unfortunately, without the corresponding equipment, I cannot record these special waves. I have long noticed this noisy entity, but like many other cosmic messages, for now, I can only observe and listen without the means to record them. I am quite interested in this because the technology of the Free Alliance I have mastered cannot detect them at all. It can be confidently concluded that this is a more advanced communication method. No doubt about it. I will put this project on the agenda and include it in the next generation communication technology development list. The progress seems good. It should be possible to achieve monitoring in no more than a year. In fact, if I were to really delve into temporal energy, spending 20 hours a day manually writing 1 gigabyte of self-decoding data, as a metaphor, it would take a year or two, but I would certainly make significant discoveries. However, obviously, I don't have that kind of time. A little assistance with the research would be great. After an hour, I recorded some information and checked to see if any new communication methods had emerged, like that incessantly noisy one. Without a reference, discovering temporal energy communication technology could take a long time. It's like peeking at others' homework. If it's good, I can directly copy it, saving a lot of time. After completing the listening task, I return to my space. Nowadays, I only need to work for 12 hours a day, which is quite satisfying. Although this is only for my own workload. Humans on Earth have returned to a routine similar to that before the disaster. A 9-to-5 workday and weekends off. This shift is largely due to significant changes in job content, increased lifespan, and lifelong learning. As technology advances, experiments become more dangerous, leading to a complete transition of various tests to subspace for automation and remote control. Consequently, countless researchers have turned to theoretical studies, which are quite demanding, requiring not just hard work, but also creativity. Being confined to a workstation every day is not ideal. Hence the return to a system of weekends off and an 8-hour workday. It marks a new phase and a new approach. In the future, even remote work might be implemented, as sacrifices are made regardless of location. Of course, Chu Xian is not worried about people becoming lazy, as contribution points remain unchanged. One still needs to work to earn benefits. Regarding the ultimate form of human society, Chu Xian does not have a perfect solution. Only a suboptimal one based on the current situation, which may not even be the best. Different stages call for different methods, with continuous adjustments. Chapter 425. Earth opens at this moment. In the Central Administrative District, a